So Pure So Flirtatious chapter 1835 to chapter 1927. However, Niu Zhedong was an expert in fighting. He knew where he could kill someone and where he couldn't. Therefore, although Fan Xianxia was howling in pain, he didn't suffer any substantial damage. Niu Zhedong smashed Fan Xianxia fiercely. Fan Xianxia was crying for his parents. Niu Zhedong was very familiar with fighting. "Brother Zhedong, stop hitting me. Since I treated you to a big meal and gave you so much money, stop hitting me." Fan Xianxia cried. He was beaten until his tears were flowing. Yang Ming didn't do anything to Fan Xianxia here. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's means, Fan Xianxia would become permanently disabled even if he didn't die. However, little Wang was here. Although Yang Ming trusted him, it wasn't to the extent of complete trust. At least, he didn't know some of Yang Ming's secrets, so Yang Ming wouldn't kill in front of him. Yang Ming could injure or even kill Niu Zhedong's men without any scruples because Yang Ming was just defending himself. However, Fan Xianxia was different. Yang Ming wouldn't touch him now, but he could find an opportunity to make him disappear later. This was an easy thing to do. Zhaoying covered her eyes. She didn't dare to look at such a cruel scene. Fan Xianxia was beaten until he cried for his parents. Although Zhaoying didn't sympathize with him, this scene was a little scary. Little Wang felt refreshed. He finally vented his anger. Brother Yang is so fierce. He defeated 4 people in one move. Not only did their boss not have any complaints, but he also had to be Brother Yang's henchman. Niu Zhedong was a little bored after beating him for a while. He didn't dare to beat him to death. He could only beat him until he was in pain but not injured. This wasn't very interesting. It was a little boring. "Big brother, do you think it's okay now?" "Oh, okay. You go and fix my tire." Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Okay. I'll go now." Niu Zhedong nodded. "I promise you'll be satisfied." Fan Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. "I was almost beaten to death, but they finally stopped." Fan Xianxia clenched his fists secretly. "Yang Ming, I will remember you. Just you wait, I will ruin your reputation. I will make sure you die a horrible death." Although Fan Xianxia hated Yang Ming very much in his heart and wanted to tear him into pieces, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He still looked scared. "Wait, you're called Xiaoma, right?" Yang Ming saw that Skullvest was about to follow Niu Zhedong out, so he stopped him. "Big brother." Xiaoma was startled. "Big brother, is there anything else?" Xiaoma had been hiding at the side and didn't dare to show his face. He was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on him. After all, he was the one who started the fight. Now that Yang Ming didn't hold him responsible and let him go, he felt very lucky. He thought that he could escape and sneak out with Brother Zhedong to fix the tire, but he realized that it wasn't over yet. Yang Ming still remembered him. "Let that Zhedong go alone to fix the tire. You go and continue to beat that kid." Yang Ming pointed at Fan Xianxia and said. "This, okay, no problem." Xiaoma nodded quickly. As long as it wasn't Yang Ming looking for trouble with him, there was no problem. As for beating Fan Xianxia, who asked this kid to be so unlucky? He was the one who got beaten. Fan Xianxia didn't expect Yang Ming to not let him go until now. Isn't this too bad? Fan Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. Why? Didn't I just want to have some bad thoughts about Zhaoying? You don't have to beat me like this, right? However, before Fan Xianxia could say anything to complain or beg, he was beaten up violently by Xiaoma, who rushed over. Although Xiaoma was thin, which of Niu Zhedong's men didn't know how to fight? Although he wasn't as fierce as Niu Zhedong, it was still very painful. Especially since Fan Xianxia was already full of injuries. Even if Xiaoma didn't hit him very hard, he was still beaten to the point of crying. Fan Xianxia didn't even have the strength to howl. He covered his head and let Xiaoma beat him up. 20 minutes later, Niu Zhedong ran in quickly with a smile. "Big brother, your tire is fixed." "Oh, how much is it?" Yang Ming nodded and asked. "It's free." "It's free. How can I ask for money?" Niu Zhedong shook his head quickly. He took out a red packet from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Big brother, this is your compensation for wasting so much of your time. It's okay. Give it to that guy for his medical fees. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't accept Niao Zhedong's money. Yang Ming was not short of money at all. He didn't need Niao Zhedong's money. He pointed at Fan Xianxia and asked Niao Zhedong to give the money to Fan Xianxia. Okay. Niao Zhedong nodded repeatedly. Now, he would do whatever Yang Ming said. He didn't dare to have the slightest objection. Sister Ing, little Wang, let's go. Yang Ming turned around and ignored Niao Zhedong. He held Zhao Ying's hand and walked out of the lounge with little Wang. Only Fan Xianxia was left on the ground, looking at Yang Ming with hatred. In the open space of the repair center, the car's tire was not only fixed, but also washed inside and out. It looked very beautiful under the sun. Little Wang opened the door for Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. After Yang Ming and Zhao Ying got in, little Wang got in the car and drove slowly out of the repair center. Fan Xianxia was helped up by Niao Zhedong and Xiao Ma. Niao Zhedong said to Fan Xianxia helplessly, Brother Fan, I'm sorry. We have no choice. I know. Fan Xianxia waved his hand and gritted his teeth, I will blame this on Yang Ming. I will never let him go. Fan Xianxia also knew that today's matter couldn't be blamed on Niao Zhedong. He underestimated Yang Ming's strength. This guy is so powerful that he can take down 4 burly men at once. Is he still an ordinary person? Therefore, although Fan Xianxia was unhappy, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, Yang Ming's strength was there. Niao Zhedong beat him up because he wanted to compromise. Brother Fan, listen to me. I think that if this matter can be let go, then let it go. Don't think about looking for trouble. Niao Zhedong persuaded, Brother Yang Ming is not an ordinary person. I am not his opponent. You see, 4 of my men were beaten up and I didn't even think about revenge. I think you should just let it go, right? Humph. Let it go? It's not that easy. Although he can fight, it doesn't matter. I will deal with him from other places. Fan Xianxia curled his lips. He would not let Yang Ming go so easily. Then you take care of yourself. This money will be used for your medical expenses. I will also refund the money I took from you before. I won't be involved in this matter anymore. Niao Zhedong was not stupid. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Fan Xianxia, he withdrew himself. Although Fan Xianxia had seen how powerful Yang Ming was, he did not give up. On the contrary, the resentment in his heart deepened. He must make Yang Ming pay the price. He must let Yang Ming know the consequences of offending him. Fighting for a woman with me is a dead end. However, Fan Xianxia was not a fool. He did not dare to face Yang Ming head-on this time. He was going to use a roundabout strategy to start with others. According to his understanding and investigation, Yang Ming was Chen Mingyan's girlfriend, but now he was hanging out with Zhao Ying. If I tell this news to Chen Mingyan, let's see if Yang Ming will die or not. Hee. Thinking of this, Fan Xianxia's injuries no longer hurt. He only felt that his whole body was full of strength. Niao Zhedong did not stop him. He fixed the tire for him and wished him a safe trip. However, he lamented in his heart. Since you are looking for death, then don't blame me for not reminding you. But at the same time, another car was also driving towards Donghai. However, it was not on the old road, but a new Dongsong road. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie were sitting in the car. Both of them were invited by Sun Jia, so they came. The driver was Xiaoqing. She was driving Lu Weishan's Audi A6. Things were actually very coincidental. The situation at that time was like this. In the morning, Zhou Jiejie came to the laboratory and saw Xiaoqing, so she said, Sister Xiaoqing, I will stay in the laboratory at night. Can I stay with you? Why? Isn't Yang Ming back? You don't want to stay at home? Zhou Jiejie knew about Xiaoqing's matter clearly. Zhou Jiejie was not a person who liked to be jealous, so the two got along very well. They talked casually. Sister Mingyan and Sister Lin went to Donghai to participate in the school's spring outing. Yang Ming also has something to do. It is boring to leave me alone at home, so I will stay here, said Zhou Jiejie. She used to call Lin Jiyun Sister Jiyun, but later everyone called her Sister Lin. Zhou Jieji was used to calling her Sister Lin. Oh? Go to the East Sea? I remember now. Their economics department did go to Donghai to play. They seemed to go to the Sea Moon Resort. They even asked our computer science department if we wanted to go. Xiaoqing nodded. But I remember that it is Sun Jia's property? Zhou Jieji naturally knew Sun Jia through Xiaoqing. She also saw Zhao. She roughly guessed that Sun Jia and Yang Ming had some relationship. As for Zhao, she couldn't see through her, but she didn't ask. Zhou Jieji felt that she was already very happy to be with Yang Ming, so for some things that could be seen, she just buried it in her heart and didn't say it to Chen Mingyan. For example, Jing Xiaolu's matter, Xiaoqing's matter, and Sun Jia and Zhao whom she met later. These people more or less had some unclear relationship with Yang Ming, but Zhou Jieji didn't mind. Really? So it is Sister Sun Jia's property? If I knew this, I would have gone with them. Sister Sun Jia should entertain me, right? Zhou Jieji had some regrets. She rarely went out to play. This time, she actually wanted to go with such an opportunity, but undergraduate students weren't allowed to bring their friends. Chen Mingyan was also the president of the student union. Naturally, she couldn't take the lead to violate the rules of the department, so Zhou Jieji didn't want to trouble her. However, now that she heard Xiaoqing say this, she regretted it. It was Sun Jia's territory. Her relationship with Sun Jia wasn't very familiar, but it wasn't strange either. She had eaten with Sister Xiaoqing several times, so if Zhou Jieji knew, she would definitely go. Anyway, it was Sun Jia who entertained her. It had nothing to do with the university. If they played together, the university couldn't control it. Xiaoqing was a little speechless. Jieji, your mother also has shares in that resort. You don't know? Ah? Zhou Jieji was stunned. My mother's shares? Yeah, Sea Moon is one of the projects that your mother and the Donghai Sun family cooperated to develop. You don't know? It was just last year. Xiaoqing felt a little inconceivable. Zhou Jieji's family had shares in the Sea Moon project. How could Zhou Jieji not know? At that time, I had a conflict with my mother, because of Yang Ming's matter, so I didn't know what her company was doing. Zhou Jieji explained with a bitter smile. Later, she retired and went on a trip with her father. I didn't have the heart to study what their company was doing, so I didn't know. Zhou Jieji said this and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Sister Xiaoqing, when you said this, I regretted a little. If I knew that my mother had shares, I would have gone no matter what. Hee, it's not too late now. Jieji, do you want to go? Do you want us to go too? Xiaoqing saw that Zhou Jieji was a little disappointed, so she suggested. Anyway, now the research was coming to an end. There was no need to stay in the experiment every day. Us? Go now? Zhou Jieji listened to Xiaoqing's words and was a little moved. Is it okay? I will call Sun Jia and ask. Xiaoqing said as she took out her mobile phone and dialed Sun Jia's phone. On Sun Jia's side, the phone was quickly answered. Hello, Qing. Why did you think of calling me? You should be in the research room at this time, right? Heh, can't I call you when I'm done? Xiaoqing said with a smile, Jieji, and I want to go to your Hai Mingyue resort. How about it? Do you welcome us? Even if you're not welcome, you have to welcome Jieji. Hai Mingyue has Jieji's shares. When Auntie Hua left, she transferred all her shares to Jieji's name. It's just that she, the major shareholder, hasn't come to inspect her industry in Donghai. Hee, that's fine. Let's go now. Right, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun also went today. Xiaoqing hesitated and said, our school's economics department's activity is at your hotel. Zhao also went. Oh? I really don't know about this. It should be the hotel's manager who contacted the business. I'm still in the head office. Sun Jia said, if this is the case, then I will go and join in the fun. Are you coming over now? Okay, let's stay in the same room. We can find Zhao. Xiaoqing said, then we will go now. No problem. I will go over after I finish these documents. Tiandonghua, this kid, is still not mature. Third uncle and I have to keep an eye on him. Xianxia said helplessly, see you later. Done. Xiaoqing hung up the phone and said to Zhou Jiejia, let's go. We will go now. So Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejia also embarked on the journey to Donghai. The few girls were about to meet in Donghai. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejia went light. Zhou Jiejia was half the owner of the hotel, and the other half was Sun Jia. So, when Xiaoqing went, it was like going to her own territory. Why would she bring anything? At the entrance of Donghai Haimingwei Resort, Xiaoqing saw Sun Jia's Audi R8 sports car. She honked twice, and Sun Jia ran out of the car. She glanced at Xiaoqing in the A6 behind her, then she smiled and ran over quickly. Qing, why are you driving this car? It's my godfather's car. I don't have my own car. Xiaoqing shrugged. I'm not as rich as you. I'm a dean. How much is my monthly salary? How can I afford a car? Who asked you to buy it? Let your godbrother buy it. He's so rich. It's a waste not to spend it. Sun Jia looked like she was going to eat a big shot. I was going to ask him to give me a car. Oh? You're a big boss, and you still need someone to give you a car, asked Xiaoqing. Yang Ming doesn't care about my business. He gave it to Tiandonghua. Sun Jia said, Yang Ming has a lot of money. What's this? Xiaoqing shook her head. She really didn't know that Yang Ming was so rich. She didn't ask. But in the past year, Yang Ming's growth was too fast. From Yang Ming, who first participated in the Hong Kong auction and earned his first pot of gold, to Yang Ming, who didn't even care about Sun Jia's business. Xiaoqing couldn't believe it. However, for such an excellent man, all of this was not accidental. Otherwise, how could a few of them fall in love with him at the same time? Sister Jejiao is here too? In the evening, do you want to learn from me when I serve young Master Yang? Sun Jia already knew the relationship between Zhou Jiejia and Yang Ming, and Zhou Jiejia also knew her relationship with Yang Ming, so Sun Jia spoke without thinking. I don't want to. Zhou Jiejia suddenly thought of the scene when she saw Yang Ming and Xiaoqing in Xiaoqing's dormitory that day. She suddenly felt a little hot, and her little face couldn't help but blush. Don't want to study? Do you want to be with us? Sun Jia continued to tease Zhou Jiejia. I. Sister Xiaoqing, look at Sister Sun Jia. She always says something embarrassing. Zhou Jiejia lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't bother with her. She's just like that. Xiaoqing was speechless as she explained, you'll get used to it. Oh. Zhou Jiejia blushed and nodded. Habit? How could he get used to it? If he lived with her in the future, wouldn't he be embarrassed to death by her? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In fact, you misunderstood. Sister Jiejia, I just meant to massage Master Yang's back, Sun Jia smiled. I didn't think about it. Zhou Jiejia's face was redder. She complained about Sun Jia in her heart. I'll find you a place to stay first. Sun Jia said, Yang Ming hasn't arrived yet. The spring outing group of your school's economics department is very experienced. They will probably arrive at noon. At that time, I will arrange for Yang Ming and Zhaoing to stay at your place. There are luxurious villas here. Let's stay in the villas together. Yang Ming is coming too? Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejia were stunned. They didn't expect Yang Ming to come too. Yeah, he came with Zhaoing. Didn't you know? Sun Jia looked at Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejia with some doubts. I didn't know. He actually came with Zhaoing? Xiaoqing was a little surprised. Chen Mingyao seems to be coming too, right? Then I don't know how Master Yang will arrange it. Sun Jia didn't worry about this. Get in the car first. I'll take you to the villa. This was Sun Jia's territory. It was easy to find a villa. Sun Jia drove in front, and Xiaoqing followed behind. After a while, they found an independent villa with a view of the sea. Sun Jia parked the car in front of the villa, and then Xiaoqing also parked the car in front of the villa. Let's go. Let's go up and talk for a while. When Yang Ming comes, I will ask him to come directly. As Xianxia said this, she took Zhou Jie and Xiaoqing upstairs. This villa is so big. Isn't it too big for just a few of us to live in? Xiaoqing looked at the luxurious decoration of the villa and asked hesitantly. This villa was originally reserved for me. I have never let others live in it, Xianxia said. Jie, the major shareholder, didn't say anything. Qing, are you not willing to do it first? Okay then. Xiaoqing could only nod. In fact, this villa had a feeling of home, which made Xiaoqing a little panic. She didn't want her relationship with Yang Ming to be exposed, but Xianxia unexpectedly knew about it. Because Xiaoying and Xianxia became sisters, she naturally knew about Xiaoqing's matter. Zhou Jie was even more surprised to see Xiaoqing and Yang Ming together. This made Xiaoqing shy and embarrassed at the same time. She never thought about being with Yang Ming because she didn't know if she could pass the test of her godfather, Lu Weishan. Secondly, Yang Ming was in school every day, so this relationship couldn't be made public. So, Xiaoqing's thoughts were a little dull. She never thought that one day, she could live with Yang Ming and live under the same roof as Yang Ming's other women. Now, in this villa, Xiaoqing suddenly had a feeling of home. This feeling made her panic, but it also made her feel happy. Zhou Jie's topic was always about computers and the internet. She could only find common topics with Xiaoqing. The three people couldn't always talk about Yang Ming, so Zhou Jie naturally talked to Xiaoqing about computers. Xianxia, on the other hand, was bored and dialed Zhao Ying's phone. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were already a certain distance away from the team in front. Although little Wan drove very fast, it was still impossible to catch up in a short time. Zhao Ying's phone suddenly rang. Zhao Ying originally thought it was Xianxia, but when she took it out, it was Xianxia who called. It's Xianxia's phone call. Zhao Ying glanced at Yang Ming and said. Then pick it up. Why don't you pick it up? Yang Ming smiled. He didn't expect that she and Xianxia actually became good friends. This was really unexpected. Hello? Xianxia? Zhao Ying picked up the phone. Ying, guess who is next to me? Xianxia's voice came from the phone. Who is next to you? What do you mean? Zhao Ying was stunned. Xianxia, what are you talking about? Hee, you didn't expect it, right? Qing and Jie are here. Xianxia smiled. They are next to me. Ah. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jie also went? Zhao Ying was shocked and was a little embarrassed. Subconsciously, Zhao Ying thought that they were here to denounce her. After all, she was in the same car as Yang Ming, and they all went to Donghai. Zhao Ying was naturally nervous. Yeah, they heard that you and Yang Ming came, so they all came over. Xianxia said with a smile. Ah. Zhao Ying was embarrassed after listening. She didn't expect Xiaoqing and Zhou Jie to know that she and Yang Ming came over. Of course, it wasn't only Zhao Ying who was embarrassed. Yang Ming, who was next to Zhao Ying, was also very confused at the moment. If Xiaoqing came, then so be it. Why did she bring Zhou Jie? Yesterday, I swore to Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jie that I was going to do something. In the end, the thing that I was going to do was to accompany Zhao Ying to Donghai to play. Ying, in fact, everyone's thoughts are the same as yours. They are all coming for Yang Ming, so you don't have to worry. Why don't you come? Let's have a good chat so that we can get along better in the future. Zhao Ying listened to Xianxia's words and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Zhao Ying hadn't contacted Yang Ming's other women before. Even if she did, she rarely talked about Yang Ming because everyone naturally avoided talking about it. But now, listening to Xianxia's meaning, it seemed that she was ready to talk about everyone's problems openly. This was also what Zhao Ying was willing to see and accept. She wanted to live with Yang Ming in the future. Naturally, she couldn't avoid the recognition of these people. If she could contact them in advance, then it would be good for the future. Therefore, Zhao Ying only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then, we will wait for you to come. The villa has been prepared for you. Now, only you and Jie haven't really become Yang Ming's women. This time, it's up to you. Xianxia said with a sly smile. Sister Xianxia, you are so annoying. Although Xiaoying had this impulse before, it was only a momentary impulse. Now that Xianxia mentioned it again, she felt very embarrassed. Hee, don't lie. Xianxia said with a smile, let's talk about it when you are here. We will wait for you. Xiaoying responded shyly. When Xiaoying hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked, is it Xianxia? And Sister Xiaoqing and Jiejia also went. Xiaoying smiled bitterly. I didn't expect so many people to come when you accompany me. Xiaoying was a little embarrassed. Originally, she just wanted to find a netizen to annoy Fan Xianxia, but she didn't expect the person she found to be Yang Ming. Now, all the plans were disrupted, so Xiaoying was a little overwhelmed. Let them go. Since you really want to wait for me to come back, you have to get to know them. Waiting alone is much lonelier than waiting with a group of people. Along the way, Yang Ming also figured out a lot. Although Xiaoying was sometimes indecisive, she was particularly stubborn when she decided on something. Resigning from Songjiang No. 4 High School to study here as a graduate student had already reflected Xiaoying's feelings. Yang Ming was very touched that she could silently like him for such a long time. After listening to Xiaoying's defense about the netizens, Yang Ming was even more speechless. Originally, he wanted to have a showdown with Xiaoying and let Xiaoying put away her thoughts, but now it seemed that the hope was really slim. Especially after hearing the conversation between Xiaoying and Xianxia, Xianxia invited Xiaoying to have a good chat. When everyone got along well in the future, Xiaoying was particularly excited and happy. Yang Ming knew that it was already very difficult for him to convince Xiaoying. So, in this case, he could only leave everything to fate. Yang Ming sighed, but he gritted his teeth in his heart. Since Xiaoying is added, then my responsibility is increased. I am not alone, and there are so many girls who care about me behind me. As a result, Yang Ming had to be more careful and strive to come back safely. Although leaving them behind and resolutely going to Yunnan was a little unfair to them, in the face of righteousness, Yang Ming could only put down the family matters. Elder Yu had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if he stayed, it would definitely be a disaster. I am the most likely person to end Elder Yu's life. If I don't do it, who will do it? However, because of Xiaoying's intentions, Yang Ming's courage and confidence in his heart increased a little. No matter what, I must live. As long as I am alive, there is hope. You are willing to accept me? Xiaoying looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He was still making excuses before. How did he figure it out in such a short time? Yang Ming nodded and suddenly pulled Xiaoying's hand, making Xiaoying, who had always been reserved, a little shy. We are all adults, and our thoughts are very mature, so if you insist on being with me, I can't stop you. I can only let nature take its course. Besides, it's not that I don't have feelings for you. If I think of you in the arms of another man, I am afraid my heart will be broken. Heh. Xiaoying listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but cover her mouth shyly. You can rest assured. Even if you reject me, I won't like others. At most, I will be alone for the rest of my life. Then I can't let you go. In just a few minutes, after listening to the phone call between Xiaoying and Xianxia, Yang Ming changed his mind. It was best to let nature take its course. Otherwise, if he firmly rejected Xiaoying, I am afraid that Xiaoying's heart will be more uncomfortable, and I won't feel good either. As I said, if Xiaoying finds another boyfriend, I will be even more uncomfortable. If you don't let me go, then you have to be careful. Xiaoying knew that she couldn't stop Yang Ming from performing the mission, so she could only encourage him behind his back. I will. Yang Ming had been thinking about this issue before. Little Wang overtook all the cars all the way, but in the end, he couldn't catch up with the large group of people in front. The previous delay was too much. When Yang Ming's car drove into the Sea Moon Resort, the others had already arrived. Several buses were parked in front of the accommodation building. There was no one in the buses. Obviously, the students had already stayed. Should I call Sister Xianxia? Let her pick us up? Xiaoying didn't know where the villa that Xianxia mentioned was. No need. Let's look around first. Yang Ming hadn't been to this resort yet. The Sea Moon Resort was built very luxuriously. Yang Ming sighed. It was worthy of being a first-class resort in the provincial capital. Yang Ming let little Wang drive around the resort. He saw a very luxurious beach-independent villa with 2 cars parked in front of it. One was an Audi A6 with Song Jiang's license plate, and the other was an Audi R8, which was Sun Jia's car. Sister Xiaoqing and Sister Sun Jia are both inside? At the door of the villa, Zhao was a little timid. Although Sun Jia already knew about her relationship with Yang Ming, and Xiaoqing also knew about this matter, she was still a little embarrassed to take a car with Yang Ming. Hee, it's okay. They are very easygoing. Yang Ming smiled and said, let's go. Let's go in. Brother Yang, I'll wait in the car. Little Wang didn't know what he was going to do at the moment, so he asked. You park the car and come to the villa. There are plenty of rooms. You can live downstairs. Yang Ming said to little Wang. That's fine too. I can be the gatekeeper. Little Wang nodded and waited for Yang Ming and Zhao to get off. He parked the car side by side next to Xiaoqing's Audi A6. Congratulations to Ying for your success. When Zhao entered the villa, she was shocked. She saw that Sun Jia, Xiaoqing, and even Zhou Jiejie were looking at her with a congratulatory look. Their mouths were also congratulating her. Zhao suddenly blushed. She was so shy that she couldn't control herself. Sister Xiaoqing, Sister Sun Jia, you are making fun of me. Hee, how can it be making fun of you? We all have the same thoughts. It's just that you are reserved. Sun Jia walked over and held Zhao Ying's hand. Today, you are dating Yang Ming, right? We won't bother you. We are not here to compete with you for territory, but to cheer for you. Yeah, Zhao Ying, Jia and I are also here to cheer for you. Xiaoqing also said with a smile. If Xiaoqing was here to cheer for her, Zhao Ying could understand. But why would Zhou Jiejie also cheer for her? Isn't she on Chen Mingyan's side? Why would she support me? Zhao Ying looked at Zhou Jiejie with some doubts, not knowing what she was thinking. Sister Ying, don't be shy. In fact, I'm the same as you. I'm very persistent. I'm also very impressed that you can resign and come to Songjiang Industry University to be classmates with Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie said to Zhao Ying in order to reassure her. In fact, Zhao Ying misunderstood Zhou Jiejie. She wasn't a person in any aspect. She had a good relationship with Chen Mingyan, but she also had a good relationship with Xiaoqing. Zhou Jiejie's own road to love was very bumpy, so for girls in the same situation as her, she felt a sense of closeness from the bottom of her heart. She would not stop them from pursuing their happiness. Zhou Jiejie's character of not fighting for anything was also destined for this, so she was still very sympathetic to Zhao Ying, the royal sister. She could be together with Yang Ming, but she couldn't just ignore others, right? Thank you. Zhao Ying was very moved. She thought that everyone would have a criticism meeting, but she didn't expect everyone to be so tolerant and understanding. This made Zhao Ying a little embarrassed. Thank you, everyone. Well, you don't have to be an outsider. In a while, we will let Yang Ming be proud. Sun Jia said, let's go upstairs and talk. Okay. Zhao Ying nodded without hesitation. She also wanted to get close to everyone from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Ying went upstairs under the pull of Xiaoqing and Sun Jia. Yang Ming looked at their backs and felt a little sad. It can't be, right? They just left like that? They don't care about me anymore? Hey! If you go upstairs, what should I do? Yang Ming couldn't help but ask. You can guard the door for us downstairs. You can chase away all the bad guys and little monsters. Sun Jia winked at Yang Ming, making Yang Ming have a feeling of infatuation. If it were other people, they might obediently go and be the door god, but Yang Ming's current immunity was relatively strong. He only lost his mind for a short while and returned to normal. Little Wang is the door god here. There won't be bad guys. I think I should go upstairs and see if there is anything I can help with. You can rest assured. We will help you to popularize your knowledge to Zhao Ying first. We will definitely send her to your room at night. Sun Jia saw that Yang Ming couldn't be fooled, so she said with a smile. Then I will wait. Yang Ming also knew that there might be something private between them, so he didn't disturb them. He smiled and said, then I will go to sleep first. I woke up too early today, so I need to get some sleep. When they came to the room upstairs in the villa, Zhao Ying, Xianxia, and Xiao Qing were familiar with each other. However, because of the addition of Zhou Jiejia, Zhao Ying seemed to be a little shy. She was a little unnatural and couldn't let go. Sister Ying, sit down. Zhou Jiejia sensibly took Zhao Ying's hand and sat next to her. Sister Ying, in fact, I have long known your thoughts. I am also clear. In fact, I am worse than you. Yang Ming didn't like me at first, but the hard days have finally passed. The dawn of happiness is in front of us. Zhao Ying listened to Zhou Jiejia's words and was very moved. Zhou Jiejia was a good girl. She was tolerant and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, what Zhao Ying didn't know was that Zhou Jiejia used to be jealous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the teacher to complain to Yang Ming and Suya. But now, Zhou Jiejia had changed. Zhao Ying's heart was somewhat distressed for Zhou Jiejia. She had just looked forward to a beautiful future, but Yang Ming was going to leave. Can he come back this time? It seems that these people don't know about this matter. Only I know about it. Zhao Ying didn't know if she should say it. Forget it. Yang Ming didn't want me to reveal it. I shouldn't say it first, so as not to make everyone worry. After Yang Ming left, even if he didn't say anything, everyone would probably know about it for a period of time. Ying, welcome to our big family. Sun Jia reached out. Although we have known each other before, and we are good classmates, let's get to know each other again. We are all Yang Ming's women. I hope that we can get along well in the future. I will. Zhao Ying shyly reached out and shook hands with Sun Jia. However, she was very happy in her heart. This meant that she accepted Sun Jia. Zhao Ying had been worried that Chen Mingyan wouldn't accept her, but now it seemed that her worries were superfluous because there were many women in Chen Mingyan's camp. Even Zhou Jiejia was pulled over to be a neutral party. Then, who was left on Chen Mingyan's side? Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she wasn't accepted by Chen Mingyan, at least there were so many sisters here who accepted and tolerated her. Her previous worries were swept away at this moment. At this moment, Zhao Ying really opened her heart. Looking at the women who were sincere to her and tolerated her, Zhao Ying felt that she had nothing to hesitate and be reserved about. The hesitation and reserve in the past were entirely because of Chen Mingyan. Now, with Sun Jia as a good friend, what was there to be afraid of? If Chen Mingyan doesn't accept it, then she doesn't accept it. Isn't it good and happy for me to be with Sun Jia, Xiao Qing, and Zhou Jiejia? Moreover, Wang Xiaoyan is also on my side. In this way, even if Zhou Jiejia is neutral, there are 3 people who support me. With so many friends supporting me, what else do I have to worry about? Sometimes, you may not be able to figure out a thing even after a few years, but sometimes, you can figure it out in an instant. This was what it meant to be enlightened all at once. Sisters, first of all, let us welcome Zhao Ying with a warm round of applause. Sun Jia said and clapped first. Under the influence of Sun Jia's atmosphere, the others also clapped. Of course, everyone was sincerely welcoming Zhao Ying, and they weren't just responding with false enthusiasm. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Zhao Ying didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. She was so excited. Today is the happiest day in my life. With your support, I am very happy. It will be great if everyone understands and tolerates each other in the future. Sun Jia said with a smile, Ying, since you have joined our big family, then I want to take this opportunity to say something to everyone. As Sun Jia said this, the smile on her face disappeared. Her body that was sitting on the sofa was a lot straighter. When everyone heard that Sun Jia was going to talk about business, they all put away their smiles. They looked at Sun Jia without blinking. They were all listening attentively. Sisters, I want to say something that is related to our happiness. Sun Jia said seriously, we all like Yang Ming, but everyone knows that Yang Ming's real girlfriend is Chen Mingyan. I believe that everyone knows what kind of personality Chen Mingyan has, and Zhao Ying should have a deeper understanding of it. It wasn't a secret that Zhao Ying was scolded as a vixen by Chen Mingyan at the temple fair. Many people knew about it, so it also proved that the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying wasn't good. They had a good relationship now because Chen Mingyan felt that Zhao Ying and Yang Ming had no relationship. But once the two had a relationship, would Chen Mingyan accept her? This was a very important thing. Chen Mingyan was originally a narrow-minded person. Although she had changed and accepted Zhou Jejia, Lin Jiyun, and Shuye, she couldn't accept the others. Especially Zhao Ying, her former teacher, and Xiao Qing, her godsister. As for Sun Jia, Chen Mingyan probably wouldn't accept such a competitive character. Sister Sun Jia, in fact, Mingyan is just a child with a temper. She hasn't grown up yet. Zhao Ying explained in a low voice. Regardless of whether she is a child with a temper or not, now it is time to solve this problem. It is even urgent. Sisters, we are also Yang Ming's women. We are also his lovers. What if Chen Mingyan doesn't accept us in the future? Sun Jia said very emotionally. This matter, she had actually premeditated. Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, but she wasn't the best candidate for the master of the harem. Chen Mingyan was a little narrow-minded and liked to be jealous. Although she had obviously changed a lot during this time, Chen Mingyan probably still couldn't accept so many people. In order to avoid the proliferation of contradictions in the future, Sun Jia must come up with a solution. Yang Ming would live in seclusion in Island X sooner or later, but at that time, would everyone follow him or not? Chen Mingyan definitely had to follow, but what about the others? The others couldn't continue to stay in Songjiang, right? If at a critical moment, the contradiction suddenly broke out without any preparation, it would be a mess. It was better to take advantage of the situation now. It hadn't reached the point where the contradiction was irreconcilable, and win over the women first. At least if Chen Mingyao made trouble at that time, they would be prepared. Although everyone felt that Sun Jia's words were a bit harsh, if they could be accepted by Yang Ming and be with him openly like Chen Mingyan, it was also everyone's wish. So at this moment, when Sun Jia raised the topic, no one would object. Everyone lowered their heads silently. People were always selfish. They could stand aloof from the world, but they also didn't want to be bullied. Sun Jia, if we talk about these topics, will it make Yang Ming embarrassed? Xiao Qing was more sensible and didn't want to add trouble to Yang Ming. No, I guess he knows that we are talking about this. He will be too happy. Sun Jia snorted. When it came to understanding Yang Ming's mind, Sun Jia still grasped it very accurately. We have solved this big trouble in his heart for him. He will definitely be very happy. Otherwise, he will have a headache. After listening to Sun Jia's words, Yang Ming, who was hiding under the stairs and using his special ability to peek at what they were saying, really wanted to applaud Sun Jia. This fox Sun is really cunning. She knows what I am thinking. Indeed, the problem of whether these women could get along well in the future was a problem in Yang Ming's heart. He had been thinking about how to solve this problem before, but because he had to go to Yunnan to perform a special dangerous mission recently, Yang Ming didn't care too much about the coordination of the relationship between the women around him. It was not certain whether he could come back or not. Why would he care so much? Of course, if he could come back safely, it wouldn't be too late to study other things. However, since Sun Jia could help him solve this big trouble first, then Yang Ming was also happy to see such a result. He just didn't know if Sun Jia wanted to coexist peacefully with Chen Mingyan, or if she wanted to usurp power and occupy the position of the master of the harem. So, Yang Ming widened his eyes and was ready to see what Sun Jia would say next. This is a problem. Xiao Qing nodded and looked at Zhou Jejia. Jejia, what do you think? I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't know what to do. Zhou Jejia shook her head with a pale face. Sister Chen Mingyan is very good to me. I don't want to hurt her, but Sister Xiao Qing also takes care of me. I can't let her down. Zhou Jejia was a bit embarrassed. She had a good relationship with Chen Mingyan, but her relationship with Xiao Qing was also very good. She couldn't choose one of them and go against the other. Jejia, I don't want to make it difficult for you. Sun Jia smiled after listening to Zhou Jejia's words. We are just preparing a countermeasure. You can rest assured that I won't fight with Chen Mingyan, and I don't want to be the master of the harem. I just want everyone to unite and protect the interests of our sisters. Chen Mengyan doesn't want to accept us. If we don't work hard, then who can help us? After listening to Sun Jia's words, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ming was most afraid that Sun Jia wanted to compete with Chen Mengyan for something, such as the position of the master of the harem, or the position of the official girlfriend. Yang Ming couldn't give these to her. Because these were all promised to Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming couldn't promise Sun Jia again. If Sun Jia really wanted to compete for these things, Yang Ming would only be more difficult to be caught in the middle. Even if he didn't agree and didn't participate, he would be very worried at the same time. After all, how could Chen Mengyan be Sun Jia's opponent? If Sun Jia wanted to compete for the position of the master of the harem, then Chen Mengyan could only give it up. But now Sun Jia didn't want to compete for these. She just wanted to maintain their status and interests. She wanted Chen Mengyan to accept them. If Chen Mengyan didn't accept them, then they would join forces and force Chen Mengyan to accept them. Although this was somewhat unfair to Chen Mengyan, if Yang Ming stopped Sun Jia from doing this, it would be unfair to Sun Jia, Xiaoqing, and even Zhaoing who joined later. Both sides were unfair. Yang Ming could only pretend that he didn't know and didn't participate. As long as he didn't participate and didn't favor one side, then in the end, their conflict would be a conflict, and it wouldn't make any big trouble. However, once he favored one side, the consequences would be serious. If he favored Chen Mengyan, what about Sun Jia and Xiaoqing? If he favored Sun Jia, how could he help her to deal with Chen Mengyan? Women's matters should be solved by women. The most important thing was to not participate in it. Yang Ming sighed. Since Sun Jia was a woman who understood things, she shouldn't make it difficult for him. She knew how to make him worry less. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He thought too much. Zhou Jiejia, who was in the room above, heard Sun Jia's words and sighed in relief. She nodded, as long as it's not against Sister Mengyan. If you just want to fight for everyone's interests and let Sister Mengyan accept you, then I will also support you. Zhou Jiejia's heart was actually very kind. She finally got together with Yang Ming. She also wanted others to be happy, so when she heard Sun Jia's words, she also expressed support. With Zhou Jiejia's support, Sun Jia was very happy. She didn't expect Xiaoqing to get Zhou Jiejia silently and let her stand on her own side. That, of course. Zhou Jiejia nodded with a red face. Hee, then since we have reached an alliance, let's discuss what we should do if Chen Mengyan doesn't accept us. Sun Jia said, let's brainstorm. Hearing this, Yang Ming didn't intend to listen anymore. As long as Sun Jia didn't take the initiative to go against Chen Mengyan and just wanted to protect their own interests, Yang Ming was relieved. As for what plans they had, Yang Ming didn't want to care. It was not good to know. It was better to give them some space. Fan Xianxia first found a clinic to deal with the wounds on his face and body. He cursed Yang Ming's 18 generations of ancestors. After dealing with the wounds, he quickly drove to the Hai Mingyue resort in Donghai. Yang Ming, we can't do it openly. I will play dirty with you. See if I don't kill you and cripple you. Fan Xianxia sneered and thought, aren't you with Zhaoing? Okay, I will tell this to Chen Mengyan. Let's see how you are going to die. Wahahaha. Fan Xianxia's mentality was very dark. He wanted to use Chen Mengyan to vent his anger for himself. As long as Chen Mengyan saw Yang Ming and Zhaoing together, she would definitely make a big fuss with Yang Ming. At that time, Yang Ming would not be able to be with Zhaoing, and he would have a chance. However, he must control the timing well. It would be best to let Chen Mengyan catch the adulterers when Zhaoing and Yang Ming were alone in a room. This would be effective. Otherwise, if the two of them were only doing other things together, wouldn't his efforts be in vain if Yang Ming was better at defending himself? Therefore, Fan Xianxia felt that he must hit the nail on the head. Fan Xianxia drove into the Hai Mingyue resort in Donghai, but he did not go to meet with the group first. Instead, he was going to look for Yang Ming's car in the resort. In his opinion, Yang Ming and Zhaoing would definitely not live with the group. They would definitely live alone. Fan Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of them living alone in a room. Damn, the woman I like is actually with someone else? And they are even living together? However, Fan Xianxia didn't care anymore. This era was not the past. He didn't care whether it was original or second-hand. It was fine as long as he could get Zhao. He had an extremely perverted possessiveness in his heart. It was not so strong before, but now, Yang Ming instigated Brother Zhadong to beat him up. He had reached the point where he couldn't live without revenge. Fan Jinja drove around the Haimingwei resort. He had already seen the school's buses, but there was no sign of Yang Ming's Audi A8 nearby. Where did this kid drive the car to? Fan Jinja was a little puzzled. He circled around the school bus and the dormitory building, but he still couldn't find any trace of Yang Ming's car. Could it be that he doesn't live in this building? Fan Jinja frowned and drove around the other buildings, but he still couldn't find Yang Ming's car. Could this guy have gone to live in a villa? Fan Jinja thought, Yang Ming seems to be quite rich, so it is possible for him to live in a villa. However, a villa is not easy to find. There are more than 30 independent villas here, and each of them is not close to each other. It would take at least 2 hours to go around. However, in order to take revenge on Yang Ming, Fan Jinja would not give up no matter how difficult it was. He drove around the resort and finally saw Yang Ming's Audi A8 at the door of an independent villa by the sea. Eh? Why is there an R8 and A6 here? Whose car is this? Fan Jinja frowned and suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly thought of someone. Could it be Sun Jie's? Could it be that Yang Ming wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? While Fan Jinja was envious, he was extremely jealous of Yang Ming in his heart. He also wanted to be in Yang Ming's position, but it was obviously impossible. It was already good enough to pursue Zhao. Sun Jie shouldn't even think about it. That girl was a fox that ate people without spitting out the bones. He couldn't play with her. But this is also good. Who cares who Yang Ming is living with? As long as Chen Mengyan comes to catch him in the act, both Sun Jie and Zhao can create big trouble for Yang Ming so that he won't have the heart to care about other things. Fan Jinja took out his mobile phone and took pictures of Yang Ming's car for a long time. In order to make Chen Mengyan believe him, he must leave some evidence. Otherwise, what if Chen Mengyan doesn't believe him and doesn't come to catch him in the act? After Fan Jinja finished all this, he quietly drove away in his car. He wanted to wait until night fell, then he would bring Chen Mengyan back and let Yang Ming die without a burial place. Yang Ming, this is what you get. For offending me. You're dead meat. Fan Jinja's sinister laughter rang out, and he drove away. Yang Ming sat in the hall downstairs of the villa, watching TV in boredom. The TV here was a satellite channel with many movie channels. However, Yang Ming was not very interested in these. After watching for a while, he felt that it was boring, so he casually switched to the local channel. Jiangyan City's Jiangyan Group's chairman, Lu Jiangyan, was hospitalized with a sudden heart attack today. He is still in critical condition and is still in critical condition. The Jiangyan Group stock has fallen by the limit at the end of the day. A piece of news caught Yang Ming's attention. Jiangyan Group. Previously, Yang Ming had dealt with Jiangyan Group's Lu Huamei because of Jing Xiaolu's security company. However, the matter was resolved later. Sun Jie's strong appearance made the Mingyang Escort Company's name resound again. The move of paying first also received the approval of the public. Therefore, the incident that time did not bring any practical losses except for losing a large amount of money. As for the person who stole the money, Yang Ming also found his body. It was just that the money was not found. He believed that the masterminds behind the scenes were Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei. However, Yang Ming was too busy for a while, so he didn't have time to deal with them for the time being. It seemed that before he left, he should settle this matter. Otherwise, these 2 guys would think that I am easy to bully and they would feel at ease after taking a large sum of money. However, Lu Jiangyan's father had a heart attack. If he was cured, there would be no problem. If he was not cured, then the Lu family and the Jiangyan Group would be in chaos. While watching the news, footsteps came from the stairs. Yang Ming looked up and saw Sun Jie, Xiaoqing, Zhao, and Zhou Jiejie coming downstairs. Zhao and Zhou Jiejie's faces were red. Obviously, Sun Jie and Xiaoqing said something embarrassing. But. When Yang Ming asked, Zhao and Zhou Jiejie's faces were even redder. They looked at each other and saw the shyness on each other's faces. Although the content that Xianxia said before was something that would happen on every girl's wedding night, it was too embarrassing for Xiaoying and Zhou Jie, who had never experienced it before. Although Xiaoying was prepared, and with Xianxia's words before, she had opened her heart and integrated into this big family headed by Xianxia. She didn't care whether Chen Mingyan would accept her or not. With so many sisters accompanying her, what was there to be afraid of? Even if Chen Mingyan didn't accept it in the end, it didn't matter. She wasn't alone. She still had so many close sisters to solve her problems for her. Therefore, Zhao Ying's previous scruples were all gone. At this moment, she was waiting for a suitable opportunity in the evening to really be Yang Ming's bride. Before he left and before he went to perform the mission, he would have more responsibilities and more worries in his heart. In this way, he could protect himself more and know that at home, there was a woman who loved him waiting for him to return safely. Nothing. It's just a welcome to Xiaoying, who has just joined the big family, and then popularize her with popular knowledge. Xianxia smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask." Yang Ming naturally wouldn't expose Xianxia. For what they had discussed before, Yang Ming also pretended not to know. Yang Ming knew these things in his heart, and there was no need to say it. So, Yang Ming pretended not to believe it. "Really, Sister Ying?" N. Zhaoying nodded shyly. Although she didn't want to admit it, after all, this matter was too shameful. However, if she didn't admit it, Yang Ming would definitely ask what they said. Then, it was possible to expose the sister benefit unity plan that Xianxia had mentioned before. When the time came, wouldn't it be betraying Xianxia if Yang Ming knew about it? Therefore, Zhaoying had no choice but to nod and admit it. Haha, it turned out to be like this. Yang Ming saw that Zhaoying wasn't good at lying, but he didn't expose it. He just nodded. What did she say? Well, Yang Ming, won't you know what I said tonight? Xianxia interrupted Yang Ming's question. She was afraid that Zhaoying, this little girl, was too honest and revealed what she had said before, so she took over the conversation first. We have unanimously voted to let Ying stay in the same room with you at night. Jie also agreed to this matter. N. Zhou Jie also nodded. Although she hadn't slept in the same bed with Yang Ming yet, she had already established a relationship with Yang Ming, so Zhou Jie wasn't in a hurry. Sooner or later, she would be Yang Ming's woman, and she would also live in Yang Ming's villa. What was there to be anxious about? This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was still given to Xiaoying. After all, Xiaoying and Yang Ming didn't live under the same roof, and it was usually difficult to see each other. If she missed the opportunity of this spring outing, she didn't know when the two of them would meet again. Zhao Ying's heart was also at ease if the relationship between the two of them was confirmed as soon as possible. Therefore, when everyone was thinking about Zhao Ying was so moved that she wanted to cry. This was the kind of big family that she wanted. Everyone cared about each other and cared for each other. She didn't have to worry about being schemed against and envied all day long. If Ming Yan could put aside her own face and narrow-mindedness and integrate into it, how good would that be? Zhaoying also knew that Yang Ming was developing an entertainment business in Island X at the moment. She also knew that Yang Ming's final goal was to live in seclusion on Island X, so everyone's harmony was quite important. Yang Ming, you accompany Zhaoying to go out and walk around. She still has to go to the graduate school to register. No matter what, she has to show up properly in school activities. Otherwise, people will talk about it. Xiaoqing said to Yang Ming, we have prepared some food in the villa. You can come back and eat at night. Let's go out and walk around. Yang Ming also wanted to walk around the scenic resort with Zhaoying. The relationship between Zhaoying and Yang Ming was intermittent. But now, Zhaoying completely opened her heart and prepared to be with Yang Ming without hesitation. This had never happened before. Therefore, Yang Ming was also looking forward to going out with Zhaoying. This was also the first real date between the two people. Yang Ming could see that Zhao Ying's mind was more determined than before, and she was more determined. Previously, Zhaoying was still a little impulsive. After that, she returned to her hesitant temperament. But just now, after Xianxia clearly welcomed Zhaoying to join their big family, Zhaoying became firm and determined. N. Zhaoying nodded shyly. Like a little girl, she lowered her head and held the corner of her clothes tightly. She didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled, took Zhao Ying's hand, and went out of the villa with her. Who? Looking at the backs of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying leaving, Sun Jia breathed a sigh of relief. These two people were really bumpy. They only came together now. Jia, do you have any thoughts? Sun Jia, as the big sister of several girls, naturally had to care about everyone's thoughts. No, I just think that Sister Ying must be very happy now, just like when I was lying in the arms of Yang Ming. Every time I think about it, I feel that I am the happiest person in the world. Zhou Jie said with some emotion, I hope that Sister Ying will be happy. I also hope that Sister Ming Yan can be more tolerant of her. But Jie, our matter, it's better not to tell Chen Ming Yan now. Even if we meet in the future, we need an opportunity, a suitable opportunity. This will be good for both of us. For this kind of thing, it's better late than early. Our previous plan was just to make preparations to prevent unexpected events so that we wouldn't be caught off guard. I know. You can rest assured, Sister Sun Jia. I won't say it. I also know that if I say it now, Sister Meng Yan may not be able to accept it. Zhou Jie sighed. But our thoughts are the same. We all want to be together with Yang Ming. Of course, I understand. That's good. Right, I forgot to remind Yang Ming. He must be careful. Don't bump into Chen Mingyan. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. It's his first date, and he was caught red-handed. Zhao Ying, this girl, shouldn't be scared out of her mind. Sun Jia suddenly thought of this very serious problem. No, Yang Ming is very careful and alert. He won't be so stupid to be seen by Chen Mingyan. Xiaoqing believed in Yang Ming. She had confidence in Yang Ming's skill and alertness. I hope that he won't be blinded by love, or else there will be a family tragedy. Sun Jia nodded and smiled. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying went out of the villa. Yang Ming glanced at the car. Are we driving or taking a walk? Let's take a walk. I also want to take a walk. It's boring to drive. Zhao Ying said, you first accompany me to report to the graduate student and inform the supervisor. Then, we will go to the beach for a walk. How about that? Okay, let's go. Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying's hand. Zhao Ying had been held by Yang Ming before, but at this moment, her mentality was different. This was their first date. Zhao Ying still trembled. Her palms were instantly full of sweat. She was a little nervous. Yang Ming. Do you think we will bump into Chen Mingyan? That would be so embarrassing. Moreover, it is easy to expose Sister Sun Jia and the others. Zhao Ying asked a little worriedly. It's okay. It shouldn't be so coincidental, right? At this time, Mingyan and Jiyun should be doing activities in the place where they live. Mingyan is a student union cadre. She won't just go out and walk around, right? Yang Ming comforted Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying listened to Yang Ming's comfort. She was relieved and nodded. That's good. I was really worried that Chen Mingyan would bump into us. Last time at the temple fair, I was scared. Fortunately, I explained it clearly later. But this time, if I bump into her again, then I can't explain it clearly. Hee hee, how can there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Hand in hand with Yang Ming, they came all the way to the residence of the graduate students. There weren't many people in the resort village at this time. There were only a few scattered waves of tourists, and they were all unfamiliar people. This made Zhao Ying feel a lot more at ease. In front of the residence of the graduate students, Zhao Ying broke away from Yang Ming's hand. We can't do it now. We have to be careful. Even if we aren't seen by Chen Mingyan, it won't be good if others see us. You wait for me here. I will go up and register and come down. That's fine. Then you go. I will wait for you here. Yang Ming also felt that it was inappropriate to accompany Zhao Ying up at this moment. Although graduate students didn't pay much attention to the school's art festival activities, it was hard to guarantee that someone would recognize them. It wouldn't be good if it caused unnecessary trouble. So, after Yang Ming let Zhao Ying go up, he stood next to the bus downstairs and waited for Xiaoying. Xiaoying was very quick. After greeting the tutor, she signed her name, indicating that she was going for a solo activity, and left. However, in a corner, an extremely resentful and fanatical gaze was staring at Xiaoying. This person was Fan Jinja. Humph, you wait. In a while I will tell Chen Mingyan where you and Yang Ming were having an affair. Let's see how you will die. Fan Jinja thought fiercely. His face was full of bruises, but he couldn't explain it to his classmates. He could only say that he accidentally got into a car accident and was bruised. Fortunately, after others heard about it, they didn't ask much. After all, there weren't many people who could distinguish between bruises and injuries. This didn't make Fan Jinja too embarrassed. Xiaoying missed Yang Ming in her heart. Today was her first date with Yang Ming, so Xiaoying didn't want to waste time. Like a little woman who fell in love, she quickly ran downstairs and wanted to be with Yang Ming. When she came downstairs and was about to run to Yang Ming's side, something happened. It was because Yang Ming suddenly saw that not far behind Xiaoying, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were walking quickly toward the graduate student dormitory. Chen Mingyan obviously saw Xiaoying's figure. She even waved at her and shouted Xiaoying's name. However, Xiaoying only had Yang Ming in her heart now. She didn't hear Chen Mingyan calling her at all. She still ran quickly toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't think that such a thrilling situation would happen, but life was full of accidents. The more he didn't want to happen, the more it still happened. Yang Ming wanted to say something to stop Xiaoying from running over, but he couldn't. If he spoke, Chen Mingyan would definitely hear it. At that time, not only would Xiaoying be exposed, but he would also be exposed. Therefore, Yang Ming could clearly remind Xiaoying, but he couldn't. Chen Mingyan called Xiaoying again, but Xiaoying still didn't hear it. She still ran to Yang Ming with a happy face. Yang Ming's mind turned quickly. He couldn't turn around and run away. If he ran away, Xiaoying would definitely call his name. Then, Chen Mingyan would be even worse after she heard it. Yang Ming glanced at the bottom of the bus next to him and finally made up his mind. In order not to cause Xiaoying's abnormal behavior, Yang Ming could only pretend to welcome and wait for Xiaoying to come over. He would let Xiaoying come over first. Sure enough, Xiaoying didn't find anything strange and walked over. But at the moment when Xiaoying came over, Yang Ming suddenly hugged Xiaoying's neck and pulled her to the ground with him. Then, they rolled under the bus together. Xiaoying was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. She didn't know what happened to Yang Ming. Why did he suddenly take her to get under the bus? She just wanted to scream and ask, but she felt that her lips were sealed. Yang Ming realized that Xiaoying wanted to scream. In a hurry, he quickly sealed Xiaoying's mouth with his mouth. Oh. Xiaoying didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. He actually pulled her under the bus to kiss her. Xiaoying widened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of shyness and joy. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun came to the postgraduate student dormitory to study the social activities. Chen Mingyan, as a cadre of the student union, naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. However, at the entrance of the postgraduate student dormitory, Chen Mingyan suddenly saw Xiaoying coming out of the building. She was a little happy. She wanted to call Xiaoying to participate in her activities, but after calling her twice, she found that Xiaoying didn't hear her. She hurriedly ran between the two buses. Sistering didn't hear it? Chen Mingyan had some doubts. Maybe it's because the wind is strong at night, and Sistering has something to do, so she didn't hear it. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Let's go and see. Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun to the space between the two buses, but she didn't see Xiaoying's figure. She couldn't help but wonder, Where's Sistering? I just saw her coming over. Is it? Lin Jiyun's eyes swept across the bottom of the bus next to her and saw Xiaoying's skirt. She hesitated and kicked Xiaoying's skirt under the bus. Then, she said, maybe she went far. Maybe she has something urgent. Xiaoying was scared out of her wits under the bus. When she heard Chen Mingyan's voice, she grabbed Yang Ming's hand with her hand. She no longer cared about Yang Ming kissing her. Yang Ming could feel Xiaoying's nervousness. He gently hugged her body and patted her back twice, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. Suddenly, Zhao Ying's whole body trembled. Because she suddenly felt that someone was kicking her. At this moment, Zhao Ying's heart was about to explode. Could it be that Chen Mingyan found me? However, Yang Ming saw it very clearly. The person who kicked Zhao Ying was Lin Jiyun. It was her shoe that kicked over. Yang Ming smiled slightly. This little girl must have found some clues, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she explained for Zhao Ying. Perhaps Sister Lin should have noticed something, but she was afraid that Chen Mingyan would be angry, so she didn't say anything. Yang Ming patted Zhao Ying twice, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. There would be no problem. It's also possible. Forget it. Let's go to the person in charge of the graduate student department. Let's study the social event. Although Chen Mingyan didn't see Zhao Ying, she didn't delve into it because she had business to do. The voices of the two gradually faded away. Apparently, they had entered the teaching building. Yang Ming was ready to move his mouth away from Zhao Ying's lips, but Zhao Ying seemed to be in love. In this case, there was a different kind of excitement. Zhao Ying hugged Yang Ming tightly, and her breathing was rapid. In fact, it wasn't the first time that they kissed. At the temple fair, they had already had an accidental kiss. This was the second time. Zhao Ying's heart was very nervous and excited. In the previous accidental kiss, there was no special relationship between the two, but now Zhao Ying had opened her heart completely. There was no scruples at all, so she became bold. This made Yang Ming not expect that in this environment and situation, Zhao Ying could still be so bold. After a long time, the two separated. Zhao Ying's face was red. She seemed to be shy about her previous behavior. Sister Ying, let's go quickly. After a while, when Mingyan comes out, we can't run away. Although Yang Ming also liked the feeling of two people lying under the car, if Chen Mingyan came out in a while, it wouldn't be fun. Yeah. Zhao Ying just remembered that there was still Chen Mingyan's matter. She was a little embarrassed. Then, let's go quickly. Sorry, I was a little emotional just now. Hee, it's nothing. I can't wait to be happy. Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying out from under the bus. Right, who was the one who kicked me just now? Have they discovered us? Zhao Ying suddenly remembered that someone had kicked her skirt and asked quickly. It's Lin Jiyun. It's okay. She won't say anything. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's temperament very well. He knew that she wouldn't complain to Chen Mingyan. That's good. I was scared to death. It was really thrilling. Zhao Ying patted her chest. Let's hurry back to the villa. Don't let Chen Mingyan see us again. Originally, the plan of two people taking a walk could only be cancelled at this moment. Zhao Ying was frightened. How would she dare to go for a walk? It wasn't a joke to be discovered by Chen Mingyan. Aren't we going to the beach? Yang Ming felt a little regretful. The first real date between the two people ended so hastily. I'm not going. Let's talk about it again in the future. I'm definitely not going today. Zhao Ying shook her head firmly. That's fine too. Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying was frightened. If they went for a walk again, not only would it not make her happy, but she would also be worried. In that case, it was better not to go for a walk. Yang Ming took Zhao Ying and quickly left the graduate building. When they walked to the seaside villa, Yang Ming's phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a text message from Lin Jiyun. Are you and Sister Ying hiding under the bus? Let's go quickly. Sister Mingyan and I are going downstairs soon. Heh. Yang Ming looked at the text message and smiled slightly. It was Lin Jiyun who kicked you, but she also sent a text message to tell us to leave quickly. Sister Lin's heart is so kind. Zhao Ying was a little moved. It seemed that she was also a tolerant person. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seemed that Zhou Jieji was neutral, and Lin Jiyun was neutral. Wouldn't Chen Mingyan be alone? If she really had a conflict with Sun Jia, then she would be at a great disadvantage. Back in the villa, Sun Jia was preparing dinner with Xiaoqing and Zhou Jieji. Sun Jia called the kitchen to send the ingredients in batches. Some of the fresh ingredients that were not prepared had been sent to purchase. Now the Sea Moon Resort had been completely handed over to Tiandonghua to manage. Sun Jia, the behind-the-scenes big boss, was also a hands-off shopkeeper. "Why are you back so soon?" Seeing Yang Ming and Zhaoying coming into the house, Sun Jia felt a little strange. These two people just went out for less than half an hour. How come they came back? Zhao Ying's face was red. She didn't know how to explain it. This matter was a bit awkward. If she said it out loud, Sun Jia and Xiaoqing would laugh at her. Don't mention it. When we just arrived at the graduate students' accommodation, we met Meng Yan and Sister Lin. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Sister Ying was scared to death. Then, were you discovered by them? Sun Jia was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming and Zhaoying to be so unlucky. They met Chen Meng Yan on their first date. No, fortunately, Yang Ming discovered it in time and pulled me under a bus. Zhaoying patted her chest with lingering fear. But almost. If Lin Jiyun didn't kick my exposed skirt would have been discovered by Chen Meng Yan. That was really a surprising moment. How was it? Was it exciting? Sun Jia was very interested in this. I heard that it is very exciting to have an affair in this situation. Did you do it? Of course, we didn't. How would Zhaoying admit it? She shook her head and denied it directly. In that situation, you would be scared to death. Why would you have an affair? If you didn't have an affair, why are you so excited? Sun Jia smiled and didn't expose Zhaoying. She knew that Zhaoying cared a lot about her reputation and was embarrassed. No. I wasn't excited. Zhaoying quickly waved her hand. I was scared. Ding dong. At this moment, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Ah? Who is it? Zhao was shocked and her hand in a hurry. Yang Ming looked outside the door and saw a young man in his teens holding a big fat fish and pressing the doorbell. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Little Jia, I'm here to deliver the fish. Did you order the fish? And Qing said that she would make fish soup for you, but there was no fresh fish in the resort. I asked Tiandonghua to send a child to catch a fish. Sun Jia said and went to open the door. For Yang Ming's special ability, although Xiaoqing was the only one who knew the specifics, Sun Jia and Zhou Jiejia also knew about it. However, they had a tacit understanding with each other, so it was not surprising that Yang Ming could know in advance that it was a fish delivery. Sun Jia opened the door, and the boy in his teens moved the fish in. He looked a little shy. Sister Sun, where do you think I should put it? It's little Sun. Sun Jia obviously knew the child and called out to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, come and help. Yang Ming originally wanted to take the fish, but when the child saw Yang Ming coming over, he was suddenly a little excited. Peng, he threw the big fat fish in his hand on the floor and stared at Yang Ming. You are Yang Ming, brother Yang? The poor big fat fish had just come out of the water not long ago, so it was not dead yet. It was thrown on the floor and jumped back and forth in pain. However, the child did not care so much and looked at Yang Ming very excitedly. I am, and you are? Yang Ming looked at the child in front of him strangely. I'm Li Yixuan. Brother Yang, you don't know me, but I'm Tian Dongguang's classmate. I heard him talk about you. He really admires you and often tells me about you. He wants to be your disciple, so I'm going to be yours too. Li Yixuan said excitedly. Yang Ming was speechless. He then remembered that Tian Donghua had a younger brother called Tian Dongguang, who was a martial arts fanatic. Don't listen to his nonsense. Who are you going to be his disciple? He's a martial arts fanatic. Don't learn from him. I don't want to learn martial arts. I just admire the things you did. Especially when I heard from Brother Donghua that you saved Sister Sun's family and even caught Brother Donghua's father. That's so awesome. You're like a legendary figure. Li Yixuan continued to chatter. I'm working for Brother Donghua now. He often tells me about your deeds. We're all your fans. Since you're working for Donghua, then do your job well. You'll be successful in the future too. Yang Ming was speechless as he patted Li Yixuan's shoulder. You're not going to school? Why are you helping out here? My family is poor, so I'm not going to school anymore. Dongguang introduced me here to help out, but brother Donghua is pretty nice to me. Li Yixuan was very satisfied with his current situation. Li Yixuan picked up the fish on the floor a little embarrassedly and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the fish and carried it into the kitchen. Li Yixuan had already turned to leave. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was pretty interesting. Yang Ming remembered that Chen Mingyan's deskmate was called something like Sun Lai. He couldn't remember if it was Li Yixuan, but there were too many people with the same name in this world. It wasn't rare for them to have the same name. Sun Jia and Xiaoqing went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhou Jejia and Zhaoying also went to help. Yang Ming, on the other hand, didn't have anything to do, so he went to little Wang's room. Without Yang Ming's orders, little Wang didn't dare to come out of his room. He didn't dare to say anything either. When he heard Yang Ming knock, he quickly opened the door for him. Brother Yang, you're here. He was still holding his phone. Xiao Ran, I'll talk later. Brother Yang's here. With that, he hung up. Clearly, he had been chatting with his girlfriend the whole time. Chatting with your girlfriend? Yang Ming didn't expect little Wang to be chatting, so he didn't want to disturb him. There's nothing to do. I'm just calling. There's nothing important. I'm just talking about some trivial things. Little Wang waved his hand indifferently. Brother Yang, are you looking for me? I don't have anything to do. Yang Ming lowered his voice. You should pay more attention when you are guarding the door at night. See if your sister-in-law Meng Yan is looking for me. If she is looking for me, you should use your phone to text me. Okay, Brother Yang, no problem. Little Wang was slightly stunned and nodded quickly. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. If Chen Mengyan didn't doubt it, it would be better. If she was suspicious and came to the door, it would be a bit bad. Little Wang obviously understood Yang Ming's difficulties, but he said with envy, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much. I am a little envious of you. However, I have little Ran, which is enough. Soon, Sun Jia, Xiaoqing, and Zhou Jejia prepared dinner and called Yang Ming out to eat. Yang Ming brought little Wang out. Little Wang was afraid that he would be a third wheel, so he wouldn't eat at the same table as Yang Ming. No matter how Yang Ming persuaded him, he shook his head and refused. In the end, Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He could only ask Zhou Jejia to separate the dishes on the table for little Wang so that he could go back to the room to eat. Yang Ming, what do you think of today's meal? Can you guess who made each dish? When little Wang returned to the room, Sun Jia came over and asked with a smile. Ugh. Yang Ming looked at the table full of steaming and fragrant delicacies. He couldn't help but drool. He really couldn't guess who made the dishes. Although Yang Ming had X-ray vision that could see through everything in the world, the dishes didn't have names. Yang Ming couldn't determine who made each dish even if he had X-ray vision. I guess, this fish soup was made by Qing Qing, right? Yang Ming shamelessly picked up the spoon and tasted the fish soup on the table. And, it was indeed made by Qing Qing. Sun Jia nodded and said after taking a deep breath, but it doesn't count. Because I have told you before that Qing Qing wanted to make fish soup for you. How can this be counted as you guessed it? Guess again. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to be seen through by Sun Jia. He tasted the eggplant with garlic sauce on the table again. Although Yang Ming lowered his head and didn't look at the expressions of the women, he secretly paid attention to the expressions of the women with his special ability. When Yang Ming ate the eggplant with garlic sauce, Yang Ming noticed that Zhou Jejia's expression changed slightly. She was a little expectant and a little nervous. Yang Ming smiled slightly. It seems that this dish was undoubtedly made by Zhou Jejia. So, Yang Ming looked up and said with a smile, this eggplant with garlic sauce is really delicious, but who made it? Let me guess. Then you guess. See if you can guess it. Sun Jia didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess it, so she asked with a smile. I guess you definitely didn't do it. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia and said. What kind of guess is this? Sun Jia said with some disdain, if you have the ability, guess who made it. Don't use the method of elimination. I'm not afraid to tell you that I really didn't make it. Hee, well, then I will say it. Don't be too shocked. I guess, this was made by Zhou Jejia. Yang Ming said with certainty with a smile. Eh? The women looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Even Xianxia couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard Yang Ming's words. How did you guess? Of course, I ate it. Everyone added love in it. I tasted it. Yang Ming said seriously. You are just a blind cat. If you have the ability, guess something else. Xianxia didn't believe in Yang Ming's so-called love theory. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and lowered his head. He looked at the spicy shredded tofu and put it in the innermost part. He pretended to taste it very carefully. Zhaoying was slightly nervous. This spicy shredded tofu was made by her. Yang Ming praised Zhou Jejia before. She was afraid that Yang Ming would say that the dish she made wasn't delicious. That would be too embarrassing. Just when Zhaoying was very nervous, Yang Ming looked up and shook his head. This spicy shredded tofu is also very delicious. It's fragrant and spicy. Not bad, not bad. I will eat another bite. Zhaoying was overjoyed when she heard it, but everyone agreed before that she couldn't show it. So, she quickly kept a straight face and didn't let Yang Ming see any clues. Don't always say something that isn't reliable. Quickly guess who made this. It's not too late to eat it after you guess it right. Xianxia said with a hum. Then let's guess first. Yang Ming nodded. I guess, this was made by Zhaoying, right? Ah? Zhaoying was surprised and covered her mouth. She looked at Yang Ming in amazement. How did he guess it? Hee, it seems that I guessed right. Yang Ming said with a smile, how is it? I'm quite good, right? Not counted. Again. Xianxia frowned. You just have to guess one more time, then you pass. Xianxia was also puzzled. How did Yang Ming know? She had been observing Yang Ming's actions and the actions of the girls. When Yang Ming tasted the dishes made by Zhou Jejia and Zhaoying, their faces were full of anticipation. But when Yang Ming raised his head, they restrained themselves. Yang Ming shouldn't be able to see it. Could it be that this kid really has some special ability? As Xianxia thought of this, she felt that it was possible. Yang Ming didn't see Li Yixuan deliver the fish, but he guessed that Li Yixuan would deliver the fish. Then, he must have some unknown means. It seemed that when Yang Ming lowered his head, he couldn't show any emotions. Otherwise, Yang Ming might notice it. But Xianxia couldn't say anything to remind him. Let's do it again. Yang Ming lowered his head and reached for a sweet potato ball with his chopsticks. He picked one up and put it in his mouth. Xianxia was overjoyed, but she still had no expression on her face. Because the sweet potato ball that Yang Ming was eating was made by her. As long as she didn't show any emotions, Zhaoying, Xiaoqing, and Zhou Jejia wouldn't have any special expressions. Yang Ming ate the sweet potato ball while secretly observing everyone's expressions. Eh? Why isn't anyone looking forward to it? Could it be that the sweet potato ball wasn't made by them, but was bought from the restaurant? That was impossible. Yang Ming frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that Xianxia might have noticed his trick, and this little vixen deliberately put on a straight face and pretended that it had nothing to do with her in order to not let him notice any clues. If that was the case, then this sweet potato ball was made by her? Yang Ming nodded secretly. It seemed that his guess was very likely. Yang Ming smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. This sweet potato ball is no different from the ones in the big restaurants. I think it was made by little Jia, right? Huh? Xianxia was really speechless. How could he guess it like that? Yang Ming guessed it right. This sweet potato ball was really her masterpiece, but how did Yang Ming know? How did you know? Xianxia widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Hee, of course, it was a guess. Yang Ming shrugged. Intuition? Xianxia frowned. She didn't seem to believe Yang Ming's words, but it was no wonder. If Yang Ming guessed one or two dishes, it was possible. Even a blind cat could encounter a dead mouse, but he guessed 4 dishes in a row, which made Xianxia suspicious. Even if Yang Ming guessed 1 or 2, there was no reason to guess 3 or 4, right? I don't believe it. Xianxia shook her head firmly. You wait a minute. Go away first. I have something to say to the sisters. Really, why are you talking so much when you are eating? Yang Ming shrugged. Let you guess. It's us who like you. If it were other men, they would be too lazy to play this kind of game with him. Xianxia snorted. Okay. Then you say it. Yang Ming said helplessly, then it's a deal. Guess the last dish. Otherwise, I can only look but can't eat. I might as well go back to sleep. Alright, then the last one. Can't we agree on it? Xianxia nodded. That's fine. Yang Ming turned and walked away. He went to a place far away from the restaurant and sat down, waiting for the girls to discuss before going back. Sisters, did you find anything suspicious? Xianxia had become the big sister of everyone. Yang Ming is a human, not a god. How can he repeatedly guess who made these dishes? If I remember correctly, Yang Ming should be in little Wang's room when we were busy cooking, right? Yeah, I also think it's a bit strange. Zhou Jiejia nodded and agreed. If it was just Sister Xiaoqing's fish soup, it is possible for him to guess correctly because Sister Qing said before that she would make fish soup. But the others? So, I think there is a problem. Xianxia nodded. You may not have noticed it, but I noticed it. When Yang Ming tasted the dish, who made the dish, your faces showed a look of anticipation and nervousness. I guess this was seen by Yang Ming, so he guessed it so accurately. Sister Xianxia, what you said is possible. Zhaoying nodded. Maybe he noticed. Did you also show a nervous and expectant look? Xiaoqing asked with some doubts. I didn't. Xianxia shook her head. However, I think it is because I didn't, so Yang Ming will doubt me and guess that this sweet potato ball was made by me. Oh? Xiaoqing was slightly stunned, and then she guessed something, so she said, You mean, Yang Ming thinks that you are deliberately pretending to be indifferent because Zhaoying, Jiejia, and I didn't show anything, but you are the most suspicious? Yes, that's it. Xianxia nodded. I also guessed so. So, I am going to test it again. In a while, I will let Yang Ming taste another dish, and we have to pretend to be indifferent. Don't be nervous, and don't expect it. Let's see what he says this time. Okay, then it's decided. The girls nodded in agreement because they were also wondering how Yang Ming guessed it. Yang Ming, you can come over. Xianxia shouted to Yang Ming. Oh, I'm coming. Yang Ming stretched on the sofa, then stood up lazily and walked to the restaurant. Although Yang Ming was far away from the conversation between Xianxia and the girls, he saw it clearly. Yang Ming laughed in his heart. Xianxia, haven't you heard of a saying? Even the cunning fox can't escape the hunter's eyes. Yang Ming, you come and taste another dish. If you guess correctly, we will let you eat. Xianxia said with a smile. It's just eating. That's not interesting. Yang Ming shook his head. I don't want to eat anymore because of you. I'm not hungry anymore. If you agree to some other conditions, I can consider making another guess. This? Yang Ming. Xianxia put her boobs on Yang Ming's body. Good person, just guess again. At most, I will do whatever you want. We will do whatever you want. Yang Ming knew that Xianxia's method of seducing people was first class, but he still couldn't resist the temptation. That's what you said. You can do whatever I want? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qing. Xianxia gave Xiaoqing a look. Although Xiaoqing didn't want to accompany Xianxia, she didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess who made the other dishes without warning, so she could only nod with a smile. Xiaojia's meaning is my meaning. All right then. Yang Ming nodded. Let's guess again. As Yang Ming said, he picked up the chopsticks and put it on a fried tofu. This was a very ordinary home-cooked dish, but it wasn't very easy to cook. If the tofu was fried too long, it would be burnt. If the time was too short, there would be too much water, and it wouldn't be delicious. The sauce behind the fried tofu was also a problem. First, it was the taste of the soup. Secondly, it couldn't be cooked too long. If it was too long, the tofu would be soft. If it was too short, it wouldn't be tasty. So Yang Ming picked such a dish that was more difficult to cook and put it into his mouth. After listening to Xianxia's words this time, the women all showed an indifferent expression. They didn't look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming had already seen through the tricks of the women, so he didn't care. He already had a countermeasure in his heart. Suddenly, Yang Ming frowned, and his face suddenly became ugly. He picked up the drink on the table and took a sip. This tofu, how is this tofu? Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming and was a little overwhelmed. This fried tofu was made by herself, but she tasted it deliberately after making it. It was quite delicious. Why did Yang Ming have such an expression after eating it? It seems that it is too salty? Could it be that the salt didn't melt? When Sun Jia saw Zhou Jiejie's expression, she knew that it wasn't good. She finally understood Yang Ming's trick. Never mind Zhou Jiejie, even she was almost fooled. This pan-fried tofu was cooked by Zhou Jiejie. If Yang Ming felt that it wasn't delicious, her expression would definitely change. When the expression changed, Yang Ming would definitely guess that this pan-fried tofu was actually made by Zhou Jiejie. Now, there was no need to guess. Yang Ming probably already knew. Ai. Sun Jia sighed. Zhou Jiejie was still inexperienced in society. She was fooled by Yang Ming. But thinking about it carefully, Zhou Jiejie couldn't be blamed. Yang Ming was too cunning. This tofu. Why is this tofu so delicious? Yang Ming finished his drink and gasped. The women were speechless. Why do you have such an expression when it's delicious? Why do you look like you ate too much salt? Zhou Jiejie also looked at Yang Ming with a bitter smile. She was scared to death just now. Jiejie, your tofu is too delicious. I want to eat it next time. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Jiejie and said with a smile. Zhou Jiejie's face turned red. Yang Ming's words were too ambiguous. What did he mean by your tofu? How could this not make people's imagination run wild? Well, Yang Ming, you eat quickly. Consider that we lost to you. In a while, you can do whatever you want. However, you have to get Ying's consent. Because we unanimously decided that you are Ying's tonight. Sun Jia said. Yang Ming was speechless. Why am I like a commodity that can be sent back and forth? Tonight is Ying's? Sometimes, Yang Ming found that having more women wasn't a good thing. Having more delicious food wasn't a good thing either. The two great joys of life, beautiful women and delicious food, were now in front of him. Yang Ming wanted to cry but had no tears. Every beauty kept putting their own best dishes into Yang Ming's bowl. After eating this, Yang Ming couldn't not eat that. However, everyone kept putting food into his bowl. In the end, Yang Ming really couldn't eat anymore. His eyes rolled up and he kept waving his hand. No, I don't want to eat anymore. If I eat more, I will explode. Haha. When the women saw Yang Ming's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. As the women said, tonight, Yang Ming belonged to Xiaoying. Xiaoying also belonged to Yang Ming. Xiaoying, who had no scruples in her heart, at this moment, she was still sitting on the bed in the room. She didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. She opened her heart, but it didn't mean that she wasn't shy. After all, the love between her and Yang Ming was very bumpy. If you really wanted to calculate, in fact, there was no love process. There was no true love between the wild female teacher on the internet and the world. It couldn't be considered a love relationship at all. The previous tutoring nights, that moonlit night, could only be regarded as the budding of love. It ended before it started. Therefore, Zhao Ying's heart was pounding. I'm living with him like this. Isn't it progressing too fast? However, thinking that Yang Ming was about to go to Yunnan to perform the dangerous mission, Zhao Ying was determined again. If she couldn't make up her mind now, then she didn't know how long it would take for Yang Ming to come back. So, Zhao Ying gritted her teeth, stood up, and whispered to Yang Ming, I am going to take a shower. Hee, don't be in such a hurry. let's talk first. Yang Ming guessed Zhao Ying's mind, but since the two people had accepted each other, the procedure wasn't so important. As long as the two people's hearts were tightly connected, it was fine. Zhao Ying nodded and sat down again. Yang Ming, why don't you tell me about you, Sister Sun Jia, Sister Xiaoqing, and Sister Jejia? Tell me about how you guys got together? I'm a little curious. Previously, Zhao Ying also asked Sun Jia, but Sun Jia naturally wouldn't say it in detail. She just said it in a very general manner. Zhao Ying still wanted to hear the process, but Sun Jia didn't say it. Therefore, Zhao Ying was very curious and wanted to know the details. Then let's start with Sun Jia. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, the process of me and Sun Jia being together was very magical. When I first met little Jia, it was at my cousin, Yang Li's house. Little Jia was her friend. At that time I was still a young boy who had just graduated from high school. I was still a little shy. So, Sun Jia teased me. Yang Ming talked about how Sun Jia teased him and how she made fun of him. He said that he went to the hotel to pretend to be Sun Jia's boyfriend, but they had an intimate relationship due to a strange combination of circumstances. It wasn't until later that he and Sun Jia maintained a relationship that went beyond friendship. It wasn't until he helped her family solve a big problem that Sun Jia completely opened her heart. It turns out that you and Sister Sun Jia have such a bumpy relationship. Zhao Ying was very surprised. It seems that I'm not the only one who has a story with Yang Ming. What about Sister Xiaoqing? Zhao Ying listened to Sun Jia's story and wanted to hear Xiaoqing's story. If you want to talk about me and Qing, it's actually a strange combination of circumstances. It started from the auction after I recognized Lu Weishan as my godfather. Yang Ming told Zhao Ying about going to the auction and the story between him and Xiaoqing. I have heard some of Jejia's story. She took a bullet for you. As Zhao Ying said this, she suddenly sighed. I thought that the relationship between me and you was already very bumpy. It seems that Zhou Jejia is even more bumpy. But now it's good. We are all together. It will be better in the future. Yang Ming comforted Zhao Ying. I hope so. Zhao Ying nodded. I only know that Zhou Jejia took a bullet for you, but I'm not very clear about the things before that. Can you tell me? Of course. Yang Ming nodded. Zhou Jejia and I were junior high school classmates. However, this also started from my other girlfriend, who was also my first love, the big star Xianxia. What? The big star Xianxia? Zhao Ying was stunned. You mean, your first love was Xianxia? You don't know? After Yang Ming asked, he suddenly remembered that he didn't tell Zhao Ying about this. Xia's real name is Suya. She was my first love. Yang Ming, are you serious? The big star was your first love? Zhao Ying was surprised and opened her mouth wide. When you were in school, didn't you often ask me why my grades in junior high school were good, but my grades in senior high school were bad? Yang Ming smiled and said, among them, it involved such a story like a love triangle. Yang Ming wanted to tell Zhao Ying about the grievances between him, Zhou Jejia, and Xianxia, but the phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming took it out and glanced at the caller ID. It was actually Lin Jiyun. After Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun finished discussing tomorrow's social event with the professors and representatives in the graduate students' dormitory building, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Many graduate students had already returned to their rooms to have fun. There were basically not many people in the lobby on the first floor. Some of them sat together and chatted in twos and threes. As for Fan Jinja, he sat in a corner. He was waiting for Chen Mengyan to appear. It was just past 10 o'clock. Yang Ming, that brat, should be preparing to go to bed. At that time I will bring Chen Mengyan to catch the adulterers. Let's see how Yang Ming dies. Fan Jinja had been paying attention to the elevator exit. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Fan Jinja subconsciously raised his head and looked at the elevator entrance. He had looked at the elevator entrance many times this evening. Every time the elevator door opened, he would look up. But every time, he was disappointed because Chen Mengyan had not come downstairs yet. What is this woman doing up there? Could it be that she is playing with some handsome guy? Fan Jinja speculated maliciously. If I can play with Chen Mengyan, I can also relieve the hatred in my heart. However, Yang Ming will probably kill me afterward. Forget it after thinking about it. I will just create some trouble for him first. Eh? Fan Jinja's eyes lit up because he saw Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun walking out of the elevator hand in hand. Fan Jinja quickly stood up and walked over to Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun thought that Fan Jinja was going to get into the elevator, so they did not care. However, Fan Jinja stopped in front of him. You, what are you doing? Chen Mengyan was stunned. She did not expect this person to suddenly stop her, so she frowned and asked in confusion. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fan Jinja. I am a graduate student in the economics department. Fan Jinja introduced himself politely. What's the matter? Chen Mengyan looked at the polite Fan Jinja with some disgust. This guy's face is full of injuries, as if he had just been beaten up. Yet, he still pretends to be a gentleman in front of me. Is he a suitor? Of course there is something. Fan Jinja nodded and said, Can I have a word with you? If you have anything to say it here. I don't have much time. I have to go back. Chen Mengyan felt that this person was probably an annoying suitor. Why couldn't he say something here? Why did he have to go somewhere else? As the saying goes, don't air your dirty linen in public. If Miss Chen Mengyan wants me to say it here, then I can only say it here. Don't blame me if you make a fool of yourself. Fan Jinja said lightly. At this moment, although there weren't many people in the hall, there were still some. Since Fan Jinja stopped Chen Mengyan, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. They wanted to see what Fan Jinja wanted to do. Chen Mengyan was a little annoyed. What do you mean by don't air your dirty linen in public? Although she didn't want to bother with him, she was afraid that he would say something disgusting. She could only say, then you can talk with me outside. That's right. Fan Jinja nodded and followed Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun to the outside of the dormitory building. Now, do you have anything to say? Asked Chen Mengyan. Of course, this is a very important matter to you. Fan Jinja said seriously, do you know Yang Ming? What do you want to say? Chen Mengyan was a little impatient, of course I know him. Basically, all the students in the school know that he is my boyfriend. Is there a problem? Hee, since you said that he is your boyfriend, why did I see him with another woman? Said Fan Jinja with a slight smile. Another woman? What do you want to say? Chen Mengyan's face sank slightly. In addition to herself, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia, Yang Ming naturally had other women. The celebrity Xianxia was also his woman. However, these were all secrets that could not be disclosed to the public. Therefore, Chen Mengyan subconsciously thought that Fan Jinja had discovered something and wanted to blackmail her. I don't want to say anything. Do you know Xiaoying? Fan Jinja shrugged and asked suddenly. Sistering? So what if I know her? Chen Mengyan was slightly stunned. Is the person Fan Jinja is talking about Xiaoying? Hee, I saw Yang Ming with Xiaoying. Fan Jinja nodded seriously, how is it? You didn't expect it, right? What's wrong with that? Yang Ming and I have a good relationship with Sister Ying. So what if you saw them together? Chen Mengyan shook her head and said indifferently. Hee, is that so? But I saw them going to a hotel. Fan Jinja said, do you know where Yang Ming is now? Where? Don't talk nonsense. Chen Mengyan naturally would not believe Fan Jinja's words directly. Who knows what this guy is doing here? In this resort. Fan Jinja said confidently, Xiaoying and Yang Ming are in this resort. How is it? Don't you know? Your boyfriend did not accompany you, but secretly came here with another woman to get a hotel. What evidence do you have? Why should I believe you? At this moment, it was impossible for Chen Mengyan not to have any doubts. After all, Fan Jinja was telling the truth, and Xiaoying was indeed in this resort. Previously, Chen Mengyan had some doubts about why Xiaoying was in such a hurry today. After disappearing just now, she never appeared again and never contacted her. Could it be that she was really with Yang Ming? What evidence do you have? Hee, if you follow me to catch them in the act, won't you have evidence? Fan Jinja was not afraid that Chen Mingyan would not believe him at all, because there was no need for evidence to catch them in the act. What you see with your own eyes is the evidence. Why should I follow you? Chen Mingyan was not a person who believed others so easily. This Fan Jinja was very suspicious. Sister Mingyan, let's go. Ignore him. This person is very mysterious. Don't listen to him. Lin Jiyun was anxious. She had already determined that Zhaoying came with Yang Ming. Now that she heard Fan Jinja's words, she naturally believed him. But this matter could not be known to Chen Mingyan. If you don't have evidence, we will leave. Don't block the way. Although Chen Mingyan was suspicious, she also felt that what Lin Jiyun said made sense. How could she simply suspect Yang Ming because of a stranger's words? Yang Ming's license plate number is Song BK9999. It is an Audi A8L. I followed him all the way here. Fan Jinja was anxious when he saw that Chen Mingyan was about to leave. Do you know this license plate number? Do you know the car? I'm sorry, I really don't know. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Song BK9999? Isn't this the car that I saw Zhaoying get into at the school gate? Is this really Yang Ming's car? However, Chen Mingyan had never seen Yang Ming drive this car. Yang Ming's usual car was a BMW X5 with a Song B88 license plate. So, even if she had some doubts, Chen Mingyan still chose to believe in Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't like her to always doubt him, and he didn't like her being narrow-minded. So, Chen Mingyan had to try her best not to be impulsive. You don't even know this car? How about this? You call someone and check the owner of this car. I can guarantee that it is definitely Yang Ming's car. Don't go yet. Fan Jinja saw that Chen Mingyan was about to leave, so he said quickly. First of all, why should I call someone to check? Am I going to doubt my boyfriend just because of a stranger's words? Chen Mingyan said. Secondly, why are you so kind to tell me all this? What is your purpose? Are you just a kind passerby? Why don't I believe you? Okay. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell the truth. Fan Jinja really had no choice but to tell the truth. I like Zhaoying. I'm Zhaoying's suitor. But I saw that Zhaoying was with Yang Ming, and they even went to a hotel. I wanted to break them up, so I told you to catch them in the act. Is that okay? Is that so? Chen Mingyan looked at Fan Jinja. Yes. That's it. Look at my injuries. Look at my face. It's all because of Yang Ming that I became like this. Along the way, I was behind Yang Ming's car. Zhaoying was in his car. Fan Jinja said, believe me, I am telling the truth. When Chen Mingyan saw that Fan Jinja was so confident, she was at a loss for a while. Is he telling the truth? Why don't you check the license plate number? If I didn't have any enmity with Yang Ming, why would I complain to you? Do I have nothing to do? Fan Jinja was a little anxious. Then I'll call and ask. Chen Mingyan took out her mobile phone and hesitated. She didn't dial her father's phone number. If she let her father investigate a license plate number, it should be easy to get the result. However, if her father asked, Chen Mingyan couldn't explain, so she called Bao Sanli. Soon, Bao Sanli picked up the phone. Sister-in-law. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, so Bao Sanli naturally didn't dare to neglect. Brother Bao, I have something to ask you. Do you know where this Audi A8L, Song BK9999, belongs to? Asked Chen Mingyan. This? Bao Sanli hesitated. He didn't know why Chen Mingyan suddenly asked about this car. Intuitively, Bao Sanli felt that it shouldn't be a good thing. However, he couldn't lie to Chen Mingyan because if he lied about this kind of thing, he would be easily exposed. Even if he didn't tell Chen Mingyan, she would have other channels to know the owner of the car, so it was better to tell the truth. If he left a bad impression on Chen Mingyan, it would not be worth it. So, he said carefully, Sister-in-law, this car belongs to our Mingyang group. It is Brother Yang's car. After listening to Bao Sanli's words, Chen Mingyan's head suddenly buzzed. A feeling of dizziness suddenly appeared. It's really Yang Ming's car. This Fan Jinja didn't lie to me. And I saw Xiaoying get into this car with my own eyes today. Could it be that she and Yang Ming? Yang Ming accompanied Xiaoying to the resort? I actually didn't know? Chen Mingyan almost fainted. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly supported Chen Mingyan. Sister Mingyan, don't listen to his nonsense. It's impossible. Even if it's Yang Ming's car, there must be other people. It can't only be Sister Ying's car. Sister Lin. You don't have to persuade me. I guess what he saw is true. Chen Mingyan sighed. She looked a little sad. She had already controlled her emotions and tried not to lose her composure. However, whether it is true or not, we will know when we go and see it together. Exactly. Just follow me and see. Fan Jinja nodded. Let's go. I will lead the way for you. It's so late. How can we rest assured? If you bring us 2 girls? Lin Jiyun hesitated and tried her best to stop Chen Mingyan. Sister Mingyan, why don't we take a look tomorrow? They are in this resort. There are security guards patrolling everywhere. It's impossible for me to do anything else. You can call for help at any time. Look, there's another security patrol car passing by. Fan Jinja pointed at the security patrol car not far away and said. Sister Lin, he is right. There are security guards patrolling everywhere. There is no danger. Chen Mingyan said, let me see your student ID first. Okay. Fan Jinja nodded and took out his wallet. He took out his student ID and ID card and handed them to Chen Mingyan. Take a look. It's authentic. Chen Mingyan looked at Fan Jinja's student ID and ID card. They were not fake, so she nodded. Then, let's go. Okay. I'll lead the way. Fan Jinja was overjoyed and walked quickly in front. You just need to follow me. Lin Jiyun saw that there was no room for redemption. In desperation, she dialed Yang Ming's number with the phone in her pocket. The first speed dial set by Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's number, so it was easy to operate blindly. After the call was dialed, Lin Jiyun deliberately said loudly, Sister Mingyan, I don't think Yang Ming is that kind of person. He can't be with Sister Ying. Either there is a misunderstanding, or he saw wrongly. Whether he saw wrongly or not, won't we know in a while? Chen Mingyan didn't mean to excuse Yang Ming, nor did she mean to blame him. She just said faintly. I don't think so. Said Lin Jiyun. You 2 walk faster. It's quite far. Fan Jinja waved to the 2 of them. Why don't I stop a security guard's scooter and let him take us there? There was still a long distance to the independent villa by the sea. It would take more than 20 minutes to walk. It was better to stop a scooter and go together. Okay, then you go and stop it. Chen Mingyan nodded in agreement when she heard Fan Jinja's suggestion. This is a good suggestion. It will be safer with a security guard by the side. Although Fan Jinja's identity was confirmed and she knew that he was not a liar, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Yang Ming looked at the caller ID on the phone and was slightly stunned. Why is Lin Jiyun calling me at this time? Who is it? Xiaoying was also shocked. She looked at Yang Ming nervously. She was so scared today that she had a heart attack. Knowing that Chen Mingyan was in this resort, Xiaoying couldn't let go. She always felt uneasy in her heart. It's Lin Jiyun, Yang Ming didn't hide it from Xiaoying, I'll pick it up. It may be about Mingyan. Xiaoying nodded nervously. Hello? Yang Ming picked up the phone, but there was no sound on the other end of the phone. There was only some noisy wind. Hello? Yang Ming said hello again. Suddenly, he heard Lin Jiyun's voice on the phone. Sister Mingyan, I don't think Yang Ming is that kind of person. He can't be with Sister Ying. Either there is a misunderstanding, or he saw wrongly. Next, it was Chen Mingyan's voice. Whether he saw wrongly or not, won't we know in a while? I don't think so. Lin Jiyun's voice said. You 2 walk faster. It's quite far. Why don't I stop a security guard scooter and let him take us there? This time, it was a man's voice. However, when Yang Ming listened carefully, he could be sure that this person was Fan Jinjia. Fan Jinjia actually found Chen Mengyan. Yang Ming was shocked. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Fan Jinjia would actually go to Chen Mengyan to snitch. Okay, then you go and stop him. After that, it was Chen Mengyan's voice. Yang Ming was shocked when he heard that. It seemed that Chen Mengyan was really coming to kill them. Lin Jian's voice was very loud. She was afraid that Yang Ming couldn't hear it, so Zhaoying, who was next to her, also heard it clearly. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She grabbed Yang Ming's arm tightly and was somewhat at a loss. Don't be afraid. Yang Ming hung up the phone and calmly comforted Zhaoying. Well, you go to Sun Jie's room now. Don't open the door no matter who comes. Just pretend that you're not here. I'll take care of this. NN. Zhaoying nodded desperately. Then I'll go over now. Yang Ming, you have to be careful. Don't worry about me. It won't be a problem. Yang Ming gave Zhaoying a comforting smile. Although Zhaoying also wanted to say a few more words to Yang Ming, time was tight. There was no time at all. Zhaoying quickly ran out of the room and knocked on the door of Sun Jie's room next door. Ying, why are you here? Sun Jie opened the door and looked at Zhaoying strangely. Seeing her anxious face, she was even more baffled. What's wrong with you? Sister Sun Jie, something happened. Chen Mengyan came here. What should we do? It's that Fan Jinjia. Fan Jinjia snitched. Zhaoying said to Sun Jie nervously. Fan Jinjia, that bastard? Sun Jie was a little annoyed when she heard it. Why is this guy so annoying? Ying, come in first. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I promise that nothing will happen. N. Zhaoying saw that Sun Jie was still calm and not nervous at all except for scolding Fan Jinjia. She was relieved. After pulling Zhaoying into the room, Sun Jie said to Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie, who were a little surprised, Sisters, Chen Mengyan is here. We have to unite. If you don't want to have any problems, just listen to my command, okay? Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie were shocked when they heard it. But since Sun Jie had a way, they naturally nodded to show that they were willing to listen to Sun Jie. Xiaoqing didn't have as many ideas as Sun Jie. So, although she was older, she wasn't as smart as Sun Jie. Ying, you should rest and calm down first. Now there's nothing for you to do. Sun Jie said to Zhaoying. Okay. Zhaoying was relieved when she heard that there was nothing for her to do and sat aside. Jiejie, now Sister Ying's safety depends on you. You will be obedient, right? Sun Jie glanced at Zhou Jiejie and asked. Okay. Zhou Jiejie didn't want anything to happen to Zhaoying, so she nodded quickly. That's fine. You go to the bathroom now and take a quick shower. Sun Jie instructed. Sister Sun Jie. I'm on my period. How do I take a shower? Zhou Jiejie was stunned. She didn't understand why Sun Jie asked her to take a shower. You don't have to really take a shower. You just have to simply wet your hair. Sun Jie was a little dumbfounded. Do you know how to pretend? Okay. Although Zhou Jiejie didn't understand what Sun Jie meant, she quickly ran into the bathroom and wet her hair. Dang dang dang. There was a knocking sound on the door of Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming was shocked. Is Chen Mengyan here? Why is she so fast? It's only been less than 5 minutes since Lin Jiyun called. Even if they came here on an electric scooter, it wouldn't be so fast, right? However, Yang Ming still walked over and opened the door, but the person at the door made Yang Ming stunned. Jiejie, why are you here? Yang Ming was stunned not only because Zhou Jiejie would appear at the door of his room, but the key problem was that Zhou Jiejie's hair was wet, and she was still wrapped in a bath towel. She seemed to have just taken a shower. Sister Sun Jie asked me to come. Zhou Jiejie whispered with a blush. Sun Jie asked you to come. After Yang Ming was stunned, he was suddenly overjoyed. He immediately guessed Sun Jie's intention. This Sun Jie is really too smart. She can even come up with this kind of idea. Yang Ming could only admire her. If Zhaoying was caught by Chen Mengyan in her room, it would be a big problem. However, if it was Zhou Jiejie in her own room, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. Come in. Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised as he pulled Zhou Jiejie into the room and then closed the door. Yang Ming. I think it's not very good to lie to Sister Ming Yan like this. After Zhou Jiejie came in, she couldn't help but sigh. But, if we don't do this, Sister Ying will be in trouble. Well, Jiejie, don't worry about it. There will always be a solution in the future. Let's talk about it after we get through this. Yang Ming comforted her. N. Zhou Jiejie nodded with a red face. Then, I will go to the bathroom first. Go to the bathroom? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This is Sister Sun Jie's plan. You quickly take off your coat. Zhou Jiejie didn't have time to explain. Suddenly, there was a noise from below the villa. Zhou Jiejie couldn't continue to explain. She quickly turned and ran to the bathroom, then closed the bathroom door. Yang Ming knew that Fan Jinjia came with Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. They should be downstairs in the villa. Didi. The phone's text message notification sounded. Yang Ming knew that it should be a reminder from Little Wang. However, Little Wang was very smart. Although he hated Fan Jinjia, he couldn't teach Fan Jinjia a lesson in front of Chen Mengyan. In this case, the best way was to not speak and pretend that he didn't know anything. He didn't know how Yang Ming would deal with it, so he didn't dare to speak casually. He still understood that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. Is Yang Ming here? Chen Mengyan looked at Little Wang and asked. You are Mingyan's sister-in-law, right? Are you looking for Brother Yang? Little Wang smiled and asked. Which room is he in? Tell me quickly. Chen Mengyan didn't know what Little Wang did, but since he asked, she wouldn't be polite. He is upstairs. I don't know which room he is in. Although Chen Mengyan had never seen Little Wang knew Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. Seeing them go upstairs, Little Wang only sent a text message to Yang Ming to remind him, then he planned to delay the time. However, Chen Mengyan obviously didn't want to waste time with him. After a snort, she quickly went upstairs. Fan Jinjia seemed to have seen through Little Wang's thoughts. He glanced at him mockingly and followed Chen Mengyan and Little Wang upstairs. He wanted to see Yang Ming's miserable appearance and see how Yang Ming was taught a lesson by Chen Mengyan. Little Wang didn't say anything and silently followed them upstairs. Chen Mengyan didn't say much. She directly took out her phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming's ringtone suddenly came from a room on the second floor. Chen Mengyan's face darkened. Yang Ming is really here. For a moment, Chen Mengyan's heart was extremely sour. Yang Ming actually accompanied Zhao Ying to participate in the spring outing. Did he not know that she was also participating in the spring outing? Wasn't his guts a little too big? I'll open the door. Fan Jinjia was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming's ringtone. He was worried that Yang Ming wouldn't turn on his phone, and Chen Mengyan wouldn't be able to find Yang Ming for a while. And if Yang Ming heard the commotion and jumped out of the window to escape, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence and would deny it. Then, Chen Mengyan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, since Yang Ming's cell phone rang, it was easy to handle. He couldn't wait for Chen Mengyan to knock on the door. He didn't want to give Yang Ming a chance. What if he gave Yang Ming a chance and Yang Ming was prepared? Bang! Without waiting for Chen Mengyan to answer, Fan Jinjia kicked the door panel of the room. Fan Jinjia used all his strength, and the villa's door panel was completely made of wood. Since it was inside the villa, there was no need for high-end anti-theft measures, so the door panel was kicked down by Fan Jinjia at once. Yang Ming, come out. Look who's here. Fan Jinjia shouted and pointed inside the room. Yang Ming was a little speechless about a clown like Fan Jinjia. He could actually fool Chen Mengyan. Moreover, he seemed to know that Chen Mengyan would deal with him, so he wasn't afraid of provoking him at this moment. Yang Ming, why are you here? There was no anger in Chen Mengyan's voice, but it could be seen from her face that she was very angry at the moment. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed because he and Zhou Jiejie had teamed up to deceive Chen Mengyan. However, Chen Mengyan misunderstood and thought that Yang Ming was guilty. I'm here for a spring outing. What are you doing here? Chen Mengyan's heart was in pain now. Yang Ming was really here. Although Zhao Ying was not in the room, Yang Ming was shirtless at the moment, wearing only a pair of shorts. Chen Mingyan didn't believe that he was in the room by himself. Would Yang Ming have nothing better to do? Why would he drive to this resort just to sleep for a night? Yang Ming was a little ashamed of Chen Mingyan, but he could only brace himself and hold on. It was because he couldn't hurt any woman. Zhao Ying's love for him was not earlier than Chen Mingyan's. From the perspective of time, Zhao Ying and he should be the first to start. However, because of Zhao Ying's special identity at that time, the two of them didn't continue to develop. Mingyan, I'm sorry. Yang Ming lowered his head and pretended to do something wrong. In fact, he was really a little guilty. Sure enough. Yang Ming, you really disappoint me. Chen Mingyan couldn't say the words to break up with Yang Ming. She couldn't break up with Yang Ming either. Now, there was only disappointment left in her heart. Lin Jian looked at Yang Ming anxiously. Didn't I already remind him? How can he still admit it? Moreover, Zhao Ying doesn't seem to be in this room. What else can Yang Ming admit? Mingyan, in fact, I didn't deliberately not tell you. It's just that this matter happened suddenly, and I'm also a little embarrassed. Yang Ming scratched his head. Embarrassed? What are you embarrassed about? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming coldly. Where is she? Let Zhao Ying come out. Chen Mingyan glanced around the room and didn't find Zhao Ying's figure. It was a little strange. Where did Zhao Ying go? Zhao Ying? Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Chen Mingyan with some confusion. Sister Ying? Are you looking for Sister Ying? Then who do you think I'm looking for? What are you pretending for? Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's shocked expression and was a little annoyed. Didn't you admit it before? Why are you going back on your words now? I'm not pretending. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely. Mingyan, if you were looking for Sister Ying, she's not here. Not here? Chen Mingyan was going to explode. You just admitted it, and now you're changing your words? If Yang Ming admitted his mistake, Chen Mingyan wouldn't be so angry. But Yang Ming actually went back on his words after admitting his mistake. What kind of attitude is this? Chen Mingyan looked around the room. In this villa room, except for a desk, a sofa, a bedside table, and a double bed, there was no other furniture. So, at a glance, she could see that no one was hiding here. But Chen Mingyan's gaze suddenly fell on the door of the bathroom in the room. The bathroom door was closed. Chen Mingyan snorted coldly. She went straight forward, opened the bathroom door, and rushed in. Ah? Entering the bathroom, Chen Mingyan saw that there was a girl hiding in the bathroom, but this girl wasn't Zhao Ying, but Zhou Jiejia. At this moment, Zhou Jiejia was wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair was wet. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. When she saw Chen Mingyan, she lowered her head embarrassedly. Sister Mingyan. I'm sorry. Jiejia, why are you here? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She thought that the person in the bathroom was Zhao Ying, but she didn't expect it to be Zhou Jiejia. I'm sorry, Sister Mingyan. I just want to have a romantic night with Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia explained shyly and embarrassedly, you and Sister Lin went to the spring outing. I was alone at home, so I wanted to be with Yang Ming. After that, Zhou Jiejia lowered her head shyly. Chen Mingyan was a little stunned. Yang Ming came with Zhou Jiejia? But I came here to catch them in the act. What would Zhou Jiejia think? Now that Zhou Jiejia was so scared by me, she would definitely think that I was narrow-minded and deliberately came to ruin their good thing. But in all honesty, I came to catch Zhao Ying, not Zhou Jiejia. If I knew that the person in Yang Ming's room was Zhou Jiejia, not only would Chen Mingyan not come, but she would also give her blessing silently. For Zhou Jiejia, Chen Mingyan had already accepted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her live in the villa. After Zhou Jiejia lived in the villa, Yang Ming had been very busy. He traveled back and forth between the country and abroad, so there was no chance to be alone with Zhou Jiejia. Even if Chen Mingyan wanted to create opportunities for her, Yang Ming didn't have time. When Yang Ming was finally free, Zhou Jiejia went to work on an online project with Sister Xiaoqing. Therefore, Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji had been together in name only, which made Chen Mingyan very anxious. Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming probably also realized this, so they found a day when he and Lin Jiyun went out to play. They wanted to have a romantic night with Zhou Jieji, but it was ruthlessly ruined by him. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She held Zhou Jieji's hand. Sister Jieji. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. I ruined your good thing. Don't blame me. I'll leave now. Chen Mingyan was very guilty. Why did I believe that Fan Jinja's words? At first glance, that kid was not a good person. If he was a good person, would he be beaten up by Yang Ming? He probably lied about what he said. He just wanted to retaliate against Yang Ming, but he didn't dare, so he asked me to help destroy Yang Ming's good thing. Why am I so stupid to believe Fan Jinja's words? It's okay. Zhou Jieji shook her head. It's my fault. I should have told you in advance. It's not Zhao. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Previously, she directly called Zhao Ying's name was because she was annoyed. She directly called Zhao name, but now she knew that the person in Yang Ming was not the person in Yang's room, was not Zhao, was not Ying, was not. Sister, said Chen. Was. Yang, said. Sister Ying is really here? Chen Mingyan frowned slightly. It seems that what Fan Jinja said is not unreasonable. Zhao Ying is really here. Yeah, she and Sister Sun Jia are here. Both of them are Sister Xiaoqing's students. We all came together. Zhou Jieji said what Sun Jia had already arranged for her. My mother also has shares in this resort, so Sister Sun Jia invited me and Sister Zhao Ying to play together. Sister Xiaoqing and Sister Zhao Ying have a good relationship, so we came together. They are all in the room next door. After Zhou Jieji's explanation, Chen Mingyan knew that she was overthinking. It turned out that Xiaoqing, Sun Jia, and Zhao Ying had a teacher-student relationship, so it was normal for them to be together. Zhou Jieji came with them, but she brought along Yang Ming. Fan Jinja probably saw Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, so he thought that Yang Ming and Zhao Ying came to get a room. In fact, Yang Ming came with a group of people. Jieji, you guys continue. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I will compensate you when I go home. Chen Mingyan waved to Zhou Jieji embarrassedly. Sister Mingyan, why don't you stay? I suddenly have that. Zhou Jieji blushed and whispered. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned. I just found out. Zhou Jieji said shyly, I had calculated the date, but who knew that it would be brought forward? Damn. Chen Mingyan was a little speechless. Then I won't disturb you guys. You guys can hug each other and sleep. After Chen Mingyan finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the bathroom. She pointed at Fan Jinja angrily and said to little Wang, who followed upstairs, you throw this guy out. Yes. Little Wang was overjoyed when he heard that Chen Mingyan wanted him to throw Fan Jinja out. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Although he didn't know what happened in the bathroom, Chen Mingyan definitely didn't care about it. So, little Wang showed his prowess and grabbed Fan Jinja's collar. You bastard, go to hell. When Fan Jinja was dragged downstairs by little Wang, Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed and said with some blame, Yang Ming, why didn't you tell me that you brought Jieji here? How could I stop you? Really, I'm leaving. Don't be angry about what happened just now. It's okay. It was my fault. I thought that it would be fine to come here secretly with Jieji. I didn't want to disturb you and Jiyun. I didn't expect Fan Jinja to hold a grudge after being beaten up by me once. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. I'm so stupid. How could I believe that guy? Chen Mingyan shook her head and held Lin Jiyun's hand. Sister Lin, let's go. While Chen Mingyan was talking, Xiaoqing took Sun Jia and Zhao Ying out of the room. There was such a big commotion outside. It would be fake if they didn't come out to take a look. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaoqing pretended to be sleepy and asked, eh? Isn't this Mingyan? Why are you here? Sister Xiaoqing. Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed. Nothing. I'm leaving. Since you're here, why don't you stay for a while before leaving? Xiaoqing invited with a smile. However, Chen Mengyan was very embarrassed. How could she have the nerve to stay? She had already ruined Yang Ming and Jiejia's chance to be alone. She just wanted to leave here quickly. No, we still have things to do over there. We'll leave first. Chen Mengyan pulled Lin Jiyun and escaped downstairs. Heh. Yang Ming secretly gave a thumbs up to Sun Jia. Her trick was simply too powerful. She easily turned the situation around. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun went downstairs and saw little Wang beating Fan Jinjia at the door of the villa. Surprisingly, she didn't hate violence. Instead, she said to little Wang with hatred, "Beat him up. How dare this guy fool people?" Yes. Little Wang nodded and fought even harder. Fan Jinjia continued to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. He still didn't know what he did wrong. Why did Chen Mengyan's attitude suddenly change? Chen Mengyan, your boyfriend is with another woman. Can't you see it? Why don't you care? Fan Jinjia saw Chen Mengyan coming downstairs and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was very puzzled. Why is Chen Mengyan not only not angry when she sees Yang Ming with another woman, but also has a self-blaming expression? Is Chen Mengyan stupid? Is she brainwashed? Chen Mengyan glanced at Fan Jinjia coldly. It was this guy who almost ruined my relationship with Jiejia. He almost ruined my image as an elder sister. I can imagine that if I was more impulsive today and kicked open the bathroom door directly, exposing Zhou Jiejia wrapped in a bath towel in front of everyone and in front of Fan Jinjia, would Jiejia hate me to death? Although there is a towel on her body and the key parts are covered, it will still be very embarrassing. Zhou Jiejia will definitely be very uncomfortable. Even if she won't do anything to me for the sake of her reputation, she won't say anything, but there will definitely be a knot in her heart. Thinking about it, Chen Mengyan felt scared. Why did I listen to Fan Jinjia's instigation? Little Wang, continue to hit him. This guy is really annoying. He is a big liar. Chen Mengyan was even angrier when she saw that Fan Jinjia still did not forget to sow discord in such a situation. You are already being hit, and you still want to do something annoying? Aren't you looking for a beating? Okay. Little Wang responded and continued to hit Fan Jinjia. Chen Mengyan, you are a fool. Is there water in your head? Fan Jinjia was anxious. This Chen Mengyan doesn't look like a fool. When I told her about this before, she was very angry. It wasn't fake, right? Why did she suddenly change her mind after coming here? Fan Jinjia couldn't figure out what he did wrong because he felt that he didn't do anything wrong at all. Step by step, in theory, everything was going according to his plan. Why did Chen Mengyan suddenly change her mind? Don't worry about my family's matters. Chen Mengyan was also angry. Why are you so free to worry about my family's matters? Are you sick in the head? You can't even manage your own matters, why do you care about others? You are really a retard. There is something wrong with your mind. Fan Jinjia scolded. However, his voice soon turned into a wail. He was punched and kicked by Lil Wang and became even more miserable. When Lil Wang saw that this guy was still yelling under his fist, he immediately became anxious. If others saw this, they would think that he was not strong enough. Brother Yang and Mingyan's sister-in-law would blame him. Therefore, little Wang swung his arms and hit Fan Jinjia with all his might. He directly hit Fan Jinjia until he cried for his parents. He no longer had the energy to scold Chen Mengyan. Although the security guards patrolling nearby saw this scene, no one came forward to stop it because they all knew that Sun Jia, the chairman of the group, lived in this villa. Therefore, Sun Jia must have known about the beating at the entrance of the villa. How could the security guards dare to interfere in this matter? However, Chen Mengyan waved to them. The two patrolling security guards immediately drove the battery patrol car over. Is there anything I can help you with? The two security guards also saw that Chen Mengyan came out of Sun Jia's villa. Obviously, Sun Jia knew her, so they immediately showed respect and flattery. Can you send us to the hotel building in front? Chen Mengyan pointed to a direction in the distance and said. Okay, please get in the car, said the security guard quickly. This was just a small matter. It was just a small matter. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun got in the car and quickly left. Chen Mingyan was very guilty. Originally, Yang Ming and Zhou Jie should have had a good night, but because I listened to the words of a villain, I ruined it. It seems that I have to explain to Jie properly when I go back. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying naturally did not dare to live together because of Chen Mingyan's sudden intervention. But fortunately, they had already confirmed each other's feelings. It was considered that they had officially started dating, so they did not care about this time. Although Zhou Jie wanted to return to Sun Jia and Xiaoqing's room, Zhao Ying did not want to exchange with her. Zhou Jie had no choice but to return to Yang Ming's room. In fact, she was also very happy in her heart. During this time, she and sister Xiaoqing were busy studying the network protocol in the laboratory. There were few opportunities to be alone with Yang Ming, so Zhou Jie was also very happy to be able to live with Yang Ming. AI, Sister Mingyan is actually very good to me. She is also very good, and she loves you very much. We shouldn't lie to her. Zhou Jie was lying in Yang Ming's arms with some guilt. She was still a little tangled about the previous matter. Zhao Ying was in trouble, so she had to help. But while she helped Zhao Ying, she also lied to Chen Mingyan. This made Zhou Jie's heart very uncomfortable. She didn't feel much before, but now that she thought about it, she regretted it a little. In fact, I am also very guilty about this kind of thing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. You should probably know some of the things between me, Sun Jia, and Xiaoqing, right? We have experienced a lot of things together before we finally came together, just like you and me. So, I am not willing to give up any of them, and it is impossible for them to leave me. And, I understand this. I heard Sister Xiaoqing tell me about your things, and I am the same. If you want me to leave you, I might as well die. Zhou Jie nodded. So, I understand their feelings, but I just feel that Sister Mingyan is also innocent. Mingyan. I am sorry for her, but I think she will slowly accept this, just like how she accepted you and Jiyun. Yang Ming said helplessly. I hope so. Now, even Sister Lin is colluding with the enemy behind and tipping you off. Sister Mingyan has become alone. It is really hard to imagine what Sister Mingyan will do if there is a conflict between them one day. Zhou Jie shook her head. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. It shouldn't be. The reason why Yang Ming wasn't worried about this was that he was going to leave soon to perform a dangerous mission in Yunnan. If Chen Mingyan knew about this, would she still have the mood to be jealous? Whether I can come back safely is already a problem. What is there to fight about? So, if there is such a day, and Chen Mingyan knows all of this, then it will have to wait until I come back safely from Yunnan. If I can't come back, thinking about the future is purely worrying for nothing. That night, Yang Ming and Zhou Jie slept in each other's arms. They didn't speak for the entire night. However, the next day, Yang Ming didn't dare to spend too much time with Zhao Ying. Instead, he accompanied Zhou Jie to walk around the resort. During this time, they really met Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun at the seaside. For the second encounter, Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. He secretly thought, what a close call. If I didn't come out with Zhou Jie this time but with Zhao Ying, then it would be useless to explain. Chen Mingyan wouldn't believe me. But fortunately, I came out with Zhou Jie. After Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun saw it, they didn't come over to disturb them. They just waved from a distance, turned around and left, leaving the space for Yang Ming and Zhou Jie. In the afternoon, Zhao Ying went back in Xiaoqing's car. She didn't dare to be in the same car as Yang Ming. Yang Ming drove Zhou Jie back first. Although this spring outing wasn't very satisfactory, Yang Ming was also very happy. First of all, he confirmed his relationship with Zhao Ying. They both knew each other's feelings. Secondly, Zhou Jie was also very happy. This was also an unforgettable night spent alone with her. After sending Zhou Jie back to the villa, Yang Ming drove to the nearby Songshan city. Previously, Guan Xuemin called and talked about Xianxia's treatment plan. He asked for Yang Ming's opinion. He couldn't explain it clearly on the phone, so he asked Yang Ming to go over and talk about it in detail. Regarding Xianxia's matter, Yang Ming had a headache. Yang Ming was very clear about Xianxia's thoughts. This little girl had always been interested in him. Before her leg was injured, it was very obvious. However, after her leg was injured, it was not so obvious. Yang Ming knew very well that Xianxia had not changed her mind. This could be seen from the way she looked at him and her shy expression. The reason why Xianxia did not show her love for him as obviously as before was entirely because after her leg was broken, she became inferior and felt that she was not worthy of him. Previously, although Xianxia thought that there was a gap between her identity and Yang Ming's, she was young and beautiful. Even if she couldn't become Yang Ming's girlfriend, she could still be his lover. But now, Xianxia was very clear that she had become a disabled person who could not even take care of herself. If she still had any fantasies, it was just asking for trouble. However, the more Xianxia acted like this, the more uneasy and helpless Yang Ming felt. Yang Ming sympathized with this girl, but he could not promise her anything. Although Yang Ming knew that if he promised her something, she would be very, very happy, he was afraid that she would be even more disappointed after having some hope. He asked little Wang to drive him to the family villa area of Songshan Medical University and stopped in front of Guan Xuemin's villa. "Little Wang, I've troubled you these 2 days. You just came back from Donghai, and now you have to come to Songshan again." Yang Ming patted little Wang's shoulder. After returning to Songjiang City, little Wang did not even go home. Instead, he drove Yang Ming to Songshan again. "It's nothing." Little Wang shook his head a little embarrassedly. "Actually, in my heart, I really hope that Brother Yang can ask me to drive more often. This way, I will have a lot of face in front of my colleagues." "Hee hee." Yang Ming smiled. He did not expect little Wang to have such thoughts. But thinking about it, in the company, a driver who could drive for the company's top management would be looked upon favorably by his colleagues. "Then you wait for me. I have something to do. If you're hungry, you can find a restaurant to eat first." "It's okay. I just saw a fast food restaurant at the school gate. I'll just buy a boxed lunch." Although Yang Ming asked him to eat, little Wang would not do so. What if Yang Ming suddenly wanted to use the car? So, he was prepared to buy a boxed lunch in the car. "That's fine. Up to you." Yang Ming did not say anything else. Ever since little Wang followed him, his life had improved and his family had become more harmonious. Yang Ming naturally knew that little Wang was grateful to him, so he did not say anything else. Yang Ming went up the stairs of the villa and pressed the doorbell. This time, it was a middle-aged woman who opened the door. Yang Ming vaguely heard Guan Xuemin mention that she was called Auntie Lu and was the nanny here. "Auntie Lu, I'm Yang Ming. Professor Guan asked me to come." Yang Ming introduced himself. "I know, Mr. Yang. Please come in." Auntie Lu nodded, indicating that she knew Yang Ming. Yang Ming entered the villa and heard Guan Xuemin's voice from the living room. "I told you no means no. Don't do those dirty things." What followed was the voice of Guan Xiaoxiang, the son who had seen Guan Xuemin the other day. "Dad, how is that dirty? I started a company with a classmate to earn some money and prove my ability. I have a girlfriend now. If I don't earn money, how am I going to support my family? I'm going to graduate next year, get married and have kids. You want me to starve? Go work in a hospital after graduation. Be a staff member, the job is stable and the pay is good." Guan Xuemin said. "You're not cut out for running a company." "I'm not going. I'm not studying medicine, I'm studying pharmaceutical management. What can I do in a hospital? Let me be the director." Guan Xiaoxiang clearly did not want to listen to Guan Xuemin. "I'll just be a staff member. I'll only earn 1,000 or 2,000 a month. How am I going to get married and have kids? Dad, you really don't know how much a can of milk powder costs, right? I'll give you some. It's barely enough." Guan Xuemin said. "Barely enough? Don't think I don't know you. You're so honest. If anyone else had your medical skills, they'd already be working in a private hospital and earning big bucks." Guan Xiaoxiang was dissatisfied. "I want to open a clinic with a classmate. I just want to borrow your fame. It doesn't matter if you do house calls or not." "Borrow my fame? You're just a bunch of interns who haven't even gotten a license to practice medicine. You want to open a clinic? You want to use my fame to cheat people?" Wait until you have the money and the ability to find a few reliable doctors. Then you can open a clinic. Now get the hell back to school and study hard. Guan Shuamin snorted. Why? If I had the money, would I need your fame? I could open my own hospital and hire a few famous doctors. Why would I need your fame? Guan Xiaoxiang was not convinced. Big Bro is still using your fame to cheat people. Why don't you care about him? He's done for. I don't want you to end up like him. Guan Shuamin snorted. No means no. You're such a stubborn old man. Guan Xiaoxiang panicked. I've already bragged to Xiaolan that I'm going to make a name for myself before I graduate. Otherwise, how can she marry me? Her father is a big shot in the area. If I don't make a name for myself, how can he marry his daughter to me? She won't marry you if you don't have money? If that's what you're saying, then there's no love between the two of you. Shuamin snorted. If she's interested in your money, then you don't have to marry her. You're such a stubborn old man. This was the second time Guan Xiaoxiang had called his father a stubborn old man, and he was indeed stubborn. What era are we in now? Can you get married without money? Do you think we're still in your era? How can you marry a beauty without a house, a car, or savings? I didn't say I wouldn't let you make money. I just don't want you to use my name to cheat others. Xu Amin couldn't argue, because what Guan Xiaoxiang said was the truth. Times were changing, and so were the conditions for marriage. I'm just a poor student. How can I make money without anyone to help me? Guan Xiaoxiang panicked. Are you kidding me? You're famous, and I'm your son. Can't you lend me a little? It's not like I'm doing bad things. No matter what you say. Don't force me. I've already made up my mind. There's no room for negotiation. Xu Amin snorted. If you have the ability, then go find your own connections and start your own business. If you don't, then stay in school and work at the hospital. If Xiaolan breaks up with me, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Guan Xiaoxiang was so angry that his face turned white. He thought that his father would agree to such a small matter. He even patted his chest and promised his classmates that there would be no problems. But now, as soon as he opened his mouth, his father rejected him. This made him very frustrated. Suit yourself. We have a guest. Go back to your room first. Guan Shuamin glared at Guan Xiaoxiang, then stood up and nodded apologetically at Yang Ming. My apologies, Mr. Yang. My son is a disappointment. If he had 1/10 of your capabilities, I wouldn't be so angry. Guan Shuamin had already found out about Yang Ming's identity from Lu Weishan. He was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Ming Yang group. It could be said that he was a character who could call the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang City. Haha, I'm just lucky. With Godfather's help, I have today's success. Yang Ming smiled. When I started the company, I also used my godfather's reputation to open a jewelry company, so Xiaoxiang's idea is not wrong. That's different. If he has a medical qualification certificate and the funds to hire a famous doctor, then not only will I not stop him from opening a hospital, I will even help him. Guan Shuamin waved his hand. But now, he's just a student who hasn't graduated yet. He's just thinking about opening a hospital with a few of his classmates. How? Using my reputation as a shell company? Haha. Yang Ming smiled, walked over and patted Guan Xiaoxiang's shoulder. You go back to your room first. When we're free later, I'll treat you to a meal. Ah? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to treat him to a meal. But then, he understood something. Yang Ming wouldn't treat him to a meal for no reason, and Yang Ming was a successful person. Then, he looked for him. Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy. Could it be that Yang Ming wants to help me? Guan Xiaoxiang's guess was not wrong. Yang Ming did want to help him. Yang Ming knew Guan Shuamin's character. He asked him to help treat Xianxia, but if he gave him money, he wouldn't accept it. So, he was prepared to help Guan Xiaoxiang. Anyway, he was going to Yunnan soon, and he didn't know if he would be able to come back. Before he left, he wanted to help others as much as he could. This way, he would leave a way out for himself and his friends. If Guan Xiaoxiang could guess, Guan Xuemin could too. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming would help Guan Xiaoxiang, he was 80% sure that it was because of him. But this time, Guan Xuemin didn't say anything. Since Yang Ming was willing to help Xiaoxiang, it was good to let Xiaoxiang learn something from him. After Guan Xiaoxiang returned to his room, Yang Ming didn't mention the matter again. Instead, he directly talked to Guan Xuemin about Xin Yushi's condition. Professor Guan, Yushi's condition. Now, it's like this. There are 2 treatment plans. Guan Xuemin didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point with Yang Ming. I know a neurologist from Yanjing. He's coming to Donghai City to participate in a medical conference next week. I can invite him to perform surgery on Xin Yushi. However, I've sent him Xin Yushi's medical record. Based on his current judgment, the success rate of the surgery is about 50%. 50%. If the surgery fails, will there be any repercussions? Yang Ming knew that there would be more to it. If the surgery didn't have any repercussions, Guan Xuemin wouldn't have to discuss this matter with him so seriously. You should have guessed it. Of course, there will be repercussions. Guan Xuemin sighed. If the surgery succeeds, then it's fine. But if the surgery fails, Xin Yushi will probably never stand up again in this life. After Yang Ming heard Guan Xuemin's words, he suddenly frowned. If that's the case, the risk is still very high. It's 50-50. Yes, if it wasn't high, I wouldn't have discussed it with you. Guan Xuemin nodded. I like Yushi very much. She's very cute and very kind. I've already acknowledged her as my goddaughter, so I have to treat her seriously. Oh? You've already acknowledged Yushi as your goddaughter? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a change in the middle. I've already acknowledged her. I don't have a daughter. When I saw this child, I liked her, so I acknowledged her. Guan Xuemin smiled and said, actually, I'm different from others. Others prefer boys over girls, but I prefer girls over boys. I actually hope to have a daughter. I see. Then, I wish you a granddaughter in the future. Yang Ming said with a smile. I don't expect anything from my eldest son. It's all up to Xiaoxiang. But this kid is so annoying. According to what he said, it's hard to say if he can get a wife. Guan Xuemin shook his head. He can definitely do it. Yang Ming said, you don't have to worry about this. Since you've already acknowledged Yushi as your goddaughter, then our relationship is one step closer. I won't say anything about being an outsider. Leave Xiaoxiang to me. At least before I leave, I can nurture him. Leave? Where are you going? Guan Xuemin was slightly stunned. To Yunnan. Yang Ming smiled and said, there are some things that I don't have to hide from you. I belong to a special personnel in a certain department. I have to perform a special task, but this time I may not be able to come back after I go, so I have to explain everything before I leave. Yang Ming didn't want to hide it from Guan Xuemin. Guan Xuemin was a famous scholar and wouldn't casually reveal his own affairs, so Yang Ming told him about his own affairs. In fact, Yang Ming would have to tell Guan Xuemin about these things sooner or later because he would be leaving soon. When that time came, Guan Xuemin would definitely not be able to contact him. So, Yang Ming was afraid that Guan Xuemin would stop the treatment of Xin Yushi. On the way here, he was prepared to have a showdown with Guan Xuemin. But he didn't expect that Guan Xuemin would accept Xin Yushi as his goddaughter. This was something that Yang Ming didn't expect. This way, even if he wasn't around, Guan Xuemin wouldn't stop the treatment of Xin Yushi. Before he left, he gave Guan Xiaoxiang a hand up to express his gratitude to Guan Xuemin. So that's your real identity? Guan Xuemin looked at Yang Ming with some shock. He was no stranger to some of the mysterious departments. Some of the aristocratic families that he had a good relationship with had people serving in special mysterious departments, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be one of them. This time I was prepared to have a showdown, but I didn't expect you to accept Xin Yushi as your goddaughter. It seems that I was overthinking. Yang Ming smiled. I was wondering why you wanted to help Xiaoxiang for no reason. So it was because of this. Guan Shuamin said, but don't worry, even if you don't care about Xiaoxiang, I will do my best to treat Yushi. Actually, I still have a good impression of Xiaoxiang. I feel that his nature is good, and he also has a spirit of adventure. He should be able to achieve something in the future. Besides, helping him is just a small matter. Yang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue talking about Yushi. This is the first treatment plan, but it's risky. Shuamin said, the second treatment plan is conservative treatment. I'll give her acupuncture every day, but it shouldn't have any effect. It can only prevent the muscles in her legs from shrinking, but it won't help her stand up again. Then is the second method also equivalent to not being able to stand up for the rest of your life? Yang Ming frowned. If the second method was like this, then he might as well take the risk and use the first method. Not necessarily. Maybe a miracle will happen, Guan Shuamin said. Or maybe, we'll wait for a master to appear. Master? Is there anyone better than the expert you're talking about? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. Yes, of course. Shuamin said, he's a legend. His name is Lin Dongfang, and he's a miraculous doctor. I once received some pointers from him. With just a few words, I was enlightened and became a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. Think about how great he is. Yang Ming was shocked by Shuamin's words. How could there be such a great person? It's not an exaggeration to say that he can defy the heavens and change fate. He's really a miracle. Shuamin exclaimed. Then this miraculous Dr. Lin. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment and asked. Although Yang Ming guessed that this miraculous Dr. Lin might have lived in seclusion, he still didn't want to give up. Disappeared. Without any warning. Shuamin shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Yang Ming, oh right, where did you say you were going? I'm going to Yunnan. What's wrong? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Shuamin suddenly changed the topic from miraculous Dr. Lin to him. Yunnan. Yunnan. Yes. Shuamin said, before Mr. Lin disappeared, he had been studying the voodoo of Yunnan's Miaojiang. He had a deep understanding of bacteriology. At that time, your godfather, Lu Weishan's son, Lu Tianqi, also knew Mr. Lin. The two of them often discussed bacteriology together. They studied the voodoo of Miaojiang as a kind of bacteriology. Lu Tianqi? Godfather's son? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his godfather's son, his elder brother, to know Lin Dongfang. So, what I suspect is that they went to Yunnan's Miaojiang village to study voodoo. Shuamin frowned. Apparently, he was carefully recalling the scene. At that time, I heard that someone from Miaojiang village came to invite them. I don't know if they went there and then encountered some danger. Yunnan's Miaojiang village. Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming suddenly stood up. He thought of a very important matter. Lan Ling once looked at Lu Weishan's photo at Lu Tianqi's house and said that she seemed to have seen him somewhere. Could it be that Lu Tianqi and Lin Dongfang really went to Yunnan's Miaojiang village? When Lan Ling said that, although Yang Ming was puzzled, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that she remembered wrongly. But now, with Shuamin's words, what Lan Ling said should be the truth. What's wrong? What did you think of? Shuamin was shocked by Yang Ming's action. Nothing. Yang Ming sat down with a bitter smile and shook his head. I just suddenly remembered that a friend of mine from Yunnan's Miaojiang village said that he had seen Lu Tianqi there. Are they really there? That's great. Shuamin listened to Yang Ming's words and was delighted. I asked you about going to Yunnan because I wanted you to inquire about miracle Dr. Lin Dongfang and see if he appeared there. As long as we find Lin Dongfang, there is hope for Xianyushi's leg to be cured? Yang Ming asked with some excitement. 100%. Shuamin nodded and said with certainty, this little injury is nothing for miracle Dr. Lin Dongfang. Well, this time I have tried my best to inquire about him. Even if I can't come back, I will definitely pass the news to you. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly. That's great. Shuamin was overjoyed. My biggest wish in this life is to see Mr. Lin in my lifetime. Even if I can't learn anything, I want to personally thank him for teaching me so many things. It's just that I can't even be considered as his registered disciple. Don't judge too early. If I see him, I will definitely ask him to accept you as his disciple. Yang Ming smiled and said, right, where is Yushi? He's asleep in the room upstairs. I'll take you to see him. Guan Shuimi nodded, stood up, and went upstairs with Yang Ming. Xianxia was looking up some economic management forum information in front of the computer at the desk. However, she fell asleep as soon as she felt sleepy. She was sleeping soundly at the moment. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she thought it was Mother Lu calling her for dinner. Therefore, she sat in the wheelchair and opened the door. She did not pay much attention to her image. Yushi, Yang Ming is here, Guan Shuimin said to Xianxia with a smile. Ah! Xianxia screamed. She deliberately maintained her most beautiful side in front of Yang Ming every time. Even if her leg was broken, Xianxia would dress herself up beautifully. However, when she was with Guan Shuimin, Xianxia did not pay much attention to her image. After all, there was no one here to look at her. Xianxia seized all the time to study and study. However, she did not expect Yang Ming to suddenly come. This made Xianxia, who always wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Ming, feel a little embarrassed. She hurriedly closed the door and said, wait a minute. Let me change my clothes. Xianxia was wearing pajamas, which were very formal. However, in order to find an excuse to close the door, Xianxia could only say that she wanted to change her clothes. Hee hee. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, you don't have to change. Why are you so formal? I'm just going to take a look. Don't trouble yourself. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Don't. Xianxia quickly opened the door of the room again. She missed Yang Ming so much during this time. She dreamed of seeing him every day. Now that Yang Ming was here, he wanted to leave. How could she let him leave just like that? Your current image is like a confused girl in a manga. It's quite cute. Yang Ming knew what Xianxia was thinking, so he comforted her. When Xianxia heard Yang Ming's words, her face turned red. She knew that Yang Ming had seen through her thoughts. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She also knew that it was impossible for her and Yang Ming to be together. However, she still hoped that Yang Ming would look at her a few more times. Even if he had a little favorable impression of her, Xianxia would be satisfied. Xianxia knew that her mentality was not desirable, but she still hoped that she could stand up one day and walk side by side with Yang Ming outside. Even if it was just a walk, she would be very happy. Therefore, this was the only reason why she wanted to stand up. Every day, Xianxia actively cooperated with Guan Shuimin because of this thought. Yushi, how do you feel? You seem to have put on some weight. Looks like you're in a good mood after acknowledging Professor Guan as your godfather. Yang Ming joked. No way. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Girls always didn't like others to call them fat. I'm not that fat. Hee hee, you look better with some weight. A while ago, you were so thin that you didn't even look like you anymore. Now, you look much prettier. Yang Ming smiled and said, I was stunned by you just now. Although Xianxia was very beautiful, Yang Ming would not praise her like this. Yang Ming was surrounded by beautiful women, so he had a certain immunity to beautiful women. He said this to give Xianxia some confidence. Yang Ming was very clear about Xianxia's thoughts. He didn't know how long he would be gone for when he went to Yunnan. Therefore, Yang Ming was afraid that during the time he was gone, Xianxia would give up on herself and lose confidence in life. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with her condition. After all, a normal person sitting in a wheelchair for a long time would also have some bad thoughts. Now, Yang Ming hoped that Xianxia could maintain her confidence and hope. Maybe he could find Lin Dongfang in Yunnan. Then, he could ask him to come back and treat Xianxia. As long as Xianxia insisted on doing some leg massages and training every day to prevent the leg muscles from atrophying, it would be fine. However, this was a long-term mission. Yang Ming was afraid that Xianxia would not be able to persevere. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming was going all out. Anyway, his future was uncertain. Before he died, Yang Ming was very happy to be able to do something for the people around him. Professor Guan, I have something to say to Yuxi alone. You see. Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Guan Xuemin. No problem. You guys talk. I'll tell Aunt Lu to prepare dinner and take a look at Xiaoxiang. Guan Xuemin said, nodded and went downstairs. Yang Ming pushed Xin Yuxi's wheelchair into the room and closed the door. Xin Yuxi was a little nervous. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly wanted to talk to her. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Is my condition getting worse? Will I not be able to stand up in the future? For a moment, Xin Yuxi was a little worried. After all, she had always dreamed of being able to stand up one day. Xin Yuxi thought, what did Yang Ming want to say to me behind Guan Xuemin's back? He deliberately asked Guan Xuemin to leave first before talking to me. Could it be that he wants to talk about me and him? Did he see through my thoughts and was preparing to reject me and not let me fantasize? When Xin Yuxi thought of this, she felt weak all over. She was very nervous. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak clearly. You. Why are you looking for me? Looking at Xin Yuxi's nervous expression, Yang Ming also became a little nervous. When Xin Yuxi saw Yang Ming's nervous expression, she became even more nervous. Could it be that my guess was not wrong? Yuxi. There is something that I have to tell you. Yang Ming's expression suddenly became serious, which made Xin Yuxi's heart tremble. However, Xin Yuxi adjusted her emotions and looked at Yang Ming with a forced smile. What is it? You have to be mentally prepared. Yang Ming reminded her. Xin Yuxi was about to cry. The more Yang Ming said this, the more scared she was. Could it be that my guess was going to come true? Yuxi, actually. I had a good impression of you not long after I saw you. Yang Ming was ready to risk it all anyway. However, he wasn't lying to Xin Yuxi. Xin Yuxi was very beautiful. It was impossible for him not to have any feelings for her. Huh? Xin Yuxi couldn't react for a while. She only felt that there was a short circuit in her brain. She stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open. She was at a loss. Did I scare you? Yang Ming had prepared so much to give Xin Yuxi a shock. Otherwise, if he said it directly, Xin Yuxi wouldn't believe it easily. However, Yang Ming had prepared so much, so it was more believable. However, this good impression is limited to me coveting your beauty and wanting to take you for myself. In fact, I am a very overbearing man. I have always been like this. Xin Yuxi had just recovered from the shock. She couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She never thought that Yang Ming would have a good impression of her and like her. However, Yang Ming suddenly confessed to her. Xin Yuxi didn't know what to do. Although Yang Ming said that this favorable impression was just because he coveted her beauty, Xin Yuxi was still very happy. This showed that Yang Ming at least had feelings for her. That was enough. No. Xin Yuxi shook her head. Yang Ming, you said that you really had feelings for me? Not only before. In fact, I have always had this thought for you after that. It was just that your leg was broken, so I was embarrassed to mention this matter again. Yang Ming said, in fact, when you were in the nightclub before, I was the one who spread the rumor that you were my lover. I was going to take that opportunity to make the act real, but who would have thought that there would be such an accident? Yang Ming wanted Xin Yuxi to cheer up and not give up, so he couldn't care so much. He took almost all the responsibility in order to make Xin Yuxi believe him. Ah? Xin Yuxi was stunned. Wasn't the rumor spread because of my silence? Could it be that Yang Ming also added fuel to the fire in the middle? However, when I opened the door just now, I saw your flirtatious expression when you just woke up. I really couldn't help it and wanted to confess to you. Yuxi, do you accept? Yang Ming said affectionately. I. Xin Yuxi said the word I 3 times. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Xin Yuxi never thought that Yang Ming would have feelings for her. If she had known earlier, she would have been together with Yang Ming long ago. She wouldn't have to suffer so much. However, now that her leg was broken, she wasn't worthy of Yang Ming. It would be embarrassing to be his lover, so Xianxia was a little embarrassed for a while. Although Yang Ming's words made her feel moved, she reminded herself in her heart that now was not the same as before. Don't hold on to those unrealistic fantasies. Yushi, if you don't speak, I'll take it that you accept it. Yang Ming pretended to be happy and carried Xianxia up. The blanket covering Xianxia's legs suddenly fell to the ground. Xianxia only wore a pair of underwear on her lower body. Because of the problem with her legs, Guan Xuemin had to come to her regularly for acupuncture. Moreover, she also had to do massages frequently. Therefore, it was very inconvenient to wear pajamas. Therefore, Xianxia usually covered her legs with a blanket. Anyway, Guan Xuemin was a doctor, and she had recognized him as her godfather. Xianxia was still able to let go. But now that Yang Ming was carrying her, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. My blanket. Hee, everything has been said. Yushi, what are you still embarrassed about? Yang Ming carried Xianxia to the bed and said with a smile. Xianxia was a little nervous. Is Yang Ming going to hug me now and do that? But, wasn't this too fast? Although Xianxia did not reject it, this was Guan Xuemin's house. Moreover, my legs are broken. I can't cooperate well with Yang Ming. Will there be a problem? Xianxia's thoughts were running wild. Yang Ming picked up the blanket on the ground and covered Xianxia's legs. Don't catch a cold. Xianxia's face was slightly red. She understood that she was thinking too much. Yang Ming did not mean that at the moment, so she nodded embarrassedly. Okay, I finally said the words in my heart. I can leave in peace. Yang Ming said with a sigh. Leave? Where are you going? Xianxia was slightly stunned. She was thinking about how to be intimate with Yang Ming in a while, but Yang Ming suddenly wanted to leave? Xianxia's heart tightened and asked quickly. I'm going to carry out a special mission. Yang Ming smiled. Now that you are my girlfriend, I won't hide it from you. When Xianxia heard Yang Ming call her his girlfriend, she was so happy that she almost screamed out loud. My dream has actually come true just like that? It can't be, right? Am I dreaming now? Yes, I must be in a daze. I was looking at the information on the computer just now. Unknowingly, I don't know anything. I must be dreaming now. Yushi, what's with your expression? Yang Ming saw Xianxia's expression and asked curiously. This is a dream. I'm afraid of waking up. Xianxia whispered. How is this a dream? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would a dreamer know that they are dreaming? Those who suspect that they are dreaming are usually awake. If you don't believe me, pinch yourself. I heard that you can't feel pain in your dreams. Oh? Xianxia subconsciously pinched her leg. It doesn't hurt. It's over. It must be a dream. Yang Ming was a little speechless. If you could feel something in your leg, wouldn't you be able to stand up? Yes. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. She was so flustered that she didn't consider that she couldn't feel anything in her leg. Now that she was reminded by Yang Ming, she quickly changed her position and pinched it. It was really painful. It wasn't a dream. How is it? Are you dreaming? Yang Ming said with a smile. So, you really like me? Xianxia asked in surprise. In the past, it was just the kind of coveting when a man sees a beautiful woman. However, after this period of contact, I really like you. Yang Ming said, especially. Your indomitable spirit of fighting against the disease. That's what attracted me the most. Yang Ming was always looking for opportunities to hint to Xianxia not to give up. Sure enough, Xianxia was delighted. Really? Then I will persevere until the end. I will stand up. At that time, will you still like me? Of course. Yang Ming nodded. But, I heard from Godfather that it might take a long time. Will you be tired of it? Xianxia asked with some concern. Previously, she was already satisfied when she imagined that Yang Ming would be good to her or accompany her often. However, now that Yang Ming had expressed his love for her, Xianxia had more extravagant hopes. Once she got it, she didn't want to lose it again. The thing I want to tell you is also about this. Yang Ming smiled. I have to go out too. It will be a long time. Is it the special mission that you just mentioned? Xianxia also reacted. Yang Ming just told her about the special mission. What is going on? Things are like this. In fact, my real identity belongs to a mysterious department. This department specializes in performing some dangerous and confidential missions. Yang Ming said, as for the content of the mission, I can't say it. However, this mission is very complicated. It will take a long time. It may be a few months, or it may be a few years. Ah? So long? Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words and looked at him with some surprise. This is considered fast. If it is slow, it doesn't necessarily take long. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. So, in order to prevent you from accepting other people's pursuit after you recover, I said it before I left. Of course, this was just an excuse for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very clear about Xianxia's situation. Guan Xuemin had already said that no one could make Xianxia stand up except for Lin Dongfang. There was no miracle. Even Yang Ming himself couldn't do anything. Otherwise, Guan Xuemin wouldn't just say that he would try his best to maintain it. No. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She liked Yang Ming in her heart. It was just that happiness came too quickly for her to accept. Of course, Xianxia didn't think about whether Yang Ming's sudden confession had other factors. However, Yang Ming also explained that he had to go out to perform a mission. It would take at least a few months and at most a few years. So, it was normal for Yang Ming to suddenly confess at this time. However, Yang Ming's question was a bit redundant. Even if Yang Ming didn't confess, Xianxia wouldn't like others. During this time, Yang Ming's shadow had been imprinted in her mind. Xianxia couldn't forget it for the rest of her life. Especially after her leg was broken, Yang Ming was willing to go to great lengths for her. This made Xianxia very moved. Her previous admiration for Yang Ming might be due to the impulse to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. It might also be due to the greed for Yang Ming's money. But now, she really liked Yang Ming. This was a man who could make a girl's heart move. So, Xianxia flatly denied Yang Ming's guess. I will wait for you to come back. I am relieved when you say so. Do you want to stamp it first? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What stamp? Xianxia was stunned. Just a kiss, Yang Ming said. No, don't. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Although this was what she had been looking forward to, Xianxia was embarrassed when Yang Ming mentioned it. After all, she was a girl, and they were in someone else's house. How could she dare to let Yang Ming kiss her? Then I'll owe you first. I'll collect the interest when I come back. Yang Ming didn't really want to kiss Xianxia. He just wanted to give her an illusion of reality so that she would believe it. Xianxia nodded with a red face. Then, you should stay at home and recuperate. It would be best if you could stand up and welcome me when I come back. Yang Ming encouraged Xianxia. Yes. I will definitely. Xianxia's heart was now full of hope. She seemed to see Yang Ming holding her hand and strolling around the neighborhood after she stood up. What a beautiful life that would be. I'm going to Yunnan. Do you have any gifts that you want? Asked Yang Ming. No need. I'm very happy that you came back safely. Xianxia naturally wouldn't ask for anything. Then, I'll see what I want, said Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't say what he wanted to say in his heart. That was, finding Lin Dongfang was the best gift for Xianxia. It was just that Lin Dongfang's whereabouts were uncertain. There had been no news of him for many years. Moreover, he was going to perform a mission. Whether he had time to find Lin Dongfang was still a problem. Xianxia nodded. When I get there, I may have to turn off my phone. There may not be any news for a while. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Yang Ming gave Xianxia a heads up in advance. What if this girl couldn't find him and gave up on herself again? I know. Just focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Xianxia nodded and said obediently. I'm at home. If there's anything. Oh, just call Brother Bao. I'll give him a call now. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Although Guan Shuimin was also a very famous figure in Songshan City, he wasn't as good as Bao Sanli in some aspects, so Yang Ming still had to explain to Bao Sanli. It's okay. Brother Bao is very good to me. Xianxia was even more embarrassed. Oh, I have to let him know. Yang Ming said as he took out his phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang. Bao Sanli quickly picked up the phone. Even though Yang Ming was about to leave, Bao Sanli still respected Yang Ming. This respect came from the unequal and unattainable respect. Yang Ming was a god to him, so Bao Sanli wouldn't have any thoughts of resistance in his life. He only wanted to do his best to follow Yang Ming. Baozi, what are you doing? Asked Yang Ming. I'm in the company. Brother Yang, I have something to report to you, said Bao Sanli. I was just about to call you. The matter is like this. There's a problem with the Lu family. Lu Huamei is under house arrest. They called us to ask for help to control the situation. I haven't agreed yet. I want to ask for Brother Yang's opinion. Oh? Isn't the old man Lu Jiangyan still alive? Why are the people in his family a little impatient? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. The people in the Lu family couldn't hold back when they just saw the news of Lu Jiangyan being critically ill and hospitalized on TV? He's not dead, but it's probably close. So his descendants are beginning to get restless, said Bao Sanli. Lu Huamei promised that if we help her, she will give us 20% of the shares after it's done. Oh, this kind of empty promise is nothing. Yang Ming smiled. She also said that it's only after it's done. But is it really that easy to do it? Her situation now is very unfavorable. Even if we help her, we may not be able to get her into the Jiangyan group. Once she fails, our help in the early stages will become worthless. She won't give us any reward. That's true. This is why I didn't promise her immediately. Sister-in-law Xiaolu is looking for someone to do a risk assessment to see if it's worth it, said Bao Sanli. It's fine to study it first. It's not too late to talk about it after I return to Songjiang. The later we take action, the easier it is to see the situation clearly. Yang Ming said, wait until Lu Huamei has used up all her trump cards and fought with her cousins. Then, we'll take action according to the situation. Alright, then I'll wait for you to come back, Brother Yang. It's good to wait and see about the Lu family's matter. When Lu Huamei is anxious and has no trump cards left, she can give us the biggest benefits. Bao Sanli nodded. But what if Lu Zhenan or Lu Zhiqiao find us to cooperate? Let them get lost, said Yang Ming faintly. Yang Ming naturally didn't have a good impression of Lu Zhenan and Lu Zhiqiao. Lu Zhenan and Lu Jifei were together, and they were scheming against Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let them go. As for Lu Zhiqiao, Yang Ming didn't know him at all. What cooperation? Understood, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli nodded and said, right, Brother Yang, why are you looking for me? When I was talking about the Lu family, I almost forgot that you were the one who called me. It's like this. Aren't I going to perform a mission in a while? I'll leave Yushi's side to you, said Yang Ming. Oh? Bao Sanli was obviously stunned. Xianxia? I'm at her place. Yang Ming said, help me to visit her regularly and take care of her. Brother Yang, are you at Songshan? Bao Sanli naturally knew that Xianxia was being treated at Guan Shuimin's place, but it was strange. Why did Yang Ming suddenly go there to see Xianxia and talk to him in such a tone? Could it be that he and Xianxia? I'm at Professor Guan's house. Yang Ming said, Yushi. When you call her in the future, change the way you address her. I understand. Bao Sanli would be a fool if he still didn't understand Yang Ming's words. He quickly promised, don't worry, Brother Yang. Leave sister-in-law Yushi's matter to me. Heh. Yang Ming smiled. Bao Sanli's voice was very loud, so his words were clearly heard by Xianxia who was beside him. She lowered her head shyly. After the call, Yang Ming said to Xianxia, then I'll go first. You take care of yourself. Yes. Xianxia did not have the thought of giving up on herself. Previously, she also planned to work hard to treat her illness and then work in Yang Ming's company. Now, she had no intention of giving up on herself. She wanted to cherish herself and wait for Yang Ming to come back. After closing the door to Xianxia's room, Yang Ming sighed slightly. He had comforted Xianxia for the time being. It could be said that he had resolved one of his worries. Guan Xuemin was waiting near the stairs. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he nodded at him. "How was it, Mr. Yang?" "There should be no problem. Before I come back, there won't be any thoughts of giving up," Yang Ming said with a smile. "That's good. Patients are not afraid of being sick, but they are most afraid of not having confidence." Guan Xuemin nodded. "There is no problem in maintaining Xianxia's condition, but I am afraid that she has no confidence in herself. That is the scariest thing." Yang Ming also nodded in agreement. "Right, how is Xianxia?" "I persuaded him, but he was a little upset. He said that he lost face in front of his classmates, and his girlfriend would look down on him." Guan Xuemin shook his head helplessly. "This kid, I think he is still immature. Young people? There are always times when they are impulsive." Speaking of this, Yang Ming was a little fascinated. Didn't I also act impulsively? However, the impulsive times were very far away from me. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had surpassed the mental age of his peers. He felt that he had experienced a lot of vicissitudes. "That's true. However, Mr. Yang can't see anything." Guan Xuemin laughed. "Professor Guan, since you are Yushi's godfather, then I will call you uncle. You can also call me Yang Ming or Big Ming. Don't call me Mr. Yang." "It sounds awkward," said Yang Ming. "Okay, then I will call you Yang Ming." Guan Xuemin nodded. "You don't look as old as Xiaoxiang." "Yeah, actually I am only in my first year." Yang Ming shrugged. "But I feel like I am already far away from the lives of people my age." "Yeah, I think so too." Guan Xuemin laughed. "Xiaoxiang is probably worried, right? He has been waiting for you in his room." "Hee, I will go over now." Yang Ming nodded and went downstairs with Guan Xuemin. When they arrived at Guan Xiaoxiang's door, Yang Ming knocked. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly opened the door, but he felt that he was a little impulsive. He was afraid that Yang Ming would think that he was an unreliable person. He scratched his head awkwardly. Mr. Yang, I was a little impatient." In a hurry to eat?" Yang Ming teased. Yeah." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded gratefully when he saw that Yang Ming didn't see through him. "Let's go then. I am hungry anyway," Yang Ming said and gave Guan Xuemin a look. He then led Guan Xiaoxiang out the door. A8L? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned when he saw Yang Ming's car at the door. The last time he saw Yang Ming, he remembered that Yang Ming drove a BMW X5. Yang Ming was already this rich? Although he had guessed that Yang Ming was very rich from his father's conversation with Yang Ming, he didn't think that Yang Ming was already this rich. He could afford a good car with a small business. But if he had two good cars, then he wouldn't be a small business owner. At the very least, when the business reached a certain scale and had a lot of spare cash, he would buy one. Get in the car," Yang Ming said with a smile. Little Wang saw Yang Ming come out of Guan Xuemin's house and quickly got out of the driver's seat to open the door for Yang Ming. Guan Xiaoxiang was even more shocked. Yang Ming had a chauffeur? Mr. Yang. Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated and asked, "Is your business big?" "It's not that big. You don't have to call me Mr. Yang. Just call me Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled. "Then I'll call you Brother Yang." Guan Xiaoxiang also felt that calling Yang Ming Mr. Yang was a bit awkward. "Up to you," Yang Ming said. "Let's talk in the car." "Okay." Guan Xiaoxiang was flattered. It was his first time sitting in such a luxurious car. "Little Wang, find a restaurant," Yang Ming said to Little Wang. But then he remembered that this was Songshan, not Songjiang's territory. Little Wang wouldn't know where to find food, so he turned to Guan Xiaoxiang. "Xiaoxiang, do you know where to go?" Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated and said shyly, there are a lot of snacks near the school. They're all delicious and not expensive. Is there a good hotel? Yang Ming asked. Forget about those snack bars. They don't even have a private room. Let's find one that's about the same. There is a bigger hotel nearby. It was the Douglas Hotel before, but now it's called the Songjiang International Hotel. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't know that Yang Ming was from Songjiang City, and Guan Xueming didn't have time to tell him. When they got in the car, Guan Xiaoxiang didn't notice that Yang Ming's license plate was from Songjiang. Oh? Songjiang International Hotel? Yang Ming was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Let's go there then. It's not cheap there, and there's a minimum price for the private rooms. Guan Xiaoxiang had only heard from a rich classmate in his class that the Songjiang International Hotel was so luxurious that it was like heaven on earth. Oh, no problem. Yang Ming smiled. Do you know the address? After leaving the school, turn right and walk straight for less than a kilometer. Guan Xiaoxiang naturally knew the address. Little Wang, let's go there. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, brother Yang. Little Wang naturally knew that the Songjiang International Hotel was a property of the Mingyang Group. He was once the security captain of the Songjiang International Hotel. Yang Ming glanced at Guan Xiaoxiang and said, oh right, call your girlfriend again and come out together. My girlfriend? Call her too? Guan Xiaoxiang was a bit tempted. Ever since he became friends with Xiaolan, he had never taken her to a proper hotel. It was either the school cafeteria or the snack bar in front of the school. Although Xiaolan didn't complain about it, Guan Xiaoxiang still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at the rich students in his class bringing their girlfriends to luxury hotels, Guan Xiaoxiang's heart itched. But his pocket money was strictly controlled by Guan Xueming. He only had a few hundred yuan a month, so naturally, he didn't dare to be too extravagant. Even when he got a room with Xiaolan, he only dared to go to a budget hotel. The soundproofing was bad, and the environment was bad. But Guan Xiaoxiang had no choice, so he desperately wanted to make money. The more Xiaolan didn't say anything, the more Guan Xiaoxiang felt bad. But Yang Ming's suggestion made Guan Xiaoxiang feel a bit moved. Going to the Songjiang International Hotel was enough to show off to the other students in the class. Can I? Guan Xiaoxiang was afraid that Yang Ming was just being polite, so he carefully confirmed. Why not? You're starting a business with your girlfriend anyway. You can talk about your business plan. Yang Ming smiled. Then. I'll call her now. Guan Xiaoxiang was very happy. He knew in his heart that Yang Ming was treating him like this because of his father, Guan Xueming. However, even if Guan Xueming had helped Yang Ming treat Xianxia, there was no need for Yang Ming to help him like this. Besides, Guan Xiaoxiang understood Xianxia's condition. There was basically no hope. Why would Yang Ming help him? Guan Xiaoxiang excitedly dialed his girlfriend Xiaolan's number, but the call was hung up after 2 rings. At the same time, in a duplex bungalow in Songshan's Qianhua Shuyan district, a girl nervously hung up the phone in her hand. Xiaolan, who's calling? A man glanced at the girl's hand and asked. No, no one. The girl named Xiaolan suddenly became even more nervous. Let me see the phone. The man glared at Xiaolan and snatched the phone from her hand. Dad. Xiaolan had no choice but to answer, it's Xiaoxiang. Please don't be like this. Don't be like this? Don't be like what? The man snorted, why didn't you pick up the phone? What did I tell you before for nothing? Dad, Xiaoxiang is actually very good, and his family is not bad. Uncle Guan has a lot of prestige in the medical field. Xiaolan explained, it's just that Uncle Guan is an honest person, so his family is not rich. Honest my ass. Why do you have so many reasons for not being able to earn money? Zhang Hualan's father, Zhang Dianhai snorted disdainfully, didn't I tell you? I've been promoted. In Songshan, I'm considered a celebrity in society. I know some high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Just based on your looks, I'll introduce you to a young talent who is 100 times better than that bullsh** T Xiaoxiang. What young talent? Isn't he just a bunch of playboys? Zhang Hualan frowned, Dad, you don't understand Xiaoxiang. Xianxia will definitely be successful in the future. He has the confidence to make his own career. Confidence my ass. What's the use of having confidence without strength? Zhang Dianhai snorted, you don't understand logic. Wait until you get married, you'll understand. Without money, everything is useless. Even though I can earn some money, but at the end of the day, I'm still working for others. The money I earn now is not even enough for me to enjoy my retirement. I'm still hoping that you can find a rich husband in the future to help me out. If you don't find a rich husband, what am I going to do? Xiaoxiang will definitely be rich in the future. Zhang Hualan argued. Alright, let's not talk about those useless things. I don't care about the future. I only care about the present. Zhang Dianhai waved his hand, call him back now and ask him to come out. I want to talk to him. You. What do you want to talk about? Zhang Hualan was shocked and asked. Of course it's about you too. Give me 5 million as a betrothal gift, and I'll agree to you two dating. Otherwise, don't look for you anymore. Zhang Dianhai said. 5 million? Zhang Hualan was shocked. She knew about Guan Xiaoxiang's family situation. How could they have 5 million? Even though they lived in a villa, it was provided by the school. They didn't buy it. What, you think it's too much? It's not much. 5 million is just to prove his ability. If he can't even get 5 million now, then how can he guarantee your happiness in the future? He even said that he'll make a career out of it. Nonsense. Zhang Dianhai said. If he can get 5 million, then I'll believe in his ability. This? Dad, give him some time. He'll definitely find a way. Zhang Hualan could only try to stall for time and take one step at a time. There's no time. Tomorrow is the deadline. If you can't get it, then get out. Zhang Dianhai said. The boss of the hotel is going to introduce a girlfriend to one of his nephews today. With your qualifications, it won't be a problem. If Guan Xiaoxiang can't get the money, then I'll introduce him to you. Dad, can't you be more reasonable? Zhang Hualan was about to cry. What I say is reasonable. Zhang Dianhai snorted. Call him later and ask him to come to my hotel. Let him see what the life of the rich is like. Zhang Dianhai guessed that Guan Xiaoxiang had never been to such a high-end hotel. After he came, he would feel ashamed and then take the initiative to break up with his daughter. When Zhang Dianhai wasn't doing very well, he didn't want to break up Zhang Hualan and Guan Xiaoxiang so fiercely. However, he just started working at the Songjiang International Hotel a few days ago and was appointed as the executive vice president. Suddenly, he became awesome. One must know that the Songjiang International Hotel was one of the best 5-star hotels in Songshan City. The standard of the people he usually interacted with was suddenly higher, so Zhang Dianhai's vision suddenly became higher. Just as Zhang Hualan was about to refuse, the phone in her hand rang again. Don't hang up. Give me the phone. I'll talk to him. Zhang Dianhai said as he reached for the phone in his daughter's hand. Guan Xiaoxiang called once, but Zhang Hualan didn't pick up. He was a bit confused, so he waited for a while before calling again. This time, it was a male voice that answered. Guan Xiaoxiang, right? Yes. Are you Uncle Zhang? Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked to hear the man's voice and quickly asked carefully. Yes, it's me. Are you looking for Xiaolan? Zhang Dianhai asked. Yes. Yes. Is Xiaolan there? Guan Xiaoxiang asked. Good, I need to talk to you about something. Where are you now? Zhang Dianhai asked. Talk to me? Talk to me? Guan Xiaoxiang paused. Uncle Zhang. What do you want to talk to me about? What's there to talk about? You'll know when we meet. Zhang Dianhai said. It's about you and Xiaolan. Where are you? I just came out of the house. Guan Xiaoxiang said carefully. Wait for me in the lobby of the Songjiang International Hotel in half an hour. We'll talk when we meet. Zhang Dianhai didn't wait for Guan Xiaoxiang to reply and hung up. Hello? Uncle Zhang? Guan Xiaoxiang looked at his phone helplessly. It showed that the call was over. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Guan Xiaoxiang's troubled expression and asked with a smile. Xiaolan. My girlfriend's father is looking for me. He wants to talk to me about something. Guan Xiaoxiang said carefully. Oh? Looks like it's not the right time for me to treat you to a meal. Why don't you meet your future father-in-law first? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Brother Yang. Can you come with me? Give me some courage. I'm a bit scared. Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated. I heard from Uncle Zhang, Xiaolan's father, that there's something wrong with his tone. It seems like he doesn't approve of me and Xiaolan. Let's go then. Where is it? Yang Ming didn't mind going with Guan Xiaoxiang. He was secretly laughing at Guan Xiaoxiang's little trick. Of course, Yang Ming knew what Guan Xiaoxiang was thinking. He wanted Yang Ming to back him up at a critical moment, but he didn't want to say it out loud, so he said that he wanted Yang Ming to back him up. However, Yang Ming already had the intention of helping Guan Xiaoxiang, so he didn't care about these things. It's at the Songjiang International Hotel, the place we're going to. Guan Xiaoxiang said. That's good. We don't have to change directions. Yang Ming nodded. Little Wang parked the car in the parking lot of the Songjiang International Hotel. Originally, Yang Ming was going to let Little Wang book a private room, but because Zhang Dianhai was treating, Yang Ming was not in a hurry to book a private room. He waited in the hotel lobby with Guan Xiaoxiang. Qianhua Shuian district was one of the most luxurious districts in Songshan City. This place was known as the symbol of Songshan's power. Every house here was a duplex, and there were even independent villas. Every house started at 10 million, and villas could be sold for more than 30 million. People who could live here were either rich or noble. And this Qianhua Shuian district was known as the rich district of Songshan City. Although not all rich people lived here, those who lived here were definitely rich people. The house Zhang Dianhai lived in now was a duplex villa, so the 5 million he asked Guan Xiaoxiang to take out wasn't a lot. As the senior management of the hotel, he had an annual salary of more than 1 million. Especially now that he was the vice president of the 5-star Songjiang International Hotel, his annual salary had increased to nearly 2 million, so Zhang Dianhai had become very powerful these few days. Driving his Mercedes-Benz R300, Zhang Dianhai drove his daughter, Zhang Hualan, to the Songjiang International Hotel. President Zhang. The security guard at the entrance saw Zhang Dianhai's car and immediately saluted him. Zhang Dianhai enjoyed this feeling and nodded to the security guard. He drove the car into the parking lot and found an empty spot to park. Then he said to Zhang Hualan, "See? This is the difference between status and identity. If I wasn't the vice president here, would the security guard greet me? If you and Guan Xiaoxiang came here, the security guard probably wouldn't let you in, right? Which one of those who come here don't drive? Even those who take taxis are a minority." Zhang Hualan frowned. I don't know, but I do know that Xiaoxiang will definitely reach higher heights in the future. If he can be like me, it's already not bad. Even higher. Zhang Dianhai laughed coldly. I don't know if he came or not, but he was probably stopped by the security guard at the entrance. How is that possible? Xiaoxiang is also a talent, and the security guard here wouldn't look down on people. Zhang Hualan pointed at the entrance. Dad, look, aren't there people walking here? Zhang Dianhai snorted and led Zhang Hualan into the hotel. When they entered the hotel lobby, the receptionist at the entrance and the lobby manager ran over to greet him warmly. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and looked around the lobby. He saw Guan Xiaoxiang running towards him. Zhang Dianhai naturally knew Guan Xiaoxiang. He had seen a picture of him and his daughter. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly greeted him. Guan Xiaoxiang, right? Zhang Dianhai looked at Guan Xiaoxiang and saw Yang Ming and Little Wang behind him. He frowned. These two are? They're my friends, they came with me. Guan Xiaoxiang said, and this is? Alright, no need for introductions. Zhang Dianhai didn't want to hear the names of Guan Xiaoxiang's friends. In his opinion, Guan Xiaoxiang brought them here to freeload. After all, such a luxurious hotel wasn't for poor students like them. The other reason was probably to give him courage. But no matter what the reason was, Zhang Dianhai didn't care and didn't want to know. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little embarrassed, afraid that Yang Ming would be angry. He wanted to turn around and explain, but he saw Yang Ming shake his head at him. Only then did Guan Xiaoxiang let out a sigh of relief. "Foreman Wu, give me a VIP room." Zhang Dianhai ordered the lobby manager. The lobby manager wanted to remind Zhang Dianhai that Guan Xiaoxiang's two friends weren't ordinary people. They drove an Audi A8L, but he didn't have the chance. He couldn't say that in front of them, could he? Now that Zhang Dianhai had ordered him to find a room, Foreman Wu didn't have the chance to tell Zhang Dianhai. He could only go find a room first. Foreman Wu had a record of every guest's car. As soon as the car stopped and the guest alighted, a security guard would inform him. This way, Foreman Wu could better understand the level of the guest and provide more accurate service. After getting the room, Zhang Dianhai didn't say much to Foreman Wu. He led Zhang Hualan, Guan Xiaoxiang, Yang Ming, and Little Wang into the elevator. Zhang Hualan looked at Guan Xiaoxiang apologetically, but Guan Xiaoxiang gave her a reassuring smile. "Trust me, it'll be fine." "Okay." Zhang Hualan nodded. "What are you guys mumbling about?" Zhang Dianhai frowned. "Don't talk so much in the elevator. It's rude to let others see." Zhang Hualan stuck her tongue out. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little annoyed. How was talking in the elevator rude? But he was Zhang Hualan's father, so Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't say anything. The elevator stopped at the VIP floor on the top floor. Zhang Dianhai arrogantly led everyone to a large private room, pushed open the door, and took the lead to walk in. Guan Xiaoxiang looked at everything in front of him. It was just as his classmate had said. The level of luxury here was beyond his imagination. This was a place for the rich. And Zhang Hualan's father, Zhang Dianhai, was called Mr. Zhang by the people here. Could this hotel be his? Thinking of this, Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked. Zhang Hualan's family background was so powerful? Although he knew that Zhang Hualan's father was famous, he didn't know that he had such achievements. When Zhang Hualan mentioned her father, she only said a few vague words. Now, Guan Xiaoxiang felt more and more threatened. He felt that Zhang Dianhai was not here with good intentions. "Little Guan, you've never been to such a high-end hotel, right? Take your friends around and take pictures." Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and said casually. Zhang Dianhai was obviously looking down on Guan Xiaoxiang. His words were sharp and full of sarcasm, but Guan Xiaoxiang had never been to such a high-end place, so he couldn't refute it. Instead, he dragged Yang Ming into this. He smiled apologetically at Yang Ming. "Brother Yang. Hee, it's nothing. This is also my first time coming to Songshan's Songjiang International Hotel." Yang Ming smiled faintly. Yang Ming wasn't lying. It was indeed his first time coming to Songshan City's Songjiang International Hotel, but it didn't mean that he hadn't been to other Songjiang International hotels before. However, Zhang Dianhai misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. "You've borrowed little Guan's glory. You should take a look this time. I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future." "Oh, that's true. Maybe I won't come here for a few years," Yang Ming said lightly. Guan Xiaoxiang, of course, understood what Yang Ming was implying. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He pursed his lips and looked at Zhang Hualan. Zhang Hualan, on the other hand, didn't know what to say. But she was curious about the friend Guan Xiaoxiang had brought. Why didn't he feel like he was being looked down upon? Couldn't he tell that his father was mocking him? "What are you eating?" "Order whatever you want. This restaurant has everything." Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and said. "Oh, then let's order a few more dishes," Yang Ming said faintly and picked up the menu. Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming's casual behavior and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "You're just a friend brought by Guan Xiaoxiang. Why are you pretending to be a host?" However, he didn't say anything. He was just trying to act cool. The more Yang Ming acted like he hadn't seen the world and liked to take advantage of the small things, the happier Zhang Dianhai was. "Order whatever you want," Zhang Dianhai said. "But if you miss this opportunity, you won't find another restaurant like this again. Xiaoxiang, since Uncle Zhang is so hospitable, let's order something expensive," Yang Ming said. "That. Okay." Guan Xiaoxiang asked Yang Ming to come here to help him, so he was curious about Yang Ming's inexperience. However, he also knew that Yang Ming wouldn't hurt him. He was definitely helping him, so he didn't say anything and waited for Yang Ming's next move. Yang Ming opened the menu and specifically ordered the expensive dishes. He ordered more than 10 dishes, all of which were extremely expensive. The total cost was in the tens of thousands. This made Zhang Dianhai's face darken. Although he was the vice president of this restaurant, his annual salary was only a little over $1 million. On average, it was only 100,000 a month. After deducting his personal income tax, there was only about 80,000 left. Yang Ming ordered 40 to 50,000 yuan worth of food. It was more than half of his monthly salary. How could he not feel bad? Even if he was the vice president of this restaurant, he still had to spend money to eat. At most, he could enjoy the VIP discount of 20%. That would still cost 30 to 40,000. Zhang Dianhai's face darkened as he glared at Yang Ming. Humph, you country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Aren't you afraid of dying from eating? Although he complained, he couldn't stop Yang Ming from ordering. If he didn't let Yang Ming order, wouldn't it mean that he didn't want to spend money? Then he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. The main reason he asked Guan Xiaoxiang to come today was to let him experience the life of the upper class and show him how the rich enjoyed life. He didn't have money, so he couldn't give Zhang Hualan such a life in the future. Therefore, even if Zhang Dianhai's heart was bleeding, he could only pretend to be rich. He wouldn't stop Yang Ming from ordering. At most, he would complain a little. That's all. We can't finish any more than that. Xiaoxiang, see if there's anything else you want to add, Yang Ming said casually as he passed the menu to Guan Xiaoxiang. No need, that's all. Guan Xiaoxiang naturally wouldn't be as careless as Yang Ming. He waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Okay, that's all then, Yang Ming said to the waiter. The waiter looked at Zhang Dianhai. After all, Yang Ming had ordered expensive dishes that cost tens of thousands, so he had to ask for Zhang Dianhai's opinion. Although Zhang Dianhai felt bad, he couldn't do anything about it. He had already said what he wanted. He could only wave his hand and say, that's all for now. Tell the kitchen to get it done as soon as possible. Tell them that they are my guests. Zhang Dianhai was constantly trying to show that he was in the privileged class and could be served first. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The waiter got an affirmative answer and left with the order. Zhang Dianhai, on the other hand, cleared his throat and said to Guan Xiaoxiang, Little Guan, do you know what I do? You're the general manager here? Guan Xiaoxiang could roughly guess, but he was a little confused as to why Zhang Dianhai would suddenly ask him. That's right. I'm the vice president here. Zhang Dianhai said proudly. Now you know what Xiaolan's family does. You know the difference between you and Xiaolan, right? Guan Xiaoxiang didn't expect Zhang Dianhai to be so direct and didn't know what to do. His face turned red and he couldn't say anything. Uncle Zhang, I know your family is very powerful now, but I'm also working hard. I'm still a student, but I believe I can achieve great results in the future and give Xiaolan a good life. Future? Everyone knows how to say empty words. My old friends all said the same thing, but which one of them succeeded? Wasn't it just me? Zhang Dianhai snorted and said with some disdain, so what you're saying is all empty words. Then how can I prove it? Guan Xiaoxiang was still young and impulsive without Zhang Dianhai's provocation. How? That's up to you. Why are you asking me? Zhang Dianhai looked at Guan Xiaoxiang with a smile. If it was up to me, then show me how you can earn 5 million in the next 2 days. If you can, then prove that you have the ability. If you can't, then I'm sorry, but I can't believe you. 5 million? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. How is that possible? I don't have a single cent of capital right now, how can I earn 5 million? Whether it's possible or not isn't something for me to worry about. That's something for you to worry about. Zhang Dianhai smiled and said condescendingly, if you need someone to teach you everything, then Xiaolan can't expect anything from you. Look at you, you don't even know how to earn 5 million, let alone a bigger business. But, the first pot of gold is the hardest to earn. Guan Xiaoxiang retorted. And to earn 5 million in one go is like a fool's dream. How many people can earn 5 million in one go? If there are more people, what can you show off? Zhang Dianhai snorted. It's not easy to prove your ability. Is 5 million a lot? I don't care if you're scamming people or finding people to invest, but I want to see 5 million in assets within 3 days, or don't come looking for Xiaolan in the future. It's hard for me to see your sincerity. Dad, aren't you making things difficult for Xiaoxiang? Zhang Hualan couldn't stand it anymore and said. What do you know? Zhang Dianhai interrupted his daughter. How is this making things difficult? If I don't ask him to be strict, can he become something? You can only grow in adversity. Hee, I thought Uncle Zhang's requirements were high. It turns out that it's only 5 million? Yang Ming suddenly said, this requirement is too low. It's not considered strict. Jie? Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming in bewilderment. He didn't know which side Yang Ming was speaking for. Isn't he Guan Xiaoxiang's friend? What did he mean by that? Was 5 million too little? Was it not enough to show off Guan Xiaoxiang's ability? However, since a fool had spoken, it was exactly what Zhang Dianhai wanted. It seems that I have underestimated Xiao Guan's strength. 5 million is indeed too little. 8 million then. Hearing Yang Ming speak, Guan Xiaoxiang's heart relaxed. He had been afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't care about him because Yang Ming hadn't said anything, so Guan Xiaoxiang had to fight on his own. Now that Yang Ming had said something, it meant that Yang Ming was going to intervene. Zhang Hualan didn't know who Yang Ming was, though. She thought he was a random friend that Guan Xiaoxiang had found. When she heard Yang Ming say something like that, she glared at Yang Ming angrily. Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't make a good friend. Why did he bring someone like that? He might as well not have brought someone like that. He's just a hindrance. Yang Ming pretended not to see Zhang Hualan's glare. He continued to look at Zhang Dianhai with a neutral expression. Oh, 8 million? That's too little? You're really looking down on Xiaoxiang. Jie? Zhang Dianhai was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Ming had ordered so many expensive dishes to scam him, he would have thought that Yang Ming was here to help him get rid of Guan Xiaoxiang. Xiao Guan, looks like your friend isn't that simple. He has a lot of confidence in you. Zhang Dianhai laughed. Since your friend thinks so highly of you, how about we set it at 10 million? 3 days. Let's not make it 3 days. Let's make it a week. If you can raise 10 million in a week, I'll betroth Xiaolan to you in front of everyone. How about that? 10 million? That's too little. At this moment, Yang Ming shook his head again and said disapprovingly, and, a week? That's a long time. Isn't that a bit too long? Jie? 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 Zhang Dianhai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could accept that Yang Ming had helped him squeeze Guan Xiaoxiang in, but now he was being unreasonable. 10 million is too little? Then tell me, how much money can Xiaoxiang get? Oh, I was saying, at least 100 million? Plus, a week is too long. How about a day? 100 million a day, Yang Ming said, let Xiaoxiang raise 100 million in a day. That's what I call awesome. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Dianhai burst out laughing after hearing Yang Ming's words. He really didn't care about the pain in his back. 100 million? How many people had 100 million? A company with 100 million in assets was rare in Songshan, let alone someone who could invest 100 million in someone else. Plus, he was investing in a nobody. This was a high-risk, low-return business. Who would do that? Yang Ming's words were like digging a grave for Guan Xiaoxiang to die. Uncle Zhang, what are you laughing at? You think 100 million is too little? Yang Ming asked. Jie? Zhang Dianhai really thought that there was something wrong with Yang Ming's head. Why couldn't he tell that he was laughing? This was mockery, naked mockery. How could Yang Ming not understand? Zhang Dianhai said proudly, if he can get 100 million in a day, not only will I let Xiaolan marry him, I'll listen to him at home. He'll be the head of our family. Oh, so it's like that. Then I'll let Xiaoxiang get 100 million for you to see, Yang Ming said calmly, But how do you prove that he got 100 million? Isn't that simple? Go to the bank and open an account in his name, then deposit 100 million for me to see. Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming mockingly. Okay, that's fair. Then let's eat first. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Dianhai was very happy. He felt that treating Yang Ming to a meal that cost tens of thousands was worth it. This person was simply his lucky star. Previously, he had posed the problem of 5 million. Although it was a little difficult, Zhang Dianhai was afraid that Guan Xiaoxiang would use his father's name to borrow 5 million to make up the numbers. If that happened, it would be difficult to handle. But Zhang Dianhai couldn't ask for too much. 5 million was already a lot. If he had asked for 8 or 10 million, it would have been too much. Just as Zhang Dianhai was worrying about how he could increase Guan Xiaoxiang's offer, Yang Ming came knocking on his door. It was rare to see such a good deal. And so, Zhang Dianhai went with the flow and came up with the impossible mission of 100 million a day. Only then would he dare to say that he would listen to Guan Xiaoxiang from now on. Zhang Dianhai didn't believe that Guan Xiaoxiang could get 100 million in a day. That was an international joke. He didn't believe that there was such a thing. Xiaoxiang, what kind of person did you find? Zhang Hualan whispered to Guan Xiaoxiang. He's not helping you, he's hurting you. It shouldn't be. If Brother Yang said so, then there should be a way. Guan Xiaoxiang believed in Yang Ming. Someone that even his father looked up to shouldn't be an unreliable person who only knew how to boast. Plus, Yang Ming's 2 cars were pretty good. He should be a big boss. But what made Guan Xiaoxiang nervous was that Yang Ming had asked for 100 million a day. This was beyond Guan Xiaoxiang's imagination. But on the other hand, Guan Xiaoxiang was also very excited. Because Yang Ming said that, it meant that he was going to invest 100 million in him. Because the money he said would not be taken back, but would be used for his own investment. With 100 million, his business would be built up quickly, and he would be able to climb to the top in the future. How could Guan Xiaoxiang not be excited? What can we do? It's 100 million. Even my family doesn't have that much money. Zhang Hualan looked at Yang Ming, annoyed. This guy is obviously here to mess things up, but Xiaoxiang is still on his side. And one day? Isn't that a joke? I don't know about that, but I don't think Brother Yang would lie to me. Guan Xiaoxiang clenched his fist. Don't worry, Xiaolan. I won't lose you. Sigh, I can only take one step at a time. Zhang Hualan lowered her voice. If there's no other way, I'll run away from home. When the time comes, we'll elope. No, I won't let you live this kind of homeless life. Guan Xiaoxiang said firmly. Trust me, trust Brother Yang, we will be happy. Definitely. Zhang Hualan saw that Guan Xiaoxiang trusted Yang Ming so much and didn't say anything else, but she didn't think much of it. No matter how she looked at it, this Yang Ming seemed like a shameless person who was deliberately trying to curry favor with her father in order to get food and drinks. Zhang Dianhai couldn't care less about what his daughter was saying to Guan Xiaoxiang. He could say whatever he wanted. After 24 hours, if Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't come up with the 100 million, then he would have to get the hell out of here. Little Guan, I think you'd better not waste your time here. Think of a way to get 100 million first. Zhang Dianhai said indifferently. You still need to eat, don't you? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to order so many good dishes? I haven't eaten the dishes of the Songjiang International Hotel's chef in Songshan City yet. Yang Ming said with a smile. The reason why he ordered some of the signature dishes was to see the chef's skills. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu and Guo Jianqiao to be so successful in the hotel industry. They managed all the branches so neatly in such a short time. In fact, what Yang Ming didn't know was that the Douglas Vast Hotel itself had a perfect management system. Jing Xiaolu only needed to make some slight changes, and she could use it directly. That was why she could manage so many hotel branches so easily. One after another, all kinds of dishes were placed on the table. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The taste is really good. Everyone, try it. It's delicious. Pfft. Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming mockingly. Did he think that he was the host? Let everyone try it? He couldn't tell who was treating, right? However, Zhang Dianhai didn't say much because it didn't matter what Yang Ming did. His goal had been achieved. Yang Ming could do whatever he wanted. Especially when Yang Ming spoke up for him, he didn't care even more. Little Guan, you try it too. The next time you eat here will be after you get 100 million. Zhang Dianhai was clearly mocking Guan Xiaoxiang for never coming back here again. He didn't believe that Guan Xiaoxiang would be able to get 100 million. Xiaolan, you eat some too? Guan Xiaoxiang heard Yang Ming say so he picked up his chopsticks. However, he saw that Zhang Hualan hadn't eaten yet, so he said. How can I be so generous? Can I eat? Zhang Hualan was about to cry. Why is this Guan Xiaoxiang still acting like nothing happened? Can't he stand up and say something? Those words just now were said by Yang Ming, not Guan Xiaoxiang. It didn't represent Guan Xiaoxiang. As long as he stood up and denied it, Zhang Hualan believed that no matter how shameless her father was, he wouldn't be able to force Yang Ming's promise on Guan Xiaoxiang. Hurry up and talk to my dad. That wasn't your idea. You know that 5 million is enough. With Uncle Guan's ability, 5 million shouldn't be a problem, right? 100 million it is. I believe in Yang Ji. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. Why do you trust him so much? Zhang Hualan was anxious. I think he's clearly trying to harm you. He's not doing this for your own good. I can only believe in him. Because before I came here, I had an argument with my dad. My dad wouldn't give me any money, and he wouldn't let me use his name to start a company. I had a falling out with him. Guan Xiaoxiang said helplessly. But luckily I met Yang Ji, and he was willing to help me. Him? How can he help you? Can he help you get 100 million? Zhang Hualan clearly didn't believe that Yang Ming could help Guan Xiaoxiang. He can. He should be able to. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Sigh. I don't know what to say to you. Just trust him. When the time comes, my dad will ask you to break up with me. Don't regret it. Zhang Hualan was furious. Why is this Guan Xiaoxiang so rigid? What's wrong with eloping? Why does he have to insist on such a principle? Zhang Dianhai watched proudly as Yang Ming wolfed down the food on the table. He was even more certain that Yang Ming was here to scam him for food and drink. What he said before was just to get on his good side so that he could eat more smoothly. Thinking of this, Zhang Dianhai was even more relieved. Little Guan, you guys stop talking. Hurry up and eat. This is tens of thousands. Don't waste it. The parking lot security guard of Songshan City's Songjiang International Hotel suddenly stopped on the windshield of an Audi A8L during his routine patrol. In the windshield of the car, several passes were placed. There were Mingyang Entertainment Company Headquarters Access Pass, Mingyang Security Company Pass, Songjiang International Hotel Internal Parking Pass, Mingyang Escort Company Pass, and some special passes issued by some special departments. This made the parking lot security guard widen his eyes. He looked at the license plate number of the car, Song BK 9999. Isn't this the license plate number of Songjiang? This car has so many passes of various companies under the Mingyang Group, then the identity of the owner of this car. The security guard was shocked. Songshan City's Songjiang International Hotel belonged to the Songjiang International Hotel Group. The parent company was Mingyang Entertainment Company, Limited. The director of the car actually had the access pass of the Mingyang Entertainment Company's headquarters and the passes of various industries under the Mingyang Group. Could it be that the senior management of the group's headquarters is visiting incognito? Thinking of this possibility, the security guard was shocked. He quickly took the walkie-talkie and called the security captain. Boss, something big happened. Come to the parking lot in front of the door, third row left. I'm 012. I'm waiting here. Security 012 shouted. What's wrong? What happened? I'm going now. The security captain was shocked when he heard the tone of Security 012. What happened? The security captain quickly put down the work in his hand and rushed to the parking lot. He saw Security 012. What happened? What happened? The security captain looked all the way and didn't find anything big. Everything was fine. Only Security 012 was standing here. It didn't look like something big happened at all. Captain, look at this car. Security 012 pointed at the Audi A8L in the parking lot and said carefully. What's wrong with this car? Isn't it just an Audi A8L? What's so strange about it? The security captain frowned and thought to himself, you called me here in such a hurry just to show me this Audi A8L? Are you kidding me? Although this car is relatively rare, it's not that it doesn't exist. There are many of them in the city, and they often enter and leave the hotel. No, look at the license plate of his car. Security 012 stuttered. However, before Security 012 finished speaking, he was interrupted by the security captain with a wave of his hand. Do you have nothing to do? You called me here just to see the license plate of this car? 9,999? What does it have? I've seen 8,888 before. What's so strange about that? Are you new here? Haven't seen the world? No. Boss. Security guard 012 said, feeling wronged. What do you mean? If you continue to dawdle, I'll deduct 100 yuan from you. He was really looking for trouble. Just keep an eye on the car. Which of the people who came here to eat wasn't rich? What's so strange about an Audi A8L with 49 license plates? The security captain waved his hand impatiently and turned to leave. Boss, take a closer look. The license plate of this car is from Xianxia, and inside the car. However, this time, Security 012 didn't finish and was interrupted by the security captain. You can see the flowers if you look closely? Wasn't it normal for rich people from other places to eat here? What's so strange about it? That's ridiculous. The security captain said. Boss, let me finish. Security 012 was anxious. Okay, then tell me. I'll see what you have to say. If it's useless, then don't blame me for deducting your salary. The security captain held back his anger and said. Okay. Security 012 nodded and said in one breath, Boss, look inside the windshield of this car. There are so many passes. Look at the issuing organization on the pass. Oh? The security captain looked at the pass in the car. At first glance, he was shocked. He wasn't stupid. He immediately thought of the possibility. You mean, someone from the headquarters came? Is there any other possibility? Security 012 was a little proud. He thought, didn't you say that what I said was useless? Now you're scared too, right? The owner of this car is definitely not simple, but I haven't heard of a leader from the headquarters coming down to check. The security captain looked at the car in confusion. He wanted to see some clues, but he couldn't see anything. No, I have to call President Liu immediately. President Liu was Liu Dian, the general manager of the Songjiang International Hotel in Songshan City. I just saw President Zhang's car coming. Should we inform President Zhang? Security 012 said. President Zhang came with his family. It's not good for us to disturb, right? The security captain hesitated and said, let's inform President Liu first. Let's see what President Liu says. Okay, then let's find President Liu first. Security 012 nodded. Liu Dian was sleeping in his mistress's villa when an ear-piercing phone call rang, giving him a big fright. He glanced at it. It was the security captain. If it were someone else, he would have hung up directly. Hello? Zhao? What's the matter? I'm on vacation today. Why are you calling? Although Liu Dian picked up the phone, his tone was still a little unhappy. President Liu, I have a big matter to report to you, said the security captain, Zhao. What's the big matter? Liu Dian frowned and asked. In the hotel parking lot, a car came. The owner seems to have a lot of status. President Liu, do you want to come over? The security captain said carefully. Who doesn't have status when they come to our hotel to eat? You want me to go over just for a car? Isn't this tormenting people? Just pretend I didn't see it. When Liu Dian heard this, he was a little unhappy. They didn't say anything before they came. Naturally, they didn't want me to come out. If they needed me, they would have called long ago. Who doesn't have my phone number in Songshan City? President Liu, it's not someone from Songshan City. The security captain quickly explained, this is a car from Songshan City. The license plate number is Songshan BK 9999. The security captain said. I don't care where his car is. What's wrong with a car from Songshan City? Lu Dian was a little impatient because he heard the mistress calling him over after she finished heating the bath water. Okay, that's it. I won't say any more. Wait, President Liu, listen to me. The security captain was a little anxious. He thought, why is President Liu so anxious? Why don't you wait for me to finish? But thinking about it, didn't I just treat Security 012 like this? It seems that it's not the pot calling the kettle black. Then hurry up and say it. Lu Dian was still fine as he didn't hang up the phone. President Liu, in the windshield of that car, there are a bunch of passes. Those passes are from the headquarters. The security captain was afraid that Lu Dian would hang up the phone, so he said it all in one breath. What? A bunch of passes? From the headquarters? Lu Dian was stunned. Tell me, what's going on? It's like this, President Liu, I'm right next to the car. The security captain quickly said, the passes on the car are Mingyang Entertainment Company Headquarters Pass, Mingyang Security Company Pass, Songjiang International Hotel Internal Parking Pass, Mingyang Escort Company Pass. Huh? So many? Lu Dian was shocked. These are the headquarters of the group in Songjiang and some of the subsidiary companies of the group headquarters. Then, the identity of the owner of this car. Thinking of this, Lu Dian suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He blamed himself for hanging up the phone just now. If this phone call was really hung up, he would probably be done for. Lu Dian was originally from Songjiang City. He was originally an ordinary executive of the Songjiang International Hotel. He was just lucky that the branch hotel was bought. He was short of senior management, so he was appointed to work in Songshan City. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of Songjiang City's Mingyang Group. A person who could enter and leave all the companies related to the group was definitely not a small figure. Maybe it was a shocking figure. And this person suddenly came to Songshan City. What was his intention? Was it a private visit, or was he dissatisfied with him and wanted to investigate him? Lu Dian recalled what he did after coming to Songshan City. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't take advantage of the hotel. His salary was already quite high, so he didn't need to use the hotel to earn money. After all, the management was very standard. He also understood how his boss Bao Sanli got rich, so he didn't dare to embezzle public funds. Other than having a mistress, Lu Dian couldn't find any other crime. Thinking of this, Lu Dian's heart was slightly relieved. Thinking about it carefully, since the other party blatantly drove a car with the headquarters pass, he definitely wasn't here for a secret visit. He was probably just passing by to have a meal or stay here temporarily. Thinking of this, Lu Dian felt that his opportunity to perform had come. He quickly said to the security captain, wait for me, I'll be right there. Okay, I'll wait for you in the parking lot, President Liu. The security captain said. Lu Dian hung up the phone and quickly put on his clothes. The mistress had already prepared the bathwater. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see Lu Dian come over. She was a little anxious. When she returned to the bedroom to take a look, she saw Lu Dian putting on his clothes. She was stunned. Dian, what are you doing? Why are you wearing clothes? Didn't he say he was going to take a shower? I've already prepared the bathwater for you. There's an important matter at the hotel. I have to rush over immediately. Lu Dian said as he put on his clothes faster. What is it? Can't you wait a while before going? Good person. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The second mistress started acting coquettishly. Stop fooling around. Lu Dian shouted sternly, I have a serious matter that concerns my future. Someone from the headquarters is here. I have to go. When the second mistress heard that there was an important matter, and it was related to Lu Dian's future, she didn't dare to stop him anymore. She nodded quickly and didn't say anything else. Lu Dian went out the door and quickly got in the car. He rushed to the international hotel. In the parking lot, Lu Dian saw the security captain and quickly stopped the car beside him. Zhao, where is the car? President Lu, you're here. The security captain quickly saluted Lu Dian and said, President Lu, the car is here. Look. Oh? Is it this car? Lu Dian got out of the car and looked at the Audi A8L that Zhao pointed at. When he saw the pass in the windshield of the car, his face suddenly changed. It really is from the group headquarters. However, I don't know their real purpose. Yeah, I also felt that it was a serious matter, so I informed President Lu at the first moment. The security captain said quickly. Do you know which private room the guest in the car is in? Asked Lu Dian. I'm not sure about this, but you can ask the lobby manager. The security captain said, after we wait for the guest to enter, we will report the guest's car model and license plate number to him so that he can respond accordingly. Then hurry up and ask. Lu Dian urged. Yes, I will ask now. The security captain picked up the captain's phone. Is this Foreman Wu? I'm Zhao from the security team. Captain Zhao, I'm Little Wu. Please speak. Foreman Wu's voice came from the walkie-talkie. I want to ask which private room did the passenger in the Audi A8L of Song BK 9999 go to, asked the security captain. This? Captain Zhao, is there a problem with their car? Foreman Wu obviously didn't realize the situation of the matter. He thought that there was a problem with the car. Captain Zhao, I will remind you privately that this car belongs to President Zhang's guest. If there is a problem, you can deal with it at your discretion. President Zhang's guest? The security captain Zhao was stunned. You mean, Vice President Zhang? Lu Dian's face also changed. This Zhang Dianhai's power is quite big. He has just been appointed as the vice president, and he has a relationship with the people of the group headquarters? Does he want to replace me? Thinking of this, Lu Dian's face was even more gloomy. He grabbed Zhao's walkie-talkie. Little Wu, what's the matter? Are you saying that the people in this car are Zhang Dianhai's guests? President Lu? Foreman Wu was also stunned, but he didn't dare to ask more. He quickly replied, yes, they followed President Zhang and went to the VIP private room upstairs. Which private room? Asked Lu Dian. Number 8. Foreman Wu didn't dare to hide anything. Damn. Lu Dian cursed in his heart. Fortunately, the security captain Zhao's eyes were sharp. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity and let Zhang Dianhai take the lead, this guy might step on his head. No, I can't be weaker than him. Thinking of this, Lu Dian quickly ran into the hotel. The security captain Zhao and the security guard 012 didn't dare to chase after him. They could only stand here and help Lu Dian watch the car. Because when Lu Dian got off, he didn't lock the car. Lu Dian ran into the hotel lobby and ignored Foreman Wu's greeting. He ran directly into the elevator and came to the floor of the VIP area. He got off the elevator and ran toward the number 8 private room. Dang dang dang. Lu Dian knocked on the door of the private room with a nervous mood. Please come in. Zhang Dianhai thought it was the waiter, so he didn't care and said directly. When Lu Dian heard Zhang Dianhai's voice, he couldn't help but feel angry. He thought, this Zhang Dianhai is really something. He got involved with the people from the group headquarters so quickly. However, he quietly opened the door and pretended that he didn't know Zhang Dianhai was there. He walked into the private room and said loudly, I am the manager of this restaurant, Lu Dian. I represent the Songjiang International Hotel to propose a toast to all the distinguished guests. Huh? When Zhang Dianhai saw Lu Dian come in, he was suddenly stunned. He didn't know what Lu Dian wanted to do. He looked at Lu Dian inexplicably. President Lu, what are you doing? This is my family coming to eat. How can there be any distinguished guests? Ah? Lu Dian was also stunned. Why is this Zhang Dianhai saying that this is a family banquet? Could it be that he has a relative who is a senior member of the group headquarters? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Dian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. family banquet? Yeah, this is my daughter, Zhang Hualan. Zhang Dianhai introduced to Lu Dian. This is my daughter, Xiao Lan's classmate, Xiao Lan's suitor. I just happened to come and talk to this kid to see if he is qualified to be my son-in-law. Ah? Lu Dian was even more inexplicable. Did I make a mistake? There are no people from the group headquarters here at all? Listening to Zhang Dianhai's tone, it didn't seem like there were people from the group headquarters at all. If there were people from the group headquarters, then could he still talk in this tone? The other few are friends brought by the suitor. Zhang Dianhai introduced, President Lu, what can I do for you? Zhang Dianhai was also somewhat inexplicable about Lu Dian suddenly coming in to propose a toast. He didn't know what Zhang Dianhai's real purpose was. Lu Dian turned his head and glanced at the so-called friend of Zhang Dianhai's daughter's suitor. At first glance, he was shocked. Wang Lin. Sitting next to the banquet was the former security captain of the Songjiang International Hotel in Songjiang City, Wang Lin. Of course, Lu Dian knew Wang Lin. He was also the management of the Song International Hotel in Songjiang City, and he had met Wang Lin before. This Wang Lin was chosen because he was chosen by the highest person in charge of the group. He became his chauffeur and became successful. Now he had become a big figure in the group. Although he was just a chauffeur, this kind was someone who was a person who was close to the emperor. Wang Lin. Wang's. Wang Lin's. Was Dian. Was a good opportunity. That was Dian's. Him was. T was. His est. Huh? Zhang Dian's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Dian in confusion. Why did he call Guan Xiaoxiang's friend brother? Did he make a mistake? Little Wang recognized Lu Dian. But Yang Ming didn't say anything, so he didn't greet Lu Dian. Now that Lu Dian recognized him, little Wang said lightly, I'm just a chauffeur. Wherever Brother Yang goes, I'll be there. Brother Yang? Huh? Lu Dian almost fell to the ground when he heard little Wang's words. Brother Yang? Isn't that the person behind the group? It is said that the chairman, Jing Xiaolu, is his lover. Brother Yang is here? Lu Dian looked at the other young man beside little Wang who was eating at the table. Could this person be Brother Yang? Thinking of this, Lu Dian felt that it was very possible. Everyone was looking at him, but this young man could eat calmly. He must be a big shot. Hello, Brother Yang. Lu Dian carefully stood beside Yang Ming and said respectfully, I'm the manager here, Lu Dian. I'm at your service. Oh, the food here is good. It's delicious, Yang Ming said lightly. Thank you for the compliment. Brother Yang. Lu Dian was overjoyed. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't have any bad feelings for him, and even praised him. This made Lu Dian very happy. Seeing Lu Dian's flattering attitude, Zhang Dian was a little confused. He didn't know what Lu Dian was doing. What Brother Wang and Brother Yang? What the hell is going on? Did Lu Dian know these two people? Mr. Lu, you. Zhang Dian didn't know what was going on. Of course, the most excited person was Guan Xiaoxiang. He clenched his fist, and his breathing became rapid. He looked at Yang Ming and Lu Dian excitedly. This Lu Dian was so respectful to Yang Ming. Also, listening to his tone, it seemed like he was reporting to Yang Ming. Could this hotel be? Thinking of a possibility, Guan Xiaoxiang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe his guess. But the truth should be as he guessed. This hotel was Yang Ming's. This hotel was originally a chain from Songjiang, and Yang Ming was also from Songjiang. Plus, Lu Dian, the hotel manager, was so respectful to Yang Ming's driver. One could imagine the reason behind this. Zhang Dian, what's wrong with you? Is this how you treat the higher-ups of the group? Lu Dian looked at Zhang Dian seriously. Aren't you tarnishing the hotel's reputation? Higher UPS of the group? What do you mean? Zhang Dian was a little confused. This is Brother Yang. Lu Dian really didn't know how to introduce Yang Ming at this moment because Yang Ming didn't have any shares in the Ming Yang group now, and he didn't hold any positions. However, Lu Dian had a countermeasure. Brother Yang is the investor of the Ming Yang group. President Jing is Brother Yang's girlfriend. Huh? Zhang Dian opened his mouth in disbelief like a big toad. He naturally knew who Jing Xiaolu was, but she was someone he couldn't reach. At this time, when he heard that the young man in front of him was the investor of the group and also Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend, he was a little stunned. How is this possible? Isn't he Guan Xiaoxiang's friend? Isn't he here to freeload? How did he become the investor of the group? What kind of awesome identity is this? How can he be with Guan Xiaoxiang? But Zhang Dianhai didn't suspect that Lu Dian was lying. Because Lu Dian came from Songjiang, he knew a lot more than Zhang Dianhai, and since Lu Dian said so, he couldn't be lying. Suddenly, Zhang Dianhai's face turned red and white, he was embarrassed beyond words. Before this, he kept mocking Yang Ming, saying that he was a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. But in a flash, he became his boss. It should be his boss's 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 boss. Yang. Brother Yang. Although Zhang Dianhai felt that calling a young man about the same age as his daughter brother was a bit awkward, he had to do it now. This job was not easy to come by. Although it was the headhunting company that had poached him, in fact, it was a facade that Zhang Dianhai had colluded with the headhunting company. He had only taken a fancy to the high technology here and wanted to work here. So, he didn't want to lose this job, so the only way was to lower his head to Yang Ming. Yang Ming originally planned to transfer 100 million to Guan Xiaoxiang after the meal to shock Zhang Dianhai and give Guan Xiaoxiang some face. But he didn't expect Lu Dian to suddenly come and interfere. But Yang Ming didn't mind too much. After all, with Lu Dian here, Yang Ming didn't have to do those troublesome things. Uncle Zhang, my current identity is just Guan Xiaoxiang's friend, Yang Ming looked at Zhang Dianhai and said lightly. Zhang Dianhai hated himself. He really looked down on people. But he didn't realize that there was a god sitting here. No wonder Guan Xiaoxiang dared to come, and no wonder Yang Ming dared to say that Guan Xiaoxiang could get 100 million investment. 100 million, with Yang Ming's identity, wasn't it just a matter of a sentence? He actually doubted and mocked Guan Xiaoxiang for not being able to get it. He was asking for humiliation. Of course, asking for humiliation was a small matter. As long as Yang Ming didn't hate him, he was already good enough. But now, what did Yang Ming mean? Did he hate her, or did he not take this matter to heart? Brother Yang. I'm sorry, I didn't know you and little Guan were friends. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to break them up. I don't even have time to climb up the social ladder, why would I break them up? Zhang Dianhai didn't care what Yang Ming meant, and decided to reflect on himself first. No matter what Yang Ming meant, self-reflection was never wrong. Zhang Hualan's eyes widened. He stared in disbelief at his father, who had always been high and mighty, lowering his head to Guan Xiaoxiang's friend. What was going on? Zhang Hualan didn't know Yang Ming's identity. She really didn't understand her father's actions. However, she knew that from now on, her father would no longer object to her relationship with Guan Xiaoxiang. Because her father was right, it was too late to climb up the social ladder. Could it be that Guan Xiaoxiang's friend had some sort of super identity? It's nothing. As Zhang Hualan's father, you naturally want your daughter to find a good home. Yang Ming said calmly. But your way of doing things is a bit extreme. No one is born to be successful. Life is full of opportunities. Who knows when you'll succeed? Brother Yang is right, I'll remember that. Zhang Dianhai said quickly. 100 million, to be honest, is a bit too little. Yang Ming shrugged. I'm going to personally guide Guan Xiaoxiang. I think his future achievements won't be limited to this 100 million. Your request is still too little. Zhang Dianhai's face turned red and white. He was very embarrassed and thought to himself, if I knew Guan Xiaoxiang was going to work for you, even if my daughter didn't agree, I would have forced her to marry him. I wouldn't have had to put on this show. Brother Yang is right, I'll remember that. Zhang Dianhai could only admit his mistake. At this time even Lu Dian was a bit dumbfounded. He finally understood that Yang Ming was here to stand up for Guan Xiaoxiang, and this Guan Xiaoxiang was the future son-in-law that Zhang Dianhai wanted to make things difficult for. Thinking of this, Lu Dian couldn't help but find it a bit funny. This Zhang Dianhai was smart all his life, but this time he was stupid. Brother Yang was going to stand up for himself. How could he be a person with a small achievement? Lu Dian, right? You sit down and eat with us. Yang Ming waved at Lu Dian. You can tell me about the hotel. Okay. Lu Dian quickly sat down next to little Wang. Zhang Dianhai, who was originally sitting at the head of the table, didn't dare to sit now. He quickly walked over and sat next to Lu Dian. Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai told Yang Ming about the hotel's situation. Yang Ming just casually understood. He nodded and stood up. Okay, the development here is good. I'm very satisfied. Little Wang, go back and tell Xiaolu about them. Okay, Brother Yang. Little Wang nodded and took out his phone to record. Thank you, Brother Yang. Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai were suddenly happy and quickly thanked him. Vice President Zhang, Xiaoxiang, and Xiaolan will go with me later. Is there a problem? Yang Ming called Zhang Dianhai's position this time, so there was a hint of a commanding tone in his words. If Zhang Dianhai didn't agree, then he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Of course, Zhang Dianhai couldn't wait for Xiaolan and Xiaoxiang to go with Yang Ming. This was simply endless benefits for him. In the future, with his daughter and Xiaoxiang's relationship, his family would be able to soar. Waving his hand, he signaled Lu Dian and Zhang Dianhai not to send him off. Yang Ming only left the hotel with little Wang, Guan Xiaoxiang, and Zhang Hualan and went to the parking lot. Xiaolan, look, I told you that Brother Yang would be no problem. See now? Uncle Zhang finally approved of us being together. Guan Xiaoxiang said excitedly. Brother Yang, thank you. Zhang Hualan wasn't as excited as Guan Xiaoxiang. Instead, she first came to thank Yang Ming. It's nothing. This is what I promised Xiaoxiang. Yang Ming smiled. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place and talk about your future development. Brother Yang, you are too kind. I, Guan Xiaoxiang, will follow you for the rest of my life. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little excited. You can't abandon me, right? Hee, I won't. Yang Ming smiled. Boss, when Xiaolan and I have a child in the future, how about we let him acknowledge you as his godfather? Guan Xiaoxiang said eagerly. Then arrange a marriage for our child? Yang Ming was a little speechless. Aren't you thinking a little too far? It's not that far away. Xiaolan and I will get married after we graduate next year, and we'll have kids next year. Then we can get married before we're even born. Guan Xiaoxiang was too excited today. He had never felt so proud before, so his words were a little jumpy. Then you won't be able to make it in time. I still have to wait a few years. Yang Ming was a little speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. Hee, then boss, do you have any nephews that are that old? You can introduce them to my future baby. Guan Xiaoxiang was too agitated today, so all he could say was a bunch of nonsense. Not at the moment. If I do, I'll introduce them to you. Yang Ming said helplessly. That's great. Then boss, we'll be in-laws from now on. You'll have to help me. Guan Xiaoxiang was not stupid. Although he was a little inflexible, he knew that as long as he followed Yang Ming's footsteps, he would definitely achieve something in the future. Zhang Hualan, on the other hand, blushed. She was still an unmarried girl, and Guan Xiaoxiang had already planned for a child. This made her very embarrassed. She glared at Guan Xiaoxiang and pouted. What are you saying? Who's in such a hurry to have a child? Of course it's you. Your dad already agreed. What's there to be afraid of? Guan Xiaoxiang said matter-of-factly. Then I won't have one. I haven't even started my career yet. If I have a child, it'll be a waste of time. Zhang Hualan shook her head. Can't you be a little more serious? How am I not serious? Don't you have boss to help you with your career? Don't you believe in boss's ability? Guan Xiaoxiang trusted Yang Ming a lot. When Yang Ming said that he could succeed, Guan Xiaoxiang was inexplicably filled with confidence. But you can't just rely on Brother Yang for everything. Zhang Hualan glared at Guan Xiaoxiang. Why was this person like this? He was helping you, but you didn't care about anything yourself? Plus, even if he helped you, he couldn't help you everywhere. you had to work hard. No, hee, I'm just confident. Guan Xiaoxiang scratched his head, embarrassed. Okay, Xiaolan, since I've decided to help Xiaoxiang, then he won't have any problems in the future. Yang Ming smiled. You can marry him and bear a child. N. Zhang Hualan listened to Yang Ming and was a little embarrassed. She nodded shyly, but she was very grateful to Yang Ming in her heart. She didn't know why Yang Ming was helping Guan Xiaoxiang. She had only seen Yang Ming once at Guan Xueming's house. She didn't even know what Yang Ming did. Today was the second time Zhang Hualan had seen Yang Ming, and she hadn't heard Guan Xiaoxiang mention anything about Yang Ming. Why was Yang Ming suddenly supporting Guan Xiaoxiang today? Judging from Guan Xiaoxiang's embarrassment and nervousness when he was scolded by his father, Guan Xiaoxiang definitely didn't know about Yang Ming's background. He wasn't sure if Yang Ming would be able to help him. In that case, this matter was rather strange. Zhang Hualan couldn't help but ask, Brother Yang, why are you helping Xiaoxiang? Hee. Didn't he say? We're in-laws. Yang Ming smiled. What? What kind of reason is that? Zhang Hualan was stunned. Yang Ming shrugged. Maybe it's fate. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't tell her the real reason. He didn't want to. Back then, he had only given Guan Xiaoxiang a little something in return because Guan Xueming had spared no effort in helping Xianxia. If Yang Ming had given Guan Xueming a sum of money, Guan Xueming definitely wouldn't have accepted it. With Guan Xueming's personality, he wouldn't have accepted the money. If he had accepted it, Guan Xiaoxiang wouldn't have been unable to fork out 5 million. Therefore, Yang Ming repaid Guan Xueming in other ways. Of course, even if Guan Xueming knew about it, he would not interfere. After all, this was Yang Ming's idea. He couldn't stop him. That was one of the reasons. Secondly, Yang Ming also wanted to help the people around him before he went to Yunnan. At least, Yang Ming had found a way out for Bao Sanli and the others. As for these new acquaintances, he naturally wanted to help if he could. Thirdly, Yang Ming felt that Guan Xiaoxiang was more to his liking. Seeing Guan Xiaoxiang in a difficult situation, Yang Ming even thought of himself in the past. When he was with Suya, what was the difference between the face of Suya's father, Su Haikua, and the current Zhang Dianhai? So this was why Yang Ming wanted to help Guan Xiaoxiang. So it's like this. Zhang Hualan knew that Yang Ming might not be telling the truth, but if Yang Ming didn't say it, she couldn't keep asking. She could only give up. Haha, boss said we hit it off. It seems that this in-law is really a couple. Guan Xiaoxiang was also very excited. Yang Ming was someone that even his father admired. Moreover, his father knew Yang Ming's godfather, so Guan Xiaoxiang naturally didn't think that Yang Ming would lie to him. Boss, you can't refuse to recognize me as your in-law in the future. Of course not. But when I have a child, that will be a long time. Yang Ming saw that Guan Xiaoxiang was so enthusiastic and suddenly had a plan. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the marriage that Feng Tian had arranged for him. Yang Ming was still brooding about it at that time. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity. If he arranged a marriage for his future disciple in advance, would he be as resistant as me at that time? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. Was Feng Tian like this in the past? It seems like it. He and Wang Ruoshui were arranged. So he was unhappy and arranged for him. Naturally, he also had to arrange for his disciple. It would be a waste not to exercise this right. Yang Ming even thought of the wonderful expression of his future disciple. Haha. Yang Ming realized that he was a little bit evil now. He actually thought of scheming for something so far away. Then what should I do? Guan Xiaoxiang asked bitterly. But I want to accept a disciple in the near future. It's possible to be in-laws with you. Yang Ming was referring to the fact that after returning from Yunnan, he would probably retire from the world of martial arts. However, the title of the King of Assassins would continue to be passed down, so Yang Ming had to think about accepting a disciple. Since Guan Xiaoxiang was so enthusiastic, it was not impossible for him to decide his disciple's marriage on his own. Although Yang Ming didn't know where his disciple was, wasn't his marriage arranged by Feng Tian before he met him? So Yang Ming played a dirty trick. Disciple? Sure, disciple works too. Guan Xiaoxiang knew that Yang Ming wasn't going to have a child for the time being, so having a disciple like Yang Ming wasn't a bad idea. But he still asked curiously, "Boss, what do you want a disciple to learn from you?" "Everything. I'll teach him whatever I know, like martial arts." Yang Ming wouldn't tell Guan Xiaoxiang about the assassin business. The time wasn't right yet. Although Yang Ming found Guan Xiaoxiang to be quite agreeable, something as important as this wasn't something that Yang Ming would tell him until the very last moment. Martial arts? Boss, you know martial arts? Guan Xiaoxiang asked in surprise. A little. Yang Ming smiled, then pointed to a small advertisement on a telephone pole not far away and said, "Look at that telephone pole." As Yang Ming spoke, he picked up a small pebble from the ground and threw it over. With a paw sound, the small stone hit the telephone pole and then bounced to the side. Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes widened. Although he couldn't see if Yang Ming had hit the advertisement, it was already amazing that the pebble could hit the telephone pole from such a distance, let alone hit the advertisement. "Boss, is this real?" Guan Xiaoxiang quickly ran over and glanced at the small advertisement on the pole. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He pointed at the small advertisement with his mouth wide open. "Xiaoxiang, what's wrong?" Zhang Lan couldn't stand it anymore. "What's with Guan Xiaoxiang's expression? He looks like he's scared." "Xiao Lan, look at this." Guan Xiaoxiang pointed at the small advertisement on the telephone pole. Zhang Hualan walked over and saw the advertisement on the telephone pole. Suddenly, her small face turned red. What nonsense are you looking at?" "Huh?" Guan Xiaoxiang paused before realizing what Zhang Hualan meant. The advertisement was a cure for STD, infertility advertisement. Guan Xiaoxiang hadn't noticed it before, but after Zhang Hualan's reminder, he realized the problem. Embarrassed, he said, "Zhang Hualan, I'm not talking about the advertisement. I'm talking about the marks on the advertisement. Look here." Guan Xiaoxiang pointed at the middle of the ad for Zhang Hualan to see. "Ah. Wen Zhang." Hualan saw it, she suddenly exclaimed because in the middle of the small advertisement, there was a round mark. It was made by a stone. It was right in the middle, not a single bit off. "So accurate?" Zhang Hualan asked in surprise. "Yeah, now you know why I was so surprised, right?" Guan Xiaoxiang said. "I didn't expect the boss to have such a trick up his sleeve." Zhang Hualan nodded because she was equally surprised. Previously, she felt that it was strange for her child to marry Yang Ming's disciple, but now it seemed that Yang Ming's disciple was definitely not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person enter Yang Ming's eyes? "Okay, don't be surprised. It's just a small trick." Yang Ming smiled faintly. If this was considered a small trick, then Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't know what a big trick was. "Boss, are you one of those legendary martial arts masters?" "You can think of it that way." Yang Ming said. "I've already told your father about my identity. If you want to know, you can ask him." "Oh?" Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. "Boss, what is your identity? Tell me." "You know my dad. He's very old-fashioned. If I ask him, I probably won't get anything out of him." "Okay, then I'll tell you." Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, he was going to leave after a while. When Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't find him, he would definitely ask Bao Sanli or Guan Xuemin. At that time, he would know. "Boss, you really have a special identity?" Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked. "My identity is actually a special agent," Yang Ming said. "But don't tell anyone." "Ah. Special agent?" Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes widened. "Boss, you're a special agent?" "Yeah, I'm going to do a mission in a while, so you won't be able to see me for a long time," Yang Ming said. "That's why I'm telling you. But don't tell anyone." "Don't worry, I won't say anything." "I definitely won't." Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. "I'm not someone who spouts nonsense." Although Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked, he didn't doubt Yang Ming's words. If Yang Ming hadn't shown such a skill, perhaps Guan Xiaoxiang would have some doubts. But now, Guan Xiaoxiang was only shocked. Yang Ming could hit a small stone so accurately. It was only natural that he was a special agent. Let's find a place to talk about your business plan. Yang Ming smiled. I'm going to invest 100 million in you, but you can tell me what you want to do. I won't interfere. Of course I'll tell you. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded and went with Yang Ming to a roadside cafe. He was going to tell Yang Ming the details of his plan. In fact, he already had the idea of opening a hospital in his mind. At the time, he just wanted to use Guan Xueming's name to make a name for himself in the early stages. He didn't have the money in the early stages, and couldn't even afford to advertise. He could only rely on Guan Xueming's name to sustain himself. But now, with Yang Ming's investment, he didn't need to rely on Guan Xueming's name anymore. He could use this money to open a super large private hospital. Whether it was the size of the building or the medical facilities, it was more than enough. He could even hire some retired specialists. It wouldn't take long for the hospital's name to spread. Therefore, after Guan Xiaoxiang sat down, he began to talk. Brother Yang, my initial idea is to buy an office building. It can be an abandoned school or research center, and then renovate it. After that, we can hire some retired specialists from big hospitals. In the early stages, we can specialize in a few subjects. After that, we can buy all the medical equipment for those subjects. 100 million is not a lot, but it's not a lot. It's definitely not enough to buy all the medical equipment. So, we just need to specialize in a few subjects. Yang Ming nodded. Although he didn't know much about hospital management, there weren't many problems with Guan Xiaoxiang's plan. Your idea is not bad. It's very feasible. Really? It's really not bad. Is it feasible? Guan Xiaoxiang was very excited to be praised by Yang Ming. Boss, you still believe in me? My dad said I'm just an armchair strategist. He doesn't believe me at all. He said I only know how to dream, and it's not realistic at all. Don't blame Uncle Guan. He's just worried that if you use his name, not only will it hurt you, but it'll also hurt him. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. It's because you don't have money, and Uncle Guan doesn't have that much either. There's no way he can let you run a hospital, so the most you can do is open a small clinic. That's why Uncle Guan didn't want you to use his name. Think about it, a small clinic with Uncle Guan's name. Wouldn't it be weird? Boss, you have a point. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. But he's my dad. Can't he trust his own son? Even though Guan Xiaoxiang had gotten Yang Ming's help, he still held a grudge against Guan Xueming's actions. Haha, it's not Uncle Guan's fault. That big brother of yours. Yang Ming had heard from Guan Xueming that Guan Xiaoxiang's big brother, Guan Dian, was a scammer who used Guan Xueming's name to do a lot of bad things. That was why Guan Xueming was so concerned about Guan Xiaoxiang using his name. Ah, that big brother of mine was really lucky. He used my dad's name to make a lot of money, but my dad kicked him out of the house. He doesn't even come home anymore. Guan Xiaoxiang said. You're jealous of someone like that? Yang Ming was a bit speechless. He was kicked out of the house. Do you want that too? That's not it. I'm not using my dad's name to scam people. I just want to get a bit of fame. I won't scam people. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. You don't have Uncle Guan in your clinic, but you're using Uncle Guan's name to open a clinic. If that's not scamming people, then what is? Yang Ming shook his head and glared at Guan Xiaoxiang. You don't have the money in the beginning. You can't even hire a specialist, so you can only hire normal, inexperienced doctors. If something goes wrong, not only will it hurt you, it will hurt the patients who trust your dad's name, and it will also hurt your dad. Have you ever thought of such a serious consequence? I really haven't thought about it. Guan Xiaoxiang was taken aback. But I don't plan to treat those difficult illnesses in the beginning. I only plan to treat some minor ailments like colds and headaches. Some illnesses that look like a cold could be pneumonia. If you misdiagnose them, it'll be even more troublesome. Yang Ming didn't know much about medicine, but he still had some common sense. Guan Xiaoxiang lowered his head. I'm sorry, boss. I was too impulsive. Alright, Now that you've taken the investment I've given you, you can be considered to have the capital. If you hire some experienced experts, these problems won't occur. Yang Ming said, I'm just reminding you. Even if you have money, don't rush for instant success. You have to take it one step at a time. Don't make the same mistake as your brother. Boss, Guan Xiaoxiang, will remember your words today. Guan Xiaoxiang patted his chest. I know you're doing this for my own good. Don't worry, I won't do anything out of line in this lifetime. Haha, actually Uncle Guan and I have the same idea. It's just that he can't give you the money, so he's a little more strict. Yang Ming smiled. I hope you won't hold a grudge against him. Boss, don't worry about that. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little embarrassed. Of course I'll be upset, but I won't hold a grudge. After all, he's my father. It's normal for him to care about his reputation. As for whether or not Guan Xiaoxiang was upset, or if he would throw a tantrum, that wasn't something Yang Ming could control. As long as Guan Xiaoxiang didn't hold a grudge against his father, then Yang Ming's goal had been achieved. I'm happy that you can think this through. Yang Ming nodded. Do well, and you'll definitely succeed. Come back to Songjiang with me later. I'll introduce you to some famous people in society. They'll be of great help to your future career. Thank you, boss. Guan Xiaoxiang, of course, knew how important connections were in doing business. If all the people he knew in a city were famous people, then they would subconsciously become his assistants. So when Yang Ming said that, Guan Xiaoxiang was very excited. What are you thanking me for? You're calling me boss. How can I not help you? Yang Ming waved his hand. Right, boss, you're investing in me. How are we going to split the shares of the hospital I'm setting up? Guan Xiaoxiang had been thinking about this question before. He was too embarrassed to bring it up, but he didn't. This was a very important question, and he had to figure it out first. Split the shares? The money is for you. I don't want the shares. You can manage it yourself. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. Yang Ming was going to Yunnan, and he wasn't even sure if he could come back. What was the use of the shares? What's more, 100 million yuan was like a drop in the ocean for the current Yang Ming. It was nothing at all, so Yang Ming didn't think about asking for any shares. Yang Ming wasn't short of money at all. How can that be? You're an investor. Of course you have to have the shares. Otherwise, how can I take the money with peace of mind? Guan Xiaoxiang heard Yang Ming's words and immediately panicked. I said it's for you, so it's for you, Yang Ming said. No, boss. If you don't want the shares, then I definitely can't take the money. If I take it, then I'll be freeloading. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head like a rattledrum and refused directly. You are similar to Uncle Guan. You are more principled. Yang Ming smiled. Since you must give it to your future son-in-law, then give it to him. Yang Ming smiled. Since you must give it to him, then give it to your future son-in-law. My future son-in-law? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. My disciple, Yang Ming smiled. My disciple must be a man, so you're looking forward to having a daughter. So it's like that. Guan Xiaoxiang felt that the shares were the same as giving him the same thing. My son-in-law is also my daughter's. What's the difference between not giving it to Yang Ming? Just treat it as a dowry from me as her godfather, Yang Ming smiled. If you still don't agree, then I can't do anything. Okay. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Then let's sign a contract. Why do we need to sign a contract? I believe in you. Yang Ming said with a smile, when that day comes, you can just give it to him. This? Okay. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. 60%. 60% of the company's shares belongs to your disciple. I'll take it out and won't use it no matter what. Hee, do as you wish. Yang Ming also knew that no matter what he said, Guan Xiaoxiang wouldn't accept it, so it was better to let him do as he wished. Anyway, he was just a disciple that didn't exist. He didn't know when that disciple would appear. Guan Xiaoxiang might not be able to give out the 60% of shares. Okay, I will make a contract when I go back. I will definitely not touch these shares. If I touch them, I am not worthy of being a human. Guan Xiaoxiang swore, let Xiaolan supervise me. Hee, you don't have to make it so serious. Yang Ming smiled. I will supervise him. Zhang Hualan also valued this. Yang Ming could be said to be the matchmaker of the two of them. Without him, how could her father agree to the two of them being together? Now that Yang Ming had given them such a great help, Zhang Hualan was very grateful. At the same time, she swore in her heart that she would repay Yang Ming one day. Therefore, she also valued the oath that Guan Xiaoxiang said and immediately expressed that she would supervise Guan Xiaoxiang. Seeing that Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan were so formal, Yang Ming couldn't say anything. He nodded, okay, then it's settled. Later, you will go back to Songjiang with me. I will let someone transfer the money to you. As for the hospital location, you can discuss it with Bao Sanli. The hospital will be under the Mingyang Group first. When it becomes bigger, you can go independent at any time. No need, just under the boss. Anyway, 60% of the shares will always be yours. Guan Xiaoxiang said solemnly. It was also because of Guan Xiaoxiang's oath today that in the several restructuring of the hospital, no matter how many times the shareholders changed and how many branches were established, the 60% shares were always untouched. Everyone else thought that Guan Xiaoxiang was afraid of losing control of the hospital, so he purposely kept the 60% shares as an excuse. But only Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan knew that the shares didn't actually belong to them, but were kept for someone else. However, these words could not be said to others. Even their future daughter did not know the truth of the matter. Many years later, Guan Xiaoxiang had been looking forward to his boss, Yang Ming, returning to Songjiang. He wanted to sit with him and his wife, Xiaolan, in this cafe and reminisce about the past. However, after Yang Ming retired from the underworld, there was no news of him again. Disappointed, Guan Xiaoxiang placed his hopes on Yang Ming's disciple. But where would he find Yang Ming's disciple in? The sea of people? He didn't even know his name. He couldn't just randomly grab someone and ask if they were Yang Ming's disciple, right? The successful and famous Guan Xiaoxiang would sometimes reminisce about the days many years ago. That summer, when Yang Ming first came to visit and met him and Xiaolan for the first time, as well as sister-in-law Yuxi, who was once his father's goddaughter. Also, at the Songjiang International Hotel, Yang Ming's appearance reversed the awkward situation between Guan Xiaoxiang and Zhang Hualan, and made Zhang Dianhai agree to their matter. Although Zhang Dianhai also borrowed a lot of credit, Guan Xiaoxiang was very regretful that he didn't see Yang Ming again after that. Although the feeling of holding on to shares but not being able to give them away was strange, Guan Xiaoxiang truly felt that way. Until his daughter grew up day by day, and after graduation, she went to the hospital he invested in to become a nurse. Yang Ming didn't appear, and neither did Yang Ming's disciple. Guan Xiaoxiang sometimes even wondered if Yang Ming was just joking and lying to him. However, he comforted himself that Yang Ming wouldn't lie to him. So he firmly believed that one day, he would definitely be able to meet Yang Ming again and become real relatives with him. In the afternoon, Little Wang drove Yang Ming, Guan Xiaoxiang, and Zhang Hualan back to Songjiang City, and then introduced them to Bao Sanli. After Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming's intention, he nodded and prepared to start researching the hospital for Guan Xiaoxiang. Yang Ming went to Jing Xiaolu's office. In addition to not seeing Jing Xiaolu for a long time and missing her, he also wanted to talk to her about the Lu family in Jiangyan City. The news of Yang Ming coming to the group headquarters was not known to many people. Besides Bao Sanli, it was probably Little Wang. However, Bao Sanli wouldn't take the initiative to say it, and Little Wang wouldn't simply say it. Yang Ming knocked on the door of Jing Xiaolu's office with a bouquet of flowers. After a while, Jing Xiaolu's capable voice came from inside, "Please come in." Yang Ming pushed open the door of the office and deliberately covered his face with flowers. Then he said in a fake voice, "Miss Jing, hello. I have admired you for a long time." Jing Xiaolu thought it was a colleague of the company, but after listening to a few words, she found that something was wrong. She looked up and saw a man standing in front of her with flowers in his hand. She was suddenly shocked and pulled a long face. "Who are you? How did you come in?" "Miss Jing, I am your admirer." Yang Ming said very affectionately, "I am the heir of XX Group. Miss Jing, please give me a chance. Are you crazy? Although Jing Xiaolu had been a lot more civilized under Yang Ming's urging, and she also had the demeanor of a company's chairman, Jing Xiaolu was still a little angry in the face of such an inexplicable suitor. What does this person mean by coming to my office to give flowers? The Mingyang Security Company was very famous, but they let a mentally ill person into the group headquarters. How could Jing Xiaolu not be angry? Miss Jing, I love you. Please accept my pursuit. As Yang Ming said, he reached out and hugged Jing Xiaolu. F***CK. You want to take advantage of me? I will kick you to death. Jing Xiaolu was furious. Except for Yang Ming, who dared to touch her like this. Jing Xiaolu saw that the man in front of her actually dared to hug her, and she suddenly recovered her previous delinquent temper. She kicked Yang Ming's lower body. Yang Ming was shocked. Fortunately, his reflexes were faster. He caught Jing Xiaolu's foot and smiled. Miss Jing's jade foot is very beautiful. You dead pervert, why don't you die? Jing Xiaolu was very angry. This person actually dared to touch my foot. He really didn't want to live. Jing Xiaolu had already thought about it. Whether this person was the heir of XX group or not, he dared to flirt with her, then he was dead. She would definitely find someone to cripple him and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. As Jing Xiaolu spoke, she picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it on Yang Ming's head. One of her feet was caught by Yang Ming, so she couldn't use the seductive kick. She could only change it to using the teacup to smash people. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu's reaction to be so intense, and she didn't recognize him until now. Yang Ming was scared and quickly let go. He smiled bitterly. Xiaolu, it's me. Ah? Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu was stunned suddenly, and the teacup fell to the ground. Her hand that was going to hit Yang Ming also changed to a different position and pounced on Yang Ming. What are you doing? You scared me. I thought a perverted pervert came in. Didn't I want to give you a surprise? Who knew your reaction would be so intense? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with a bitter smile. You kicked and hit me. Fortunately, I have good skills. If it were someone else, they would have been lying on the ground. Yeah, then you should rest assured. No pervert can bully me. Jing Xiaolu said proudly when she heard Yang Ming's words. Whoever dares to trouble me, I will use these tricks to beat them until they lie on the ground and can't get up. Humph. This? Yang Ming smiled bitterly again. Jing Xiaolu's words were not unreasonable, but Yang Ming was still shocked. Now, even if you go to Yunnan to perform a mission, you should rest assured about me. Jing Xiaolu still said, think about how powerful I was just now. I have been practicing women's anti-pervert skills recently just to let you go without worry. Yang Ming was a little speechless. In this company, do you think other people can come in so casually except for me? Won't the security guard stop them? Hee hee. Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed after listening to Yang Ming's words. What if he sneaks in secretly? Anyway, it is always good for me to be on guard. Well, I didn't say that you shouldn't be on guard. So, I should study and equip you with a female bodyguard. Jing Xiaolu's reaction reminded Yang Ming that Chen Mengyan and the others already had Victoria's protection, but Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia, Xiao Qing, and the others still had no one to protect them. Jiaoying could be with Wan Xiaoyan, so he didn't have to worry about her safety. The others really should find another bodyguard. You are willing to think about me? Jing Xiaolu was a little surprised. She originally thought that only Chen Mengyan could find a bodyguard. What are you talking about? You are also someone I care about. Why can't I think about you? Yang Ming said deliberately with a straight face. Really? Then I'm so happy. Jing Xiaolu was a little excited. Yang Ming, don't leave tonight. Can you accompany me in the company? You haven't been with me much. I miss you a little. Speaking of this, Jing Xiaolu, to be honest, she was a straightforward person. She was actually shy. It seemed that shyness was a girl's instinct. It had. Yang Ming's heart moved and nodded. Okay, then I will accompany you. Really? Jing Xiaolu couldn't believe it. She just asked with a tentative attitude. She wasn't sure whether Yang Ming could stay or not. However, even though she wasn't sure, she still had to try, right? What Jing Xiaolu didn't expect was that Yang Ming really agreed. For a while, Jing Xiaolu was a little overjoyed. She didn't know what to do. Jing Xiaolu originally thought that she was just Yang Ming's least valued girlfriend. She was satisfied to be able to talk to him. She never thought about asking him for anything. However, Yang Ming agreed to her first request. Of course, it's true. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu was so excited, Yang Ming sighed slightly. It seems that I didn't value her a little too much before. So much so that a very ordinary sentence and a very ordinary thing can make Jing Xiaolu so excited? Yang Ming, thank you. I'm very happy. I'm really happy. Jing Xiaolu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Although she was now the chairman of a company, she still had no confidence in front of Yang Ming. She knew very well that Yang Ming could give her such a big business because Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. Ming Yang Company was only entrusted to her because she happened to be here, so Yang Ming would entrust it to her. If it were someone else, Yang Ming might give the company to them. Jing Xiaolu just felt lucky. It was only today, at this moment, that Jing Xiaolu felt that Yang Ming cared about her a lot. This feeling made Jing Xiaolu so happy that she was about to die. One sentence was enough to make her wait. For Yang Ming for a lifetime. Okay, let's talk about the Jiangyan Lu family first. Yang Ming didn't want Jing Xiaolu to continue to be entangled in this topic because it would only make Yang Ming feel more guilty. Yang Ming had never considered these issues before. He felt that it was normal to run around every day for a better and more comfortable life for himself and his woman in the future. But now it seemed that Yang Ming had enough money, and his ability was strong enough. He could completely retire from the underworld and live a plain life. It was true happiness to be with his beloved every day. The emergence of this idea made Yang Ming want to live in seclusion in Island X even more irresistible. After this Yunnan mission was over, Yang Ming planned to start this matter. Of course, the premise was to eliminate all potential enemies before he could leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, those who were hostile to him might jump out and threaten him again. Yang Ming didn't want to leave any hidden dangers like a time bomb that might explode at any time. Although he was not afraid of them, he was afraid that they would cause some damage on Island X or make a move on his family and friends. In that case, Yang Ming would regret it. This was also the first time that Yang Ming was determined to eliminate these enemies. Yang Ming was too soft-hearted in the past. If the enemy didn't take the initiative to come to him, Yang Ming wouldn't take the initiative to find them and do anything to them. But now it was different. Yang Ming had made up his mind. After this mission, he would look for the behind-the-scenes boss and find out the central Dr. Yang Ming. No matter how powerful and influential they were, Yang Ming must eliminate them completely. Actually, we can only know about the Lu family's news from the TV, said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu said, Lu Huamei's secretary looked for me before. Through the phone, she tactfully expressed her request for help and conveyed Miss Lu Huamei's message. If we help her take back control of the Jiangyan group, she will definitely treat us well. Tactful? Help her regain control? Just not treat us badly? Yang Ming suddenly frowned after listening. This Lu Huamei is quite smart, huh? Do you think we're fools for making empty promises like this? There will only be benefits after regaining control. Moreover, the benefits are not stated clearly. Does she want us to work for nothing? Yeah. Jing Xiaolu smiled sweetly. Although I have a good relationship with Sister Huamei in private, personal relationships are personal relationships. It can't be mixed with company matters. So, you refused? Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu with some approval. It seemed that she had matured. She wouldn't do anything against the company's interests because of impulsiveness. This way, Yang Ming could leave with peace of mind. The Ming Yang group wouldn't decline in Jing Xiaolu's hands. You can't say that I refused. Jing Xiaolu smiled. Lu Huamei's secretary said that our intervention was just the icing on the cake. Lu Huamei also has the ability to control the situation. Our intervention at this time was just to ensure that the Jiangyan group and our Ming Yang group would cooperate more closely in the future. Heh. Yang Ming could naturally tell that Jing Xiaolu didn't believe it. Lu Huamei naturally doesn't want outsiders to intervene in the Lu family's internal affairs. If she agreed to some of our conditions, she would inevitably let us take over the Jiangyan group. When that time comes, she would have just dealt with her two brothers, and a huge company like our Mingyang group as a shareholder. It would be strange if Lu Huamei wasn't worried. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't give up the Lu family's interests. Lu Huamei is also very clear about this. Although we have a personal relationship, in the face of the company's interests, a personal relationship is naturally nothing. Let her do as she pleases. Yang Ming frowned. Although he admired Lu Huamei before, he couldn't stand Lu Huamei's way of doing things. If she asked for help, so be it. Even if there were no benefits, she could come to Yang Ming and say some soft words. It was impossible for Yang Ming to sit back and do nothing. However, she was playing mind games with him. Yang Ming was very disgusted. If she doesn't take the initiative, you don't have to take the initiative to look for her. Okay. Jing Xiaolu also saw Yang Ming's displeasure. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "This sister Huamei is really a fool. She came to beg my husband, act coquettishly, and use a honey trap. My husband's heart softened and helped her, but she insisted. She deserved to be robbed of her family's property." Although she had a good relationship with Lu Huamei, Jing Xiaolu had always stood firmly on Yang Ming's side. "Go away. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Ming glared at her. Why did Jing Xiaolu's words sound so different? As if he was trying to repay the favor? Helping Lu Huamei was because he coveted her beauty? Hee, I won't talk nonsense. Jing Xiaolu smiled, but she didn't take it seriously. Jing Xiaolu now understood Yang Ming's temper. As long as she followed Yang Ming and didn't play mind games with Yang Ming, it was fine no matter how she joked with Yang Ming. Yang Ming wouldn't care. Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. Just as he was about to lecture her, the internal phone on Jing Xiaolu's desk rang. Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned and quickly picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Jing Xiaolu." When Jing Xiaolu picked up the phone, she returned to her usual capable and experienced self. She didn't look like the playful self she had with Yang Ming before. "Director Jing, Miss Lu Huamei from the Jiangyan group is looking for you." You see. The one who spoke was Jing Xiaolu's secretary. She didn't dare to make a decision since Lu Huamei was here. Oh? Lu Huamei is here? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Huamei to come so quickly. Wasn't there news that she was under house arrest by her two cousins? Why did she come to Songjiang City? Yang Ming also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect her to come to the group's headquarters so quickly when they were just talking about Lu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming, wanting to ask for his opinion. Although Jing Xiaolu was in charge of the group, she naturally became a subordinate of Yang Ming now that Yang Ming was here. "Let's meet. I also want to see what she thinks," Yang Ming said lightly. "Okay," Jing Xiaolu nodded and said to the person on the phone, "Bring her to my office." "Yes, Director Jing," Jing Xiaolu's secretary said. After hanging up the phone, Jing Xiaolu was a little confused. "Yang Ming, why do you think Lu Huamei is here? Isn't she under house arrest by her cousins?" "The news we can get is both true and false. None of us know the specific situation, so it's better to listen to what Lu Huamei has to say," Yang Ming smiled. "That's true. Let's see if she's sincere this time. If she still isn't, then we can only forget about it," Jing Xiaolu nodded. It's definitely not simple to intervene in the Lu family's affairs in this situation. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Jing Xiaolu cleared her throat and said, "Please come in." The secretary pushed open the office door and walked in first. "Director Jing, Miss Lu Huamei from the Jiangyan group is here." Jing Xiaolu stood up and greeted her warmly. "Sister Huamei, why are you here all of a sudden?" "Hee, the house is in a mess. It's giving me a headache, so I came out to relax," Lu Huamei said and glanced at Yang Ming who was sitting on the sofa. She was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to be in Jing Xiaolu's office too. However, Yang Ming didn't get up to greet her. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't take her seriously. She couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Among so many partners, the first one she looked for was the Mingyang group. Yang Ming actually gave her the cold shoulder, making Lu Huamei feel belittled. It seems that I've disturbed Sister Xiaolu. How about I come back later? Although Lu Huamei was annoyed, she didn't reveal anything. She was retreating in order to advance. This way, she wouldn't offend anyone, and it would also show that she wasn't in a hurry. She would be able to get more benefits in future cooperation negotiations. Of course, she could use this move to deal with other people, but it was obviously used on the wrong person to deal with Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually didn't care about the company. What he cared about now was feelings. This was also the reason why he could help Guan Xiaoxiang. If only Jing Xiaolu was here, Lu Huamei would have made the right move. However, Yang Ming was also here. If she still made the same move, it was a bad move. Jing Xiaolu was about to speak, but Yang Ming said faintly, if that's the case, then come back later. Ah? This time, it was Lu Huamei's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to take her polite words seriously. Generally speaking, if she said something like retreating in order to advance, others would say nothing and invite her to sit down and talk. However, Yang Ming didn't play by the rules and directly asked her to come back later. Wasn't this directly disrespecting her? It seems that Miss Lu doesn't want to leave. Let's talk frankly if you have anything to say. Yang Ming said faintly. He was also giving Lu Huamei one last chance. If you tell me the truth, I might help you if I'm happy. If you still want to beat around the bush, then sorry, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Then let's sit down and talk about our cooperation. A hint of anger flashed across Lu Huamei's face. It was obvious that she didn't understand Yang Ming's temper. Instead, she treated Yang Ming as an ordinary business partner and a profit giver. Yang Ming frowned imperceptibly. Although this woman is pretty, why is she so stubborn? He couldn't help but mock. I heard that you were put under house arrest by your two brothers? You escaped so quickly. It seems that you have some tricks up your sleeve? Yang Ming had already said so. If Lu Huamei still wasn't in the mood to tell the truth, then Yang Ming wasn't going to help her. If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't be able to compete with my two cousins for the control of the company. Obviously, Lu Huamei didn't understand Yang Ming's words. She was too smart for her own good. She made mistakes when she was too smart. She took Yang Ming's words as a test to see her confidence. In fact, it was understandable for Lu Huamei to think so. If it were another company's boss, they would also test Lu Huamei's confidence before deciding whether to continue the cooperation. Lu Huamei did have some tricks up her sleeve. She was indeed imprisoned by her two cousins. However, she had been in the Lu family for so long. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any direct descendants. Although Lu Huamei was able to escape with the help of the direct descendants, it was not as easy as she made it out to be. She had really put in a lot of effort. However, she would naturally not say it out loud at this moment. She had to remain mysterious. The more confused she was, the more confident she could get. Oh, then I wish Miss Lu success in seizing power, said Yang Ming lightly. Huh? Lu Huamei was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to not have any reaction to this. He wasn't surprised, nor did he comment. Instead, he wished her success? Originally, the initiative was in her hands. However, she lost it because of Yang Ming's words. Lu Huamei could only say, Mr. Yang, although I am confident that I can control the Lu family in the end, the process may be very tragic. This will definitely be a fierce battle. This is not in line with my original intention. My original intention was not to damage the Lu family's interests. However, the Lu family's interests will definitely be damaged during the fight. This is not what I want to see. That's why I want to find a partner to help me. I will give the corresponding benefits after I control the family. Oh, I see that Miss Lu is wasting her time on this unnecessary move. Since you are prepared to give a part of the benefits after control, then what's wrong with losing a part of the benefits during the fight? Isn't it all the same inside and outside? Why do you need to find a partner? Yang Ming reminded her. Yang Ming was very disgusted by Lu Huamei's act of pretending to be smart. Mr. Yang, what do you mean by this? Lu Huamei seemed a little angry, because your Mingyang group is my friend and my business partner. That's why I thought of you first when something good happened. I wanted to give you the profits that were supposed to be lost to you. This is also my way of taking care of a friend. But from what you're saying, it seems like I'm begging you? Oh, so you're not begging us? Yang Ming had lost his patience. Since you're not begging, then thank you for your kindness, Miss Lu Huamei. Our group doesn't lack money. We don't want any benefits. We're already doing well. It's useless to have too much money, right? Lu Huamei was completely dumbfounded. Doesn't Yang Ming mean that there's no need to continue the discussion? Lu Huamei had always thought that Yang Ming's words meant that he wanted to fight for more benefits. However, after listening to Yang Ming's words, it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care about benefits at all. He simply didn't want to continue the discussion with her. In fact, Lu Huamei's actions had indeed angered Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu sighed at the side. Sister Huamei, oh Sister Huamei, you're really stupid even though you're smart all your life. Why can't you see what kind of person Yang Ming is? However, even though Jing Xiaolu felt that it was a pity, she couldn't criticize Lu Huamei in front of Yang Ming. This was because Yang Ming hated women who thought they were smart the most. Yang Ming was a very chauvinistic man. He naturally didn't want his woman to be too strong in front of him. Even a woman as smart as Sun Jia would be obedient in front of Yang Ming. She would also praise Yang Ming when she was with other women. She would never embarrass Yang Ming. However, this Lu Huamei always played mind games with Yang Ming. It would be strange if Yang Ming could help her. This way, it was almost impossible for her to get help from the Mingyang group. Since Yang Ming didn't agree, Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't make a decision on her own. Mr. Yang, are you saying that you don't want to cooperate with us at all? Lu Huamei looked at Yang Ming unwillingly. She felt that Yang Ming was tricking her. Since he was tricking her, why couldn't she trick him back? Therefore, Lu Huamei directly asked for the final result of the matter. Yang Ming only had to say whether he wanted to cooperate or not. If Yang Ming was only testing before, then Yang Ming definitely wouldn't give a definite answer this time. This was because no matter how he tested, the result was still based on the intention to cooperate. Therefore, Lu Huamei was forcing him to abdicate. She wanted Yang Ming to say directly whether he still wanted to cooperate or not. This kind of negotiation technique wasn't desirable. Although it was effective, it might offend the other party. However, Lu Huamei had no other choice now. She was also extremely angry, so she directly asked this question. Cooperation? So it's cooperation? Yang Ming pretended to be confused and said, I always thought that you were the one who came to beg us. Forget about the cooperation. We're not interested. You. Lu Huamei was extremely angry. She stared at Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, then we'll meet again. Your attitude makes it difficult for us to continue our cooperation. I don't only have the Mingyang group as a partner. I have other partners. Since you have such an attitude, then let's not talk about it. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Yang Ming waved his hand impatiently. In fact, the only partner that Lu Huamei could think of that had the strength to turn this situation around was the Mingyang group. The other groups weren't as big as the Jiangyan group. If she got involved at this time, she was afraid that not only would she not get any benefits, but it would also be difficult to retreat. Therefore, she wouldn't get involved at all. For most of the Jiangyan group's partners, they maintained a wait-and-see attitude. This was because no matter who was at the helm of the Lu family in the end, their cooperation relationship would not change. The Jiangyan group would definitely have some turbulence with a new leader. It would be too late to rope in these partners by then. How could they harm each other's interests? So the result would be the same if they didn't make a move at this time. These partners wouldn't be stupid enough to jump out and take the lead. Lu Huamei didn't even need to probe because Lu Zhenan and Lu Zhiqiao had already probed before. These partners all said that they would maintain a neutral position and not help each other. This way, Lu Huamei's only hope was Jing Xiaolu. And the Mingyang group behind Jing Xiaolu did indeed have the ability to reverse the situation. Lu Huamei thought that Jing Xiaolu would definitely make a move with her personal relationship with Jing Xiaolu and the promise of benefits. However, she didn't expect Yang Ming to interfere here. However, Lu Huamei would only be humiliating herself if she continued to stay here since he had already said so much. Lu Huamei couldn't bring herself to say some soft words. She could only pretend to be angry and stand up gloomily. She said to Jing Xiaolu, "Sister Xiaolu, since your group has no intention of cooperating, then I'll leave first." "Sister Huamei, we can't do business, but we still have a good relationship. In private, you are still my sister," Jing Xiaolu said apologetically. However, she really couldn't help much. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Lu Huamei naturally didn't give up. She wanted to use dinner to ease their relationship. She wanted to see if Jing Xiaolu could deal with her a little more. However, she naturally couldn't say anything now. Tonight. Jing Xiaolu had an appointment with Yang Ming tonight. She was a little reluctant to leave, but her heart softened when she saw Lu Huamei's pitiful look. "I don't have much time tonight, but I still have time for a meal. See you tonight." "Okay." Lu Huamei sighed in relief. She was really afraid that Jing Xiaolu wouldn't agree. Lu Huamei's current situation in the Lu family wasn't bad, but very bad. She was the last to enter the Jiangyan group. Therefore, she didn't have as many direct descendants as Lu Zhiqiao and Lu Zhinan. Especially since their father, Lu Hua, was the general manager of the group. He had even more confidence. No matter if it was Lu Zhinan or Lu Zhiqiao, Lu Hua would support them. However, she, Lu Huamei, would not. Lu Huamei was only able to stand firm in the group because of Old Master Lu Jiangyan. Now that Old Master Lu had a sudden heart attack and was still in the hospital, the Lu family was in chaos. Who would support Lu Huamei? Moreover, Lu Jiangyan didn't even leave a will. This made Lu Zhinan even more confident. He was determined to win the control of the group this time. Therefore, Lu Huamei was the weakest party. Her only support was now hospitalized. She had no choice but to seek external help. In this case, if the Mingyang group didn't support her, then she would really lose miserably. Lu Huamei was unwilling. Especially when she was under house arrest for the past few days, she found out the truth, a huge secret. She wanted revenge, which was why she had to control the Jiangyan group. Only by controlling the Jiangyan group would she have the opportunity to carry out the next step of the plan. Previously, Lu Huamei didn't really care about whether she could control the group. She had a fair heart. She wanted the group to develop well and not let down her grandfather's efforts. However, an accident changed her mind and filled her with hatred towards Lu Hua. She wanted Lu Hua dead. Lu Hua's entire family dead. Even so, it was difficult to calm the anger in her heart. Lu Huamei clenched her fists when she thought of her father lying in the hospital in a vegetative state. Lu Huamei took a deep breath and left Jing Xiaolu's office. "I was a little impatient. If it doesn't work out, I'll give more benefits to Jing Xiaolu tonight. No matter what, I have to take revenge. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I have to give away a part of the Jiangyan group to avenge my father. But it's better than giving it to Lu Hua's family, who are worse than pigs and dogs." Looking at Lu Huamei's lonely figure walking out of the office, Jing Xiaolu sighed and said, "Actually, Sister Huamei isn't wrong. She's also using negotiation methods. I've learned a lot from her. She isn't wrong, but I don't like her style." Yang Ming said faintly, "She's not my relative, nor is she my woman. I have no obligation to help her, so she can do whatever she wants." "Oh." Jing Xiaolu nodded and didn't refute. She was thinking about how to persuade Lu Huamei tonight and show her the right way. But now it seems that Lu Huamei has angered Yang Ming. Asking her to admit defeat probably won't move Yang Ming. What a headache. Why is this Sister Huamei so muddle-headed? Jing Xiaolu sighed and shook her head. "I won't think about these things for the time being. Now, I want to enjoy the time with Yang Ming." In an old-fashioned seaside villa in Songjiang City, the behind-the-scenes boss looked at the chat with Dr. Benjamin on the computer screen with a gloomy face. Jetson was killed by Yang Ming, and this Kevin also died inexplicably? The behind-the-scenes boss couldn't believe his eyes. He asked a few times. And got a positive answer. Kevin was indeed dead. He told this regrettable news to Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai was also inexplicably shocked, but then he showed an extremely indignant look. "Boss, is Dr. Benjamin lying to us? What super warriors? They're just trash. One was killed by Yang Ming, and the other died inexplicably. If they were really so powerful and invincible, how could they die so casually? The behind-the-scenes boss also doubted whether the super warriors that Dr. Benjamin mentioned were useful. Why did they die one after another? I, an ordinary person, didn't die, but the super warriors died faster than anything else. Isn't this a scam? The doctor said that he won't send super warriors to help us for the time being because super warriors can't be mass-produced. The two most successful people on the doctor's side have been killed, and the remaining few have various flaws. They can't carry out long-distance operations, said the behind-the-scenes boss. Boss, then how do we deal with Yang Ming? Huang Yukai said very unhappily, that kid Yang Ming is very carefree. He won't be carefree for long. I have already inquired that Yang Ming is going to Yunnan to perform a mission. It is said to be a special mission. Although I don't know the specific content of the mission, this is a good opportunity. If we use it properly, said the behind-the-scenes boss with a sneer. Oh? Really? Huang Yukai was stunned. But if he goes to Yunnan, how do we deal with him? Of course, it's true. Before this, I had a partner that you didn't know. The behind-the-scenes boss smiled mysteriously and said, his name is Elder Yu. He is a very powerful person in Miaojiang. The behind-the-scenes boss hadn't contacted Elder Yu for a long time, but it didn't mean that the connection was cut off. Although Elder Yu had given so much money, in the end, he still didn't do anything to Yang Ming. This made the behind-the-scenes boss quite critical. However, the behind-the-scenes boss also understood through a series of recent events that Yang Ming wasn't so easy to deal with. Therefore, he no longer resented Elder Yu because now it seemed that he and Elder Yu were on par with each other. This also made the behind-the-scenes boss deeply feel that it was a mistake to choose to go against Yang Ming. However, who made him unable to distinguish between public and private interests? Which was for himself, and which was for the center? The behind-the-scenes boss could no longer find himself in life. When he dealt with Yang Ming, it was because Yang Ming blocked his way forward. The behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to be controlled by the center all his life. He also wanted to break away from the center and have his own life. He wanted to live in seclusion with his sister, Alice, and live an ordinary life. Working for the center, although it seemed to be very glorious with money and people in his hands, he never had his own freedom. The behind-the-scenes boss believed that once the center had a task that required him to sacrifice himself, Dr. Benjamin would not hesitate to give him up. He was just a chess piece, and so was his sister, Alice. However, the only way to make himself grow quickly and have a way to compete with the strength of the center was blocked by Yang Ming. How could the behind-the-scenes boss not hate? This was also the reason why he targeted Yang Ming everywhere. In fact, in essence, he and Yang Ming had no deep hatred. However, Yang Ming blocked his way to freedom. He was unwilling in his heart. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Yang Ming down with him. Elder Yu? Why does this name sound so weird? Huang Yukai repeated it faintly and looked at the behind-the-scenes boss with some doubts. This person knows about Yang Ming's movements? To be precise, Yang Ming is going to find trouble with Elder Yu this time. When the behind-the-scenes boss said this, he couldn't help but laugh. It's good enough that he didn't find trouble with him. He actually took the initiative to go to Elder Yu's territory to show off. This time, he can't blame others. If he wants to die, then no one can do anything about it. Are you sure that Elder Yu can keep Yang Ming here? Huang Yukai didn't believe in Elder Yu's strength. If he had the strength to keep Yang Ming, then what was he doing before? There was no need to wait. Until now. The behind-the-scenes boss saw Huang Youcai's doubts from his face, so he explained, this Elder Yu has practiced an evil technique. Now that the evil technique has started, in his own words, he is already invincible. Of course, it might not be that powerful, but it should be close. Really? Huang Yukai complained a little. At that time, Jetson was also said to be invincible, but wasn't he killed in the end? Also, didn't Kevin, who was in contact with him later, disappear inexplicably? Therefore, Huang Yukai didn't believe in the bragging about being invincible. But now, he had to avenge Wang Shifan and his son, so he could only rely on the behind-the-scenes boss. Hee hee, you don't have to look at me with such a suspicious gaze. The behind-the-scenes boss naturally knew what Huang Yukai was thinking. Regardless of whether he can keep Yang Ming or not, someone will create trouble for Yang Ming for us. Why don't we do it? That's true. Huang Yukai nodded. Who cares if Yang Ming is dead or not? It's enough that someone is helping us. Even if he doesn't die, he can create some trouble for him. The behind-the-scenes boss's face also showed a strange smile. In his opinion, Yang Ming was probably doomed this time. No matter how powerful Yang Ming was, he was facing a normal person. Elder Yu was no longer a human being. Elder Yu, who practiced evil techniques, could be described as abnormal, and his attack weapon was sinister voodoo. This was not a conventional weapon at all. The behind-the-scenes boss didn't believe that Yang Ming could deal with it. It was said that even the Lan family of Miaojiang was not Elder Yu's opponent. How could Yang Ming deal with Elder Yu? At first, he was worried that Yang Ming and Lan Ling would hinder his plan to defeat Elder Yu after they got together. But now it seemed that the Lan family was in a precarious situation, let alone helping Yang Ming. Of course, the behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to explain these details to Huang Yukai. Everything would depend on the result. If Yang Ming could stay there, there was no need to say anything. If Yang Ming couldn't stay there, then it was useless to say anything now. Jing Xiaolu's office was a separate suite divided into an inner room and an outer room. The inner room was a lounge, just like the hotel room. There was a bed, a TV, and a separate bathroom. Jing Xiaolu informed her secretary that she wanted to rest. If there was anything, she would ask someone to contact Brother Bao or Brother Ho. Then she ran to the inner room to play a pushover game with Yang Ming. The two lingered until dinner time. Jing Xiaolu got up from the bed reluctantly. Husband, I'm going to eat with Sister Huamei. You find a place to eat first. I'll call you at night. Let's go to the hotel. Yang Ming originally planned to go home, but he nodded when he saw Jing Xiaolu's expectant gaze. He spent the least time with Jing Xiaolu recently, so he might as well stay with her for the whole day today. Okay, then you go. I'll just eat by myself. Yang Ming agreed, but that Lu Huamei, I don't think she's very sincere. I don't like her asking for our help and giving us benefits. Jing Xiaolu was shocked. She knew that Yang Ming had a lot of opinions about Lu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu was a little troubled. She had a good relationship with Lu Huamei. They had contacted each other a lot in private during this time, and she had even learned a lot from her. It could be said that Lu Huamei was half her teacher. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu didn't want Lu Huamei to fall this time from the bottom of her heart. She wanted Lu Huamei to pull herself together and get through this difficult time. She wanted to help Lu Huamei. But this was from a personal point of view. From the company's perspective, Jing Xiaolu was a rational person. Yang Ming had given her such a big business. She couldn't do things based on her own preferences, and she couldn't appoint people based on favoritism. Personal relationships were personal. Jing Xiaolu would never do anything that would harm the company's interests. However, from Jing Xiaolu's point of view, if both parties were to make certain concessions, her company would still be profitable, and she could help Lu Huamei get through this difficult time. Why not? It was just that Lu Huamei's strong woman's side made Yang Ming feel disgusted. He completely ignored this matter, leaving Jing Xiaolu with no way to salvage the situation. AI. Jing Xiaolu sighed. Husband, her character is like this. Her father got into a car accident when she was young, so she had to take care of the family by herself. From a certain point of view, she is actually quite similar to me. She doesn't open her heart easily, and always uses another face to deal with people. It's just that she is a little more fortunate than me, or a little more unfortunate. It depends on how you look at it. Jing Xiaolu was telling the truth. She used to look like a delinquent girl. It wasn't that she was willing to be a delinquent girl, but she had to use such an identity to hide the weakness in her heart. She needed a lot of money to treat her grandmother and support her family. It was impossible to get so much money through normal channels, so she chose to be a delinquent girl. While looking for a stronger backer, she kept scamming people for money. Lu Huamei was the same, but she was luckier because her family was rich. However, there was more intrigue, and every step was dangerous. She could be doomed at any time. I don't care about that. Everyone has their own destiny. However, since she is looking for me for help and is using this attitude, I can only say sorry. I don't owe her anything, Yang Ming said faintly. You can accept my past. Why can't you give Sister Huamei a chance? She is really pitiful. Jing Xiaolu got up and put on her clothes helplessly. She didn't beg Yang Ming again, and only said, I'll go first. I have to treat her to a meal. I'll call you at night. Okay, Yang Ming nodded and watched Jing Xiaolu leave the office. In fact, if Lu Huamei had asked him softly, Yang Ming would definitely help her. First of all, she was a delicate beauty. Yang Ming couldn't bear to see girls cry. Although he was a male chauvinist, he was also the most soft-hearted person. What's more, Lu Huamei had helped Jing Xiaolu in the last escort company's matter. Plus, she was Jing Xiaolu's good friend. How could Yang Ming sit by and do nothing? Even if it was for nothing and without any return, Yang Ming could do it. Because of Yang Ming's character. Like Xianxia's case, at first, but Yang Ming was still able to handle it of course, he was Was of the Huameis of the world of the view of the world of the Huamei of view. Coming out of Jing Xiaolu's office, Yang Ming was about to go to Bao Sanli's office. But as soon as he got into the elevator, he saw an unexpected person. It was Jing Xiaolu's good friend, Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was flirting with a tall and rough man. She looked very happy. The man was also very casual and was laughing with Xianxia. This scene made Yang Ming slightly stunned. Originally, Yang Ming thought that if Xianxia and Bai Hai were to have a relationship crisis, the first one to cheat would definitely be Bai Hai. So, Yang Ming had also reminded Bai Hai many times on different occasions not to forget his old love because of a new person. Bai Hai shouldn't forget that he got to where he was by relying on nepotism. The person he should thank the most was Xianxia. Bai Hai was quite reassuring. Even if he was now the general manager of many property companies, there was no messy news. Even his secretary was a married woman in her 30s. When he went out to socialize, he was even more careful. He was afraid that any unfavorable rumors would spread to Jing Xiaolu so that she would stand up for her friend, Xianxia. Seeing this scene today made Yang Ming feel very strange. Why is Xianxia so close to a strange man? Does she not want Bai Hai anymore? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. He didn't have a good impression of fickle women. In the past, Xianxia was more casual. When she slept with Bai Hai's boss before, Yang Ming could treat it as being forced. But now, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel disgusted when he saw her like this. If she was such a person, Yang Ming wouldn't say much, but he would also let Jing Xiaolu have less contact with her. Yang Ming was afraid that she would lead Jing Xiaolu astray. Brother. Yang? When Xianxia saw Yang Ming, she was also stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to appear here. She was a little nervous and embarrassed. She was somewhat at a loss. Yang Ming frowned even more. Originally, he didn't intend to speak. He pretended not to know Xianxia. When he reached the floor where Bao Sanli was, he went straight out of the elevator. He was giving Xianxia face and telling her to behave herself. However, since Xianxia took the initiative to say hello, Yang Ming couldn't pretend not to know her. What's the matter? Don't you know how to be more careful in the company? Yang Ming asked in a low voice. He was also giving face to Jing Xiaolu because this was her friend after all. I'm sorry, Brother Yang. I thought it was in the elevator. No one saw it, so. Xianxia was even more embarrassed. The man next to her also lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Although he didn't know who Yang Ming was, he knew that this was the company's leader when he saw Xianxia's attitude. Does Bai Hai know? Asked Yang Ming. He didn't know at first, but later, he knew. Xianxia said carefully. What did he say? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Hai to already know. He didn't agree at first, but later. I was angry with him. He had no choice but to agree. He just asked me to pay attention to the influence. Xianxia lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Ah? Yang Ming widened his eyes and felt that it was a bit incredible. Bai Hai agreed. He even asked Xianxia to pay attention to the influence. How is this possible? What is Bai Hai thinking? Yang Ming felt that his brain was short-circuited. He couldn't react for a while. Am I unable to keep up with the times, or is this world too crazy? This kind of thing, Yang Ming felt a little disgusted. Although it was Yang Ming's male chauvinism, in the end, the world had been a patriarchal society since ancient times. In this world, most of the wealth and value were created by men. It was undeniable that there were strong women, but they were in the minority after all. The ancient emperors had many concubines. That was a fact that was easier to accept. Just like Yang Ming had more than one girlfriend, and everyone got along well with each other, so it wasn't too complicated. However, if a woman had many men, this was somewhat unacceptable. It was unbearable just thinking about it. At least, Yang Ming couldn't stand it. Surprisingly, Bai Hai actually agreed to it. Brother Yang, don't blame Bai Hai. He wanted to tell you, but I didn't let him. Xianxia was afraid that Yang Ming would vent his anger on Bai Hai, so she quickly explained. This made Yang Ming even more puzzled. He originally thought that Xianxia had no feelings for Bai Hai, so Xianxia found another man. However, from Xianxia's words, it seemed that this was not the case. Xianxia seemed to like Bai Hai. What the hell is going on? Generally speaking, there were many fickle men, but fickle women were rare. Most women were single-minded. Before they had a change of heart, they wouldn't accept other men. Of course, this was excluding those promiscuous girls. This? Yang Ming really didn't know what to say. He had to say, does Xiaolu know? Sister-in-law Xiaolu knows. It was through her consent that I was introduced. Xianxia nodded and said. Huh? Yang Ming was about to faint. Why was it introduced through Jing Xiaolu? Why would Jing Xiaolu do this kind of thing? With Yang Ming's understanding of Jing Xiaolu, she wasn't such a person, right? What's wrong, Brother Yang? Seeing Yang Ming so surprised, Xianxia also wondered what happened to Yang Ming. Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. What is his name? What is he doing in the company? His name is Xinguang. He is my fourth uncle's child. Xianxia quickly introduced him carefully. Xinguang? Your fourth uncle's child? Yang Ming's mouth was wide open. He finally realized that he had misunderstood. Xianxia and Xinguang were relatives. It was normal for them to mess around. If she introduced her relative to work in the company, Bai Hai would naturally stop it. After all, it wouldn't be good if people talked about it. It seemed that he had completely misunderstood. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel ashamed. He even said that she was too crazy, but in fact, it was his own thoughts that were too complicated. After he came back from the army, he had nothing to do at home, so I introduced him to the company to be a security guard. Brother Yang, I didn't go through the back door. Xinguang's conditions were enough for our company to recruit him, but he was supposed to be a guard at the property company below. Sister Xiaolu helped to arrange for him to be a security guard at the headquarters. This way, he wouldn't be exposed to the sun. Xianxia said carefully, Brother Yang, don't be angry. How about I let him go to the property company below to stand guard? It's okay. Yang Ming waved his hand embarrassedly. He's your relative. It's only right to take care of him. Ah? Everything was fine? Then, thank you, Brother Yang. Xianxia thought that Yang Ming frowned because he was going to get angry, but he was fine now. Why did it make her feel like she was lifting it up high and putting it down gently? It's really nothing. I was thinking about something else just now. Did you misunderstand? Yang Ming complained with a smile. No, no. How could I misunderstand? Xianxia was overjoyed. She was relieved. It turned out that Brother Yang wasn't dissatisfied with his relative coming to work in the company. As she thought of this, she quickly said to her younger brother, Xinguang, Xinguang, aren't you going to thank Brother Yang? Thank you, Brother Yang. Xinguang was a little shy. It seemed that he had just entered the society. Work hard. Your sister's relationship is one thing, but you have to work hard yourself too. Yang Ming patted Xinguang's shoulder and said to Xianxia, let Xiaolu arrange a vice captain position for him first. If he can do it, we will focus on training him in the future. Ah? Gu Xinyao and Gu Xingguang were so surprised that they opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect a blessing in disguise. Gu Xingguang was actually promoted. She glared at Gu Xingguang and said, "Aren't you going to thank Brother Yang?" "Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you, Brother Yang." Gu Xingguang was so excited that his face turned red. He didn't know how to express his emotions. He kept thanking Yang Ming. "All right." Yang Ming waved his hand. "You don't have to thank me. I can only help you this much. You have to walk your own path in the future. I want a down-to-earth and hardworking person. I don't want a person who is fearless and arrogant just because he has connections. I don't want to hear others say that you don't put your boss in your eyes because of your connections in the future." Yang Ming needed to remind Gu Xingguang in advance. Although the current Gu Xingguang didn't seem like a pompous person, no one could say whether he would change in the future as the environment changed. In a company, it wasn't that relatives and friends couldn't be used, but it was a problem with the system. There must be a reasonable system to restrain these people so that these people wouldn't act cool and not put their boss in their eyes just because they had some connections. "Brother Yang, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. When I'm in the company, others don't know about my relationship with my sister. Just now in the elevator, I really didn't notice. I definitely won't do it in the future. Brother Yang, don't worry." Gu Xingguang was a practical person and said quickly. Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He just reminded that Gu Xingguang's future and whether he would stand out was his own business. Yang Ming couldn't care so much. Yang Ming nodded to Gu Xinyao, got out of the elevator, and walked to Bao Sanli's office. Jing Xiaolu came to the hotel room where Lu Huamei was staying, but found that Lu Huamei's eyes were red. It was obvious that she had just cried. Lu Huamei forced a smile when she saw Jing Xiaolu. "Xiaolu, you're here? What's wrong, Sister Huamei? You cried?" Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei in surprise. She didn't expect Lu Huamei, who had always been strong, to cry. However, she felt pity in her heart. If she cried in front of Yang Ming just now, even if Yang Ming didn't do anything, he wouldn't just sit by and watch, right? "It's nothing." Lu Huamei shook her head. Of course, she didn't admit that she cried. That was because she, Lu Huamei, had the image of a strong woman in front of outsiders. She was a strong girl. No matter what, even if her father fell down and was unconscious in the hospital, she would still play the role of a strong woman. That was because she knew that this was the only way her family could be considered a family. If she also fell down, what would happen to her mother? The whole family would lose all hope in an instant. If she was as weak as her mother, then her greedy uncle would pounce on her like a hungry wolf. Not only would he drive her and her mother out of the Lu family, but he would also eat up all the shares in their hands. So no matter what, Lu Huamei had to pretend to be a strong person. If she didn't act strong at all times, she wouldn't be bullied. In fact, Jing Xiaolu was right. Lu Huamei was just pretending. In fact, she was just like Jing Xiaolu. They were both weak women. When Lu Huamei was in the hotel earlier, she had called a few of her close friends and expressed her intention to cooperate again. However, these people who were originally very close and enthusiastic were now avoiding Lu Huamei as if they were avoiding the plague. They flatly refused to cooperate with Lu Huamei. This made Lu Huamei's mood fall to rock bottom again. Originally, she thought that it was normal for those partners to not help for the sake of benefits. However, why did these good friends turn their backs on her? Lu Huamei wanted to cry. She hadn't cried for a long time. She finally couldn't hold it in the hotel alone and cried loudly. She was really done for this time. Without any support, she was doomed. In the Lu family's general situation, the power was concentrated on Lu Hua and his two sons. Lu Huamei was destined to be on the weak side. Without help, there was nothing she could do to turn the situation around. Moreover, Lu Huamei was very clear that even with help, she might not be able to turn the situation around. Therefore, Lu Huamei cried. She regretted it now. She shouldn't have talked to Yang Ming so harshly. There was no room for redemption now. This way, the Lu family was basically done for in the hands of Lu Hua, Lu Zhenan, and Lu Zhiqiao. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that she accidentally heard an elder on the board of directors tell the truth about her father's car accident. All of this was planned by Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan. Their purpose was to seize power. Lu Huamei wanted Lu Hua dead. She couldn't bear the torment of hatred anymore, so she cried. However, there was nothing she could do after crying. Although crying was a sign of the weak, she could only be the weak in this situation. She wanted to have someone to talk to, but when she looked back, she realized that there was no one around her who could be called a confidant or a best friend. In her opinion, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not come to see her today. Jing Xiaolu was just being perfunctory when she said that she would treat her to dinner. Now, it was already past dinner time, but Jing Xiaolu still hadn't come. Lu Huamei guessed that Jing Xiaolu had also given up on her. Therefore, Lu Huamei didn't care about her image anymore. She didn't touch up her makeup after crying. She didn't even bother to wipe away the tears on her face. She just wanted to sleep. After waking up, she wanted to return to her carefree childhood. Every day after school, she would sit at the dining table with her mother and wait for her father to come back from work. However, she knew that this was impossible. Her father was lying on the bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Her enemies were still at large, and they still wanted to bully her even more. However, Lu Huamei couldn't change anything. That kind of heartwarming scene could only appear in dreams. The only thing Lu Huamei was looking forward to now was a good dream. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Huamei thought it was the waiter because she had just asked for a set meal. However, she didn't expect to see Jing Xiaolu when she opened the door. "Sister Huamei, don't lie. There are still tear stains on your face." Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei's haggard appearance and felt a little worried. She sighed deeply. "Sister Huamei, if you have any grievances, can you tell me?" "Xiaolu, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come." Lu Huamei smiled bitterly. She knew that it was useless to deny it with her current appearance. Since Jing Xiaolu saw through it, there was no need for her to deny it. She rubbed the corner of her eyes and said sadly, "Now I know that I don't have a single friend." "You do." Jing Xiaolu's heart softened when she saw Lu Huamei's appearance. She said, "Am I not your friend?" In fact, Jing Xiaolu and Lu Huamei could only be considered to have a good relationship. They definitely couldn't be considered good friends because the two mostly discussed company matters and rarely talked about personal matters. "Yes, Xiaolu, you are my friend." Lu Huamei finally couldn't hold back her inner feelings and hugged Jing Xiaolu. Her tears fell again. "I'm very happy that you still think of me at this time." "I'm really happy." "Xiaolu, thank you." "Sister Huamei, what are you saying?" "I came to see you as a good friend." Jing Xiaolu wanted to promise something, but she couldn't. She was in a dilemma. Lu Huamei saw Jing Xiaolu's dilemma and smiled bitterly. "I know your intentions, but Yang Ming obviously doesn't want to help me." "I know it's none of your business. In fact, I also understand that if you get involved in our Lu family's matters at this time, there's a big possibility that you'll lose everything in the end. All your investments will go down the drain. My other friends are also unwilling to help. After all, friends are friends, but they can't harm their own company's interests, right? So, Yang Ming's approach is right. He is a rational person." "Yang Ming, rational?" Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly and said in her heart, "Sister Huamei, you really misunderstood. Yang Ming is not a very rational person. On the contrary, Yang Ming is a person who is easily swayed by emotions. If you had cried and begged him in the beginning, I think he would have definitely agreed. But now, I'm afraid it's hard to reverse the situation now." "Isn't that so?" Lu Huamei asked rhetorically. "No." Jing Xiaolu shook her head. "You don't understand Yang Ming. He's a person who can be persuaded, but not cowed. He's actually very kind." "Kind?" Lu Huamei was stunned. "Sister Huamei, I can't guarantee 100%, but I can be 80% sure. If you had cried and begged him in the company just now, maybe he would have helped, even if there were no benefits that would tempt him." Jing Xiaolu shook her head and explained, "There's no reason for him to help someone because he's soft-hearted. The friends around him are all like this, including me back then. Let me tell you the story between me and Yang Ming? Okay. Lu Huamei was actually a very gossipy little girl despite her strong side. Now that she had removed her disguise in front of Jing Xiaolu, there was no need for her to hide anymore. So, she revealed her true colors. Jing Xiaolu actually wanted to share her little secret with someone. There were some things that couldn't be told to Gu Xinyao, Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and the others. It was uncomfortable to keep it bottled up in her heart. It was a good opportunity to talk to Lu Huamei who had nothing to do with her. So, Jing Xiaolu talked about the first time she met Yang Ming in the cafeteria. Then, she talked about how she fell in love with Yang Ming, and how she started to change for Yang Ming. Then, she talked about how her change as a waitress moved Yang Ming and made him make a call to arrange for her to go to the current Mingyang group. Lu Huamei couldn't help but widen her eyes as she listened to Jing Xiaolu's narration. She really didn't expect that the previous Jing Xiaolu would have such a side to her. Moreover, isn't the story between her and Yang Ming too legendary? How can Yang Ming accept such a Jing Xiaolu? Hee, isn't it strange? But that's the truth. I'm very lucky. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little proud as she said this. The previous me was similar to you. I always liked to disguise myself. Only then can I not be bullied. Only then can I protect myself. But now, I don't need to anymore because I found a man who can protect me and solve all my problems for me. If something like you happened to me, I don't have to worry because my husband will solve it for me. Ugh. I'm sorry, Sister Huamei. I'm not showing off to you. Speaking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly realized that she had said too much. She really wasn't showing off. She was immersed in happiness and said those words unconsciously. However, from what Lu Huamei heard, she probably meant to show off. However, Lu Huamei shook her head. I know. You're not showing off. I'm very envious of you. If what you said is true, and you found a good man. That's why, Sister Huamei, I advise you to end your single life as soon as possible. It's good to have someone to share the burden with you. You don't have to work so hard. Jing Xiaolu nodded and felt relieved when she saw that Lu Huamei understood. How can it be so easy to find one? Most of the people who chase me are either drooling over my property or my beauty. Which one of them is sincere to me? I'm afraid that they'll be the first to abandon me when there's a better one or when I have nothing, right? I know very well what those young masters who chase me are like. Lu Huamei said with a bitter smile, do you think everyone is as lucky as you? There are too many people like us. Sister Huamei, can you tell me about yourself too? See if I can help you. Jing Xiaolu still wanted to help Lu Huamei. After all, they were all women. From a certain point of view, they were all women with tough lives. Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but feel that they were in the same boat. Help me. Forget it. It's all my fault. If I was more humble and cried, your Yang Ming might really help me out of sympathy. Lu Huamei was also a little regretful that she didn't inform Jing Xiaolu beforehand and understand Yang Ming's character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have screwed things up. It's too late to say anything now. But, I need to find someone to talk to me. Until she talked about her father's murderer, Lu's murderers, Lu's, Huamei's SSSS, told S's and S's, TSS, Tels, T's, SSSS. I really want to kill them. Jing Xiaolu wasn't averse to bloody violence at all. Instead, she was very excited, then kill them. This kind of scum shouldn't be left alive. But I can't do anything. If I could die together with them, I wouldn't hesitate to. Lu Huamei was a little surprised by Jing Xiaolu's support. However, she was relieved when she thought of Jing Xiaolu's past life. A delinquent's life was full of violence, but I think the one who dies in the end will be me. If they can murder my father, they can do the same to me. Xiaolu, I'm only telling you this because I treat you as my best sister. If I really have nothing this time, you won't ignore me, right? Of course not. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and sighed. She finally couldn't help but say, Sister Huamei. Actually, what you said is just a small matter to me. It mainly depends on whether your husband is willing to help you or not. If he's willing to help, Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan are just clowns. Ah? Yang Ming is so powerful? Lu Huamei didn't believe Jing Xiaolu's words. In her opinion, girls always like to exaggerate their men's strength. However, Lu Huamei didn't think that Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan were so weak. You don't understand him, but I do, Jing Xiaolu said. Sister Huamei, I've said what I should say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Lu Huamei seriously considered Jing Xiaolu's words now. Logically speaking, Jing Xiaolu's current identity was no longer a delinquent. If it was in the past, it was possible for her to brag. However, her current identity was the chairman of the Mingyang group. How could she brag so casually? She must have something to rely on if she said so. Thinking of this, Lu Huamei seemed to have grasped the last straw. She suddenly straightened up. Xiaolu, tell me. Tell me what to do. Even if I don't want the Jiangyan group, I'm willing to pay anything as long as Lu Hua's family dies a horrible death. Even if you ask me to commit suicide in order to keep it a secret, as long as Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan die. Lu Huamei really wanted to take revenge. She wouldn't feel at ease for the rest of her life if the enemy who killed her father didn't die. Money was nothing in her eyes. Nothing could compare to family. If family was gone, then there was nothing left. This? Jing Xiaolu looked at Lu Huamei and hesitated. There was a way, but she wasn't sure if it would be effective. She wasn't sure if Lu Huamei would do it. Xiaolu, just tell me what conditions you have. Since Lu Huamei had thrown caution to the wind, she naturally didn't care about anything else. She couldn't wait to achieve her goal. Sister Huamei, what conditions can I have? Of course, I want the best for you. Jing Xiaolu smiled awkwardly. I'm just not sure if this method will work. It's fine if you want me to kneel and beg him. Whether it works or not, I have to try it. Lu Huamei said anxiously. Then. I'll say it. Jing Xiaolu's heart was slightly sour. She whispered a few words into Lu Huamei's ear. Lu Huamei's face immediately turned red after hearing it. However, she nodded after a slight hesitation. She looked at Jing Xiaolu gratefully. Xiaolu, thank you. I don't know what to say. Sister Huamei, you said it yourself. We're good friends. Jing Xiaolu sighed in her heart, but said happily on the surface, then we'll really be best friends in the future. I actually hope to be best friends with you. Lu Huamei sighed with self-pity. I don't have such high expectations. It's just an exchange. I'm afraid he won't take it seriously. You still don't understand Yang Ming. You will slowly understand him in the future. Jing Xiaolu said, let's go. Let's go eat something first. You will only have strength when you are full. You don't have to eat too much. Your stomach will bulge. Lu Huamei was a little worried like a little woman at this moment. Hee, I'll teach you some precautions. You're lucky tonight. It was supposed to be me. Jing Xiaolu was a little jealous when she said this. Lu Huamei was a little embarrassed and looked at Jing Xiaolu awkwardly. Then, how about, you accompany me too? Huh? It was Jing Xiaolu's turn to be surprised. Sister Huamei can't be so bold, right? She wants to have a threesome on her first time? Although Lu Huamei was inexperienced, it wasn't like she didn't understand anything. She knew that Jing Xiaolu had misunderstood when she saw Jing Xiaolu's expression. She didn't mean it that way, but it seemed to be that way when she expressed it. And it was also that way when she did it. This was really hard to explain. In fact, she really hoped that Jing Xiaolu wouldn't leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. No, nothing. I'm just a little scared. Lu Huamei shook her head quickly. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry. I'll arrange it for you when the time comes. Jing Xiaolu said, for you, I not only gave up my chance, but I was also worried about being scolded by my husband. Sister Huamei, you have to cherish it. You must let him help you. Otherwise, my sacrifice will be in vain. Lu Huamei nodded shyly. She thought, if he still doesn't help, not only will your sacrifice be in vain, but I will also sacrifice in vain. Yang Ming ate dinner with Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. The three of them didn't have many chances to eat together. It was very rare, so they cherished each other. Brother Yang, I, Bao Zi, won't say anything. I only admire you in this life. Even Ho Jinhan can't do it. Bao Sanli raised the wine glass in his hand. I, Bao Sanli, will follow Brother Yang. I will always be your little brother. It's the same whether you come back this time or not. I will protect your family with all my heart. I will continue to be your little brother when we reach the underworld. Well, I am a rough person, and I don't know how to talk. I will drink this cup of wine, and everything will be understood without words. Hee hee. Yang Ming was very pleased and drank a glass of wine with Bao Sanli. As for Ho Jinhan, he was not angry after listening to Bao Sanli's words because he also had the same thoughts, so he smiled and said, Baozi, you are not convinced by me, but I am not convinced by you. I only admire Brother Yang. If it wasn't for Brother Yang saving me back then, I wouldn't have been able to treat my old mother's illness. It's hard to say if I would have gone to jail for robbery. That's right. Our fates were changed because of Brother Yang. Otherwise, they would be small fries. Maybe they would go to prison or be hunted down by their enemies. How could they be as glorious as they are now? Bao Sanli nodded. So, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry. We will guard the rear for you. You can perform the mission without any worries. Ho Jinhan said, if Bao Sanli has any disloyalty, I will definitely kill him even if I have to die. F***ck. How can you say that? You are the one who has disloyalty. I still want to kill you. Bao Sanli was unwilling. He stood up suddenly and glared at Ho Jinhan. If I dare to do something wrong to Brother Yang, I will kill myself directly. I don't need you. You still want to kill me? With your skill. Ho Jinhan also drank a little too much. He was somewhat unwilling. Okay, you too. I haven't left yet, and you are already fighting among yourselves. If I leave, will each of you take a group of people to fight? Yang Ming pretended to be angry and glared at the two of them. He slammed the table and scolded them. This? Brother Yang, we are just fooling around. I'm sorry. Bao Sanli suddenly felt embarrassed and bowed his head. Ho Jinhan was also the same. He sat down awkwardly. Okay, I know your loyalty, but loyalty is done, not said. In the future, it will depend on your performance. Yang Ming nodded and said faintly. After the two swore, Ho Jinhan suddenly asked, Brother Yang, I heard that there is a kind of voodoo that is loyal to a person. Zhang Jishan seems to have mentioned it before, right? Zhang Jishan mentioned by Ho Jinhan had been with Ho Jinhan and others recently. Because Elder Yu had gone back, Zhang Jishan was naturally useless. However, Grandma Lan Ling didn't ask him to go back, so he naturally stayed here to wait for orders. After chatting a lot, Ho Jinhan also knew a thing or two about voodoo. At this time, he suddenly mentioned this matter. His thoughts were self-evident. Loyal voodoo? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but then he immediately understood Ho Jinhan's meaning. However, Yang Ming did not agree. Baozi, why aren't you talking? Are you afraid? Ho Jinhan asked with a sneer. Why wouldn't I dare? Am I not waiting for Brother Yang to speak? Bao Sanli was anxious. Aren't you looking down on me? You can do whatever you want. Brother Yang wants me to die now without blinking an eye, let alone voodoo. If I didn't have a little self-awareness, I would want to accompany Brother Yang to perform the mission. Let's discuss this matter again. Yang Ming hesitated, waved his hand, and didn't immediately agree. After all, this matter wasn't Yang Ming's matter alone. If something happened to him, wouldn't he be trapped for a lifetime? There is no need to discuss. Let's go find Zhang Jishan tomorrow. Bao Sanli was afraid that Ho Jinhan would take the lead this time, so he said quickly. Then, let's talk about it tomorrow. Yang Ming nodded faintly. Let's not talk about this today. We have known each other for a long time. Let's chat and study the future direction of our company after I leave. Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan both nodded and began to make plans. In fact, the two people had already studied the direction before. When Yang Ming wasn't there, they couldn't slack off on development. Anyway, the central idea of the two people was to assist Jin Xiaolu to do well in the Mingyang group. You don't have to work too hard. If I can come back, we will all withdraw and go to Island X to live in seclusion. We will let go of the business here. Yang Ming had already thought about the future retreat. We still need to make money. If we want to live in seclusion, isn't it more important to make money? Bao Sanli smiled. I still want to make more money to retire. This time, I have to work harder. The three people ate for about 2 hours, and they were very satisfied. Yang Ming's phone also rang at this time. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Jing Xiaolu, so he said to Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, let's end it here today. Xiaolu called and asked me to go back. Okay, brother Yang, you go first. Baozi and I will drink again. We don't have many chances to come out and drink. Ho Zhenhan smiled and nodded. Okay, then you continue. I will go first. Yang Ming said as he got up and left the private room. Then, he picked up Jing Xiaolu's phone call. Hello, Xiaolu, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. Husband, I have finished eating. I am in Huajin Shang Hotel, room 302. Can you come and find me? Jing Xiaolu's voice came from the phone. It was a little charming and very attractive. Yang Ming was already drunk. When he heard Jing Xiaolu's voice, he couldn't help but be moved. However, he still asked with some doubts, why aren't you in your own hotel? Why are you in someone else's territory? There. Everyone knows me, the chairman. If I shout too loudly, it will have a bad influence. Jing Xiaolu said with some embarrassment, no one knows us here, so we can be more relaxed. Oh, that's fine. You wait for me. I will be there right away. Yang Ming was puzzled. The hotel shouldn't be so soundproof, right? Moreover, the new Songjiang International Hotel, which was the original Douglas Vast Hotel, was newly built. How could it not be soundproof? However, Yang Ming didn't ask much. Maybe Jing Xiaolu was afraid that others would see her, the president, in a room with him and gossip. Yang Ming could also understand. After all, Jing Xiaolu was the chairman. She had to have prestige. After leaving the nightless club, Yang Ming got in Little Wang's car and said to Little Wang, go to Huajin Shang Hotel. Okay, brother Yang. Little Wang nodded and slowly started the car. Then, he said, brother Yang, do you want to open the window or the air conditioner? Open the window. After Yang Ming finished drinking, he didn't want to blow on the air conditioner, so he opened the window and asked, have you eaten? Yes, I just ate a bowl of beef noodles next to it. Little Wang nodded. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry about me. I am such an adult. I can take care of myself. Yang Ming didn't say anything. Although Little Wang was his confidant, it wasn't appropriate to bring him along in such an occasion. There were not many cars at night, so they soon arrived at the Huajin Hotel. Xiao Wang parked the car in the parking lot and asked, brother Yang, do you still need the car tonight? No need. You can go home and sleep. You can also get a room in the hotel to rest. Little Ran can come and accompany you. It will be convenient for me to use the car tomorrow morning. Yang Ming said. Okay, brother Yang. Little Wang nodded. Then I'll live here. When Yang Ming entered the hotel, he saw Jing Xiaolu's secretary greet him. It made Yang Ming stunned. Yang Ming had seen this secretary several times in Jing Xiaolu's office. However, Jing Xiaolu called him out and even brought a secretary along. Just as he was wondering, he heard the secretary say to him, brother Yang, I'm Little Li, Director Jing asked me to give you the room card. With that said, Secretary Little Li respectfully handed the key to Yang Ming. You are waiting for me here just to give me the key? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Yeah, that's what Director Jing told me. Secretary Li nodded. Brother Yang, then I will go back. My task is completed. Okay, you can go. Yang Ming nodded strangely and let Secretary Li go. Then, he turned and went to the elevator. He wondered in his heart, what kind of trick is this Jing Xiaolu playing? Why does she find a secretary to wait for me to give her the key? Could it be that she had already stripped naked and was waiting for him in the room? Yang Ming shook his head. Among his girlfriends, Jing Xiaolu was one of the bolder ones. It was possible that she had prepared some new tricks. When he arrived at the door of room 302, Yang Ming opened the door with the room card and then quickly closed the door. If he guessed correctly, Jing Xiaolu's naked body couldn't be seen by anyone outside the room. After entering the room, Yang Ming found that there was no one in the room. There was only a big empty bed. There was nothing on the bed except for the quilt. If he listened carefully, he would hear the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Jing Xiaolu should be taking a shower. Yang Ming took off his coat and lay on the bed. He waited for Jing Xiaolu on the bed, turned on the TV casually, and watched it. In the past 2 days, most of the local economic channels were broadcasting speculation and analysis about the Liu family's future. Yang Ming thought it was a little funny. What does the future of other people's groups have to do with you people? However, he didn't know where a group of seemingly high-level experts had been invited from, and they began to comment on this matter. Some people supported Lu Hua, some supported Lu Zhenan and Lu Zhiqiao. There were also people who were optimistic about the dark horse, Lu Huamei, but they were still in the minority. Yang Ming watched the TV news in boredom. He wondered if Jing Xiaolu spent so much effort today to plead for Lu Huamei. Although Yang Ming would help Lu Huamei reluctantly, he would still feel uncomfortable in his heart. The key was Lu Huamei's own attitude. Not long after, the bathroom door opened with a click. In fact, Lu Huamei had already finished showering. She didn't come out of the bathroom because she was waiting for Yang Ming. Xiaoli gave Yang Ming the room card and called Jing Xiaolu according to the agreement he had with her. After Jing Xiaolu got the news, she told Lu Huamei and left Lu Huamei's room. She asked Lu Huamei to pretend that she hadn't finished showering and wait for Yang Ming to enter the room before coming out. When she left, Jing Xiaolu felt a little bitter. What's wrong with me? Yang Ming is about to leave, but I didn't cherish this opportunity to have a good time with him. I actually gave this opportunity to another woman. Am I stupid? However, Jing Xiaolu really sympathized with Lu Huamei and her experience. In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, they were actually the same kind of people. If she didn't help her, who else could? This was her last and only hope. If she could really get Yang Ming's support, then her problem would naturally be solved. However, without Yang Ming's support, she was a helpless girl. Not only was she harmed by her uncle, but her father's revenge was hopeless. Her property and shares might also be stolen. It was really too pitiful. This made Jing Xiaolu feel pity for her. Lu Huamei was a little scared in the bathroom. She had made this decision before and felt that she could definitely do it because she was willing to do anything as long as she could avenge her father. Now, it was just her body. She should be happy about this deal. However, she didn't dare to go out now. She was a girl after all. She didn't have any experience like this before, nor did she have a boyfriend. Her knowledge in this area came from novels and movies. Lu Huamei's feet couldn't move as she thought about what might happen later. She knew that she would be Yang Ming's woman as soon as she stepped out of this room. She might even be his secret lover in the future. She would come and go at his beck and call when he needed her. She wouldn't have a boyfriend anymore and wouldn't have her own freedom. However, if she couldn't even get past the current difficulties, then her future life would be even more gloomy. She wouldn't even be able to avenge her father. Therefore, Lu Huamei still took a firm step forward when she thought of this. She walked out of the room with a towel wrapped around her body and slowly walked towards Yang Ming. She felt that it was unspeakably ironic as she listened to the comments about the Lu family on the TV. Alright, I didn't lose anything. I didn't expect myself to be so valuable. I could let Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan get the punishment they deserved just by giving up my body. I could also get back the Jiangyan group. The price I got in exchange was simply too generous. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu had come out when he heard the footsteps. He turned off the TV and was about to get up, but he was stunned when he saw the person who came. That was because the person who came wasn't Jing Xiaolu, but Lu Huamei whom he saw this afternoon. The towel on Lu Huamei's body fell apart and fell to the ground silently. Her white skin was crystal clear, without a single flaw. This was a perfect woman. However, even though Lu Huamei was very beautiful, Yang Ming wasn't in the mood to admire her. He was slightly stunned and asked strangely, Lu Huamei? Why are you here? Did I enter the wrong room? Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming's expression and knew that he had misunderstood. He thought that he entered the wrong room and didn't expect that she had purposely waited for him here. Lu Huamei was afraid that Yang Ming would just leave when she thought of this. She didn't know where she got the courage, but she suddenly hugged Yang Ming tightly without the shyness from before. However, Lu Huamei's action stunned Yang Ming. What does Lu Huamei mean? What do you want to do? Yang Ming was already drunk, so his heart was a little agitated. After Lu Huamei's teasing, he unconsciously had some physiological reactions. Especially when he could clearly feel the softness of Lu Huamei's chest, it made Yang Ming's breathing quicken. However, he still rationally restrained some of his thoughts. Yang Ming, I beg you to help me. 2 streams of tears suddenly fell from Lu Huamei's face as she spoke up to this point. It was unknown whether it was because of the upcoming sacrifice or because she thought of her own misery. Ah? Yang Ming was a little surprised by Lu Huamei's attitude and tone. Is this still Lu Huamei? That self-righteous and domineering Lu Huamei who thought that victory was within her grasp in the afternoon? Why did it seem like a completely different person? This was a completely different person from the Lu Huamei he saw in the afternoon. Yang Ming even wondered if the person who came was Lu Huamei's twin sister. Although Lu Huamei was shy when she saw Yang Ming's astonishment, she knew that she couldn't back down at this time. If she backed down, there was probably no way to salvage the situation. Therefore, she still hugged Yang Ming tightly. Yang Ming, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked to you like that in the afternoon. Why don't you beat me up? Anything is fine as long as you're willing to help me. Yang Ming only confirmed Lu Huamei's identity when he heard Lu Huamei's words at this moment. The beauty in front of him was indeed Lu Huamei herself. It was just that the change in her personality was so great that Yang Ming found it difficult to adapt. Lu Huamei's entire body hung on Yang Ming's body, which made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Yang Ming was a normal man. This kind of sensory stimulation made him have the impulse to make a mistake. However, Yang Ming wouldn't act rashly before he figured out the situation. Although he was drunk and his mind was a little irrational, Yang Ming wasn't the young boy from before. He still had self-control. Let go of my hand first, put on your clothes, and tell me what happened. Yang Ming frowned and said to Lu Huamei. You're willing to help me? Lu Huamei was delighted. She didn't have full confidence in making Yang Ming change his attitude. She had already planned for the worst. Yang Ming would go back on his word after he finished eating. Lu Huamei wouldn't be able to do anything if that happened. However, Yang Ming didn't rush to take her, but asked her what happened instead. This meant that Yang Ming really wanted to help her, but he wanted to confirm the complexity of the situation, whether he could help, and whether this deal was worth it. Of course, Lu Huamei's thoughts were crooked. Her businesslike mind couldn't change in such a short time. She always considered problems from a business perspective. What Yang Ming was thinking was, why is Lu Huamei hugging me like this? How am I going to explain it clearly when Jing Xiaolu comes in later? I'm going to leave soon, and I don't have many chances to interact with Jing Xiaolu. Won't I make Jing Xiaolu sad if I hug Lu Huamei now? If it was a normal day, Yang Ming might have calmly considered the abnormality of today's matter. However, Yang Ming drank a lot of wine today, and he had a preconceived notion that he had entered the wrong room, so he didn't think too much about it. He thought that Lu Huamei suddenly felt emotional when she saw him. Yang Ming could understand this. If Lu Huamei's negotiation with the Mingyang company failed, she would probably look for other partners and friends to negotiate. Obviously, with her negotiation attitude and the current complexity of the Lu family, no one should be able to help her. Just when she was at a loss for words, Yang Ming came into her room. Lu Huamei would naturally change her attitude in times of great joy and sorrow. I can help you, but you have to let me know what's going on, right? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to care about Lu Huamei's matter at first, but such a situation happened. Yang Ming might have no choice but to help. As an elite in the business world, Lu Huamei could clearly distinguish whether Yang Ming was being perfunctory or sincere. When Yang Ming said this, Lu Huamei was completely sure that as long as Yang Ming could help, he would help. However, Lu Huamei knew how complicated things were. Sometimes, helping or not was just a matter of thought. It was hard to define when one could help or not help. Therefore, Lu Huamei was also afraid of such a situation. In order to make Yang Ming work harder, Lu Huamei was anxious and couldn't care less. She kissed Yang Ming directly. Ugh. What are you doing? Yang Ming looked at Lu Huamei in horror. He was kissed firmly because he wasn't on guard. He didn't know what happened to Lu Huamei. After Lu Huamei kissed Yang Ming, she didn't know what to do next. She was just feeling it. She didn't have this kind of experience at all. Since Yang Ming didn't take the initiative, she could only fumble around blindly. Thinking of the scenes in the TV series, Lu Huamei imitated the male and female protagonists in the TV series and gnawed on Yang Ming's face. However, it was completely different in terms of form and spirit. The TV series also had some artificial acting. Therefore, Lu Huamei's imitation was even more out of tune. Yang Ming was amused by Lu Huamei's jerky and ignorant actions. Are you going to eat me? I'm going to eat you. Lu Huamei misunderstood Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was talking about eating. Lu Huamei's current actions were basically treating Yang Ming as food and gnawing on him. Lu Huamei understood the other meaning of the word eat. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about eating. In addition, she was nervous and didn't distinguish the meaning in detail. She thought that Yang Ming liked to push her down, so she nodded and admitted it. Seeing Yang Ming smile, Lu Huamei thought that Yang Ming liked her taking the initiative. She was happy and worked harder. Yang Ming was unlucky. He couldn't breathe because of Lu Huamei. He didn't know what this chick wanted to do. Yang Ming was out of breath and finally couldn't help but push Lu Huamei onto the bed. Only then did Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Lu Huamei saw Yang Ming push her onto the bed and thought that her efforts had aroused Yang Ming's interest. She let out a sigh of relief and was secretly happy at the same time. She was really self-taught. She could make Yang Ming fall in love with just a random kiss. However, she was more nervous. After all, it was Lu Huamei's first time facing something like this. Although she was prepared, her nervousness was instinctive. She closed her eyes and waited for something that every woman would experience in her life. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see Yang Ming pounce on her. Lu Huamei was a little puzzled. What's going on? Why didn't Yang Ming come? However, she didn't have the courage to open her eyes. She had already used up all the courage in her body just now. At this moment, she was like an ordinary little girl, embarrassed and embarrassed. Yang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this chick was beautiful, she shouldn't be so oppressive, right? Yang Ming almost suffocated to death because of his breathing. When Yang Ming looked up at the bed, he realized that Lu Huamei was lying motionlessly on the bed with her eyes closed. Yang Ming was a little confused. What is Lu Huamei doing? Could it be that he had pushed her too hard and caused her to faint? Lu Huamei? Yang Ming called out tentatively. However, his eyes couldn't help but look at Lu Huamei's perfect body. Especially those proud peaks, which made Yang Ming's eyes linger. Lu Huamei waited for a long time, but Yang Ming didn't pounce on her. Just as she was a little puzzled, she heard Yang Ming call her name. She opened her eyes and saw Yang Ming looking at her lecherously. She immediately felt embarrassed and rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. You. Why are you looking at me? Why aren't you coming up? Lu Huamei's words were a little contradictory. The first half of the sentence was to question why Yang Ming was looking at her. The second half was to ask why Yang Ming didn't get on the bed. Was Lu Huamei seducing him or questioning him? Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Even if my willpower is better, I don't need to be seductive like this, right? Lu Huamei, put on your clothes first. Let's talk about your matter first. Yang Ming shook his head and turned his gaze elsewhere. He wouldn't be able to hold himself back if he continued to look at her like this. You don't want to help me? Lu Huamei was a little disappointed when she saw Yang Ming's attitude. In her opinion, Yang Ming rejected her out of caution. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't take advantage of her? Only Yang Ming would hesitate because he felt that his family's matters were more complicated. However, this also showed that Yang Ming was an upright person and not the kind of person who only knew how to take advantage of others. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that you look like this. How can I help you? Do you think that you can exchange my help by giving up your body? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't know why Lu Huamei suddenly had such a thought. However, when a person was driven into a corner, it was inevitable that they would do some bold actions that were beyond common sense. Although Yang Ming was confused, it wasn't that he couldn't understand. Isn't that so? Lu Huamei threw caution to the wind and didn't hide in front of Yang Ming. Since she had already decided to become Yang Ming's woman, Lu Huamei didn't plan to marry again. She also gave up the shyness in her heart and sat on the bed, exposing her body to Yang Ming's eyes. The only thing I can give up is my body. You were right in the afternoon. The cooperation benefits I promised are all illusory. Before success, there is nothing. But why don't you think about whether you are worthy of Jing Xiaolu when you do this? She has always wanted to help you and even said good things about you in front of me. Yang Ming said, you better put on your clothes now. Otherwise, when Xiaolu comes in later, I'm afraid she won't let me help you. So you are worried about Xiaolu? You have more conscience than other men. Lu Huamei listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but laugh, but don't worry. Xiaolu taught me to do this. What? Xiaolu taught you? Yang Ming suddenly widened his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he did seem to be in Jing Xiaolu's room just now. He originally thought that he came to the wrong room, but now that he thought about it carefully, he was using Jing Xiaolu's room card. How could he open someone else's room? So, all of this was arranged by Jing Xiaolu. No wonder she specially arranged for Secretary Li to wait downstairs and gave him a room card to let him in. It turned out that the person in the room was Lu Huamei and not Jing Xiaolu. However, after Yang Ming knew the truth, he didn't blame Jing Xiaolu. He only felt that she was a little ridiculous. However, he could only admire her actions. She must have paid a huge psychological price to make such a sacrifice for her friend. Lu Huamei nodded, are you relieved now? Otherwise, how could I be in Xiaolu's room? Come on. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Lu Huamei's words. Come on? Lu Huamei asked me to do it, right? If it were someone with a weaker psychological quality, they might have really pounced on her. However, Yang Ming also had a strong psychological quality. Naturally, he wouldn't be so impulsive so easily. He wasn't the hot-blooded young man back then. He had matured a lot in this year. However, Lu Huamei's stubborn behavior gave Yang Ming a headache. It was as if he wouldn't help her if he didn't want her anymore. Okay, write it down first. We'll talk about it again when the matter is settled, Yang Ming could only say. Ah? Then, are you willing to help me with all your strength? Lu Huamei hesitated after hearing Yang Ming's words. She wasn't sure if Yang Ming was being sincere or just being perfunctory. Why don't you take me first? You won't leave me alone if I'm your woman. Yang Ming seemed to be sincere when he said that the matter was settled. However, he seemed to be perfunctory when he said we'll talk about it again. Okay. I'll help you with all my strength. Yang Ming was helpless because of Lu Huamei. He could only explain, I don't really want to do that today. You understand the reason, right? You don't want to? Lu Huamei was stunned. She really didn't think that this would happen. She didn't have much knowledge in this area. She only learned a little from TV series. However, she still didn't give up and asked, why don't you want to do it? Because I just, with Xiaolu this afternoon. You understand, right? So I don't want to do it now. Yang Ming lied to her. Oh, I see. Next time then. Lu Huamei was easy to fool. She was an idiot in this area. Therefore, she believed Yang Ming's words. In fact, Yang Ming already had a physiological reaction. Lu Huamei just didn't understand the knowledge. Okay, next time. Yang Ming nodded, put on your clothes now. Although Yang Ming was a little reluctant, he still knew that it wasn't good to look at Lu Huamei like this. Since I'm definitely your woman, then I don't need to put on my clothes. Lu Huamei always wanted to establish a relationship with Yang Ming so that Yang Ming could help her with all his strength. This? Yang Ming sighed, okay then. Go to bed first and cover yourself with the blanket. It's quite cold at night. Oh. Lu Huamei suddenly stood up, picked up Yang Ming's right hand, and put it on her chest. "Jie?" Yang Ming was shocked. The softness on his hand made him want to move away as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Lu Huamei in disbelief. "What are you doing? Didn't I say I don't want to do it next time? Alright, now that you've touched me, I'm considered your woman. I can't marry anyone else. I'm no longer pure. You can't abandon me." Lu Huamei immediately beamed with joy after she was done with this. Yang Ming was speechless. This Lu Huamei's thoughts are really shocking. Previously, when he saw her methods in the business world, he felt that she was a strong girl. He didn't expect that her IQ was completely zero when it came to relationships. She had no experience at all. Instead, she was a little silly. Yang Ming thought to himself, sure enough, everyone has a weakness. Not everyone is good at everything. After doing all this, Lu Huamei went to bed happily and covered herself with the blanket. "Hubby, you come too. Can I call you hubby?" Lu Huamei originally wanted to get closer to Yang Ming, so she confirmed their relationship through the way she addressed him. However, she was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy after saying that. She didn't know what position Yang Ming placed her in. Was she a lover, a girlfriend, or a plaything? Up to you. Yang Ming was a little lazy to argue with her about these harmless questions. She could call him whatever she wanted. To be honest, Yang Ming was a soft-hearted person, but he wouldn't help just anyone who begged him. Wouldn't he be a living Buddha then? He wouldn't have to do anything else all day. The reason why he agreed to help Lu Huamei was because of Jing Xiaolu's plea and Lu Huamei's own attitude. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Ming helped Lu Huamei. Jing Xiaolu now had a good friend who was also a strong helper by her side. Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that the company wouldn't encounter unsolvable problems after he left. He couldn't guarantee that Jing Xiaolu would be able to deal with them. However, with Lu Huamei's help and support, she would probably be able to get through the difficulties. However, the development of the situation was a little unexpected. Lu Huamei treated him as her man. This put Yang Ming in a difficult position. If Yang Ming wasn't going to Yunnan to carry out a mission, he wouldn't mind having an ambiguous relationship with a beauty like Lu Huamei. However, he wasn't even sure if he could come back after he left. What emotional debt would he owe her? Wouldn't he be harming her? However, Yang Ming was a little speechless when he saw a woman like Lu Huamei who had zero love IQ. Who knew if this chick would change her mind when the time came? Looking at her, it seemed like she was ready to sell herself. "Oh, hubby, you will definitely help me, right? I'm yours from now on. You won't watch me get bullied, right?" Lu Huamei had already thrown caution to the wind. Although she was a business operator, she didn't know how to please a man. Therefore, she was like a punching bag concubine at this moment, afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't care about her. Yang Ming sighed. Lu Huamei, who had removed her disguise, was really just an ordinary woman. Jing Xiaolu was right about this. He couldn't help but nod when he saw how pitiful she was. "Tell me about your problem. I'll help if I can." What about the things that you can't help?" Lu Huamei was about to cry when she heard Yang Ming's words. Sure enough, there was still a difference in treatment. If something happened to Jing Xiaolu, Yang Ming would definitely do everything to help her solve it, just like last time. However, when it came to himself, he would help if he could. "If I can't help, I'll also find a way to help," Yang Ming had no choice but to say. "Anne, I knew you wouldn't treat me differently." Lu Huamei breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll say it." Therefore, Lu Huamei repeated what she said to Jing Xiaolu before until she said that she wanted Lu Hua's family to pay with their lives. Lu Huamei's request made Yang Ming frown. The things that Lu Huamei said before were not difficult in Yang Ming's opinion. It wasn't difficult to obtain control of the Jiangyan group. As long as Bao Sanli brought people over, he would use both the carrot and the stick, and offer a sufficient price. Those shareholders would either give up their shares or support Lu Huamei to become the chairman. However, killing Lu Hua's family put Yang Ming in a difficult position. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was not worth it. If Lu Huamei was his wife, then it would be fine. She wouldn't talk nonsense. However, the problem was that she wasn't. Although he had a special identity, he couldn't just kill a few people for no reason, right? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for Xia Bingbao? It was also possible to kill Lu Hua's family secretly. The problem was, would Lu Huamei leak the news? Looking at Yang Ming's frown, Lu Huamei was anxious. She also knew that her request was too difficult to fulfill. Was it that easy to kill Lu Hua? Lu Huamei also thought about hiring a professional killer, but she had never come into contact with this industry. Where could she find a professional killer? It was a complete dark industry. She didn't know anyone. I can't trust you enough to kill Lu Hua, Yang Ming said faintly, the other things are small matters. Ah? Lu Huamei was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to frown because he couldn't trust her enough, not because the matter was difficult. From what he said, it was okay to kill Lu Hua, but he couldn't trust her. Lu Huamei was a little anxious. Then how can you trust me? Your identity is different from Xiaolu's. She won't betray me, but I can't guarantee that you won't leak the news, Yang Ming said realistically. How am I different? I'm also your woman. I've already signed and stamped my name. You also touched my breasts. It can't be changed. Lu Huamei hurriedly explained. Yang Ming was stunned. He then remembered that Lu Huamei had indeed said that she was his woman. He couldn't help but shake his head. Are you sure that what you said is true? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Of course. I'm not pure anymore. I can't marry anyone else since I'm lying on the same bed as you. I can only follow you. Lu Huamei said matter-of-factly, I'm your woman in the future. My things are all yours. You can even write the Jiangyan Group's shares in your name. That's not necessary. Since you said so, then there's no problem, Yang Ming nodded and finally agreed. Yang Ming thought about it again and agreed. It was also because Yang Ming didn't actually say anything substantial to Lu Huamei. Lu Hua's death could be considered an accident. Not to mention Yang Ming doing it himself, even if Wang Xiaoyan's subordinates did it, there wouldn't be any evidence to investigate. Moreover, a one-track-minded person like Lu Huamei probably really believed that she was Yang Ming's woman and wouldn't change it in the future. Therefore, the possibility of her leaking the news was very small. The most important point was Yang Ming's identity. Lu Huamei was Yang Ming's woman. Although it was only in name, it was enough. Yang Ming had to deal with his family matters before carrying out the mission, right? Yang Ming could only go to Yunnan with peace of mind after the enemies at home were dealt with. Therefore, as long as Yang Ming grasped this reason, Xia Bingbao could only help him deal with these problems. Not to mention that Lu Hua harmed Lu Huamei's father and wanted to scheme against Lu Huamei. That was even more heinous. Yang Ming had a reason to do it, and Xia Bingbao had a right to handle it. You've agreed to it? Although Lu Huamei was a bit of an idiot when it came to relationships, she was not an idiot in other aspects. Her previous idiotic words and idiotic behavior were just nonsense that she did not know how to please Yang Ming. Now that she heard Yang Ming agree to everything, she suddenly felt a little incredulous. In her opinion, it was such a complicated matter. How could Yang Ming help her solve it so easily? Are these troubles not troublesome in his eyes? In Yang Ming's opinion, although he was an assassin, killing was a small matter after all. It was not a way to solve all problems. He couldn't just kill every enemy he encountered. Therefore, Yang Ming rarely used this method to solve problems if he didn't have a deep hatred. However, the conflict between Lu Hua and Lu Huamei could not be solved in an ordinary way. Lu Hua made Lu Huamei's father a vegetable. This conflict was irreconcilable. Therefore, in Yang Ming's opinion, he could only kill Lu Hua. But this was the simplest problem. If Lu Hua's family died, the other problems in the company would be small problems. Lu Huamei didn't have to worry about Lu Hua and Lu Zhenan fighting for power with her. It's a very simple matter. Don't go back these 2 days. Wait for news in the hotel. Yang Ming stood up from the bed and said, I'll leave first. You're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to stay with me for a while? Lu Huamei didn't know what they could do together, but she wanted Yang Ming to stay. She didn't have any feelings for Yang Ming. She had no feelings for him at first, but now she worshipped him. It could only be said that she had a good impression of him. She hadn't fallen in love with Yang Ming yet. However, since she had already decided that she was Yang Ming's woman, it didn't matter if she loved him or not. In Lu Huamei's opinion, she would definitely fall in love with Yang Ming after they were together for a long time. It didn't matter. Therefore, she was a little reluctant when Yang Ming wanted to leave. Although she didn't know what they could do together, she had seen on TV that women would try their best to make men stay. If they couldn't, it meant that they weren't charming enough. Lu Huamei had no lack of suitors, but she didn't have the heart to think about these things back then. Now that she wanted to think about these things, she had no experience at all. She didn't use any of the tricks that Jing Xiaolu taught her. Yang Ming said that he didn't want to, so she didn't know what to do. Therefore, she only hoped that Yang Ming could stay and spend more time with her. Okay, I'll leave first. Yang Ming glanced at Lu Huamei. Hang out with Xiaolu more in the future. You two should support each other. Oh, okay. Lu Huamei nodded and agreed. She had misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. Lu Huamei thought that Yang Ming was educating her. As Yang Ming's woman, she shouldn't fight for him and should get along well with him. This wasn't a problem for Lu Huamei. She was already grateful to Jing Xiaolu, so how could she fight for favor with her? Yang Ming meant that she should help Jing Xiaolu when she was in trouble. However, looking at Lu Huamei's expression, Yang Ming knew that she had misunderstood. He didn't explain further. He shook his head, turned around, and left the room. Yang Ming called Jing Xiaolu in the hotel's corridor. Yang Ming knew that Jing Xiaolu was definitely still in this hotel because Yang Ming saw Jing Xiaolu's BMW parked in the hotel's parking lot when he came just now. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Jing Xiaolu's surprised voice came from the other side. It's over so soon? Don't tell me I drained you dry in the afternoon? Jing Xiaolu thought that Yang Ming couldn't hear it because she was whispering when she picked up the phone. However, the room was very quiet. Yang Ming's corridor was also very quiet, so Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu's words clearly. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny. What is Jing Xiaolu thinking? Ahem. Yang Ming coughed twice. Xiaolu, what did you do? Ugh. Hee, husband, don't be angry. I just wanted to help Sister Huamei. How is it? She's still a virgin, right? Jing Xiaolu asked with a smile. Among Yang Ming's women, Jing Xiaolu understood Yang Ming very well. She knew that Yang Ming wasn't really angry at this time, so she asked half-jokingly. What nonsense are you thinking in that little head of yours? How do I know if she is? Yang Ming snorted and said. You guys didn't. Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She immediately thought of the reason why Yang Ming called her so quickly. It turns out that Lu Huamei didn't succeed. Of course not. Yang Ming said, am I such a casual person? AI. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu sighed. Yeah? Yang Ming was stunned and asked in astonishment. Ugh. No. I mean, yeah, you are not such a casual person. Jing Xiaolu explained with a dry smile. Damn, you scared me to death, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It seems that I thought too simply. If you were such a casual person, I would have succeeded long ago. Why would I go through so much trouble to be with you? Jing Xiaolu sighed. It seems that Sister Huamei's life is like this. It's just that she is so pitiful. Jing Xiaolu wanted to describe Lu Huamei as pitiful so that Yang Ming would be soft-hearted and help her. However, she was interrupted by Yang Ming before she could finish. Okay, you don't have to say any more. I know what you mean. Yang Ming said, I already promised to help her. Where are you? Let's talk when we meet. Oh yeah. Hubby, you promised? You are so nice. Jing Xiaolu immediately danced excitedly when she heard that Yang Ming promised. I am in room 305 opposite. Come and find me. Yang Ming looked up and saw that room 305 was right beside him. He hung up the phone helplessly. Just as he was about to knock on the door opened. Jing Xiaolu jumped out and clung on to Yang Ming. Hubby, you are so nice. You are finally willing to help Sister Huamei. Okay, let's talk inside. Yang Ming didn't want to be intimate with Jing Xiaolu at the door. Who knew if someone would pass by and see it? After hearing this, Jing Xiaolu quickly moved aside and entered the room with Yang Ming. Then, she closed the door of the room and said, "Hubby, you can really hold back. Sister Huame is such a delicate beauty. Don't you have any thoughts about her?" "Of course, I have thoughts, but I'm not an animal that thinks with the lower half of my body. Naturally, I won't be so impulsive." Yang Ming shook his head. "I haven't calmed down yet. Let me calm down first." As he spoke, Yang Ming picked up Jing Xiaolu and threw her on the bed in the room. Jing Xiaolu immediately shouted for help. "Okay, hubby. Can you tell me what happened between you and Sister Huame first? I want to hear it." "You can't listen even if you want to." Yang Ming glared at Jing Xiaolu. "I'm like this now. Isn't it because of you?" "Ugh. Okay then. It seems that I have to work harder. If I perform well, can you forgive me?" Jing Xiaolu begged. Hee. Yang Ming also couldn't do anything to Jing Xiaolu. He wasn't really angry with her. However, he really had to punish her now. He had to spank Jing Xiaolu's butt. After Jing Xiaolu surrendered, she glared at Yang Ming while panting. "Why aren't you so powerful normally? Do you think it's because you saw Sister Huame before?" "Ugh." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Jing Xiaolu was right. Just now, he did fantasize about Lu Huame. It was just that this matter was too embarrassing. It wasn't easy to talk about it. I knew it wasn't that you weren't interested," Jing Xiaolu said proudly. "Now, tell me. What did you and Sister Huame talk about?" Yang Ming was caught by Jing Xiaolu. He could only tell Jing Xiaolu the truth about what happened between him and Lu Huame. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be possible to explain it. "Huh? You actually said that you didn't want to? You used this reason to brush off Sister Huame?" Jing Xiaolu looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. She felt that this reason was too weird. The most unbelievable thing was that Lu Huame actually believed it. Yang Ming nodded. "She doesn't seem to know anything." "Ha ha 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 ha." Jing Xiaolu laughed out loud. "I'm dying of laughter. Only Sister Huame would fall for it. How could she believe it? Ha 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 ha." Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu shaking with laughter. He was a little helpless. He coughed twice and said, "Okay, since she stubbornly believes that she's my woman, that's also a good thing. At least she can accompany you more in the future and help you." "Okay." Jing Xiaolu didn't think that Lu Huame would fight with her for anything. Instead, she felt that it was good to have such a best friend. "But what do you plan to do about Sister Huame? I almost forgot when you mentioned it." Yang Ming nodded. "I'll arrange it now." "You? Really, you forgot about it just like that? Sister Huame is really unlucky. She's already your woman, and you still treat her like this." Jing Xiaolu felt that it was unfair for Lu Huame. "I'm the unlucky one. There are so many things to do with a woman in name." Yang Ming shook his head. "If I didn't want to find you a helper and was afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle things by yourself after I left, do you think I would care so much about her? Then you're really not tempted?" Jing Xiaolu's heart moved. She was very touched. It turns out that Yang Ming did all this for her. Jing Xiaolu felt that she was so happy. Tempted? It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. However, that's also a normal desire for beauty. "There's no love between us," Yang Ming said. "If I didn't go on the mission, I wouldn't mind having something with her. However, there's no time now. I don't want to hurt her. Then hurry up and arrange it. Don't forget it later." Jing Xiaolu was very happy with Yang Ming's honesty. At least Yang Ming wouldn't lie to her. You care so much about Lu Huame's matter. She just came to snatch your man," Yang Ming said with a wry smile. "That's not snatching. I gave it to her voluntarily. Okay? Otherwise, how could she have a chance?" Jing Xiaolu naturally wouldn't admit it. "Well, it doesn't matter." Yang Ming took out his phone and dialed Golden Bull's number directly. Golden Bull answered the phone quickly. "Leader." Golden Bull saw Yang Ming's phone number and picked it up respectfully. "Butler Jean, send someone over to help me create a traffic accident." Yang Ming decided to hand this matter over to the Charles family. There would be even less evidence to investigate if such a foreign assassin did it. Yang Ming also wanted to save Xia Bingbao some trouble. Okay, leader. Golden Bull didn't ask anything and agreed without hesitation. I will send the information to you later. Arrange for a reliable person to come over, Yang Ming instructed. Leader, should I do it myself? Golden Bull asked respectfully. That's not necessary. Yang Ming said, right, the butterfly family has a Wang Kajin. That young man is good. You can let him do it. Should I contact him or you? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Wang Kajin, so he suggested. Then I'll bring him along, Golden Bull agreed directly. At present, the Charles family had a comprehensive cooperation with the butterfly family. Their assassin resources were also shared. After arranging this matter, Yang Ming was relieved. If a professional assassin like Golden Bull couldn't handle an ordinary person like Lu Hua's family, then he shouldn't be on the international assassin list. He should just go home and be a farmer. When Yang Ming made these arrangements, he didn't hide it from Jing Xiaolu. It should be because of his trust in Jing Xiaolu. Before Yang Ming left, he would definitely introduce Golden Bull to Jing Xiaolu and other women in case of emergency. After all, Golden Bull's power was not small. Husband, who were you calling just now? Are you looking for someone to kill Lu Hua? Jing Xiaolu asked excitedly. The foreign assassin organization is also my subordinate. Yang Ming felt that there was no need to hide it from Jing Xiaolu at this time, so he took this opportunity to tell her, he is currently the person in charge of the second largest assassin organization in the world. His name is Golden Bull, and he is my subordinate. He is absolutely loyal. After I leave, you can find him if you need anything. Originally, Jing Xiaolu was already happy that Yang Ming didn't hide it from her when he made the call. At this time, when she heard Yang Ming tell her such a secret, she was even more surprised. She stared at Yang Ming blankly and couldn't speak. After a while, Jing Xiaolu recovered from the shock and said, "No way? Husband, you are so awesome." Yang Ming nodded, "I will tell you all my resources after I leave. This Golden Bull is one of them. This is one of them." Jing Xiaolu was shocked. "Husband, how are you so powerful? I can't accept it." "Hee, but don't tell Lu Huamei about these things for the time being." "I can't trust her yet," Yang Ming instructed. "I know. I'm not stupid. Even if we're sisters, we can't talk about this. Let's talk about it after you've really won her over." Jing Xiaolu nodded, but her expression was still very excited. "Yang Ming, you said that the world's second largest assassin organization is yours. Why do you still need to carry out a mission? Why don't you bring a group of assassins over? What can't you settle? Damn, the mission this time is a little special. It's not something that can be done with more people." Yang Ming immediately broke out in a sweat. "If there are more people, wouldn't it be better if I brought a team of special forces over? It's more complicated this time. Oh, I'm actually the woman of the assassin group's boss now. I'm so happy. I, Jing Xiaolu, also have such a bad *SS day." Jing Xiaolu giggled. She felt happy just thinking about it. "Okay, don't laugh. Go to sleep. What time is it?" Yang Ming pointed to the wall clock at the head of the bed. "It's only 1 o'clock? It's not too late. Hubby, can you tell me more about you?" Jing Xiaolu was so excited that she couldn't sleep. "Okay, then what else do you want to know?" Yang Ming couldn't help it. Since Jing Xiaolu wanted to talk, then he would talk. He didn't know if there would be another opportunity to talk like this in the future. "If the world's second largest assassin organization is yours, then who is the world's largest assassin organization? Who is the most powerful assassin?" Jing Xiaolu asked in one breath. It seemed that she was quite interested in the assassin industry. "The world's largest assassin organization is the butterfly family. They are also my subordinates because the only daughter of the butterfly family is also my woman." Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu should be able to get along well with Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan shouldn't be hostile to Jing Xiaolu, a girl who didn't fight for anything and was just a little vain. "Ah? Really? It can't be, right? So powerful? Then who is your woman?" Jing Xiaolu asked in surprise. She didn't expect that the world's largest assassin organization was also Yang Ming's. Wang Xiaoyan. You may have heard of her. She is Zhao Ying's friend. I will introduce her to you in the next few days, said Yang Ming. Okay. Jing Xiaolu nodded happily. That's great. Right, you haven't said who is the most powerful assassin? This? Yang Ming hesitated. This was his secret. Only Wang Xiaoyan knew about it. Should I tell Jing Xiaolu at this time? Undoubtedly, although the days with Jing Xiaolu weren't long, she had become one of his most trusted people. He was about to leave soon, so Yang Ming just hesitated a little and said his own matters. He is my master, the king of assassins. Don't tell this secret. Jing Xiaolu screamed excitedly and jumped high. She exclaimed, isn't my husband the most powerful assassin? I am so lucky. If anyone bullies me in the future, I will kill him directly. After Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, he suddenly had black lines on his head. Isn't this Jing Xiaolu too vicious? Kill someone who bullies me directly? Xiaolu, don't mess around. Yang Ming glared at her and lectured her. Am I not just boasting? I just said it casually. Jing Xiaolu said with some embarrassment, husband, I won't. You can rest assured. That's more like it. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If Jing Xiaolu were to mess around, it would be worrying enough. Fortunately, she just said it casually. Husband, then tell me. How did you become an assassin? I want to hear it. I want to know everything about you. Jing Xiaolu pestered Yang Ming again. Yang Ming simply didn't want to sleep. Since Jing Xiaolu wanted to hear it, then he would tell her. Thus, Yang Ming started talking about how he met Fang Tian when he first entered the detention center, and how he became his disciple. Jing Xiaolu listened until dawn. It was already noon when the two of them woke up. Jing Xiaolu didn't even attend the morning meeting. She died tragically. She quickly dressed up, said goodbye to Yang Ming, and rushed to the company. Yang Ming didn't expect Jing Xiaolu to be so serious about her career. While he was gratified, he shook his head. Actually, she didn't have to work so hard. Yang Ming didn't have anything to do at the moment. Instead, he went out of the room and went to room 302 opposite him. He opened the door with the room card. Lu Huamei had already woken up and was sitting on the bed in a daze. The laptop in front of her was open, but it had entered automatic standby mode. He didn't know what she was thinking about. Lu Huamei only recovered from her daze when she heard the door open. She looked up and saw that it was Yang Ming. She smiled shyly, you. Did you miss me? Pfft. Yang Ming almost laughed out loud. Isn't this Lu Huamei too funny? She asked me this as soon as I entered the room. You, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? Lu Huamei was stunned and asked. Nothing, I don't want to for the time being. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Give me the information on Lu Hua, Lu Zhenan, and Lu Zhiqiao. Oh, okay. Lu Huamei put away her listless expression and returned to her usual capable self when she heard Yang Ming talking about business. Are you going to do it? As my woman, you just need to stay here and don't ask so many questions. Yang Ming had to put on airs. Otherwise, Lu Huamei might turn the tables once she returned to her strong woman appearance. Sure enough, Lu Huamei frowned, but soon relaxed. She knew her current identity, so she whispered, I'm sorry, husband. I won't ask in the future. Hurry up and give me the information. Yang Ming didn't continue. It's all here. Husband, take a look. This is the information I collected. Lu Huamei put away her strong woman appearance and became like a little wife. Yang Ming looked at it. The information collected by Lu Huamei was really complete. From Lu Hua's living habits to work hours, the entertainment venues he usually went to, the residence of his lover, and so on, everything was detailed. Lu Zhenan's information was the same. This saved Yang Ming a lot of time for investigation. It seemed that Lu Huamei was already planning to kill Lu Hua's family, but she didn't know where to start. You wanted to kill them long ago? Asked Yang Ming. But I didn't have the chance or the channel. I'm just a weak woman. I really don't know what to do. Lu Huamei didn't deny it. I asked the private investigator to investigate this. But it's useless after the investigation because it's impossible for the private investigator to help me kill people. Not bad. The information is very useful. Yang Ming packed the information and sent it to a mailbox. This was Golden Bull's private mailbox. After less than half a minute, Yang Ming's phone rang. Golden Bull's voice came from the other side. Leader, the information has been received. It's very detailed. It saves time for investigation. And when will it be done? Asked Yang Ming. Today or tomorrow? Golden Bull said, at the latest, no later than the day after tomorrow. We're only staying here for 3 days and we've already booked our itinerary. Okay, contact me when you're done. Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone. Lu Huamei looked at Yang Ming in surprise. She originally thought that even if Yang Ming helped, it would take a long planning cycle. However, looking at Yang Ming's appearance, it seemed that he had arranged everything immediately. That tone of voice was also that of a subordinate. It didn't seem like he was asking for help at all. Most importantly, the room was very quiet. Lu Huamei heard the Golden Bull address Yang Ming as leader. This was a term that subordinates would use to address their superiors. What was Yang Ming's status? How capable was he? These were all Lu Huamei's questions. However, Lu Huamei knew that she wasn't qualified to ask now. She was smart enough not to ask. However, she was even more curious and worshipped Yang Ming. Lu Huamei had been forcing herself to fall in love with Yang Ming in her heart. Therefore, the more Yang Ming performed, the easier it was for her to accept Yang Ming. Okay, wait for the news. Yang Ming casually put away the phone. Lu Hua's family is dead, so no one will fight with you. The Jiangyan group is yours. This problem wasn't a problem in Yang Ming's eyes at all. It was easy to solve. Thank you. Lu Huamei didn't know why, but she suddenly trusted Yang Ming inexplicably. It could also be that she forced herself to like Yang Ming. In short, Lu Huamei felt that this matter was very reliable. Yang Ming didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. He was going to meet Wan Xiaoyan and introduce Jing Xiaolu to her. Then, he would visit Zhao Ying on the way. After all, he had confirmed his relationship with her. He had to visit her. Yang Ming wanted to call Wan Xiaoyan after leaving Lu Huamei's room, but his phone rang first. Yang Ming took it out and saw that it was Xiaoqing's number. He quickly picked it up. Sister Xiaoqing, do you miss me? Yang Ming, where are you? Xiaoqing didn't joke with Yang Ming. Instead, she asked anxiously. I'm at the hotel. What's wrong, Sister Xiaoqing? Did something happen? Yang Ming was shocked and asked quickly. If you don't have anything to do, come to the school quickly. The school wants to expel you, said Xiaoqing. Expel me? What's going on? You're the dean, and isn't Godfather the vice principal? Who has the guts to expel me? Yang Ming felt that it was a little inconceivable. Besides, didn't I ask for leave? It's the school's other vice principal. Xiaoqing sighed and explained, the school's principal is about to retire, and Godfather and the other vice principal are popular candidates to take over. That vice principal with the surname Su somehow found out about your matter and suddenly proposed to expel you in the principal's office. Although Godfather protects you, Vice Principal Su wants to use this matter to make an issue out of it. If Godfather protects you, then he will be abusing his power for personal gain. He won't be able to compete for the principal's position. It can be said that he has sinister intentions. Yang Ming frowned. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, but he didn't like others to find trouble with him behind his back. He didn't like others making an issue out of him even more. I'm going now. Yang Ming sneered. If you want to make an issue out of me, you have to have that ability first. Although she had applied for leave, there was a reasonable reason for it. She had also written a leave request and obtained the approval of the tutor. Wasn't it too arbitrary to expel her just like that? Although the university was nothing to Yang Ming, it didn't matter whether he went or not. Yang Ming went to Yunnan to perform a mission, and he didn't know if he could come back. Even if he could come back, he would have to live in seclusion in Island X. However, Yang Ming was unhappy that the vice principal made an example out of him for his own benefit. Yang Ming called Little Wang. Little Wang had already woken up and was waiting for Yang Ming in the room while watching TV. When he received a call from Yang Ming, he went downstairs to prepare to drive. After Yang Ming got in the car, he ordered Little Wang to drive in the direction of the university. In Songjiang Gongqing University, in the vice principal's office, Fan Jinja sat on the sofa proudly and chatted with a bald middle-aged man. "Fourth uncle, do you think we can expel Yang Ming this time? There should be no problem." This fourth uncle was Vice Principal Su. He sneered and said, "It's best not to expel him. Then, Lu Weishan can't compete with me. The position of the principal is mine." "That's a good thing, but that kid Yang Ming is taking advantage of it." Although Fan Jinja felt that it was a good thing that his fourth uncle became the principal, he was unwilling to let Yang Ming take advantage of it. "How is that possible? When I become the principal, I can do whatever I want to him. By then, Lu Weishan won't be able to protect him." Vice Principal Su snorted and said overbearingly. "That's right. Humph, he actually snatched my woman. Fourth uncle must teach him a lesson." Fan Jinja nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will take care of this. Even if I don't expel him, I will give him a punishment and let him reflect in front of the whole school. I will make him lose face." Vice Principal Su said. "Hee hee, fourth uncle is still the best." Fan Jinja said flatteringly. Fan Jinja was bullied by Yang Ming. He had no other choice, so he set his eyes on his uncle who was the vice principal. Although they were distant relatives, Fan Jinja had always been filial to his fourth uncle, so their relationship was quite close. Fan Jinja thought carefully. Since he was not Yang Ming's opponent, he would suppress Yang Ming in school. This way, Yang Ming could only suffer in silence. So, Fan Jinja found his fourth uncle. When his fourth uncle heard Yang Ming's name, he checked the files and inquired with the tutor. He found out that Yang Ming was actually Lu Weishan's godson. This was great. He was worried about how to attack Lu Weishan. This gave him a good opportunity. Yang Ming's long absence from school was a small matter, but Vice Principal Su wanted to make an issue out of it. He pointed out in the principal's office that this was caused by Lu Weishan's indulgence. Otherwise, how could a normal student take such a long absence? Even if there was something wrong, there was no such way, right? Besides, what could be more important than school? Therefore, Vice Principal Su made things difficult during the office meeting just now. Now, Lu Weishan was also in a dilemma. He was ready to call Yang Ming over for questioning. "Just wait. When Yang Ming comes, I will stand up for you." Vice Principal Su patted his chest and promised, "You go back first. Don't stay here. It won't be good if others see it." It was a sensitive period now. Vice Principal Su was also afraid that Lu Weishan would know about his relationship with Fan Jinja and make an issue out of it. That would not be worth it. In reality, he was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Lu Weishan disdained to use such methods. Lu Weishan had become the principal by relying on the prestige of the academic community, unlike Vice Principal Su, who had become the principal through the administrative route. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first, fourth uncle." Fan Jinja was overjoyed when he heard this. "Yang Ming is going to be fired soon. Let's see if you can still pretend in front of me this time. When you're fired, you won't have a chance to get in touch with Zhaoying. At that time, I'll continue to launch my love attack. I don't believe that I can't win over Zhaoying." Thinking of this, Fan Jinja was extremely happy. He walked out of fourth uncle's office happily. In order to prevent Lu Weishan and Yang Ming from colluding and giving advice to Yang Ming, Vice Principal Su came to Lu Weishan's office after Fan Jinja left. He said to Lu Weishan, "Vice Principal Lu, let's go to the conference room together. We'll wait for Yang Ming to come and see what he has to say. Then, let's go." Lu Weishan said faintly. He had always looked down on Vice Principal Su. He was good at flattering people, but he was far behind when it came to knowledge. In the conference room, the school's principal was also there, but he didn't care much about the school's affairs. He was going to retire soon, so there was no need to offend people. At this moment, he was also watching the battle between Vice Principal Su and Lu Weishan. No matter who replaced him, it had little to do with him. Yang Ming soon came to the school and saw Xiaoqing in her office. When Xiaoqing saw Yang Ming, she stood up hurriedly. This incident happened suddenly. Vice Principal Su deliberately went against Godfather. You go and explain. We have leave slips here. As Xiaoqing spoke, she took out a stack of leave slips and was ready to go to the principal's conference room with Yang Ming. Hee, it's okay. Sister Xiaoqing, don't worry. I will definitely not implicate Godfather. I will solve this matter myself. Yang Ming nodded indifferently. You are going to be expelled from the school, and you still don't care? If Godfather protects you this time, he will definitely be attacked by Vice Principal Su. If he doesn't protect you, can you still go to school? Xiaoqing shook her head with some worry. Do you think this is a small matter? He will definitely make a fuss about it if you ask for leave for so long. I'm just asking for leave. I'm not going to do anything bad. I've also asked for leave. What can he do? Yang Ming said faintly, if he really wants to do something, then I don't mind playing with him. Xiaoqing sighed. She didn't know why Yang Ming was so confident. Do you have a countermeasure? Sister Xiaoqing, are you still worried about me? Yang Ming winked at Xiaoqing and smiled. Well, then you have to be careful. Vice Principal Su is not friendly. Xiaoqing reminded him. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing came to the principal's conference room together. Vice Principal Su sat there majestically. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he didn't wait for him to speak and asked directly, Yang Ming, right? You haven't come to school for so long. Where did you go to play? Vice Principal Su's sentence to find Yang Ming skipping class to play. This was also to weave a charge for Yang Ming so that he could be expelled later. Hee, are you Vice Principal Su? Yang Ming glanced at the person who asked in front of him. Although he didn't know him, he was afraid that this person was definitely Vice Principal Su. You said that I went out to play. I don't understand a bit. Are you a clairvoyant or a clairvoyant? How do you know that I went out to play? Cough cough. After being rebuked by Yang Ming, Vice Principal Su's face suddenly became ugly. You skipped class for no reason. No matter what you did, it is not allowed. Do you still put the school's discipline in your eyes? You see, which student is like you, skipping class for so long? Vice Principal Su, if I remember correctly, I asked for leave. I wrote a leave request, and the department approved it. How can it be called skipping class for no reason? Asked Yang Ming. Leave request? What leave did you ask for? Let me see the leave request. Vice Principal Su sneered in his heart. I was afraid that you wouldn't talk about the leave request. This time, you brought the leave request and involved Xiaoqing. Lu Weishan's family violated the rules, and Xiaoqing violated the rules. Before Yang Ming spoke, Xiaoqing spoke first. She put the leave request in her hand on Vice Principal Su's table and said, Vice Principal Su, Yang Ming's leave request is here. It was approved by our department. There is no such thing as skipping class for no reason. There is a leave request? Then I would like to see what excuse you are using to ask for leave. Vice Principal Su said faintly. He took the leave request that Xiaoqing handed over and looked at it disdainfully. Yang Ming frowned. This Vice Principal Su was obviously looking for trouble. Even if there was no problem with the leave request, he would probably find a problem. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid because he still had a trump card in his hand. If this Vice Principal Su wanted to make trouble, then Yang Ming didn't mind making a fool of him. Sure enough, when Vice Principal Su looked at the leave request, he read, leave for 1 week because of something, leave for 10 days because of something, leave for 15 days because of something. Io? Is this enough? You have a lot of things to do? Everyone has things to do. Yang Ming said faintly, I think Vice Principal Su can't have nothing to do, right? It's okay to have something to do, but what can be more important than going to school? Vice Principal Su didn't expect Yang Ming to dare to ask him. He suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said, I see that there is a problem with your leave request. What do you mean by something to do? If there is something, why don't you write it on the leave request? Xiaoqing, how are you the dean of the department? Are you covering up for him? If he writes that he has something to do, you give him leave. If other students want to skip class and say that they have something to do, will you give them leave too? Don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. When Yang Ming saw that Vice Principal Su actually wanted to attack Xiaoqing, he was a little unhappy. You are talking about my problem. It is best not to link it to others. Be careful not to become a public enemy. What are you talking about? What do you mean by this student? When Vice Principal Su saw that Yang Ming talked back, he was even angrier. What I said is normal. I am the one who asked for the leave. If you have something to say, just say it to me. Don't say such useless things. Yang Ming said coldly. Wow, I have never seen a student like you. You made a mistake but you don't admit it. You dare to control me? Vice Principal Su pointed at Yang Ming and said to the school's principal, Principal, you see this? This student was already so mischievous. Not only did he cheat to ask for leave to go out and play, he still didn't know how to repent. If I don't expel him today, I won't be the principal anymore. The principal didn't say anything. Although Yang Ming's attitude wasn't good, the principal knew that Vice Principal Su was using this as an excuse to attack Lu Weishan. Therefore, he didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. He was about to retire. Participating in this kind of unnecessary dispute was simply asking for trouble. Heh. The headmaster didn't speak, but Yang Ming laughed first. I want to see how you are going to expel me. I didn't do anything wrong, so why are you expelling me? It doesn't matter to me whether you become the vice principal or not, but if you want to expel me, you have to give me a solid reason. Good. Good. Vice Principal Su's face turned green with anger. If I don't give you a reason, I'm afraid you won't accept it. Then let me ask you, what did you do when you asked for leave? What did I do when I asked for leave? There's no need to report to you, right? I asked for leave to do my own things. Otherwise, why would I ask for leave? Yang Ming said faintly, everyone has the right to privacy. Don't tell me you don't know that? Right to privacy? Do you know what your identity is now? Your identity is a student, so your main task is to study. You doing things other than studying is not a proper job. Since you don't want to say what you did, then I can only treat it as you doing things that have nothing to do with studying. Okay, I'm informing you now that you are expelled. Vice Principal Su said in one breath. I didn't tell you because there are confidentiality rules. What I did can't be said casually. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't know why you don't want to let me go. Our department head didn't say anything. What do you mean by this? Are you targeting me, or do you have other motives? Confidentiality rules? Who do you think you are? Are you a spy or a spy? Are you in the intelligence business? Vice Principal Su listened to Yang Ming's words as if he heard the funniest thing. He laughed. Not only am I going to expel you, but I will also hold your department head responsible. She is derelict in her duty. It just so happens that I have a relative who is also in the computer science department. After taking Xiaoqing down, I can let my relative replace her. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Vice Principal Su was proud. I really killed two birds with one stone, killing two birds with one stone. What did I do when I asked for leave? Do you really want to know? Yang Ming asked faintly. It's fine if you don't say it. I already said that you have been expelled. Vice Principal Su said proudly. Since you want to know so much, I still can't tell you. Yang Ming shook his head. If you really want to know, I can only ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Ask for instructions from the higher-ups? What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about? Vice Principal Su was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. At this time, Yang Ming took out 2 IDs from his pocket and put them in front of Vice Principal Su. Who am I? It is written very clearly here. But I still can't say what I did when I asked for leave. Vice Principal Su saw Yang Ming's 2 IDs and couldn't help but be stunned. But when he saw one of them clearly, his face changed a little. Although he didn't recognize the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID, he still recognized the ID belonging to the Army Intelligence Department. At his level, he could naturally see the authenticity of the ID. So, Vice Principal Su was stunned at the time and didn't know what to do. He thought that by using Lu Weishan, his godson, he could achieve his goal. But he didn't expect things to change. Yang Ming took out 2 IDs. Yang Ming revealed his identity at this time. In fact, he had considered it. He was also prepared to go through the suspension procedures in these few days. It was impossible to take a 1-year suspension without special circumstances. So, he was also prepared to let Xia Bingbao negotiate with the school. It would be best if he didn't take a suspension and just asked for leave. He could even graduate early. That would be the best. So, sooner or later, his identity would be made public. These few days wouldn't make much of a difference. This Vice Principal Su was obviously targeting him, which also made Yang Ming annoyed. He wanted to make a fool of himself. His leave was complete, but Vice Principal Su didn't let him go. He turned a deaf ear to those students who skipped class all day to rent accommodation in the off-campus internet cafe. Was this a form of revenge? You are from the army? Vice Principal Su was very surprised by Yang Ming's identity. He couldn't figure it out. Isn't Yang Ming just an ordinary college student? How did he become a member of the army in a blink of an eye? Lu Weishan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Yang Ming actually had such an identity. On the contrary, Xiaoqing knew a lot about Yang Ming, so she wasn't too surprised. She just glared at Yang Ming and complained that he hid it from her. You can say that, but you guessed it before. I'm an agent. Although I have a military identity, I don't belong to the army. Yang Ming said with a smile, so, any mission I perform is confidential. Forgive me for not being able to explain it to you one by one. If you must understand, I can only report to my superior. As for what you said, is the school's matter more important or my matter more important? I can only say that this depends on how you interpret it. Vice Principal Su's sweat immediately came down. It seemed that Yang Ming's identity should also be confidential. He had to ask again and again before Yang Ming said his identity. And Yang Ming's identity was special. He was the kind of secret agent. In this way, didn't I make a mistake? If the superior really investigated, then it wouldn't be good. If I really did it for the good of the school and for the good of Yang Ming and inadvertently knew about Yang Ming's identity, then it would be easy to handle. But I obviously retaliated for my personal interests. As long as the superior sent someone to do a simple investigation, they would be able to find the truth of the matter. At that time, even if I wanted to hide it, I couldn't hide it. As for whether you still want to expel me, I can't do anything about it. I can only let my superior negotiate. With the school. Yang Ming said faintly, Vice Principal Su, I have finished my words. I will go first. My superior will contact you. This. Vice Principal Su looked at Yang Ming and didn't know what to say. He knew that this time he really got into trouble. Looking at the leave request in his hand, he had a bigger headache. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have found this trouble. Now, it's great. Don't talk about competing with Lu Weishan for the principal position. It's hard to say if I can continue to sit in the position of the vice principal. Although Lu Weishan didn't speak, he was relieved in his heart. He didn't really care if he could become the headmaster. As long as Yang Ming was fine, it was fine. Now, it seemed that this little fellow had exceeded his expectations. The principal, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. He sneered, stood up, and said, Vice Principal Su, you are in charge of student Yang Ming's affairs. You should be in charge until the end. But he is serving the country. You should know your place. Vice Principal Su's face was dark, and he sat there silently. He really didn't know what to say. He blamed Xianxia in his heart. He was really looking for trouble. If he didn't mention Yang Ming, would he be able to use him to attack Lu Weishan? However, it was too late to regret now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Vice Principal Su could only brace himself and explain, Principal, I am doing this for the sake of the students. After leaving the principal's conference room, Yang Ming called Xia Bingbao and told him about the school's affairs. Xia Bingbao naturally agreed. In his opinion, this was a trivial matter. At 6 o'clock in the evening, on a highway leading to a suburban villa in Jiangyan City, an Audi A8L overturned into a gully next to the highway. The car flipped over more than 20 times. The car caught fire and caused the fuel tank to explode. None of the 3 people in the car survived. The passengers in the car were Lu Hua, Lu Zhenan, and Lu Zhiqiao. In the hotel room, Lu Huamei watched the emergency news broadcast on the news channel. She was so excited that her eyes widened. Her hands gripped the corner of the quilt on the bed tightly. Although this car accident was classified as an accident, Lu Huamei knew that this was not an accident. Yang Ming's subordinate really did it. Moreover, he did it very discreetly. This was something that only a professional assassin could do. Although Lu Huamei did not know how Yang Ming's subordinate did it, the result was good. At this moment, Lu Huamei finally understood why Yang Ming didn't seem to care about the matter that troubled her so much. It turned out that it was so easy to truly solve it. The order that was issued in the morning was completed in the afternoon. Moreover, it was done neatly without a trace of sloppiness. At this moment, Lu Huamei's phone rang. It was Yang Ming calling. "Hubby." Lu Huamei pursed her lips. She used to compromise a little, but now she truly worshipped Yang Ming. She even feared him a little. The ability that Yang Ming displayed was completely beyond Lu Huamei's expectations. "Did you see the news?" Yang Ming frowned when he heard Lu Huamei call him that, but he did not correct her. "I saw it." "Thank you." Lu Huamei's thank you came from the bottom of her heart. She had her revenge. She had finally gotten her revenge. Moreover, the group would definitely fall into Lu Huamei's hands once Lu Hua's family died. Lu Huamei would definitely become the group's chairman. "I don't need to do anything for the rest, right?" Yang Ming asked. "You can tell Jing Xiaolu how much money you need. However, I'm too lazy to intervene in your group's internal affairs. I don't have the time to intervene either. I can do all of this." Lu Huamei did not want Yang Ming to look down on her. If she could not handle things until now, then she was too incompetent. "Okay," Yang Ming said. "I may have to leave for a while. I'll be with Jing Xiaolu and support each other." Don't worry. I, Lu Huamei, am already Yang Ming's woman. Then, the money in my hands is also yours. Jing Xiaolu and I will not share it," Lu Huamei said firmly. She was a person who kept her word. Moreover, she also thought that being Yang Ming's woman was really a happy thing. If there was trouble, she did not have to worry about it. Yang Ming could shelter her from the wind and rain. Yang Ming did not say anything more and hung up the phone. Xia Bingbao quickly solved the problem in Yang Ming's school. Vice Principal Su's act of using his power for personal revenge was still investigated. Although it was not to the extent of expelling him, he was not suitable to be a vice principal. He was assigned to the school's research institute as an idle vice director. It was equivalent to letting him retire with dignity. Fan Jinjia naturally did not know the secret. After his 4th uncle was transferred, he hated Fan Jinjia and would not see him again. Therefore, Fan Jinjia only thought that his 4th uncle did not win against Yang Ming's godfather, Lu Weishan. While he was unhappy, he was also thinking about how to retaliate against Yang Ming. Feng Jianing was Fan Jinjia's underling. He was Fan Jinjia's high school buddy. However, unlike Fan Jinjia, who was admitted to university and studied as a graduate student, he started a small business after graduating from high school. However, this business was not a legal business. Feng Jianing opened an audio and video club to sell pornographic CDs. Later, it was shut down by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Not only was he fined, but he was also sent to the police station. After he was released, Feng Jianing had nothing, so he turned to his high school buddy, Fan Jinjia. Fan Jinjia had just set up a company, so he needed someone to follow him around. It was better to use someone familiar, so he got Feng Jianing to his side. Although Feng Jianing was not very capable, he had a lot of ideas. He also helped Fan Jinjia's company gain a lot of benefits. At least, Feng Jianing was good at tax evasion. Fan Jinjia didn't manage to mess with Yang Ming, so he sat in the office gloomily. A while ago, not only did he have to pay a lot of money because Yang Ming made up some nonsense about a vengeful spirit, but he was also beaten up by Yang Ming's driver, Little Wang. This made Fan Jinjia's anger towards Yang Ming reach the extreme. Brother Zhe, what's wrong with you? I saw you sulking in the office all morning. What happened? Asked Feng Jianing. Don't mention it. I'm so unlucky. Fan Jinja shook his head. Brother Zhe, what's the matter? Tell me and I'll help you figure it out. Feng Jianing asked. Don't forget, my name is Feng Jianing. Why? Because I can do anything. Right, I forgot about you, the think tank. Fan Jinja nodded. Then I'll tell you. Here's the thing. Do you remember the Yang Ming I told you about before? I remember. Didn't you ask your fourth uncle's vice principal to deal with him? Why? He's not easy to deal with? Feng Jianing naturally knew about Yang Ming. He knew about the dispute between Fan Jinja and Yang Ming very well. The idea of asking his fourth uncle to deal with Yang Ming was his idea. AI, don't mention it. My fourth uncle didn't win against Yang Ming's godfather, Lu Weishan. He was transferred to a research institute under the school to retire. Fan Jinja shook his head. It seems that it's impossible to deal with Yang Ming through the school. This time, his godfather will definitely be the principal. We can't do anything. This is really difficult. Feng Jianing frowned. Logically, his girlfriend should be angry after knowing about Zhao Ying. Why would she ask someone to beat you up? This was something that Feng Jiao couldn't figure out. He felt that there was something strange going on, but he couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. What a lunatic. Fan Jinja scolded angrily. How about we don't play these dirty tricks anymore? Calm, what kind of tricks? Fan Jinja was stunned and asked with some doubts. How about this? You and Yang Ming have a challenge. You challenge Yang Ming. Make an agreement that whoever loses will stay away from Zhaoying in the future. Feng Jianing said after thinking about it. Ah? I challenge Yang Ming? Fan Jinja shook his head immediately. You don't know. That Yang Ming is also very powerful. The school's taekwondo club's president and vice president were beaten to a pulp. How can I be his opponent? Hee, we have to play some tricks here. Feng Jianing said with a smile. Although you challenged him openly, you didn't say that you would accept the challenge personally. When the time comes, you can find a master to fight with him. He can't say anything. As long as we are careful and play a word game with him, he can only accept the challenge. Yeah. That's a good idea. When Fan Jinja heard it, he suddenly felt that this method was feasible, so he patted Feng Jianing's shoulder and said with appreciation, Jianing, you are really capable. That's right. Feng Jianing nodded. Brother Zhe, we can add a more ruthless condition at that time. The loser not only has to stay away from Zhaoying, but also has to strip naked and run around the playground. Oh? Fan Jinja was stunned. Run around naked? Yeah, Brother Zhe. Think about it, if Yang Ming were to run around naked, how would he have the face to continue staying in this school? Won't he be laughed at by his classmates when he goes out? Even if his face is big, he can't stand it. He can only transfer schools by then. Feng Jianing laughed. D***MN. Jianing, your idea is ruthless. But I'm afraid that Yang Ming won't agree. Fan Jinja was a little worried that Yang Ming would not accept the challenge. Don't worry about this. We can hype it up on the campus BBS first. If he doesn't accept the challenge, doesn't it mean that he is afraid? Then he will be even more embarrassed. Even if we can't achieve the ultimate goal, we can humiliate him and let Brother Zhe vent your anger. Feng Jianing said indifferently. As for how to make Yang Ming leave Zhaoying, we will think of a way next time. Anyway, isn't Brother Zhe's ultimate goal this time to teach Yang Ming a lesson? That's true. Fan Jinja nodded. In this way, we have nothing to lose. It seems that this idea is good. Then it's settled. By the way, Yang Ming's skills are not weak. He can even defeat the president of the Taekwondo club. Ordinary people can't be his opponent. Where can we find someone who can defeat Yang Ming? Since I have the confidence to come up with this idea, I naturally have the confidence to find this person. Feng Jianing smiled mysteriously. I have a distant relative who fights in the underground. He is very famous in the southern V city. His name is Feng Xibiao. As long as we can afford it, he will definitely help us fight. Really? That's great. Fan Jinja heard that he was an underground fighter. He must be very powerful. Although he had not come into contact with that industry, he had heard a little about it. The people who fought in the underground were all fearless. They could die in the ring at any time, so these people were also quite fierce. Not to mention an ordinary student like Yang Ming, even a national-level taekwondo master might not be his opponent. Because they did not follow the rules when they fought, it was a life-and-death battle. So, with such a master, Fan Jinja was not worried that he would lose. Of course, although we don't have much contact, we are relatives after all. We can still contact each other. Feng Jianing nodded. Money is not a problem. The key is, what if he kills Yang Ming? You know, isn't it illegal to kill someone? Fan Jinja asked with some worry. It's okay. I will tell him not to hit too hard. People like them know their limits. At most, they will injure him, but they won't kill him. Feng Jianing said, besides, he will be the one who kills him. What does it have to do with us? That's true. We just invited him to fight. What does it have to do with us if he accidentally injures someone? Thinking of this, Fan Jinja actually hoped that Feng Xibiao would kill Yang Ming. Because if he killed Yang Ming, he would be done with it once and for all. However, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. Even if he wanted to, Feng Xibiao wouldn't agree. It didn't matter if someone was killed in an underground fight, but if someone was killed in public, it would be a big deal. Feng Jianing was indeed Feng Jianing. He quickly contacted his distant relative. Although they were relatives, the other party was not hesitant. He was willing to fight, but the appearance fee was 200,000 yuan. Although Fan Jinja was a little distressed, he agreed when he thought that he could get rid of Yang Ming. After finding the person to fight, the next step was to create hype on the school's BBS. Feng Jianing spent money to hire some idle young people in the internet cafe and began to post on the school's BBS. Soon, Fan Jinja's post became a hot post. Fan Jinja's post was written by Feng Jiao. It was written very hot-bloodedly and passionately, but it was also very skillful. It directly stated that he wanted to challenge Yang Ming. The loser not only had to run naked, but also stay away from Zhaoying. However, it did not say that Fan Jinja would personally fight with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know about the battle post that was trending on the school's BBS. Although Yang Ming did not pay attention to it, others were very concerned about it. Yang Ming was a well-known figure in Songjiang Industry University. Previously, he beat up the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club by himself. This was already a very bad *SS legend. Later, he performed a knife-throwing performance at the school's art festival, which made Yang Ming even more popular. Originally, Fan Jinja also hired a bunch of people to hype up Feng Jiao's post. However, the development of the matter was beyond his expectations. The challenge post did not require much effort from his own people, and countless people had already replied to support it. This was a good sign as it could force Yang Ming to respond. However, what made Fan Jinja depressed was that most of these students were supporting Yang Ming. This was because many of them were optimistic about Yang Ming. They felt that Fan Jinja was a fool for daring to challenge Yang Ming. Was he courting death? It was such an idiotic behavior that could not be any more idiotic. Motherf *Ker, these little brats are actually supporting Yang Ming. I didn't expect Yang Ming to be so popular. Fan Jinja looked at the replies on the battle post gloomily. Although Yang Ming had yet to respond, many people had predicted that Fan Jinja would definitely lose. Hey, what do they know? Feng Jiao smiled and said, they are all a bunch of ignorant people. Brother Zhe, why should you lower yourself to their level? That's true, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at these posts makes me feel annoyed. Why don't we let our gunners also post and support my victory? Fan Jinja suggested. No, you can't do that. Feng Jiao quickly shook his head when he heard it. Brother Zhe, we don't need to do that. Why? No one knows that we did it anyway? Fan Jinja asked in confusion. Brother Zhe, what's the old saying? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Feng Jiao waved his hand and explained, think about it. Now that everyone is supporting Yang Ming's popularity has reached the peak. Even Yang Ming thought that he would definitely win. In the end, we suddenly defeated him. How big is the gap? How big is the gap in the hearts of his supporters? They will definitely not be able to accept it. The person they are optimistic about has lost. This is simply a great shame. And in this way, Yang Ming will probably not have the face to stay in this school. He was originally a high and mighty figure, but he suddenly fell and became a loser. He will definitely be ashamed and won't have the face to compete with you for Zhaoying. NN. Fan Jinjia patted Feng Jiu's shoulder in surprise after he heard it. Well said. Feng Jiu, you are so capable. This is a good idea. The higher you climb, the more painful it will be when you fall. That's right. Otherwise, why would I be called Feng Jiu? Brother Neng is quite capable when it comes to doing things. Feng Jiu said proudly. N? What did you say? Fan Jinjia frowned when he heard Feng Jiu call himself Brother Neng. This kid dares to call himself a brother in front of me? Ugh. I said it wrong. In front of Brother Zhe, I am a younger brother. Hee hee. Feng Jiu was shocked. He was too proud just now and almost made Fan Jinjia feel disgusted. However, in front of outsiders, you are also a brother. You are under one person and above everyone else. Hee hee. Fan Jinjia was in a good mood, so he didn't care about this with Feng Jiu. Instead, he was so happy that he couldn't control himself. When the challenge post was sent out, Yang Ming was at home with Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun. Looking at the three people's happy faces, Yang Ming wanted to say something several times but stopped. He didn't tell Chen Mingyan and the others that he was leaving because Chen Mingyan and the others' psychological endurance was not as strong as Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu, and the others. Yang Ming was afraid that they would do something irrational on impulse. However, Yang Ming knew that his days at home were numbered. It could be seen from Xiao Bingbao's attitude when he talked to him that his trip to Yunnan was imminent. Mingyan. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to speak. This matter had to be said sooner or later. If he said it earlier, he could win their support. Otherwise, if he said it before he left, it would be difficult for him if the three people really didn't let him go. N? What's wrong? Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were discussing how to knit a sweater for Yang Ming, while Zhou Jiejia was helping them design the pattern. Knitting sweaters was rare for the current standard of living. After all, the workmanship and cost of the factory assembly line were far lower than handmade. However, when a girl knitted a sweater for a boy, it often represented a different meaning. It was full of deep love. Yang Ming wanted to talk about his own matters, but the phone in his pocket rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID on the phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really what he was afraid of. The call was from Xiao Bingbao. I'll answer the call first. Yang Ming nodded to Chen Mingyan and the others, stood up, and walked out of the living room. Chen Mingyan was slightly stunned. Under normal circumstances, Yang Ming wouldn't answer the phone behind her back. Why did Yang Ming go out to answer the phone this time? Moreover, Yang Ming's expression just now seemed a bit weird. He seemed to want to say something but stopped. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be suspicious. She wasn't suspicious of Yang Ming, but she was completely curious. She glanced at Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Then, Chen Mingyan tiptoed and followed Yang Ming out of the living room. Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun didn't notice anything wrong. The two were completely immersed in the joy of designing sweaters. When they heard Chen Mingyan say that she was going to the bathroom, they didn't care. They continued to be busy with the things at hand. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to follow him. It wasn't that his vigilance had deteriorated, but this was his own home. Yang Ming had installed anti-theft devices outside. As long as someone approached the villa, Yang Ming would receive an early warning signal. Everyone in the house was family. Yang Ming didn't need to be on guard all the time. It was too tiring to live like that. Brother Xia. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Yang Ming, the time has been determined. After 3 days, we will gather in Yanjing City. Xia Bingbao finished speaking and fell into silence. Oh. I got it. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, but he smiled. Who? Xia Bingbao breathed a sigh of relief. I was really afraid that you, kid, would regret it at the last minute. Things have to be solved. If I don't go, who will? Yang Ming shrugged. I have already thought it through. It's good that you have thought it through. However, in these few days, you should arrange things at home. Once you leave. Xiao Bingbao didn't continue. In fact, he didn't have any confidence in this operation. After all, the enemy they were dealing with was already an inhuman existence. I understand. Yang Ming said faintly, I don't ask for much. After I leave, I don't want my family to be hurt. Fatty has returned to China. Thanks to you, he has been promoted. He will be sent to your province as the person in charge of the local supernatural investigation bureau. Xiao Bingbao didn't say it clearly, but he believed that Yang Ming understood what he meant. Fatty is back? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, but he also understood Xiao Bingbao's arrangement. Fatty was the contact person of the field team that Yang Ming met in Las Vegas. If it weren't for Yang Ming, Fatty would have to bear a lot of responsibility. After all, Li Dianqi died in his hands. But now, it seemed that not only was he fine, but he was also promoted. It was probably because he gave him face. When the Fatty took office, Xiao Bingbao had already hinted to him. Furthermore, his purpose for coming here could not be any more obvious, and that was to bear the responsibility of protecting Yang Ming's family. The status of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau was very aloof. It was not under the jurisdiction of either the military or the government. It was directly responsible to the higher-ups. Regardless of whether it was the military or the government, they only had the right to cooperate with the investigation and did not have the right to interfere. If the Fatty was here to escort him, Yang Ming was relieved. He is back. He will probably be there tomorrow. He will contact you. Xiao Bingbao laughed. However, I can't trouble him for everything. After all, this identity is a secret. Is there anyone in the local political world who can help us? Yang Ming was still a little worried. After all, there were too many small people who didn't open their eyes. It was fine if Yang Ming was here, but once Yang Ming was gone, there would be some trouble. No, do you have any relatives in the political world? I can help you to act as the peripheral contact of our Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xiao Bingbao readily agreed. He also knew that if he put it bluntly, Yang Ming was making arrangements for his funeral. Only when the funeral was arranged, there would be no worries. Therefore, if Xiao Bingbao could help, he would try to help Yang Ming deal with it. My father-in-law is the deputy chief of the Songjiang City Police Station, but he may be the chief. Yang Ming thought about it. Only Chen Mingyan's father, Chen Fei, was a person in the political world. There was no one else. People in the military and police world just meet our requirements. It doesn't take much effort for them to take on a part-time position on our side, Xiao Bingbao said. Xiao Bingbao said, I will go and do some activities. The local position will also be promoted accordingly. Then, I will trouble brother Xia. Yang Ming sighed. There is nothing else. Oh, if you have other things, tell me quickly. I will do it together. Otherwise, I won't be able to say it even if I want to. Xiao Bingbao felt that Yang Ming's request was really little. Most people would ask for a large amount of settlement fee, right? However, thinking about Yang Ming's net worth, money was probably nothing to Yang Ming. No, I am just worried about my family. I have nothing else to worry about. Yang Ming said, see you in Yanjing 3 days later. That's good. If there is anything, call me again. Xiao Bingbao didn't say much. After putting down the phone, Yang Ming sighed and put away the phone. He turned around and was about to go back to the living room, but he was shocked to find that Chen Mingyan was standing behind him. Mingyan, you. Yang Ming was stunned, and his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Yang Ming, you have something to hide from me, right? You are going to Yanjing in 3 days? What are you going to do? You mentioned my father again. Who are you calling? Chen Mingyan originally thought that Yang Ming was secretly calling a beauty, but it was not like that at all. Chen Mingyan's heart suddenly tightened. Because the content of Yang Ming's phone call was really weird. Hide. Oh, I guess so. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan had heard the content of his phone call, and there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Yang Ming originally planned to tell Chen Mingyan about his own matters. Yang Ming, what the hell is the matter with you? Chen Mingyan held Yang Ming's hand. Don't scare me. Actually, it's nothing. Aren't I afraid that you will be worried? But it's not a big deal. Yang Ming said casually. Not a big deal? Chen Mingyan had some doubts again. Let's go. Let's talk inside. I also want to talk to Jiyun and Jejia. Yang Ming held Chen Mingyan's shoulder and pushed her into the living room. Chen Mingyan's face was full of doubts, but since Yang Ming didn't say it, she couldn't ask. She could only wait for Yang Ming to say the reason. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, and Chen Mingyan also carefully sat next to Yang Ming. Jiyun, Jejia, put down the things in your hands first. I have something to tell you. Yang Ming's expression suddenly became serious, and it shocked Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. When did Yang Ming talk to them so seriously? Every time, he spoke softly, but this time, it was so serious. Yang Ming. What's the matter? Lin Jiyun was shocked. She carefully looked at Yang Ming and asked. Zhou Jejia also looked at Yang Ming nervously. She didn't know what happened. Actually, in addition to my identity as a student, I still have another identity. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said. Other identity? Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun were both stunned. Only Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming thoughtfully. That's right. In fact, my hidden identity is a national agent. As Yang Ming said. He took out the 2 IDs that he showed to Vice Principal Su today and placed them in front of Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. This is. The 3 of them quickly opened the 2 IDs carefully and looked at them. When they saw that the photo was Yang Ming's, the 3 of them finally believed Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was actually an agent. Of course, they wouldn't think that Yang Ming simply took out 2 fake IDs to deceive the 3 of them, because Yang Ming wouldn't be so bored to such an extent. Moreover, because of their unconditional trust in Yang Ming, they wouldn't think so. This matter was originally confidential, but in a few days, I have to perform a mission. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, so, even if Mingyan didn't notice that I was on the phone, I still had to tell you. Is this mission very dangerous? Chen Mingyan suddenly understood the meaning of Yang Ming's previous phone call. She said in her heart, why do I feel so depressed? It turns out that Yang Ming is actually making arrangements for his funeral. Which mission isn't dangerous? Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, I have performed a lot of dangerous missions before, but you should believe in your husband's skills. No matter how dangerous the mission is, for me, it's just floating clouds. Then, this time. Chen Mingyan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Ming had performed many dangerous missions before. Sometimes, when I tell you that I have to go out to do something, it is actually to perform a mission. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, the last time I went to Las Vegas, it was actually to perform a very dangerous mission. Of course, the danger is equivalent to others. For your husband, it's all trash. Yang Ming deliberately said it casually so that the 3 of them could rest assured. If he directly said that it was very dangerous and they might lose their lives, the 3 of them would definitely not accept it. It was better to tell them step by step and let them accept it bit by bit. You haven't said what's different this time. Although Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation, it seemed that this mission wasn't a big deal, her heart was still faintly uneasy. She felt that this matter wasn't as simple as before. If you want to say that it's different, it is really different. Yang Ming deliberately sighed, Mingyan, you just heard my phone call, right? In your opinion, I seem to be making arrangements for my funeral, right? And, you are really making arrangements for your funeral? Chen Mingyan exclaimed and stood up abruptly. She looked at Yang Ming in horror. It can be considered as making arrangements for my funeral, but this funeral isn't the kind of funeral that I will die for. Yang Ming smiled and explained, Mingyan, don't be excited. Listen to me. What kind of funeral is that? It's already a funeral. Is there a difference? Chen Mingyan was still very excited. Suddenly, she took the 2 IDs on the table in a childish manner. I will confiscate your IDs. You are not allowed to go. I will hide it for you. Let's see how you can go. Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun were also very anxious and worried about Yang Ming, but they didn't ask. After all, the two of them usually followed Chen Mingyan. Since Chen Mingyan asked, they only had to listen to Yang Ming's answer. They didn't have to ask personally. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's behavior. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Isn't this Chen Mingyan too childish? She actually thought of the idea of hiding the ID. However, it was useless to hide the ID. Who didn't know Yang Ming? Xia Bingbao probably wouldn't check Yang Ming's ID at all. It was the same whether Yang Ming had the ID or not. Mingyan, don't worry. Listen to me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. For example, if you want to go abroad to study, you can also say that you will make arrangements for your funeral before you leave. This funeral refers to the family matters after you study abroad. So, it has a different meaning from the funeral after you die. Then you tell me. What is the difference between this time and the past? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, I am afraid that I will be gone for a long time. The shortest is 3 months, the longest is 1 year, even 5 years or 10 years is possible, said Yang Ming. What? 5 years or 10 years? Chen Mingyan widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming. The tears in her eyes couldn't help but fall. Yang Ming, you didn't lie to me? You have to go for so long? And, I didn't lie to you. So, before I leave, I must arrange for my funeral, hee. Yang Ming laughed. Why are you going for so long? No, you can't go. I won't let you go. Chen Mingyan was anxious. She didn't look like an elder sister anymore. She hugged Yang Ming and wouldn't let go no matter what. Mingyan, good Mingyan, don't cry. Yang Ming patted Chen Mingyan's back and carefully comforted, Mingyan, everyone has their own social responsibilities. Since I am in this position, I have to do what I need to do. But, how can you be gone for so long? What should we do? Chen Mingyan was anxious. No, you can let others go. Anyway, you can't go. Let others go. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Mingyan, you are not a child. How can you say this? Others don't have girlfriends? Others don't have relatives and children? Then. I don't care. Anyway, you can't go. Chen Mingyan was anxious. She hugged Yang Ming and wouldn't let go no matter what. Mingyan, haven't you heard a song? Yang Ming calmly sang a familiar lyric, if you don't carry a gun, I don't carry a gun. Who will protect the motherland? Who will protect the home? This. Chen Mingyan naturally heard this song. Moreover, children born in a military and police family were naturally more exposed to this type of song. Mingyan, think about it. When you go to catch the bad guys, can your father not go? Can he hide at home and accompany you and your mother? Yang Ming explained, at that time, your mother also pestered Uncle Chen like this and didn't let him go. But when I was young, every time my father went on a mission, my mother and I couldn't sleep at night. We were scared at home. I don't want this feeling anymore. I don't want you to be like this. Chen Mingyan remembered the childhood and cried even more sadly. Mingyan, for this matter, whether it is public or private, I have to go. Only I am qualified for this task. Yang Ming continued. Public or private? Chen Mingyan was stunned. What does this have to do with private? Public, I already have the identity of an agent. Where I am needed, I naturally have to stand up and do it. Yang Ming explained, private. The enemy this time is also my old opponent, Elder Yu. Elder Yu. Chen Mingyan exclaimed. Obviously, she knew something about Elder Yu before. The one who came to our Songjiang before. Chen Afu is his disciple? And, that's it. Yang Ming said, last time in Songjiang, he already had a grudge with me, so this time to deal with him, I naturally have to go too. Moreover, he is also Lan Ling's enemy. After I defeat him, Lan Ling can come back. It turns out to be because of Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan was suddenly a little jealous, But after listening to Yang Ming's explanation, she didn't have such a strong objection to Yang Ming going to perform this mission. After all, although she was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, when it came to the order of being with Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun was the first, and Lan Ling was the second. Chen Mengyan was just a latecomer. Hee, you can say that. Yang Ming nodded. She is my woman, so I must bring her back. Humph, your woman. Chen Mengyan listened to Yang Ming's words and was somewhat uncomfortable. Hee, Mengyan, not only Lan Ling, but if anything happens to you, I won't just ignore it. No matter how dangerous it is, I will rush up. Yang Ming said very seriously, just like if something happened to Zhou Jiejia's father, I will not shirk my responsibility. This is my obligation, and it is the same for everyone. Then, when you are there, you must be careful. You have to contact us more. Chen Mengyan heard that Yang Ming's opponent was Elder Yu, so she also put down some worries. After all, the last time Elder Yu was in Songjiang, he was defeated by Yang Ming. With such a precedent, in Chen Mengyan's view, this Elder Yu's level shouldn't be good. He was just a little cunning. Since Yang Ming could defeat him once, he could defeat him a second time. The reason why Yang Ming said that he would go for so long might be because this Elder Yu ran fast. It was not easy to track him, so he had to fight a protracted battle. I will definitely be careful, but I can't contact him. In the mountains over there is no cell phone signal, and the opponent is very cunning. We can't let him intercept our communication with the outside world. Yang Ming said with some apologies. However, he saw that Chen Mengyan misunderstood that his opponent, Elder Yu, wasn't a very powerful opponent, so he was relieved and didn't explain more. That was even better. They wouldn't have to worry when the time came. I see. Chen Mengyan nodded reluctantly, but she wasn't an unreasonable person. She also understood the discipline during the mission. She couldn't turn on the mobile phone and couldn't contact the outside world. Her father used to often participate in the task force. The longest time was when he didn't contact the family for a few months. Because it was strictly confidential, Chen Mengyan could understand. It was just that her father was like this, and so was her lover. Chen Mengyan felt that it was a bit unfair. Why is my family like this? Yeah, but you can rest assured. Tomorrow night, I will introduce a person to you. He is also a person inside our system. You can confirm my information and whereabouts directly from him. The person Yang Ming was talking about was Fatty. He was going to introduce Fatty to Chen Mengyan and others. He also wanted to let Chen Fei know in advance so that if there were any problems in the family in the future, he could go directly to Fatty to solve it. Okay then. Chen Mengyan heard Yang Ming's determination. She also knew that Yang Ming wouldn't break the discipline because of her. That was impossible. So, she didn't insist. Heh. I knew it. My little Mengyan is the most sensible. Yang Ming smiled and pinched Chen Mengyan's delicate little face. Aya, what are you doing? Chen Mengyan was a little shy because of Yang Ming's action. Hee, now that I have finished talking to you, accompany me home tonight and talk to my parents. They are old. I am afraid that they can't accept it. The three of you have to help. Yang Ming said to Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia. Chen Mengyan helped Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia to answer what they wanted to ask. In fact, their love for Yang Ming was the same, so what they wanted to say was similar. At this time, Yang Ming had already explained to Chen Mengyan, which was equivalent to explaining it to them. Chen Mengyan nodded. But, if you leave for 10 years, how can we live? At that time, when you come back, won't we be old and weary? Huh. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mengyan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Mengyan, you are only 20 years old now. Even if you leave for 10 years, you will only be 30 years old. How can you be old and weary? Look at Sister Xiaoqing. She is already 31 years old. Isn't she about the same age as you? Can't you see how old she is? That's true, but Sister Xiaoqing takes good care of herself. We can't say for sure. When Chen Mengyan talked about Sister Xiaoqing, she couldn't help but be envious. Hee, then you should ask Sister Xiaoqing when you are free. See how she takes good care of herself. Yang Ming was happy that these women could get along well with each other after he left. He believed that after a period of time, they would accept each other. It's scary when I think about it. 10 years. How do you want us to live? Chen Mingyan was reluctant when she thought of the long wait. If you can't wait, you can also remarry. Yang Ming smiled and said. Damn you, Yang Ming. What did you say? Chen Mingyan was anxious. Am I so easy to change my mind? I will strangle you. As Chen Mingyan said, she pinched Yang Ming's soft flesh. Ugh. Yang Ming quickly dodged, but his expression was serious. I'm telling the truth. Jia, if you meet the right person, don't wrong yourself. Find your own happiness as soon as possible. Lin Jiyun quickly shook her head and waved her hand. She was somewhat incoherent. I won't. I will wait for you. Zhou Jie also said firmly, I have died once for you. How can I change my mind? If I could change my mind, I would have changed long ago. It's okay. I can wait for so many years. I will continue to wait now. Zhou Jie's persistence made Chen Mingyan feel a little touched. Yes, Zhou Jie waited for so many years to get Yang Ming's love. Moreover, she can continue to wait now. Why can't I? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan had no complaints. Loving a person is to sacrifice for him. Chen Mingyan also felt at this moment that 10 years wasn't a long time. If two people love each other for a long time, why would they be together day and night? Yang Ming, I will wait for you too. I will wait for you to come back. I am still waiting for you to fulfill your promise. You have to marry me. Chen Mingyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming tenderly and firmly. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded. Since we don't have any differences in opinion, let's pack up and prepare to go back. Yang Ming was going to take the 3 people back home in the evening, and then confess his own matters to his parents. At the same time, he also let the 3 people know. However, because Chen Mingyan heard his phone call and had some accidents, he told the 3 women in advance. However, it also saved some trouble. When he confessed to his parents in the evening, with the help of the 3 people, it should be easier for his parents to accept it. The reason why Yang Ming hadn't told his parents about his matters was that he was afraid that his parents would be worried if they knew too early. The people that Yang Ming couldn't let go, in addition to his own women, were his parents. His parents were old. If something really happened to him, they would probably be heartbroken in the future. However, if Elder Yu wasn't eliminated, he would always be a scourge. Although Yang Ming wasn't a hero, he was also a responsible person. Even if there was no hatred with Elder Yu, as long as the country needed Yang Ming would not shirk his duty. Even the inexplicable center, Yang Ming didn't intend to let it go easily. After all, the only one who could compete with him was Yang Ming himself. If Yang Ming didn't make a move, no one could do anything to the center. Yang Ming could ignore murderers, robbers, and the like. It wasn't that he didn't have kindness, but he was just a person after all. He wasn't Superman. These things would be handled by the police. But Elder Yu, and even the center, if he didn't do it himself, he could only let them do whatever they wanted. Therefore, in this case, Yang Ming had to stand up. This was what an indomitable man should do. Although Yang Ming seemed to be bargaining with Xia Bingbao before leaving, in fact, even if Xia Bingbao didn't agree to Yang Ming's conditions, Yang Ming would still make a move. This was because Yang Ming knew very well that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The conditions that Yang Ming fought for were basically for his family and women. Yang Ming didn't want them to be harassed by his enemies after he left, so Yang Ming sometimes overdid it. But, presumably, Xia Bingbao also understood. There was a reason why Yang Ming decided to tell his parents the truth tonight. It was because Xia Bingbao called. Yang Ming was about to embark on his journey in 3 days. He didn't know when he could come back. Moreover, whether he could come back was also a problem, so Yang Ming had to give his parents an explanation. In the evening, Yang Ming drove Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jie back to the community of the Songjiang bus factory, which was now renamed Mingyang Community. Carrying the gift, he went upstairs with heavy steps. However, his mood was completely different from the heavy steps he took a year ago. A year ago, whenever his steps were heavy, it was because he got into trouble. He was afraid of being scolded by his parents when he returned home. Today, he was no longer afraid of being scolded by his parents. Instead, he was afraid that his parents would be sad. Mother Yang was very surprised. Why did my son come back today? The two elders were very familiar with Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. They had been wondering how Yang Ming managed to handle the relationship between the three of them. The three of them were now as close as sisters. They didn't fight for anything. Chen Mingyan also acted like an elder sister. Neither of the two younger sisters would be jealous of each other. Big Ming, why did you come back today? Your dad and I wanted to go out for dinner tonight, so we didn't prepare dinner. Mother Yang opened the door and looked at her son strangely. Mom, I missed you and Dad, so I came back to see you. Yang Ming put the gift in his hand on the ground and said to his mother. Eh? Good for you, Big Ming. Why did you bring a gift home? Are you rusty after not coming back for such a long time? What are you doing? Mother. Yang looked at the gift brought by Yang Ming and asked with some surprise. Am I not bringing my wife back home? How can I not bring a gift? As Yang Ming said this, he winked at Chen Mingyan and said, the gift is from them. I am just acting as a helper. Chen Mingyan immediately understood. She nodded and said, yes, Auntie. This is a small gift from the three of us. If you don't accept it, how would we dare to come here in the future? Good. Since my daughter-in-law bought it for me, then I will accept it no matter what. When she heard that it was prepared by Chen Mingyan and the other two, Mother Yang was overjoyed. She happily put it away and then shouted to the study, Old Yang, Big Ming brought his daughter-in-law to see us. Hurry up and come out. Yang Dehai also heard the sound of the door opening, but he didn't care. He thought it was a neighbor's friend. Mother Yang's job was leisurely. She was the manager of the property company downstairs, so she usually had a good relationship with the aunties in the building. It was common for them to visit each other at night to chat. Yang Dehai naturally didn't care. At this time, when he heard that his son came back with his daughter-in-law, he quickly put down the work in his hand and walked out of the study. When he saw Yang Ming, he couldn't help but smile. Big Ming is back. Mingyan, Jejia, Jiyun, sit down. Come here and treat it like your own home. Don't be restrained. Yang Dehai was also happy that his son found three beautiful daughters-in-law. At least he didn't have to worry about the next generation. Now there were a lot of young couples in the Dink tribe who didn't want children. This worried the old people, but Yang Dehai didn't worry about this problem. Anyway, if one didn't want to have children, there were still the other two. It couldn't be that all three of them didn't like to have children, right? Hello, uncle. When Chen Mingyan and the other two saw Yang Dehai coming out, they also greeted Yang Dehai politely. Good. Yang Dehai nodded and then asked Mother Yang, have you prepared dinner? No, I was waiting for you to finish your work. Then, we will go downstairs to eat. Who knew that Big Ming, this kid, would come back so suddenly? I wasn't prepared. Mother Yang complained to her son, if you don't call me the next time you come back, I won't open the door. Originally, Mother Yang said this as a joke. Yang Ming's expression was stagnant. The expressions of Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun were also somewhat unnatural. Because all four of them thought of a problem at the same time. The next time they would visit, they didn't know when it would be. Mother Yang saw that both her son and daughter-in-law had this expression. Suddenly, she was stunned. Could this be a misunderstanding? I was just casually joking. You don't have to take it seriously, right? So, she quickly explained, Mom was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Big Ming, what's with your expression? Yang Ming looked at his mother and couldn't help but sigh. He wanted to wait for a while to talk about his own matters, but since his mother had already brought the topic here. Yang Ming naturally continued, Mom, I'm afraid this is the last time I come back to see you. I don't know when the next time will be. Ah? Mother Yang was stunned, then she frowned. She seemed to be angry. Big Ming, what do you mean? Mom just said one sentence, and you're angry? Why don't you want to come back? Yang Ming listened to his mother's question and knew that his mother had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mom, you misunderstood. I'm not angry. I have to leave for a while. Leave for a while? What do you mean? What the hell is going on? Mother Yang was somewhat inexplicable. Actually, this is the case. At this point, Yang Ming could only brace himself and tell the things that he had told Chen Mingyan before. He told them everything in one go, including his identity, the nature of the mission, and even the matter of bringing Lan Ling back. Yang's father and Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words. They were surprised and couldn't calm down for a long time. This matter was too weird. Our son was still a college student. How did he suddenly become an agent? Moreover, he had carried out many missions before. Why didn't I know anything? You kid, why? Did you hide it from me and your dad for so long? Did you grow up and have wings? You don't put me and your dad in your eyes? Mother Yang stared at Yang Ming and asked, what's the matter with Lan Ling? Are you worthy of Chen Mingyan and the others? You actually found another girl? Chen Mingyan saw that Mother Yang scolded Yang Ming and mentioned Lan Ling. She quickly explained, Auntie, I know Lan Ling. She was Yang Ming's acquaintance before I established a relationship with him. We had already agreed that we would get along well. Don't be angry with Yang Ming. In fact, Mother Yang wasn't really angry because of Lan Ling, but because Chen Mingyan was next to her. If she didn't do something as a mother-in-law, wouldn't she be indulging her son? So Mother Yang scolded Yang Ming a few times. She didn't expect that Chen Mingyan would help Yang Ming. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. Mingyan, you already know Lan Ling? Mother Yang suddenly realized that Chen Mingyan and the other two seemed to already know what Yang Ming said, and Yang Ming just told the two elders about it. But he'll be gone for 5 to 10 years. Isn't that too long? No, I won't let you go. Mother Yang was a little anxious. I will talk to your leader tomorrow to send another person. Why should my son go? My son hasn't graduated from college. He's still a child. How can he perform a task? Mom. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect his mother to oppose so fiercely. Old woman, don't talk nonsense. Yang Ming is serving the country. How can you stop it? If everyone follows your idea, then it won't be good. Yang Dahai was open-minded. After listening to Yang Ming's words, he didn't say much. He just nodded to show his support. His father's open-mindedness was beyond Yang Ming's expectation. In this way, he successfully convinced his parents. Then I don't care. Why don't others go? Let Yang Ming go? Mother Yang was still unwilling. This is our glory. To prove that Yang Ming is better than others, then we will let him go. If he can't, then naturally, we won't let him go. Yang Dahai stood up and reached out to pat Yang Ming's shoulder. Son, Dad is proud of you. I was worried that you would become a pest in society, but in this year, you have changed a lot. Not only did you not become a pest in society, but you have become a pillar of the country. Dad. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Am I so bad? But thinking about the past, except for fighting, skipping class and going out to play every day, he didn't do anything serious. To put it nicely, he was a delinquent teenager. To put it bluntly, he was a pest in society. Now, what he was going to do was glorious and great. No wonder his father was so happy. Yang Dahai, you are open-minded, but listen to it. He has to go for 10 years. How are we going to live for 10 years? How boring would it be if our son is not around? Although Mother Yang knew that Yang's father was telling the truth, she still had some reluctance. Besides, if he is gone, what about Ming Yan and the others? Let them wait for 10 years? Auntie, we can wait. You can rest assured. We are the daughters-in-law of the Yang family in this life. It won't change. Chen Mingyan held Zhou Jejia and Lin Jian's hands and said softly. Mother Yang listened to Chen Mingyan's words and was very moved. However, this wasn't something that could be solved with just being moved. Mother Yang was still unwilling. You say, I am already so old. I am waiting to hold my grandchild as soon as possible. You will be gone for 10 years. Where can I go to hold my grandchild? When you come back, I haven't seen my grandson. Maybe I will be dead. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Mother said a bit too much. She was only in her 40s. Even if it was 10 years, she would only be in her 50s. How could she die? She was thousands of miles away from death. People in their 70s or 80s didn't say that they were dead. She was thinking a bit too far. However, Yang Ming also knew that his mother was using this as a pretext. Originally, if he didn't perform this mission, Yang Ming was also prepared to live in seclusion in Island X after graduating from university for 3 to 4 years. Then, he would have a few children and live a happy life. However, this plan changed Yang Ming's original plan. Yang Ming could only give up the original plan. Auntie, why don't we have one now? Chen. Meng Yan gritted her teeth and suddenly looked up. Her eyes were firm and a little shy. Now? Have one? Mother Yang was also stunned by Chen Mingyan's words. Meng Yan, you mean, you want to have a child now? I think, if Yang Ming is really gone for 10 years, we will be very lonely. It is better to have a child now. At least, when I miss Yang Ming, I can see the child. Chen Mingyan said shyly. This was the problem she thought about on the road. Otherwise, she couldn't decide so easily after Mother Yang mentioned it. Chen Mingyan was hesitating about how to say it to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan's mother brought the topic to this, which saved Chen Mingyan a lot of effort. We also have the same idea. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia said at the same time. The two of them also had the same idea as Chen Mingyan on the road, but they were embarrassed to say it. At this time, since Chen Mingyan mentioned it, then the two of them talked naturally. It can't be? You guys. Yang Ming looked at the three women in surprise. He didn't expect them to be so determined. Yang Ming sighed. It seems that the three women's minds can't be changed. Then, it's not impossible to have a child. At the very least, if anything were to happen to him, his parents, Meng Yan, and the rest would have a spiritual sustenance to rely on. Yang Ming, we are serious. Chen Mingyan glanced at Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun, and then nodded slowly. Mom, what do you mean? Yang Ming scratched his head and looked at his mother awkwardly. This is naturally good. Mother Yang's previous unhappy expression suddenly became happy. If you have a grandson, you can be busy wherever you want to be. It doesn't matter if it's 10 or 20 years. I will play with my grandson. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. How can it be like this? Having a grandson made me forget my son. In the blink of an eye, I have become an insignificant person from a popular person. But this is also good. At least it diverted his mother's attention, and it also saved a lot of Yang Ming's words. The dinner was ordered from the Songjiang International Hotel. The family of 6 sat around a small round table. Because they were determined to have a grandson, Yang's father and Mother Yang didn't mention too much about Yang Ming's mission. In their opinion, the danger of this mission shouldn't be high. If it was a dangerous mission, it wouldn't take so long. The more dangerous it was, the faster it would be. Therefore, this kind of protracted battle was more troublesome to solve, but the relative danger was relatively small. In addition, Chen Mingyan also explained that the enemy this time was defeated by Yang Ming when they were in Songjiang. This time, they just tracked him to his lair. Therefore, Yang's father and Mother Yang thought that the one who chased after the enemy must be stronger than the enemy. Moreover, if Yang Ming wasn't strong, how could the enemy escape? The reason why it took so long was that the enemy was very cunning. His whereabouts were uncertain, and it was more difficult to find him. When sleeping at night, Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia slept in the same room. It was Yang Ming's previous room. Although the bed was a bit small, it was still possible to squeeze in. Chen Mingyan was very excited and somewhat nervous. After all, it was the first time that she was going to try to get pregnant. Every woman's mood was very excited. Today was also Chen Mingyan's critical period, so the probability of pregnancy was much higher. Lin Jiyun's mother's was worried. She had her period. When Lin Jiyun said this, it made Chen Mingyan feel a little embarrassed. Isn't there still Jejia? I just finished. Zhou Jejia suddenly blushed. When I was at the resort a few days ago, I also had my period. It's only been 4 days. It should still be the safe period. Ah? Really? Then, I'm the only one? When Chen Mingyan heard what they said, she was more worried than them. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's impossible for you all. If I can't get pregnant, wouldn't I be a sinner? So, Sister Mingyan, you have to work hard. Zhou Jejia blinked. We won't fight with you today. We will let you monopolize Yangming. You must not let us down. Okay. Then I will go all out. I won't sleep tonight. When Chen Mingyan heard this, she suddenly clenched her teeth. Yangming, come on. Let's start now. Yangming suddenly sweated. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be so crazy. Originally, Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed because Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun were on the side. However, when she thought that it was a big deal to carry on the Yang family's ancestral line, Mother Yang was still waiting for her to give birth to a child. Suddenly, she couldn't care so much and let go. Lin Jiyun was fine. She and Chen Mingyan also served Yang Ming together, so at this time, she was fine except for a little blush. But Zhou Jejia was different. She hadn't experienced these things yet. At this time, when she saw her beloved man and her sister practicing on the bed, she couldn't help but feel dry in her mouth. Her body also twisted unnaturally. She didn't want to watch, but her eyes couldn't leave. Jejia, what's wrong with you? Lin Jiyun found that something was wrong with Zhou Jejia, so she quickly asked. I also want to. Am I a little perverted? Zhou Jejia was a little embarrassed. I know that Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming want to have a child, but I also want to join in. Lin Jiyun listened to Zhou Jejia's words and also blushed. Jejia, in fact, I also have feelings, but I can still restrain it. You. Why don't you join in? Although Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were in bed, he also heard the conversation between Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun. He couldn't help but smile. Jejia, come over. Let your sister Mingyan rest for a while. I'll pass. Zhou Jejia was a little shy. No matter what, it was her first time. How could she dare to join in the group? In the end, Zhou Jejia didn't join in. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were also very tired. The 4 of them huddled together on Yang Ming's small bed and slept in each other's arms. Early the next morning, Yang Ming told his parents that he couldn't stay at home because he still had other things to deal with. Yang Ming still had to see Lu Weishan. He was his godfather. Yang Ming was going to Yunnan soon. Naturally, he had to say goodbye to him. There was also Xiaoqing, Sun Jia, Zhao Ying, Huang Lele, and Suya. He had to say goodbye to them one by one. After all, the trip to Yunnan in 3 days was imminent. Yang's father and mother Yang's eyes fell on the lower abdomen of Chen Mingyan and the others at the same time. This made Chen Mingyan and others a little shy. Yang Ming smiled and said, "How can it be so fast? I will work hard in these few days. I will definitely let you have grandchildren. That's more like it. Then you can go. Yang Ming, when you go to see your godfather, don't go empty-handed. Take the things you brought yesterday, okay?" Mother Yang pointed at the things that Yang Ming brought yesterday. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. "Mom, this is for you and my dad. I will buy some more to see godfather. How can I take it back? Your dad and I don't need it. You can take it. Why do you care so much about your own family?" Mother Yang couldn't help but put the things in Yang Ming's hands. "If you don't take it, it will be a waste to leave it at home. Your dad and I have money. We can buy whatever we want and need. We don't need you to buy the things we don't need. Yang Ming, since uncle and auntie have said so, then take it back." Chen Mingyan also saw that Yang Ming's parents really didn't lack these things, so when she saw that Mother Yang insisted, she also persuaded. "Right, Mingyan, you are ready to give birth to a grandson for me. Why are you still calling us uncle and auntie?" Isn't it time to change the way you address us? Mother Yang suddenly said after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned, but she suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she was already very familiar with Yang Ming's parents, she was still not used to suddenly changing the way she addressed them. However, she was very happy in her heart because this also meant that she was recognized by Yang Ming's family. You want the child to change the way you address us. How can you not prepare to change the way you address us? Yang Dahai listened to Mother Yang's words and saw Chen Mingyan's embarrassment. He quickly mediated, besides, the child is still young. There is no need to rush. Yang Dahai thought that Chen Mingyan wasn't ready, so he didn't want to push too hard. Although their living conditions had improved by leaps and bounds, Yang Dahai was no longer the former laid-off worker, and Mother Yang was no longer the former temporary worker. One of them was the chairman of the Mingyang Heavy Industry Group, and the other was the manager of the community property company. It was more than enough to match Chen Mingyan's family. However, this was only in the case that Yang Ming had a girlfriend. Now Yang Ming didn't only have Chen Mingyan as his girlfriend, but also Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie. If Chen Mingyan were to change her way of addressing him, then would Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie change their ways of addressing him? Although Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's first girlfriend, Lin Jiyun was the first girl who had a relationship with Yang Ming. It was Yang Ming who owed her. Yang's father and Mother Yang were well aware of this. It was impossible for them to break up Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming. If they were to follow the order of first come, first served, then Lin Jiyun would be the first girlfriend. Looking at Zhou Jiejie, she loved Yang Ming to the bone. She could take a bullet for Yang Ming regardless of life and death. How could this kind of unforgettable love be easily separated? Therefore, Yang's father and Mother Yang were really in a dilemma. Since Chen Mingyan was willing and didn't say anything, they were naturally happy to agree. Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Ming's relationship with Yang Yang. They couldn't treat them differently, right? Although Chen Mingyan was happy, Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun weren't happy. Wasn't this destroying the harmony of the family? In fact, Yang's father and Mother Yang thought too much. First, it wasn't that Chen Mingyan wasn't prepared, but she was a little excited and didn't know what to say. Second, if she changed hers, how could she not let Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun change theirs? Chen Mingyan had already accepted Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun from the bottom of her heart. She really regarded them as sisters. The relationship between the three of them had long ceased to have any intrigue. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Chen Mingyan was anxious. She actually wanted to finalize this matter today. If Yang Ming really left, then she didn't know when he would come back next time. She also wanted to establish her identity as the daughter-in-law of the Yang family before Yang Ming left. In this way, when Yang Ming went out in the future, she could come to Yang Ming's house naturally, and it wouldn't be awkward. Therefore, Chen Mingyan pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie's clothes and whispered, "Let's call it together." Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie naturally had the same idea, but since Chen Mingyan didn't speak, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Now that Chen Mingyan said so, how could they object? Although they were a little embarrassed, they also understood that if they didn't seize this opportunity, they would definitely regret it in the future. Dad. Mom. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie opened their mouths almost at the same time, which made Yang's father and Mother Yang stunned. Although they already knew that Chen Mingyan didn't care that Yang Ming had two more girlfriends, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie, no matter what, she was always the most legitimate wife in the end. But now, Chen Mingyan obviously gave the same identity to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie. Having three daughters-in-law at the same time made Mother Yang somewhat overwhelmed. However, Yang Dahai had been exposed to a lot of big situations recently. At this time, he also recovered after being stunned. He quickly said to Mother Yang, "What are you doing? Hurry up and give the children the money." "Oh, okay. Mother Yang also recovered and quickly ran to the house to find money, but how much cash could there be at home? Moreover, she didn't know how much money was appropriate to prepare. The current Yang family was no longer the Yang family of the past. Yang Dahai's business was often in the hundreds of millions of yuan. If the money was too little, it wouldn't be the case. The behavior of Chen Mingyan and the other two was somewhat beyond Yang Ming's expectations. However, Yang Ming thought about it carefully and was relieved. Since they had chosen to follow him, then before he left, it was also right to give them a legitimate identity. After he left, the three of them would come to his house to accompany his parents. Otherwise, the identity of his girlfriend would always be somewhat unreliable. But now, after calling them Dad and Mom, it also confirmed that they were all Yang Ming's wives. Although there was no formal wedding ceremony, in their hearts, they had already acquiesced to this fact. Mom, don't bother. Give each of them 100 yuan. It's enough. Yang Ming also guessed that it was impossible to have so much cash at home, so he opened his mouth to help his mother out. How can 100 yuan be enough? You should at least give 100,000 yuan. Mother Yang was a little worried. An ordinary family would need 50,000 yuan to change their identity. With their current conditions and the excellence of Chen Mingyan and the other two, 100,000 yuan was not much. Hee, Auntie. Mom. Chen Mingyan was not used to calling Mother Yang at first. Yang Ming is right. 100 yuan is enough. Yeah, the change of identity is just a formality. Yang Ming smiled and said, they are not short of money. That's fine. Don't give 100 yuan. Give each of them 10,000 yuan first. When the bank opens tomorrow, I will withdraw the money. Mother Yang took out 30,000 yuan. There was a total of 50,000 yuan in cash at home. It was not easy to divide the three of them. It couldn't be 16,000 yuan each, right? That was not very good. It was better to give 10,000 yuan as a round number. No need. 10,000 yuan is enough. Chen Mingyan smiled and took the lead to take the 10,000 yuan handed over by Mother Yang. Then, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also took the change of identity handed over by Mother Yang. Since you have taken the money, you are a family in the future. Tomorrow, let your father give you a key to the house. If you have time, come and visit. Yang Ming, this child, is not easy to worry about. After he leaves, you have to come and play more often. Mother Yang said. Don't worry, Mom. We will come when we are free in the future. Chen Mingyan said politely. After sending Yang Ming and the others downstairs, Yang's father and Mother Yang happily returned to the house. Although Yang Ming was leaving soon, it was a good thing to have three daughters-in-law. After leaving home, Yang Ming drove directly to his godfather, Lu Weishan's house. This was also the first time Yang Ming officially visited with his three girlfriends. Yang Ming called Lu Weishan, Godfather, where are you? In school. I just finished a meeting. Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's voice, so his tone became casual. Oh? Godfather, you are still busy? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his godfather to still be in school so late. I just finished a meeting. Vice Principal Su was suspended. His job was temporarily replaced by another newly promoted vice principal. Lu Weishan said and laughed, you little brat, you actually have such a powerful trump card and another identity. I've been worried for nothing. Lu Weishan said so. Yang Ming could basically confirm that Lu Weishan would smoothly take over the position of principal. It was already a surprise that the newly promoted vice principal could take over Vice Principal Su's job. It was impossible to go further. The only person who could take over the principal's job could only be Lu Weishan, the senior vice principal. My identity is actually a secret. Isn't it because there is no other way? That's why I took it out. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, these things were hidden from Lu Weishan beforehand. I just told this to my parents. Yang Ming said so that his godfather wouldn't have any other thoughts. Because his parents just knew, it wasn't that Yang Ming deliberately hid it from him. If that's the case, then can you say it now? When will you come to my place and have a good talk with me? Lu Weishan wasn't angry that Yang Ming hid these things from him. Instead, he felt that what Yang Ming was doing now was a serious matter. It wasn't a bad thing, so there was no need to hide it. Anne, I'm going to your house to see you, godmother, and sister Xiaoqing. When can you go back? Yang Ming asked with some embarrassment. I'm going to pack up and go home now. I'm afraid that your sister Xiaoqing will come back a little later. She also has some things to deal with in her department. Vice President Su's relative has recently been trying to replace Qing as the dean of the department. However, Vice President Su has been suspended. The relative has also found some economic problems. Qing is cooperating with the school's disciplinary department to deal with this matter, said Lu Weishan. Hee, that's fine. Let's go over first. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't expect Vice Principal Su to involve others. It was really unfortunate. Yang Ming's car slowly drove into the school. Not long after he entered the school gate, his phone rang. Yang Ming took out his phone and looked at it. It was Zhang Ben calling. Zhang Ben, what's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Bro, where are you? Zhang Ben's voice was a little anxious. I just arrived at the school. What's wrong? What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Bro, have you seen the school's forum BBS? There is a challenge from Fan Xianxia on it, said Zhang Ben. Challenge? What challenge? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't know what Zhang Ben was talking about. He wants to challenge? Yeah, don't you know? Zhang Ben said, the post has just been posted, and it has become a hot post. The number of top posts has exceeded 10,000, but most of them are supporting you, bro. What the hell is going on? Can you tell me in detail? Asked Yang Ming. It's like this. Fan Xianxia posted a challenge, saying that he wants to fight with you. The loser has to stay away from Sister Xiaoying and run around the school naked, said Zhang Ben. Is there something wrong with him? Yang Ming was stunned when he heard Zhang Ben's words. This Fan Xianxia can really think of these inexplicable things. Yeah, I also think there is something wrong with him. Zhang Ben said after listening, he is not your opponent at all. Now the replies on the internet are completely one-sided. Everyone predicted that you, bro, will be the winner. They all said that Fan Xianxia is asking for trouble. Why would he do something that everyone knows the result of? Is he retarded? Yang Ming smiled faintly after listening, this kid probably wants to play some dirty tricks. That's true. Zhang Ben suddenly realized, then, bro, are you going to accept the challenge or not? I'll study it. Yang Ming did not answer immediately because Yang Ming wanted to see the situation before making a decision. Okay, bro, I'm just informing you. You can go online and see for yourself. Zhang Ben said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm going to have fun with Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei. Zhang Ben was very proud when he said this. He was very proud of dealing with Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei at the same time. As Yang Ming's underling, even if he did not have as many women as Yang Ming, having two of them was not a disgrace to the boss. Hee, go ahead, said Yang Ming. Bro, then I'm hanging up. As Zhang Ben said this, he was about to hang up the phone. Wait a minute. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he was going to leave in 3 days. He had not had a good time with Zhang Ben, his good friend, so he quickly called out. What's wrong, bro? Is there anything else? Asked Zhang Ben. Do you have time tomorrow? Come out at night? Let's talk, asked Yang Ming. Ah? Okay, bro, call me. I have time anytime, said Zhang Ben, but he was somewhat puzzled. Yang Ming suddenly looked for him. What's the matter? But he still responded directly, I'll bring Zhao Sisi and Wang Mei. Don't bring them. It's just the two of us. I won't bring anyone else, said Yang Ming. Oh? Zhang Ben was stunned. Although he was more confused, he still said, okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. Yang Ming, what challenge did Zhang Ben just say? Who wants to challenge you? Chen Mingyan heard a few vague words from Yang Ming, but she did not hear Zhang Ben's words, so she asked curiously. Oh, that Fan Xianxia wants to challenge me. He said it's a martial arts competition. The loser has to stay away from Sister Xiaoying and run around the school field naked, explained Yang Ming. Ah? Fan Xianxia? He wants to challenge you? Chen Mingyan was shocked, the person at the resort that night? That's him. Probably because of what happened last time, said Yang Ming. How did he challenge you? Are you going to accept the challenge? Asked Chen Mingyan worriedly. Isn't this because I want to discuss with you? Yang Ming smiled and said, Jia, can your phone log into the campus network's BBS? Zhang Ben said that there is a challenge post. Yes, I'll log in and take a look now. Zhou Jia quickly took out her mobile phone and began to log into the campus network. It was generally impossible to log into the school's campus network through external networks, but it was not difficult for Zhou Jia. Soon, Zhou Jia logged into the school's BBS forum and found the challenge post posted by Fan Xianxia. Found it. Zhou Jia pointed to the mobile phone screen and said, it's this post. Let me see. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun both leaned over and looked at the post displayed on Zhou Jia's mobile phone screen. Why is this Fan Xianxia so bad? Zhou Jia couldn't help but frown after reading the challenge post. If he wants to pursue a girl, he should use an open and aboveboard method. What kind of method is this? Yeah. Chen Mingyan also nodded. Yang Ming, I support you. Since he wants to challenge, then you should accept it. When he loses, let's see if he will run around naked. Isn't this person too wicked? Under normal circumstances, Chen Mingyan didn't like to solve problems in a violent way. However, a challenge was different from ordinary violence because a challenge was closer to a martial arts competition. There were rules, just like a competition. It wasn't a fight. It seems that this time, I really have to accept the challenge. Otherwise, others will really think that I am a coward. Yang Ming thought about it and said, since I am leaving, people who don't know will think that I am scared away, or that I lost to Fan Xianxia in private and didn't want to run away naked. Yeah, before you leave, you have to help Sister Ing solve this problem. Otherwise, that person will be very annoying. Chen Mingyan said, otherwise, after you leave, he will definitely bother Sister Ing even more. Okay, then Jia, help me reply to the post and say that I agree to his challenge. The time and place will be decided by him. However, it has to be within 2 days. Otherwise, I won't wait for it. Yang Ming said. In Yang Ming's opinion, Chen Mingyan's words were not wrong at all. He was about to leave, so he couldn't leave Zhaoying with a problem, right? Not to mention that Zhaoying was now considered his woman. Even if they had not established a relationship, Yang Ming could not sit back and watch Fan Xianxia harass Zhaoying. Alright. Zhou Jia had Yang Ming's login account in the school forum. All students had a forum account that had been authenticated and linked to their student ID number. After posting, they could also represent the student themselves. Of course, if you don't want to use your own account to post, you can register some uncertified sock puppets. These sock puppets can also post, but they don't have a certified student ID number. Zhou Jia edited Yang Ming's message into a post and replied to it. Soon, it attracted the attention and support of many students. Fan Xianxia and Feng Jianing, who were sitting in front of the computer, were paying attention to the situation of the challenge post on the forum. Suddenly, they saw Yang Ming's reply. Feng Jianing suddenly exclaimed, Brother Zhe, look, Yang Ming has replied. Oh? Yang Ming really replied? Are you sure it's Yang Ming who replied? Fan Xianxia was playing with his mobile phone. After hearing Feng Jianing's words, he quickly put down his mobile phone, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the computer screen. Where is it? It's here. Feng Jianing opened Yang Ming's reply and said, this must be Yang Ming's account. It has been authenticated by his student ID number. Oh, it must be authenticated. What did he say? Fan Xianxia looked at Yang Ming's reply excitedly, but he couldn't help but frown after reading it. Within 2 days? Can we get in touch with that black boxing relative of yours? Can he come over? Why not? It's very fast if he takes a plane. Feng Jianing disagreed, Brother Zhe, as long as we are willing to pay and reimburse him for the plane ticket, he can come here tomorrow. Okay, you tell him that I will pay for the plane ticket. Ask him to pack his luggage and come over immediately. Fan Xianxia didn't lack the few thousand yuan for the plane ticket. Since Yang Ming had agreed to the challenge, he naturally had to implement it quickly. Otherwise, if he didn't set the time and place of the challenge within 2 days, Yang Ming would cancel the challenge. Then, it wouldn't be Yang Ming losing face, but Fan Xianxia losing face. Because people would definitely say that Yang Ming accepted his challenge, but he didn't accept the challenge. Then, it wouldn't be Yang Ming's fault, but Fan Xianxia's regret. Fan Jinja couldn't do such a shameful thing. Okay, I will contact my distant relative and ask him to come over tomorrow. Feng Jianing nodded. Hurry up and contact him. Call him now so that I can set a time for Yang Ming's reply. Otherwise, others will think that I'm afraid of him or something. Fan Jinja urged anxiously. After Feng Jianing heard it, he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Feng Xibiao's number. Hello, seventh cousin? I'm Feng Jianing, little Ningzi. Feng Jianing said after the call was connected. Oh, it's little Ningzi. Why? Have you confirmed the matter on your side? Can you accept the appearance fee of 200,000 yuan? Feng Xibiao asked. Although he and Feng Jianing were relatives, they weren't real relatives at all. He didn't know how many rounds they had gone through. It was just a surname. It was hard to say if they were real relatives. It was just that Feng Jianing's appearance fee was very attractive. 200,000 yuan. If he fought in an underground boxing match, he would only get a few tens of thousands at most. That was under the condition that he won. If he lost, he wouldn't get a penny. Of course, I can accept it. Feng Jianing said, my boss said that he will pay you 200,000 yuan, but you have to leave tomorrow and fly over because the match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Oh? That's a rush. Feng Xibiao said after listening, which city are you in? How much is the flight ticket? Is it expensive? Previously, Feng Jianing didn't tell Feng Xibiao which city he was currently in because they only negotiated the price. They didn't confirm whether he would fight, so Feng Xibiao didn't ask in detail. But now that it was confirmed, he naturally had to ask. It wasn't that he was stingy. If the flight ticket was too expensive, it would cost a few thousand yuan for a round trip, plus the cost of staying in the hotel. However, he had spent more than 10,000 yuan. A total of 200,000 yuan was less than 10,000 yuan. He was a little unwilling. He would rather take the train. The nature of his work was similar to working hard. Every penny was earned by his own hard work, so he cherished it very much. In Songjiang City, the flight can only go to the provincial capital, Donghai. The airport here hasn't been repaired yet, said Feng Jianing. What? In Songjiang City? Feng Xibiao was slightly stunned after listening. This Songjiang City was the place of his bitter past. To be honest, he didn't want to come, but the reward of 200,000 yuan was very tempting. He couldn't give it up. What's wrong? Feng Jianing heard that Feng Xibiao's tone didn't seem to be right. He thought that Feng Xibiao thought it was too far, so he quickly said, but my boss said that he will reimburse you as long as you can come tomorrow. Reimburse? Feng Xibiao was tempted again. Although Songjiang City was the place of his sad past, since the other party wanted to reimburse the plane ticket, he was naturally very happy because he could save 10,000 yuan. So he hesitated and said, these conditions are okay, but if I go, you have to tell me who the opponent is, right? What's his name? How old is he? Is he a famous boxer in the country? Oh, the opponent is a freshman student named Yang Ming. He shouldn't be an underground boxer. Have you heard of him? Feng Jianing asked. Freshman student? Yang Ming, I haven't heard of him. Feng Xibiao listened to Feng Jianing's words and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a college student. Wouldn't it be easy for me to go? So he said, is he very good? Why do you want me to go out and teach a lesson to a freshman? It's like this. This Yang Ming isn't an ordinary student. His martial arts skills aren't weak. Feng Jianing didn't hide it. After all, if he said that Yang Ming was good, Feng Xibiao would pay enough attention to him. Otherwise, what if he failed? How good can a student be? Feng Xibiao was somewhat dismissive. Seventh cousin, you have to pay attention to him. He is really good. Feng Jianing said, our school's taekwondo club president and vice president were not his opponents. They were all defeated by him. Damn, how good can a small taekwondo club in a school be? Not to mention a school's taekwondo club, even those retired taekwondo players are not my opponents. Those flashy kung fu is not useful at all. It is just a trick for me. Instant kill. When Feng Xibiao heard Feng Jianing's words, he immediately felt relieved. He wasn't bragging, he was telling the truth. In the underground boxing arena, although there were people like him who came from an unorthodox background, there were also those who retired from professional competitions. Among them, there was no lack of taekwondo fighters, Muay Thai fighters, Sanda fighters, boxers, judo fighters, and even sumo wrestlers. However, no matter how powerful those people were, they were all beaten black and blue by Feng Xibiao. Some of them could not even take care of themselves for the rest of their lives. Although these people could not be said to be weak, they were too particular about routines. Everyone's kung fu had various rules. They had been immersed in this kind of kung fu for half of their lives, which caused them to stick to the rules. There was no way for them to adapt to the rules of the underground arena. There were no rules in the underground fighting arena. As long as you didn't bring any firearms, you could fight however you wanted with your bare hands. As long as you could knock down your opponent, you would win. This kind of rule was especially suitable for people like Feng Xibiao who came from an unorthodox background, because they didn't have any rules to begin with. Really? That's great. Feng Jianing was overjoyed when he heard it. He thought, no wonder Yang Ming could defeat the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club. It turned out that in the eyes of a ruthless person, it was nothing at all. Right, is there any rules in your competition? For example, what kind of moves can't be used? Feng Xibiao suddenly thought that this was not an underground fighting arena. Was there any rules? I don't want to be unable to perform well. Rules? There are no rules. Feng Jianing quickly said, when Yang Ming challenged the president and vice president of the Taekwondo club, I saw the video. That Yang Ming didn't know the rules at all. He didn't have any routines when he fought. He even used the brick. The president of the Taekwondo club couldn't do anything. After all, Yang Ming came from an unorthodox background. It seemed that he was completely fighting randomly, but his brute force was also very powerful. Oh? Is that so? That's great. That's exactly what I want. I don't have any rules when I fight. As long as there are no rules in the competition, it's fine. Feng Xibiao nodded. Right, that brick. Is he holding it this time? This time we can make it clear in advance that weapons such as bricks are not allowed. Feng Jianing said. It doesn't matter. Let him hold it. That thing has no lethality at all. Feng Xibiao said indifferently. For an underground fighter like him, the physical resistance of his body was quite strong. Let alone the brick hitting his body, it didn't matter even if it hit his head. Because the power of boxing hit the head, it was far more damaging than the brick. He had already practiced, so the brick was nothing to be afraid of. Okay. Then you come over tomorrow? I have arranged the competition here? Feng Jianing asked. Okay, you first transfer 20,000 yuan to my account. I will get up and leave after I receive it. Feng Xibiao said. Although Feng Jianing was his relative, the deposit was indispensable. Feng Xibiao couldn't afford it if Feng Jianing didn't want to fight again. At that time, he couldn't say anything for the sake of his relatives. He couldn't beat Feng Jianing up, right? Therefore, he first asked for a deposit of 20,000 yuan. It wasn't a lot. He believed that Feng Jianing could accept it. Even if it was a wasted trip, he could still get 20,000 yuan. No problem. Tell me your account number. Feng Jianing agreed readily. I will transfer the money to you through online banking. My account number is XXXXX. It's XX Bank. Feng Xibiao gave an account number to Feng Jianing. Okay, I have noted it down. You can check it later. Once the money is here, you can leave. Feng Jianing said. No problem. Feng Xibiao said. This matter was settled. After Fan Xianxia transferred 20,000 yuan to Feng Xibiao's account, he began to reply to the post on the internet. As for Yang Ming's challenge, it was scheduled for noon 2 days later, in the school's gymnasium. As for renting the school's gymnasium, it was a piece of cake for Fan Xianxia. Xiao Biao from the student union was his buddy. He just had to let Xiao Biao talk to him, and he could rent the school's gymnasium. At that time, he just had to give the student union some money symbolically. Husband, Fan Xianxia replied to the post again. Chen Mingyan didn't expect Fan Jinja to reply so quickly. Fan Jinja had set the time for the competition just after Zhou Jiejie posted the post. Oh? What did he say? Asked Yang Ming after he heard it. He scheduled a challenge at noon 2 days later, which is the day after tomorrow at the school's gymnasium. The loser will do things according to the rules set previously, said Chen Mingyan. Okay, let Jiejie reply to him and say that I agreed to the time, said Yang Ming as he nodded. Okay, I will reply to him now, said Zhou Jiejie. Zhao Ying also heard that Fan Jinja was going to challenge Yang Ming immediately. After all, she was the female lead involved in the post. After the post became popular, a graduate student called Zhao Ying and told Zhao Ying about it. Zhao Ying didn't believe it at first, but the student said that the evidence was conclusive, so Zhao Ying had some doubts. After that, Wang Xiaoyan called and told Zhao Ying about the challenge post. Zhao Ying completely believed it this time. She quickly turned on the computer, went to the school forum, and saw the challenge post. But she didn't expect that Yang Ming had already agreed to Fan Jinja's challenge. This made Zhao Ying both happy and worried. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be impulsive and get hurt. But when she thought of Yang Ming's identity, she realized that he was an agent. His skills must be extraordinary. How could he not be Fan Jinja's opponent? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying calmed down again, but she was a little nervous. I don't know what Chen Mingyan will think after knowing this. Will she be suspicious? Will she stop Yang Ming? Zhao Ying was afraid that Chen Mingyan would denounce her. Looking at the post on the forum, she hesitated whether to call Yang Ming and ask. Zhao Ying's personality was like this. She would hesitate when she encountered something. It was precisely because of this that her relationship with Yang Ming was so bumpy. Now that she had finally gotten the right result, Zhao Ying didn't want any more mistakes in the middle. Zhao Ying wouldn't be able to withstand any storm. She would rather be a secret lover than be separated from Yang Ming because of some accident. Therefore, Zhao Ying felt that Fan Jinja's challenge was completely unnecessary. So what if he chased after her? She didn't like him at all. At most, she would just reject him if he was a little troublesome. Yang Ming's reply to the challenge was equivalent to indirectly admitting to others that she had a relationship with him. Zhao Ying didn't want this to affect the relationship between her and Yang Ming, so she finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and called Yang Ming. Yang Ming was driving when his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhao Ying's phone number. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he glanced at Chen Mingyan and the other two from the rearview mirror with a guilty conscience. Seeing that they were all studying the post on the forum, he was slightly relieved and picked up the phone. Hello, Sister Ying? Zhao Ying was stunned when she heard Yang Ming's address. Didn't Yang Ming start calling me Ying Ying or Zhao Ying? Why did he call me Sister Ying again? However, Zhao Ying was not stupid. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she immediately realized that there should be others around Yang Ming. She couldn't expose her relationship with him. So, regardless of whether others could hear her voice on the phone, Zhao Ying changed her tone and said, Yang Ming, Fan Jinja challenged you. And, you also saw the post? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, Yang Ming, how can you agree to him? He's being unreasonable. Just ignore him. If you agree to his request, what if something happens? Zhao Ying lowered her voice as she said this, you have a girlfriend. Does Chen Mingyan know about this? Did she allow you to accept the challenge? What if something happens to you? How can I explain it to her? Although Zhao Ying's words were very harsh, Yang Ming could hear the deeper meaning of Zhao Ying's words. That was, what if Chen Mingyan knew about his relationship with Zhao Ying? That was why Zhao Ying made this call. Mingyan and the others are also in the car. They all think that this Fan Jinja is a bit too much. If we don't teach him a lesson, he may become worse in the future. So, it is better to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yang Ming said with a smile. His words were said openly, but Zhao Ying could also understand the hint in it. That was, Chen Mingyan knew about this matter, and Chen Mingyan was beside Yang Ming at this moment. He was also reminding Zhao Ying not to say anything too intimate, so as to avoid problems. How could Zhao Ying not understand? However, she heard that it was Chen Mingyan's idea, so she didn't mention this matter anymore. She was worried that Chen Mingyan would think too much after knowing about it. However, since it was Chen Mingyan's idea, there was no need to worry. She could completely relax. Okay, in this case, you should be careful. Zhao said, if I have time the day after tomorrow, I will also go and watch the battle. But don't get hurt, and don't force it. If you really can't do it, just lose. It's not a big deal. Okay, Sister Ying, you have to come and cheer for me. Yang Ming said with a smile, that's it for now. I'm hanging up. And, goodbye. Zhao Ying didn't say anything else. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said, Sister Ying called and asked me how to respond to Fan Xianxia. Sister Ying is worried about you. She doesn't want you to get hurt. What's wrong with that? Chen Mingyan said, Sister Ying is very concerned about you. Although this matter is for her, she also doesn't want you to fight, right? Yeah, Sister Ying also said that I should ignore it. But it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Yang Ming said with a smile. Look at you. It's as if you are very powerful. Although Chen Mingyan said so, she also knew that Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. Even when they were in high school, Yang Ming's title of Fighting King was already known to the whole school. After he became an agent, his skills improved by leaps and bounds. How could Fan Xianxia and the others be compared to him? Yang Ming parked the car in the courtyard of the school's family area. He took Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia upstairs and rang Lu Weishan's doorbell. After the Chinese New Year, Yang Ming visited Lu Weishan once. After that, he was busy with all kinds of messy things, so he didn't visit again. Seeing the familiar door, Yang Ming was filled with emotions. I have known Lu Weishan for more than half a year. It passed in a blink of an eye. The first time I came, I was with Lan Ling. Lan Ling, I don't know how you are now. Are you okay? That time at the airport. Who was the man beside you? Yang Ming shook his head and put down his thoughts of Lan Ling. When he turned his head, he saw Chen Mingyan with a faint smile. Yang Ming was suddenly a little embarrassed. It seemed that Chen Mingyan saw through his thoughts. Why? Do you miss Lan Ling? Chen Mingyan glanced at Yang Ming and asked. Oh, yeah. The first time I came to Godfather's house, I was with Lan Ling. Yang Ming didn't deny it. Anyway, Chen Mingyan also knew about the matter between him and Lan Ling. If you go to Yunnan this time, if you find her, bring her back. Chen Mingyan sighed and said, I will try to get along with her. Mingyan, you? Yang Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to suddenly say these words. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. It has already happened. What can I do if I avoid it? Don't I still have to face reality? However, this is the last one. The villa at home is almost full. Hee hee. Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. The last one? What could he say? Could he tell Chen Mingyan that there were still a few people outside? Wouldn't that make Chen Mingyan furious? However, it was also a good sign that Chen Mingyan could accept Lan Ling. Although she already knew of Lan Ling's existence, at least this was a good start. It proved that Chen Mingyan's thoughts were changing little by little. The door of Lu Weishan's house opened. The person who opened the door was Lu Weishan's wife, Chu Huifeng, who was also Yang Ming's godmother. Godmother. Yang Ming called out kindly. Big Ming, you are here. Come in quickly. Your godfather said that you were coming and asked me to prepare the meal. I was just about to cook when you came. I wasn't ready yet. Hey, these three are. Chu Huifeng looked at the three beauties behind Yang Ming with some surprise. Godmother, let me introduce them to you. These three are Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia. They. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, introducing three girlfriends at once was somewhat unbelievable. However, Yang Ming couldn't not introduce them. After all, he was a man. His face was thicker. He couldn't let Chen Mingyan and introduce themselves, right? Hee hee, all of them are Big Ming's girlfriends? Chu Huifeng also knew a little about Yang Ming's matters. She had also heard some things from Xiaoqing, so she wasn't unfamiliar with the names of Yang Ming's three girlfriends. Although she hadn't seen them in person, it didn't affect anything. godmother. Chen Mingyan and the other two were also a little embarrassed, but they still followed Yang Ming to call Chu Huifeng godmother. Godmother, they have already met my parents, and they have already given me money to change their names, so they are considered my wives. They are also considered as your goddaughter-in-law. Yang Ming said, you don't have to be polite. If there is anything in the future, just ask them to do it. They are also very familiar with Sister Xiaoqing. This godmother also has to give them money to change their names. Chu Huifeng said with some surprise, this house hasn't been so lively for a long time. Big Ming has a wife, and there are 3 at once. I'm really happy. Since her son and daughter-in-law disappeared, Chu Huifeng was very depressed. Although Xiaoqing and Yang Ming made up for the pain in her heart, she always felt that something was missing in this house. After all, Xiaoqing and Yang Ming were both single. There were still few times when they could come to the house together, so Chu Huifeng always felt that the house wasn't lively enough. But now, Yang Ming brought back 3 daughters-in-law at once. This family would be lively in the future. Godmother, you don't have to give it, right? Haha, when I called you godmother, you had already given me a red packet. Yang Ming said with a smile, this includes the 3 of them. So, since I have given it to you, I have to give it to them. Chu Huifeng waved her hand and said, you all come in first. Wait a minute. I will give you all a red packet. After that, Chu Huifeng walked into the room quickly. Yang Ming could only smile helplessly. After all, this was the rule of the elders. He couldn't forcibly stop it, right? Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia were very surprised. When they came before, they were very nervous. They were also afraid that Yang Ming's godparents wouldn't be so open-minded. They couldn't accept the fact that the 3 of them were Yang Ming's women. If they only recognized Chen Mingyan, it would be awkward. This wasn't what Chen Mingyan wanted to see. Although Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia wouldn't have any complaints, Chen Mingyan wouldn't feel comfortable. She had long regarded the 2 of them as sisters. How could she ignore them? Now it seemed that Chu Huifeng had already known about the 3 of them, and she knew it from Sister Xiaoqing. Then, there shouldn't be any problem. She even gave the 3 of them money to change their names. The 3 of them who were in suspense finally settled down. Not long after Chu Huifeng entered the room, she took out 3 big red packets. Looking at the thickness of the inside, there should be at least 10,000 yuan. It was almost the same as the big red packet given to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan, this is for you. Chu Huifeng handed one of the red packets to Chen Mingyan, and gave the other 2 to Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia. Then, she said, in the future, you have to change to calling me godmother. This is also your home. Come visit often in the future. Okay, thank you godmother. Chu Mingyao, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun thanked her in unison and accepted the red packets. After all, this represented Chu Huifeng's intention. Moreover, Chu Huifeng's family wasn't in a difficult situation. This 10,000 yuan was nothing. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Your godfather may be back soon. Chu Huifeng said, I just started to prepare. I don't know when. It will be done. It's okay to eat later, right? I didn't consider Meng Yan and the others before, so I prepared a little less. Now, I need to add some dishes. Godmother, we just finished eating. Don't worry. Just treat this as a midnight snack, okay? Yang Ming said. That's good. Your godfather also ate a work meal at night. I also cooked noodles. As long as you aren't in a hurry. Chu Huifeng nodded and said, then, I'm going to work. You all go to the living room to watch TV first? Godmother, let us help you. How could Chen Mingyan be willing to watch TV? She wanted to follow Chu Huifeng to the kitchen with Zhou Jejia and Lin Jiyun. Don't. I'll do it myself. You all go and watch TV. I don't need your help. Chu Huifeng waved her hand and refused Chen Mingyan's proposal. How can we let you do it alone? Let us help you, too. Chen Mingyan thought that Chu Huifeng was being polite, so she wanted to go to the kitchen together without any explanation. Mingyan, godmother really doesn't need to help. You can just sit on the sofa and watch TV. At this time, Yang Ming said to Chen Mingyan and the others with a bitter smile. Ah? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She couldn't help but frown. She thought, godmother is an elder. How can we just sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor? Yang Ming usually isn't such an impolite person. What happened today? Mingyan, you don't understand godmother. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan misunderstood and quickly explained, godfather has a lot of social activities. The school also has a cafeteria, so godmother usually doesn't cook. But godmother can't be idle, so every time there are guests, godmother enjoys cooking the most. She can handle it alone. She doesn't like others to help. When I first came, I also wanted to help, but I was stopped by Sister Xiaoqing. Godmother is very powerful. She can do it all by herself. Hee, Big Ming understands me. He knows that I only have this little fun, so you should wait in the living room. Wait for me to cook by myself. Chu Huifeng smiled and nodded. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jian listened to Chu Huifeng's words and suddenly realized. It turned out that it wasn't Yang Ming who was impolite, but there was a reason. It turned out that godmother was going to cook to have fun. No wonder she didn't let others help. As long as you think about it carefully, it can be understood. Because Chu Huifeng retired at home, she had nothing to do. She was usually alone. Even if she wanted to cook, no one would eat so much food. Now that there were guests at home, it was time for her to show off. Why would she let others help? However, Chen Mingyan still said, then we will help you to wash the vegetables. Is that okay? That's fine, but I will say it first. You can only wash the dishes and vegetables. I still have to do the cutting and frying of the vegetables. Chu Huifeng was afraid that Chen Mingyan would steal her business, so she made a statement in advance. Okay, then we will do as godmother says. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Calling her godmother was easier than calling her mother. It was also more acceptable. Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia to go to the kitchen together with Chu Huifeng. Yang Ming was alone in the living room, but he had nothing to do. He called his parents and told them that he had arrived at godfather's, so they didn't have to be worried. But calm he. It was just that they didn't think that the Zhaoying who called was already their daughter-in-law. Zhao Ying's identity made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Before he left, Yang Ming didn't have time to explain to Chen Mingyan. In 3 days, Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems and make everyone unhappy. All of this should be planned after he returned safely. If he couldn't come back, everything would be meaningless. The doorbell rang and pulled Yang Ming's thoughts back to reality. Yang Ming stood up and opened the door. Lu Weishan was back. Godfather. Yang Ming took the briefcase for Lu Weishan and put it aside. He took the slippers for him. Big Ming, we are here. Lu Weishan smiled and nodded to Yang Ming. But when he put on the slippers and looked at the kitchen, he was slightly stunned. Lu Weishan didn't expect that Yang Ming actually brought 3 girlfriends together. This made Lu Weishan a little surprised. Although Lu Weishan learned about Yang Ming's behavior in school from Xiaoqing, he also thought that Yang Ming was just playing around. These 3 girlfriends were simply joking. Only Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were just Chen Mingyan's friends. But today, he brought them back. That was different. This showed that these 3 people had a close relationship with Yang Ming. Godfather, they are all my girlfriends. They are helping godmother to cook. Yang Ming saw the doubts in Lu Weishan's eyes, so he explained with a smile. Oh? Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming strangely. You kid, what is going on? How many secrets do you have? These 3 people are all your girlfriends? Yeah. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. They are all my girlfriends. They just called me godmother, and godmother gave them money to change their names. Lu Weishan nodded. The 3 of them are in harmony with each other. It is quite strange. But have you ever thought about what to do in the future? And you are a national staff member. How can you have 3 wives? In the future. If there is a future, I will naturally find a reasonable solution for them. Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. But as for the identity of a national staff member, my identity is quite special. Not only will they not restrict me with this requirement, but they will also try to meet my conditions as much as possible. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Weishan was slightly stunned. It seemed that Yang Ming's identity was quite special. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Lu Weishan suddenly thought of Yang Ming's Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID. Lu Weishan had never heard of such an organization. Could it be that this was a special organization? Godfather, in fact, my real identity is what you saw today. It is the identity written on the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's ID. Yang Ming said, I belong to a special agent who performs some dangerous missions. Because I have some special abilities, in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I can be regarded as an ace agent. Yang Ming said it vaguely. It was also because of his special abilities. Yang Ming was still not fully prepared to confess to everyone, so he vaguely let it pass. He believed that Lu Weishan wouldn't ask specifically. Ace agent. After Lu Weishan heard Yang Ming's words, besides being shocked, he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Yang Ming to have such an identity. When did Yang Ming join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? When did he become an agent? These were all mysteries. Godfather, these things may sound unimaginable to you. They are too far away from your life. Yang Ming also understood Lu Weishan's current expression. When he told his parents before, his parents also had the same reaction. After all, this matter was a bit strange compared to ordinary life. Yeah. Special agent. I only saw it on TV and in movies. I didn't expect my godson to be one too. Lu Weishan sighed. But you, kid, why did you keep hiding it from me? If Vice Principal Su didn't want to expel you today, were you still planning to hide it from me? Did you treat me as an outsider? Godfather, you misunderstood. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Godfather, it's not what you think. I deliberately hid it from you, or I treated you as an outsider. Then what's going on? It wasn't that Lu Weishan didn't believe Yang Ming, but Yang Ming only told him about it now. It made Lu Weishan unhappy. After all, he treated Yang Ming as a relative. Why would Yang Ming hide such a big thing from him? Godfather, in fact, I just came from my parents' place. I just confessed to them about my identity. Yang Ming quickly explained, Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia, I just told them today. Today? Lu Weishan was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. Why did you wait until today to explain? Is it because of what happened today? Vice Principal Su wanted to expel you, so you said it? That's not it. Yang Ming shook his head. It's just a coincidence that Vice Principal Su wanted to expel me. Even if this didn't happen, I still wanted to tell everyone about my identity. Oh, so that's the case. But why did you wait so long to tell everyone about your identity? Lu Weishan still didn't quite understand Yang Ming's meaning. In fact, my identity has always been a secret. If it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't tell everyone. But this time, it's a little different. As Yang Ming spoke until here, he raised his head and looked at the direction of the kitchen. He saw that Chen Mengyan and the rest were busy, so he was relieved. This time I told my relatives because 3 days later, I have to lead a team to carry out a very special mission. The nature of the mission is very complicated and dangerous. Of course, I didn't tell my parents and Mengyan. I just told them that the mission may last for a long time. It could be a year, or it could be 8 or 10 years. You're going to carry out a mission? Lu Weishan was shocked and suddenly realized. The reason why Yang Ming chose to confess today was that he was going to carry out a mission, and this mission was very dangerous. From Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan heard the possibility that Yang Ming might not be able to return. Hee. Yes, so I have no choice but to confess to my relatives. But for my parents and Mengyan and the rest, I have no choice and I can't bear to tell them the truth. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, You also know that my parents are old, and Mengyan and the rest are too young. I really don't want to hurt them. Then you're hurting me? Lu Weishan listened to Yang Ming's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Godfather, you're a great scholar. Naturally, you can distinguish between right and wrong. Maybe you can't bear to let me go, but in the face of great benefits, you can still make a choice. Yang Ming chose to confess to Lu Weishan because of this. Lu Weishan was a high-level intellectual. Naturally, he knew what was right and wrong. Hee, you can just give me a tall hat. Lu Weishan smiled and shook his head. But you're right. Although I'm very worried about you, you're working for the country. I support you, as long as you're careful. Let's not talk about those depressing words. In short, there's hope as long as the green hills last, there's hope. Of course, I understand. Yang Ming nodded and said, I'll try my best to be careful. I won't let everyone worry about me. As for whether you can't go or not, I won't say or ask. Because I know that if you go, you naturally have your reasons. Lu Weishan sighed and said. Yeah, this time, I have to go on this mission. Yang Ming nodded and said, moreover, someone has to go. If I don't go, someone else will. This is a man's responsibility. Well said. I really didn't misjudge you. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming with gratification and nodded. A man with responsibility is a good man. Godfather, don't look at me like that. I'm a little embarrassed. Yang Ming scratched his head and said awkwardly, but to be honest, I'm not very willing to go. It's just that I don't have a choice. Haha. That's natural. But you know how to give up. That's already very impressive. Lu Weishan waved his hand. Alright, Godfather, don't praise me. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Alright, then I won't praise you. Oh right, you brought the three of them here because of this to say goodbye to me, right? You're afraid that I'll be lonely in the future, so you brought them here to visit me? Lu Weishan asked with a smile. Godfather, you're right. After I leave, I don't know when I'll be back. So, I asked them to come here more often when they're free. It's fine as long as you and Godmother aren't annoyed. Yang Ming said. What's there to be annoyed about? I'm happy that the house is lively. Lu Weishan shook his head. When people are old, they don't like to see the house too empty. After Xianxia went missing, the house was too empty. I'm already so old. I reckon that I won't be able to get any news about Xianxia in my lifetime. So, I'm very happy that you all come to accompany me more often. Oh right, Godfather, there's something very important that I need to tell you. Yang Ming suddenly thought of the news about Lu Tianqi that Guan Xuemin told him at his house. Oh? What's the matter? Lu Weishan saw that Yang Ming was serious, so he raised his spirits and asked carefully. Godfather, it's about my brother. Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming said, I heard some news about him from Professor Guan Xuemin. What? There's news about Tianqi? Lu Weishan was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. He suddenly stood up and looked at Yang Ming anxiously. Yang Ming, is what you said true? There's really news about Tianqi. Godfather, don't get too excited. Yang Ming quickly stood up and supported Lu Weishan. It's just a guess from Professor Guan. It might not be true. It's just that having news is better than having no news at all, right? Lu Weishan hadn't been so excited for many years. At this moment, it was difficult for him to calm down. He took a deep breath and sat back on the sofa. Yang Ming, you really want to scare me. Since it's just a guess, why don't you just say it directly? You don't have to make it sound so serious. Isn't it making my heart unable to take it? Godfather, I didn't expect you to be so excited. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he said this. However, it was understandable. Lu Tianqi was Lu Weishan's son. Which father wouldn't be worried about his son's whereabouts? If it was his own father, he would probably be the same. Even if it wasn't Lu Tianqi, his godfather would also be excited when he heard the news if he went on a mission and didn't come back for many years. Okay, let's talk in the study room. Don't let your godmother hear about this. I'm afraid that the bigger the hope, the bigger the disappointment. She can't take this blow. Lu Weishan waved his hand and stood up. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. I also have the same idea. It's best not to tell Godmother about the mission that I will be leading 3 days later. You can tell her slowly after I leave. Okay, but the mission is dangerous. I won't tell her. Your godmother's psychological quality isn't as good as mine. I'm afraid that she can't accept it. Lu Weishan nodded and said, later on, tell your 3 girlfriends not to say anything. They won't. These things need to be said by me, then they will follow me. They won't take the initiative to tell godmother. Yang Ming was still very assured about Chen Mingyan and the other 2. They weren't reckless girls. That's good. Let's go into the study room. Lu Weishan pushed open the door of the study room. After letting Yang Ming in, he said to Yang Ming, close the door. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and closed the door of the study room. Lu Weishan didn't sit on the chair behind the desk in the study room. Instead, he sat on the sofa. After sitting, Lu Weishan patted the seat beside him and said to Yang Ming, Big Ming, sit down. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. Okay. Yang Ming also sat beside Lu Weishan. Godfather, according to Professor Guan Xuemin, brother Lu Tianqi was an expert in bacteriology. According to Professor Guan Xuemin's speculation, could he have gone to Yunnan to study voodoo? Yunnan? Research on goo poison? After listening to Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan was slightly stunned. Then, he said thoughtfully, now that you mention it, I do have some impression of it. Back then, Lin Dongfeng, godly Dr. Lin, had a good personal relationship with my son. They often discussed medical matters together. Furthermore, I have also heard their conversation. It seemed to be related to some kind of voodoo. They said that the voodoo was actually a type of bacteria. Oh? If that's the case, then what Professor Guan said is true. Yang Ming said. Yes, but can he go to Yunnan? As Lu Weishan spoke till here, he had some doubts. Even if he wanted to go to Yunnan to research the goo poison, he could have told me. He wouldn't have left without telling me, right? Even if he told me, I wouldn't stop him from going to Yunnan. But why didn't he tell me this? I'm not too sure. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Maybe Brother Lu had some difficulties at that time? Difficulties? Maybe, but this is just a guess. He might not have gone to Yunnan. Researching the goo poison is researching the goo poison, but it doesn't necessarily have to go to Yunnan. Lu Weishan shook his head. It's just that Lin Dongfeng also disappeared. If he was also there, we could ask about his son's whereabouts. Did godly Dr. Lin and Brother Lu disappear together? Yang Ming asked. It should be around the same time, but I'm not too sure if they disappeared together. Lu Weishan shook his head. So, it's a bit far-fetched to judge that Lu Tianqi went to Yunnan just from this aspect. Godfather, it's indeed far-fetched to judge that Brother Lu went to Yunnan from this situation. However, I have a very important thing to tell you. Yang Ming said. Godfather, do you still remember Lanling? Lanling? Of course, I remember that little girl. Lu Weishan smiled and said, how can I forget her? In the beginning, you all rented my house, right? Yes, then do you remember when Lanling first came to you? She was in Brother Lu Tianqi's room. She pointed at Brother Lu's wedding photo and said that she seemed to have seen Brother Lu somewhere. Yang Ming said the reason that he was sure of in his heart. Oh? Now that you said it, I really have an impression. At that time, little Lanling did say that. I was also shocked. Lu Weishan also nodded his head with a serious expression. Yeah, at that time, we thought that she had recognized the wrong person, so we didn't take it seriously. But now that we think about it carefully, where did Lanling come from? Yang Ming looked at Lu Weishan and asked. Lanling. Yunnan Miao Village. Lu Weishan slammed the sofa's armrest and became excited again. Could it be that Lanling saw Tianqi in Yunnan Miao Village? Yes, this is also where my suspicion lies. If it is just based on Lanling's words, then it is a bit far-fetched to suspect that Brother Lu Tianqi went to Yunnan. But if it is combined with Professor Guan Xueming's words, then I can be at least 50% sure that Brother Lu Tianqi should be in Yunnan. At least he appeared in Yunnan. Yang Ming nodded and said. So, you are now telling me about Lu Tianqi's news, and you are going to Yunnan in 3 days. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Yes, the place I am going this time is near a Fu Miao village in Yunnan. If it is possible, I want to find Brother Lu Tianqi. Since I am the person in charge of this mission and the captain of the team, I have this authority. Yang Ming smiled and said, of course, this is not considered using power for personal gain. My relationship with the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is actually to use and be used. At that time, I also made it clear to them that it was mutually beneficial. So, although I am the trump card of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's Secret Service team, I can only be considered as a subordinate member. Big Ming, I am very happy that you have this kind of thought. It doesn't matter if I can find him or not. It has been so many years, and I am also more open-minded. Lu Weishan waved his hand and said, I just hope that you will put your own safety first. Don't delay the official business because of your brother. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy. I understand. Of course, under the condition that it does not affect the progress of the mission, I will try to find Brother Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming said, and I will also inform my superiors in advance. That's good, but if the superiors don't agree, then forget it. Lu Weishan didn't want to put Yang Ming in a difficult position. They will agree. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. This time, in order for Xiao Bingbao to carry out this mission, it could be said that as long as Yang Ming's request wasn't too outrageous or magical, he would find a way to satisfy it. Of course, Yang Ming really didn't trouble him, nor did he make any excessive requests. The only request was to let Xiao Bingbao take care of his family and friends after he left. As long as you try your best. Lu Weishan said, these words, let's not talk about it in the study room. When we go out later, don't say it at the dinner table. As for your godmother, I will find an opportunity to talk to her slowly. I understand. Yang Ming responded. But for Qing Qing's side, you should talk to her personally. She should be back in a while. Lu Weishan suddenly said. Okay, I will talk to Sister Xiaoqing personally about this matter. Yang Ming originally planned to be frank with Xiaoqing. You still call her Sister Xiaoqing? Lu Weishan smiled slightly and looked at Yang Ming mischievously. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't understand his godfather's meaning, but when he saw Lu Weishan's half-smile, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Did godfather discover something? However, Yang Ming still forced himself to ask calmly, Godfather, what do you mean by that? Of course, I call her Sister Xiaoqing. Am I calling her godsister? Big Ming, do you still want to hide it from me? Lu Weishan didn't answer Yang Ming's words, but asked instead. Hide it? I don't? Yang Ming's heart became more and more uneasy. Did godfather really know something? Big Ming, I probably know about the matter between you and Qing Qing. I didn't say it before because you were still young, and Qing Qing was willing. I didn't want to care so much. Lu Weishan saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it, but he wasn't angry. He just waved his hand and said slowly, but now it seems that you are not young anymore. You can already serve the country. You are also a man with an indomitable spirit. You are a person with a sense of responsibility. I believe that you will be able to handle these matters well. So, as your godfather, and also Qing Qing's godfather, I'm asking you from the perspective of an elder. You're about to carry out a mission. Shouldn't you also give Qing Qing an explanation or a statement? When Yang Ming heard that Lu Weishan had already made things clear to this point, he knew that Lu Weishan had seen through his relationship with Xiaoqing. He suddenly blushed. Godfather. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I know. You guys feel that it wouldn't be good if news of us being sworn siblings got out, right? Lu Weishan waved his hand and asked. Yeah. Besides, you are the principal of the school. Yang Ming nodded. You guys. I'm not an old-fashioned person. What era is this? Don't talk about being sworn siblings. Even if we are sworn siblings, we can still get married. Lu Weishan shook his head and said, you guys are really thinking too much. At the beginning, I thought that you guys were embarrassed. After all, Qing Qing had an incident before, so I was afraid that she didn't want to publicize her relationship with you this time. She just wanted to enjoy the sweetness of love in private. I didn't expect that Godfather actually knew about it. Yang Ming laughed a few times and said, in fact, when we are together, there are many kinds of scruples. There are scruples about my girlfriend, and there are also scruples about you. But I don't have any scruples about myself. As long as Qing is willing, I can announce to the world that she is my girlfriend or even wife. Oh? Yang Ming's statement made Lu Weishan stunned. He originally thought that it was because of Yang Ming. After all, Xiaoqing was much older than Yang Ming, so Xiaoqing would definitely consider Yang Ming's feelings and face. She wouldn't publicize this relationship. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Yang Ming actually didn't care. However, with Yang Ming's words, Lu Weishan was completely relieved. At least, Yang Ming wouldn't easily let Xiaoqing down. So, Lu Weishan said, I'm very happy that you can say this. These are the matters of you young people. Then, I will leave it to you young people to deal with. I won't get involved. Godfather, you agreed? That's great. For a long time, Lu Weishan's attitude toward Yang Ming and Xiaoqing had been a worry for Yang Ming. He didn't dare to ask, and he didn't dare to say it directly. He could only be careful in front of Lu Weishan. But now, this worry seemed to be unnecessary. Right, Yang Ming, I heard from Qing that you want to find a Chinese medicine practitioner to treat Qing. Lu Weishan suddenly thought of something, so he asked. Indeed, I heard that there was a famous doctor who could cure Sister Xiaoqing. Ugh, that is, Qing's infertility, and he was very confident. As Yang Ming said this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I thought that with my current strength and ability, I could invite this famous doctor, but I didn't expect this famous doctor to disappear. However, Xianxia's matter let me know the whereabouts of the famous doctor, but his whereabouts are unknown. Oh? You mean Lin Dongfang, Miracle Dr. Lin? Lu Weishan was stunned, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, he was looking for him. If you were looking for him, then you wouldn't be able to find him. Lu Weishan said, I knew it. Qing's illness, I also took her to Guan Xueming. Guan Xueming wasn't sure if he could cure it. Qing's heart was already dead at that time, and she didn't want to get married. Curing her infertility was also dispensable, so she didn't waste time trying to treat it. After all, she had to live in Guan Xueming's house, which would delay her work. I see. Yang Ming nodded. Even Professor Guan Xueming can't do anything about it. Only the missing miracle doctor can cure it. But this doesn't matter. If I can come back, it won't be too late to think of a way. If I can't come back. Yang Ming said this and didn't continue. He believed that Lu Weishan could understand his meaning. Lu Weishan naturally understood Yang Ming's meaning. He nodded, stood up, and patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Okay, let's go out. If we stay in the study room for too long, your godmother might suspect something. Okay, let's go out and see how their supper preparation is going. Yang Ming and Lu Weishan walked out of the study room together. They saw that Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia were still helping their godmother to prepare supper in the kitchen. They didn't notice the situation here, so they were relieved. Yang Ming and Lu Weishan came to the door of the kitchen together. Lu Weishan smiled and said, Old woman, you don't have to be busy with so many dishes. It's enough. It's not much. 6 dishes and a soup. There are many people today. Qing will come back later. We are a family. How can there be less dishes? Chu Huifeng said with a smile. Well, then 6 dishes it is. Lu Weishan thought about it and agreed. Today, there were 7 people including Xiaoqing. 6 dishes and a soup was really not much. Back in the living room, Yang Ming and Lu Weishan no longer discussed the previous topic. Instead, they talked about some of the things that happened in the school after Yang Ming left. There was no suspense about Lu Weishan taking over the position of the principal. As for Yang Ming, not only could he retain his student status, but he could also graduate smoothly on time. It was even possible to graduate early. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejia could also graduate early. This wasn't Lu Weishan abusing his position for personal gain, but Xiao Bingbao would definitely inform him. For a special person like Yang Ming who had made outstanding contributions to society, the school naturally had to take care of him and his family. Lu Weishan was Yang Ming's godfather. It was just a coincidence, so it was easier to talk to him. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't know. After you explained it like this, I feel that the power of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau is not small. Lu Weishan listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but sigh. You can intervene in any case and have the power to investigate anything. Then, as the principal, am I not under your jurisdiction? Hee. Yang Ming smiled noncommittally. Godfather's words are not wrong, but even if there is a privilege, we will not use it indiscriminately. We will only intervene in those things that are more difficult to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? It's not easy for you to think and restrain yourself like this. Lu Weishan said with appreciation, there are not many young people like you who are not arrogant and impatient. With such power, it's really rare to be able to restrain yourself. Godfather, don't say that. In fact, I am also a layman. For example, today, Vice Principal Su deliberately found trouble with me. Didn't I use my privilege to solve this problem? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, wasn't he later investigated and laid off? If it wasn't for the strong intervention of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau behind me, I believe that this matter wouldn't have come to a conclusion so quickly. Vice Principal Su had been in the school for a long time. It was impossible that he didn't have a powerful background. Even the current principal of the school couldn't do anything to him. But now, with the involvement of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, all his background has become invalid. Those who speak for him are also afraid of implicating them. You're right about that, but this is also a reasonable use. You're not running amok. Lu Weishan waved his hand. Vice Principal Su himself has a problem. If he didn't have a problem, he wouldn't be afraid of being investigated like me, right? Hee, that's true. Yang Ming had to admit this. When Xu Huifeng and Chen Mingyan were almost done cooking and most of the dishes had been served on the table, Xiaoqing returned home. Lu Weishan had already called her before and said that Yang Ming was here, so Xiaoqing didn't feel strange when she saw Yang Ming. She was just a little surprised when she saw that Yang Ming brought his 3 girlfriends. However, the 3 of them knew her. When they were at Sun Jia's resort villa in Donghai City, they also met each other. They were very familiar with each other, so she said, Mingyan, Jiyun, Jiejia, you are all here? And, hello, Sister Xiaoqing. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia greeted Xiaoqing almost in unison. After all, they were Yang Ming's girlfriends, and Xiaoqing was also their sister. Yang Ming, you're really amazing. You brought 3 girlfriends here. Aren't you afraid of scaring Godfather and Godmother? Xiaoqing glanced at Yang Ming and asked with a smile, but she didn't mean to blame him at all. Ugh. Sister Xiaoqing, Godfather and Godmother weren't scared. Not only that, but they were also given money to change their address. Yang Ming said with a smile. Oh? Really? Xiaoqing had some doubts this time. Is Godfather such an open-minded person? How can he accept that Yang Ming has 3 girlfriends all of a sudden? Yes, it must be that I mentioned this to Godfather before, so Godfather was already prepared in his heart. After a long time, he could accept it. Yeah, Sister Xiaoqing, do you also give them a red packet? Let them change their address to you and call you sister directly in the future? As Yang Ming said this, he winked at Xiaoqing. The meaning was self-evident. How could Xiaoqing not understand? She was slightly happy in her heart, but she said calmly, well, since Mom and Dad have given money to change their address, how can I, as the sister, not give it? As Xiaoqing said this, she took out a stack of money from her bag and divided it into 3 portions. She didn't count how much each portion was and handed it directly to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun. This? Chen Mingyan was a little hesitant. Today, I have received 3 portions of money to change my address. Isn't it a bit too much? Take it. Yang Ming smiled. Mingyan, you don't have to be polite with Sister Xiaoqing. And, thank you, Sister Xiaoqing. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming and nodded. She accepted the money. When Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun saw that Chen Mingyan accepted the money, they also accepted the money and thanked her. In the future, when there is no one, just call me sister. Don't call me Sister Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing said with a smile. Okay, sister. Chen Mingyan nodded and said. Chu Huifeng brought the last soup to the table. She looked at the few people in the living room and said, "You guys hurry up and get ready to eat. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Mingyan, Zhiyun, Jiejia, you guys quickly put away the money, then wash your hands and get ready to eat." Yang Ming said. Chen Mingyan and the others responded and went to the bathroom to wash their hands. Xiaoqing went back to her room to change clothes, but Yang Ming followed her. In Lu Weishan's house, Yang Ming followed Xiaoqing, so it wouldn't cause Chen Mingyan and the others to be suspicious. They didn't think much about it. "Why are you following me?" "Yeah. What are you doing?" When Xiaoqing just entered the door, Yang Ming's hand had already climbed on her shoulder. Xiaoqing was shocked. The door of the room wasn't closed yet, and Yang Ming was so bold. What if he was seen by others? She was so scared that she quickly closed the door. She glared at Yang Ming and said, "Aren't you afraid of being seen by others? What do you want to do today?" Mingyan and the others went to wash their hands. "They can't see." Yang Ming smiled and said indifferently. "Can't see?" "They can't see it, but Dad is still in the living room. What will he think if he sees it? Why are you so anxious? How many days have you not seen each other?" Xiaoqing saw that Yang Ming still had such a calm attitude, and she was a little anxious. If he sees it, then he sees it. Hee, in fact, it's nothing. Yang Ming said with a smile. "What do you mean it's nothing? How can you be like this? What will Dad think after he sees our matter? Can you not let him worry?" Xiaoqing was a little anxious suddenly. Qing, in fact, Godfather has already seen the relationship between the two of us, but he has been hindered by our thoughts before, so he didn't tell us. Yang Ming explained with a smile, "Before you came back, Godfather had already talked to me about the matter between you and me." "Are you serious? Why don't I believe it?" Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe it. After all, this matter was a bit strange. In her opinion, on the one hand, the matter between her and Yang Ming was relatively hidden. How did Godfather know? Even Chen Mingyan and the others didn't notice it. How did Godfather know about it? On the other hand, if Godfather knew about this matter, why would he wait until now to say it? And he only told it to Yang Ming alone? He should have called her and Yang Ming together and flown into a rage, shouldn't he? Of course, it's true. When did I lie to you? Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing didn't believe it, so he could only explain with a bitter smile. This is hard to say. You often lie to me. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming. I still don't believe it. You go out first. I want to change my clothes. What's wrong with changing clothes? I just want to take a look. Yang Ming said with a thick face. What do you think? Even if Dad knows our relationship, what about Chen Mingyan? What about Lin Jiyun? It doesn't matter to Zhou Jiejia. Speaking of Zhou Jiejia, Xiaoqing suddenly blushed a little. It really made Xiaoqing very shy to let her see her and Yang Ming doing that kind of thing in the office. Fortunately, Zhou Jiejia never mentioned this matter again. The relationship between the two people was very harmonious, which made Xiaoqing relieved. When Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing talk about Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, he suddenly felt discouraged. Yes, even if Godfather and Zhou Jiejia know about me and Xiaoqing, they don't know. When she sees me walking out of the room with Xiaoqing, who is changed into home clothes, it's hard to guarantee that she won't have any thoughts. How do you ask? Ask in front of Chen Mingyan? Xiaoqing said angrily, okay, hurry up and go out. Don't dawdle. Xiaoqing didn't avoid Yang Ming. She took off her top in front of Yang Ming and only wore a bra. This made Yang Ming feel a little envious. Seeing Yang Ming looking at her, Xiaoqing was even more helpless. Don't you care about Mingyan and the others? If you don't care, I don't care. You continue to look here. As Xiaoqing said this, she directly unbuttoned her bra. Yang Ming's eyes couldn't leave. However, Yang Ming was also a person with strong self-control. He laughed and quickly left Xiaoqing's room. In the end, he helped Xiaoqing close the door. After leaving Xiaoqing's room, he came to the living room. He saw that Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie had already washed their hands. They were helping Chu Huifang to put the dishes and chopsticks. Seeing that Yang Ming came out alone without Xiaoqing behind him, Chen Mingyan asked curiously, "Yang Ming, where is sister?" "She wanted to change her clothes, so I came out first," Yang Ming said naturally. "Oh, then you and Godfather sit first. We will be done soon," Chen Mingyan said. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't have any doubts, his heart was relieved. If he told the truth, Chen Mingyan wouldn't have any thoughts. If he hid it, then Chen Mingyan would be suspicious. When Xiaoqing changed her clothes, it was normal for Yang Ming to come over first. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Lu Weishan looked at Yang Ming, but he didn't say anything. During the meal, the atmosphere of the family was happy. Yang Ming didn't mention the mission 3 days later. Although Chen Mingyan had some doubts, since Yang Ming didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Or, in her guess, it should be that when she was helping Godmother to cook, Yang Ming had already told Lu Weishan that he was going to perform the mission. As for Godmother, she was waiting for Godfather to inform her. Chen Mingyan's thoughts were really close to the mark. If Yang Ming knew, he would probably secretly praise Chen Mingyan's cleverness. "Come, Mingyan. Try Godmother's cooking. This mushroom with cabbage is Godmother's specialty." Chu Huifang was very proud to show off her culinary skills. Yang Ming was like this when he first came, but she was familiar with Yang Ming. She was used to it, so there was no way to show it again. But Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie were eating here for the first time, so Chu Huifang would naturally show it again. "Okay, Godmother," Chen Mingyan responded sweetly. Then, she put a piece of cabbage in the bowl and ate it slowly. Then, she praised, "It's delicious. It's better than the restaurants." "Haha, that's right. How can those restaurants compare to our homemade food?" Chu Huifang was very happy after listening to Chen Mingyan's words. "Jiyun, Jiejie, you should also try this dry fried beans and tofu. See what's the difference between it and the ones outside." "Okay, Godmother." Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie also picked up their chopsticks and tasted it. As for Chen Mingyan, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, although Chen Mingyan gave in to them and showed that the three of them had an equal relationship, in fact, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie were still led by Chen Mingyan. Chu Huifang let Chen Mingyan taste the dishes first. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Chu Huifang letting Chen Mingyan taste the dishes first. The two of them ate a few mouthfuls of the dishes on the table. Lin Jiyun also praised, "Godmother's culinary skills are much better than mine. Yeah, my family is in the hotel business. It's better than the restaurant's chef." Zhou Jiejie also praised. In the praise, Chu Huifang's vanity was greatly satisfied. Lu Weishan, Yang Ming, and Xiaoqing also knew her character, so they didn't speak. They waited for Chen Mingyan and the others to finish praising, then they began to talk about some trivial things. After the meal, Yang Ming and the three women were ready to leave, but Lu Weishan said, "Big Ming, after you send Mingyan and the others back, can you come back and stay here at night?" This? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Weishan to ask him to stay here. However, Chen Mingyan didn't feel anything. In this way, she felt that Yang Ming should have told Lu Weishan that he was going to perform a mission. Lu Weishan naturally knew that Yang Ming might not come back for a long time, so he asked him to stay and accompany the two elders. After all, Lu Weishan was already more than 60 years old this year. If Yang Ming didn't come back for 10 or 20 years, then it was hard to say whether Lu Weishan could still see Yang Ming. Therefore, although Chen Mingyan was reluctant, she also wanted to be close to Yang Ming at night. But she thought that she was only 19 years old, and Lu Weishan was more than 60 years old. Even if Yang Ming didn't come back for 20 years, she was only 39 years old. To put it bluntly, it was hard to say whether Lu Weishan could live to that age. "Yang Ming, we can drive back by ourselves. It's just opposite the school. It's very close. You don't have to send us back." After thinking about this, Chen Mingyan smiled and said to Yang Ming, "You should stay here and accompany Godfather and Godmother." "This, okay." Yang Ming raised his head and glanced at Lu Weishan. When he saw the smile in Lu Weishan's eyes, his heart suddenly moved. Could it be that Godfather let me stay because of Xiaoqing? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming's heart beat faster. Then that's it. Jiyun, Jiejia, and I will go back first. See you tomorrow? Chen Mingyan was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so she pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia out of the room and went downstairs. Be careful. Call me when you get home, Yang Ming said. Don't worry, it's very close. Chen Mingyan was telling the truth. This was the school's residential area, and there were 24-hour security guards. There wouldn't be any problems at all. As for the Huasheng district, it was directly facing the school gate. It was only a 5-minute drive away. There were also security guards in the community, so there wouldn't be any problems. After Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia left, Yang Ming wanted to speak, but Lu Weishan spoke first. Big Ming, are you and Qing staying here or going to Qing's apartment? Ah? Although Lu Weishan had already told Yang Ming about him and Xiaoqing, at this moment, in front of Chu Huifeng and Xiaoqing, it still made Yang Ming somewhat embarrassed. As for Xiaoqing, she also widened her eyes. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at Lu Weishan inconceivably. After a while, she said, Dad, what did you say? Xiaoqing didn't believe what Yang Ming said before. She thought that Yang Ming was just joking and didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, when she heard Lu Weishan say it, Xiaoqing knew that Yang Ming didn't lie to her before, but Lu Weishan really knew about her and Yang Ming. Chu Huifeng obviously knew about this matter long ago, so she wasn't surprised at this time. Big Ming has something to tell you. Let him tell you himself. Lu Weishan waved his hand and didn't explain so much. Instead, he said, I also have something to tell your godmother. We will go back to the room first. You can decide whether you want to stay here or go out. As Lu Weishan said this, he took Chu Huifeng to the bedroom. Only Yang Ming and Xiaoqing were left in the living room. Dad really knew? Xiaoqing stared at Yang Ming with hatred. Her face was as red as a big apple. Yeah, I guess it may be that we were careless and let him see some clues. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, but Qing, you don't have to be embarrassed. Godfather means that he agrees with us being together. He is an open-minded person. Of course, I know this. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't say this. Xiaoqing stomped her feet angrily like a little girl who was caught in love by her parents. But how embarrassed am I? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. It's really because of you. Why didn't you remind me in advance? I have something to remind you first. Just now when you were changing clothes, but you didn't take it seriously. You can't blame me for this, right? Yang Ming shrugged and said. You. Xiaoqing was even more annoyed. Yang Ming did tell her, but who knew that what he said was true? Didn't Godfather go back to the room? Maybe he was afraid that we would be embarrassed, so he deliberately left some space for us. Yang Ming said, let's go, Qing. I really have something to tell you. Let's not talk about it in the living room. Where are we going? Xiaoqing was also somewhat helpless. Since things had come to this point, she could only accept it. Fortunately, Lu Weishan didn't blame them. Instead, he had a supportive attitude, which made Xiaoqing's heart feel more comfortable. Let's go to your apartment. There are some words that are inconvenient to say here. Yang Ming lowered his voice and whispered to Xiaoqing. What words? Inconvenient? Humph. Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. Apparently, she misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. She thought that Yang Ming was talking about the sound of two people making love. Naturally, she was too embarrassed. You will know when we go there. Yang Ming saw Xiaoqing's appearance and knew that she had misunderstood, but he didn't explain it because it wouldn't be clear if he explained it here. It was better to go to Xiaoqing's place and talk about it slowly. After all, Yang Ming was ready to tell the truth to Xiaoqing. If he said it here, it wouldn't be good if Chu Huifeng heard it. Lu Weishan must have told her another version. Xiaoqing was pushed out of the door by Yang Ming half-heartedly. They went downstairs and went to Xiaoqing's own small apartment. When they returned to Xiaoqing's small apartment, the two people didn't need to talk too much. They hugged each other. When Xiaoqing went upstairs, she was reluctant, but when the door was closed, the flame of passion was ignited in an instant. Lu Weishan's approval made Xiaoqing's heart no longer have any burden. As for whether she could be approved by Chen Mingyan, Xiaoqing felt that it wasn't important. There was nothing wrong with being Yang Ming's lover, but if Lu Weishan didn't approve, Xiaoqing would be a bit embarrassed. Because for Xiaoqing, there were four most important people in this life. The first two were her godfather, Lu Weishan, and her godmother, Chu Huifeng. Xiaoqing cared about their feelings very much. She couldn't bear to let them be sad and disappointed. The third person was Yang Ming, who could be said to be the love of Xiaoqing's life. The fourth person was her good friend, Sun Jia. Sun Jia was going to be with her and Yang Ming. Xiaoqing didn't have any burden in her heart at this point. Now that both godfather and godmother agreed, Xiaoqing was naturally very happy. This day could be said to be one of the happiest days in her life, so Xiaoqing was also very excited. She rarely took the initiative when she was with Yang Ming. When the two were completely quiet, Xiaoqing said with some blame, "Tell me, how did Dad find out about our relationship?" "This? I don't know." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "But Qing. Let's talk first." "Talk?" Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. Previously, Yang Ming said that he had something to say to her and wanted to go to her apartment. It was not convenient to say it in Lu Weishan's house. Xiaoqing thought that Yang Ming was referring to what they did just now, but Yang Ming mentioned it again, which made Xiaoqing somewhat puzzled. "What do you want to talk about? Do you really have something to say?" Qing, I naturally have something to say to you. Otherwise, what do you think?" Yang Ming looked at Xiaoqing and said with a smile. What can I think?" Xiaoqing suddenly felt that she was more like a little girl in front of Yang Ming. She didn't speak as naturally as before. It was as if Yang Ming was the elder brother and she was the younger sister. "Your thoughts are not pure." "How would I know what you think?" Yang Ming made a joke. "I didn't. Let's not talk about this." "You said that you have something to tell me?" Xiaoqing changed the topic. She didn't want to continue on this topic because this topic was very embarrassing. Xiaoqing felt that her face was a little hot. I do have something to say." Yang Ming nodded and restored his expression. Qing, I was at school today. You heard what I said to Vice Principal Su, right? What I want to say is this. You mean the matter of you being a military person? Xiaoqing said until here. She snorted and said, "You are still hiding it from me. Why didn't you tell me before?" "Sister Xiaoqing, this matter used to be confidential because I am not an ordinary military person. My real identity is an agent." Yang Ming hesitated and said, "My first military ID is just a cover for my identity. It is used for outsiders to see. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau ID is my real identity." "Ah. That is an agent's ID?" Xiaoqing widened her eyes in surprise. She never thought that Yang Ming was actually an agent. In that case, it was reasonable for Yang Ming to hide his identity because the identity of an agent couldn't be easily shown to others. After all, it involved in some confidential things. Xiaoqing also understood. "In that case, why did you take this ID today? Is it just to deter Vice Principal Su? You know that if you want to deter him, a military ID is. Even if I don't take it out, my superiors will inform the school." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Because this time I have to say it. 3 days later, I will embark on a journey to Yunnan to perform a special mission." "You haven't performed a mission before?" Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. "I have done it before, but this time is different." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "So before I leave, I will tell you all these things." "Do you mean that the mission this time is very dangerous?" Xiaoqing widened her eyes and thought of a terrible possibility. Compared to the previous one, there is naturally some danger, but it is not very dangerous." Yang Ming shrugged and said with a smile. "Yang Ming, you lied to me." Xiaoqing shook her head. "You didn't lie to me before. You even told me about your special abilities. How did you learn to lie now?" Xiaoqing stared at Yang Ming and said word by word. Qing. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed by Xiaoqing. "Well, I admit, it is very dangerous. How dangerous is it? Xiaoqing asked with a serious expression. This, I can't say because I don't know the specifics. I don't even know the direction and execution of the mission. I need to explore it. Yang Ming said, only the unknown is the most terrible. Yeah, the unknown is the most terrible, but I don't understand. Why do you have to go? Can't others go? You're just a first-year student. What's going on in your head's mind? Why are you sent to perform this kind of mission? Xiaoqing frowned. Is it to let you experience it? I am the leader. After Yang Ming listened to Xiaoqing's words, he couldn't help but explain with a bitter smile, it is because of my special ability that I became the trump card of our special task force. And my skill is also top-notch, so I was chosen to perform this mission. Xiaoqing looked at Yang Ming and suddenly found that she didn't know him. Is this still the Yang Ming that I used to know very well? Why do I seem to not understand him? He still has so many things that I don't know. When did he become an agent? When did he start to perform some dangerous missions? Yang Ming, you have changed a lot during this time. I don't understand you anymore. Xiaoqing sighed faintly and looked at Yang Ming and said. Qing, no matter how much I have changed, my feelings for you are still real. It's just that I didn't say these things before. On the one hand, it was to keep it a secret. On the other hand, I was afraid that you would be worried about me. Because I can deal with the previous missions, and I am confident that I can complete them successfully. Yang Ming said, only this time I don't have much confidence, so I am being honest with you. I can also give you an explanation before I leave. Well, Yang Ming, I believe what you said is true. Xiaoqing nodded. This time, I also know that since you decided to say it, you are not sure that you can come back. You are saying goodbye to us, right? Qing, how can you not believe me? Although the mission is very dangerous, I am also very powerful, okay? My luck is also super good. Yang Ming said, if this isn't a web novel, then I am the protagonist. There is a famous web author who contacted me a while ago to write a novel about my experience. If I can't come back, what is he going to write? Xiaoqing laughed out loud. You are still the protagonist? Write a novel? Does that mean that he will write 8 or 10 wives for you? How can 8 or 10 wives be enough? I have already agreed with the author that I have to write at least 15 wives. Yang Ming said with a smile. Then, is there Shao Jia and me? Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming and asked snappily. Of course, there will be. How can there not be you? Yang Ming said, not only will there be you, but you will also be written as the first wife. You're just kidding me. Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe it. But this matter, did you tell Chen Mengyan and the others? No, I only told my godfather, Chen Mengyan. I just said that I have to perform a more complicated task. The shortest is 1.5 years, and the longest is 10 or 20 years. They don't know that this task is dangerous. They just think that this task is a protracted battle. Yang Ming shook his head and said, they are still too young. They can't bear it. I'm afraid that telling them will hurt them. That's true. If you say so, what will they do in the future? They will definitely live in fear every day. Even if they don't worry about you all the time, they will be depressed. Xiaoqing nodded and said, the most important thing is that after you say it, they will do whatever it takes to keep you here. They won't let you go. That's right. Yang Ming said, but these things have to be told to them sooner or later. It's a matter of sooner or later. Do Shao Jia and Zhaoying know about this? Xiaoqing asked suddenly. Ying knows, but I haven't told Shao Jia yet. I'm going to tell her tomorrow. Yang Ming said. Don't wait until tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Xiaoqing shook her head. Shao Jia has classes tomorrow. She returned to Songjiang City tonight. I will call her and ask her to come over. That is fine too. Yang Ming thought that the relationship between Xiaoqing and Sun Jia was very close. If he called Sun Jia, it wouldn't affect him and Xiaoqing. He didn't know if there were other things tomorrow, so Yang Ming agreed. After Xiaoqing got Yang Ming's approval, she called Sun Jia. Sun Jia was indeed in Songjiang City as Xiaoqing guessed, but she had fallen asleep at the moment. When she received Xiaoqing's call, she complained in a daze, "Qing, what are you doing? Why are you calling me so late? You're already asleep? Can you come to my place?" Xiaoqing didn't expect Xianxia to sleep so early, but when she glanced at the time on the phone, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Previously, when she was entangled with Yang Ming, she forgot the time. When she came back from Lu Weishan's place, it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Now, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Xianxia was naturally asleep, so there was nothing strange about it. "Go to your place? What for?" Xianxia asked with some doubts. "Yang Ming is with me. I have something to tell you," Xiaoqing said. "Yang Ming? At your place?" Xianxia was slightly stunned, but she instantly thought of a possibility. "He is with you. Why are you still looking for me?" "I'm not going. I'm too tired. There's a traffic jam on the highway today. My body is about to fall apart. I can't take it anymore." "Ah." Xiaoqing heard Xianxia's words and suddenly blushed. It seemed that Xianxia had misunderstood my meaning. She thought that I called her to do something with Yang Ming. It seemed that Xianxia and I had the same initial idea. It was all a misunderstanding. Okay. I'm going to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Thank you for your kindness. Call me next time. I really can't do it today. I can't drive the car." Xianxia said tiredly, "I'm hanging up." "Wait. Don't hang up." Xiaoqing was a little anxious and said quickly. "DD." However, there were a few call disconnected prompts on the phone in Xiaoqing's hand. Xianxia had obviously hung up the phone. Xiaoqing couldn't help it. She could only call again, but after 2 rings, it was cut off by Xianxia. Xiaoqing had to call again, but this time, there was a power-off prompt. "This Xianxia." Xiaoqing shook her head helplessly. She actually hung up the phone directly without waiting for me to finish speaking. "What should we do?" Yang Ming also asked with a bitter smile. After all, as Xiaoqing said, there might be other things tomorrow. Yang Ming didn't know if there would be a chance to meet Xianxia. "Let's go over?" Xiaoqing had no other way. "Let's go to her apartment to find her." "That's the only way." Yang Ming nodded. "But my car was driven back by Ming Yin." "Do you have a car?" "I drive my dad's car, but it's too late today. I can't go back to get the key." Xiaoqing shook her head. "I'll call the driver to come over." Although Yang Ming didn't want to trouble little Wang, there was still a long distance between the school's family area and the school gate. He could only stop a taxi there. There were no taxis here. After receiving Yang Ming's call, little Wang happily agreed. This made Yang Ming relieved. Yang Ming didn't want his man to complain, but now it seemed that little Wang was still very willing to serve him. It was not far from where little Wang lived. Because it was convenient for Yang Ming to use the car, the Ming Yang Entertainment Group gave little Wang a house nearby. Although the property of the house was still owned by the company, it was to let little Wang and his girlfriend live for free after the renovation. That was to say, as long as he was still Yang Ming's driver, he would not move out of this house. In fact, Yang Ming used little Wang very well, and he didn't intend to fire him. Even if he left, Yang Ming didn't intend to fire little Wang after he went to Yunnan. At that time, little Wang could still be the driver for Jing Xiaolu and her father. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing got in the car together. Little Wang knew Xiaoqing and knew that Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister. But even if he didn't know her, he wouldn't say anything. Little Wang was not a talkative person. Little Wang didn't ask about Yang Ming's private life. This was also the reason why Yang Ming liked to use little Wang. Although Yang Ming usually didn't do anything out of line in front of little Wang, he would take different girls in the car. Little Wang obviously pretended not to see it. He didn't even have a surprised expression. Yang Ming told little Wang the address of Xianxia's apartment. Little Wang nodded, started the car, and drove quickly to Xianxia's apartment. When they arrived at the door of Xianxia's apartment, Yang Ming asked little Wang to leave. After all, Xianxia also had a car, and more than one. She didn't need little Wang's car tomorrow morning. However, little Wang still asked before leaving, "Brother Yang, when do you need me to pick you up?" "No need. I will drive back by myself tomorrow." Yang Ming waved his hand. "If I need you, I will contact you again." "That's fine. I will always have my phone turned on. You can call me at any time." Little Wang nodded and said. After little Wang left, Yang Ming took Xiaoqing's hand. Although he was about to leave, Xiaoqing was still his godsister in front of outsiders. Yang Ming couldn't be very intimate directly. These things had to be done little by little to be accepted. When they came to the door of Sun Jia's room, Xiaoqing rang the doorbell. Sun Jia had just fallen asleep when she heard the sound of the doorbell. She couldn't help but be annoyed. Who was knocking at the door in the middle of the night? "I finally returned to Songjiang City to stay for a night, and someone came to the door? Could it be that the people from the property company are asking for the fee? It's impossible. The house I live in is developed by my company. Although the property company is contracted to the Mingyang company, the property manager also knows that I have a close relationship with Yang Ming. Even if they are looking for me, there is no reason to knock at the door in the middle of the night." Although Sun Jia didn't want to get up, the doorbell kept ringing. Sun Jia really had no choice. She could only put on her pajamas and go to the door of the room. She looked out from the peephole and asked, "Who is it?" "Xiao Jia, it's me." "Open the door," said Xiaoqing. "Ah? Ching ching?" Sun Jia heard the sound outside the door and couldn't help but be stunned. She looked carefully. It was really Xiaoqing and Yang Ming. They were standing at the door. Sun Jia was really a little helpless. Why did they come after I rejected them? Logically, with Xiaoqing's character, she wouldn't agree with the three of them having sex together. Although there had been such a situation, it was also under the cooperation of Yang Ming and me. Why is Xiaoqing so proactive today? But although she was puzzled, Sun Jia still opened the door. They were already here. She couldn't stop them from coming in, right? "Why did you really come?" "I have already fallen asleep." Sun Jia rubbed her sleepy eyes and complained in a daze. Because the people who came were Yang Ming and Xiaoqing, they weren't outsiders, so Sun Jia was too lazy to wear her pajamas. Her huge chest was directly exposed to the air, and she didn't cover it. Xiaoqing saw Sun Jia's appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. "You wear this at home? Aren't you shy? Why should I pretend to be pure in front of you?" Sun Jia didn't care at all. "Even if you put it on, don't you have to take it off later? Rather than go through so much trouble, it's better not to wear it." "Hee, that's true." Yang Ming nodded and agreed. "I say, the two of you didn't come here in the middle of the night just to do that to me, right? You guys are really addicted." Sun Jia sat back on the bed helplessly and stretched. "I'm so sleepy." "Xiao Jia, you misunderstood. We are looking for you for something." Xiaoqing was a little dumbfounded. "Otherwise, why do you think the two of us would team up to look for you? Is there really something?" Sun Jia looked at Xiaoqing in disbelief. "It's so late. What's the matter? Can't we talk tomorrow? This matter is very important. I think it is better to let you know as soon as possible." Xiaoqing nodded and said very solemnly. Sun Jia saw that Xiaoqing's expression was very serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all. She believed most of it. "What the hell happened? You put on your clothes first. Your chest is making me a little dizzy." Xiaoqing looked at Sun Jia's naked body and reprimanded her with some embarrassment. "It's not like you haven't seen it before." "Who hasn't seen it before?" Sun Jia snorted. "I don't want to wear it. It's so troublesome. I'm under the quilt, and you can't see it." As Sun Jia said this, she pulled a quilt and covered her body. Ching, let's lie on the bed and talk. I'm also very tired. Let's not stand." Yang Ming was a little tempted before. When he saw Sun Jia get into the quilt, he was a little unwilling, so he shamelessly suggested. "Yang Ming, we're talking about serious business. Can't you be more serious? When you were talking to me just now, you didn't mess up." Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming, but she ignored the fact that when Yang Ming told her that, it was after the end, not in the current situation. Yang Ming ignored Xiaoqing's words. He took off his clothes directly, went to Sun Jia's bed, opened her quilt, got in directly, and hugged Sun Jia from behind. Sun Jia didn't resist. Instead, she enjoyed this feeling. Her face couldn't help but blush. Xiaoqing really wanted to scold Sun Jia. What time is it? Why are you still being coquettish? However, she couldn't scold her. She also knew that this was Sun Jia's normal reaction. She sighed and said, "Why don't you two talk first? I'll go to the bathroom for a while." Qing, you come too. I'm a little tired now. I don't want to do anything. Don't you have something to tell me? Let's talk about it first. Sun Jia felt that Yang Ming didn't continue to do bad things. He just hugged her quietly, so she spoke to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing hesitated. She wanted to refuse because she felt that it was ridiculous for her and Sun Jia to take off their clothes and hug Yang Ming together. However, when she thought that Yang Ming would leave in 3 days. No, it should be 2 days later, Xiaoqing's heart softened. Okay, I'll change into my pajamas. Xiaoqing nodded and said. Sun Jia also had Xiaoqing's pajamas, but even if there weren't, Sun Jia had a lot of pajamas. With the initial relationship between Xiaoqing and Sun Jia, there was nothing wrong with the two of them wearing pajamas together. No one would dislike the other, and now it was even more so. What are you changing for? Little Jia is right. Who hasn't seen each other? Just come up directly. Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing was going to change into her pajamas, so he also spoke. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and finally agreed. However, she went to bed after turning off the lights in the room. Okay, Qing, Yang Ming, what do you want to tell me? At this moment, Sun Jia also felt that the two people must have something to say to her, so she asked. Let Yang Ming tell you personally. Xiaoqing pushed Yang Ming and said. Alright, I'll say it myself. Yang Ming felt that it was better to say these things personally, so he also told Sun Jia what he said to Xiaoqing before. Sun Jia was also a mature woman, and she had experienced many dangers, so she wouldn't be very reluctant to accept what Yang Ming was about to do. However, after Yang Ming finished speaking, Sun Jia was still shocked, but she didn't ask Yang Ming if he couldn't go. With Sun Jia's cleverness, she wouldn't have thought that this question must have been asked by Xiaoqing. Since Xiaoqing had asked and brought Yang Ming to talk to her about this matter, it meant that this matter was definitely finalized and couldn't be changed, so Sun Jia didn't ask so much. Be careful. Qing and I will wait for you to come back and continue to have a threesome. Sun Jia hesitated for a while before she said a very bold sentence. While Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded, the atmosphere of the whole room suddenly became lively again. Although Xiaoqing was also speechless about Sun Jia's bold behavior, Sun Jia's words were actually an expression of her love for Yang Ming, so Xiaoqing didn't say too much. She just said shyly, "You don't know how to behave properly? What are you talking about?" In fact, Xiao Jia is right. I think so too. With her words, I have to come back no matter what. Yang Ming smiled. See? Am I the one who understands Yang Ming? Sun Jia said with some pride. Okay. You understand him, okay? Xiaoqing had no choice but to nod and admit it. Of course. Sun Jia was also not sleepy because of Yang Ming and Xiaoqing. Yang Ming was going to leave. How could she sleep? She smiled slyly and said, Qing, why don't we let Yang Ming have an unforgettable night? Then, he won't dare to not come back. How is it unforgettable? Xiaoqing naturally knew what Sun Jia's words meant, but she asked with a hum. This night, Yang Ming was destined to be unforgettable. Indeed, he had an unforgettable night. Early the next morning, Sun Jia drove Yang Ming to the entrance of the Huasheng district, and then she drove Xiaoqing directly to school. Although it was a busy night, Sun Jia and Xiaoqing were willing. After all, this was the last night that Yang Ming spent with them. After 2 days, Yang Ming would leave. It was uncertain when he would come back. Now, only Huang Lele and Suya were left, but Yang Ming didn't intend to tell them so much. After all, they were far away from him. It was not very convenient to communicate with them on the phone. Yang Ming just said that he was going to perform a mission. It was uncertain when he would come back. For specific information, he let Huang Lele contact Wang Mei or Zhang Bin. Suya could contact Chen Mingyan. Suya and Chen Mingyan often communicated through QQ. Now, she and Lin Jiyun were very familiar with each other. As for Zhou Jiejia, needless to say, they were junior high school classmates and enemies. Unexpectedly, they became close friends now. On this day, Yang Ming didn't go anywhere else but stayed at home with Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia. All three of them wanted to give Yang Ming a child before Yang Ming left. Yang Ming was naturally busy. However, it was Zhou Jiejia's first time. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun naturally avoided it, letting Zhou Jiejia have an unforgettable first time. Between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia, in fact, except for the last relationship, there was no difference between them and Chen Mingyan and the others. Zhou Jiejia had already been prepared to give her body, so there was no knot in her heart except for expectation for this matter. Being able to give her body to Yang Ming before Yang Ming left was also Zhou Jiejia's wish, so Zhou Jiejia was very happy. Yang Ming, I have finally waited for this day. I am so happy. Zhou Jiejia's face was filled with a happy smile. Indeed, she had liked Yang Ming since junior high school. Until now, she finally had a positive result. In the middle of this, Zhou Jiejia knew how difficult it was. Yang Ming was also clear. It was very difficult for the two of them to be together. Jiejia, do you really plan to never change your mind? I'm afraid that after I leave, you will regret it. Yang Ming was not anxious, but he chatted with Zhou Jiejia. Of course not. Zhou Jiejia frowned and was a little unhappy. I can even die for you. How can I regret it? I have never regretted it. Well, I was wrong. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and apologized. Jiejia, in my life, it is already a great blessing to have you, Mingyan, and Jiyun. I didn't expect that all of you would treat me like this. I am really flattered. What about Suya? Zhou Jiejia said, why did you leave her behind? Or you deliberately didn't say it? Ugh. I didn't mean to not say it. Yang Ming sweated. He was usually used to putting Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia together. The other girlfriends were also put together by a few people to avoid spilling the beans. However, Zhou Jiejia found a flaw. What about Sister Xiaoqing? Zhou Jiejia continued to ask. Ugh. Yang Ming remembered that Zhou Jiejia knew about Xiaoqing's matter. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. What about Jing Xiaolu? Zhou Jiejia asked again. Jiejia, you know Xiaolu? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Zhou Jiejia to know about Jing Xiaolu. I felt it myself. Zhou Jiejia smiled. You are really related. Otherwise, why did you let her manage the Mingyang company? Ugh. Yang Ming laughed twice. I know that I can't tell Sister Mingyan, but I feel sorry for her. It's really a little distressing. Zhou Jiejia sighed. Yang Ming, if you come back safely this time, can you confess to Sister Mingyan about their relationship? Okay. This is for sure. I promise you. In fact, Yang Ming also intended to say these things because Yang Ming's ultimate goal was to settle down in X Island. At that time, all his women would be exposed, but before that, he must be honest. And, this way, I can also feel less burdened in my heart. Zhou Jiejia nodded. Then let's start? Okay? I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Oh, okay. Yang Ming nodded. He wasn't in a hurry because it was Zhou Jiejia's first time. He had to make her feel better. Although the time was a little short, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun could also understand. Wait, I have to call Suya first. Zhou Jiejia suddenly found her phone on the bedside table and said firmly, before doing this, I have to talk to Suya. This is also a form of respect for her. It's not necessary, right? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to listen to Zhou Jiejia and Suya on the phone. Of course. Of course, I have to use it. Zhou Jiejia nodded affirmatively. Well, you make the call first. I will go out and walk around. Call me when you are done with the call. Yang Ming was really embarrassed to listen to Zhou Jieji and Suya on the phone. It would make him very embarrassed. Although Yang Ming's face was very thick, it was better for Yang Ming to not listen to the conversation between girls. Okay, then I will call you when I am done with the call. It will be quick. Zhou Jieji nodded and said. Yang Ming got up and went out of the bedroom. Fortunately, he hadn't taken off his pajamas. Otherwise, he could only run naked at home. Although the women living here were all his women, there was no need to avoid anything. However, Chen Mingyan would definitely laugh at him if she saw it. After Zhou Jieji waited for Yang Ming to go out, she quickly got up from the bed. Then, she took out a small digital video camera from the cabinet and placed it on the cabinet in front of the bed. After setting the video parameters and adjusting the angle, Zhou Jieji used her mobile phone to call Suya. Suya had just finished a promotion. At the moment, she was resting in the break when she heard the phone ring. She didn't want to answer, but the assistant, Sister Su, took the phone and said, Miss Xu, it's Miss Zhou Jieji calling. Oh? Give it to me. Hearing that it was Zhou Jieji calling, Suya naturally wouldn't not answer. Recently, she and Zhou Jieji had already resolved the previous misunderstanding. The two of them were very close. They often called to talk about some private things. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were also together. Although the four of them weren't together, they often chatted on the internet. Suya was very happy. She enjoyed this kind of life. There were 3 considerate sisters and a common lover. Suya couldn't be by Yang Ming's side to take care of her, but there were Chen Mingyan and the other 2 to do it for her. It also made Suya have no psychological burden. Otherwise, even if Suya was reluctant to lose her current job, she would quit the entertainment industry and be with Yang Ming peacefully. The assistant, Sister Su, knew that Shuya didn't like to be disturbed when she was answering a private call, so after giving the phone to Shuya, she turned and left the break room. Suya picked up the phone. Jieji, why did you suddenly call me? Suya, I have to do something in a while. Can you guess what it is? Zhou Jieji and Suya were familiar with each other, so she naturally spoke casually. Do something? Suya was slightly stunned, but then she understood something. Are you going to have sex with Yang Ming? N. Zhou Jieji responded with a blush. You dead girl. Are you deliberately angering me? Although Suya said this, she wasn't really angry because she had accepted Zhou Jieji and her identity. So, between her and Yang Ming, sooner or later, there would be such a day. What was Suya still angry about? In Suya. N. Zhou Jieji nodded. Hehe, then you should do it quickly. I agree. Otherwise, Yang Ming will come and beat me. Suya laughed. You are making fun of me. Zhou Jieji blushed even more. I'm not making fun of you. Well, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I won't talk to you anymore. You enjoy your first time. Tell me how it feels later so that I can be mentally prepared. Suya smiled. You are so annoying. Zhou Jieji was embarrassed, but she still said, I will tell you. The two laughed for a while before hanging up the phone. Suya shook her head. The more she interacted with Zhou Jieji, the more she felt that she was cute. She wasn't as annoying as she was in her impression. She was like a completely different person, so Suya also sincerely accepted her. Zhou Jieji could feel that Suya didn't have any resistance or negative emotions. She was relieved. If Suya was really unwilling, then Zhou Jieji would definitely consider Suya's emotions and put this matter aside. Although there would be some regrets, Zhou Jieji didn't want to do this with Yang Ming before Suya fully forgave and accepted her. But now it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. Zhou Jieji called Yang Ming and hung up quickly. She believed that Yang Ming should be able to understand what she meant. After Yang Ming went out of the room, he saw Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun watching TV in the living room. But when they saw Yang Ming come out, they were a little puzzled. Yang Ming, why did you come out? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Did it end so soon? Ugh, whether it was fast or not, you still don't know? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It hasn't started yet. F***ck, how would we know? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Isn't that right, Sister Lin? Ah. Oh, in that case, no one will remember the time. Lin Jiyun said weakly. Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming didn't expect Lin Jiyun to answer like this. They couldn't help but be amused. It made Lin Jiyun blush. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Jiyun bowed her head shyly. Well, don't tease Sister Lin. Since you haven't started, why did you come out? Chen Mingyan was even more baffled. Could it be that Jia isn't ready in her heart? That's not it. She is ready. She just wants to call Suya first, said Yang Ming. So it's like this. Chen Mingyan also understood Zhou Jiajia's approach. After all, she and Suya had conflicts in the past. Suya was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, even more official than herself. Zhou Jiajia would inevitably care about her feelings, so it was reasonable to call in advance. However, in Chen Mingyan's view, Suya wouldn't make things difficult for Zhou Jiajia because the relationship between the four of them was very good, really good. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to talk for a while, but his phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at it and saw that it was Zhou Jiajia. Just as he was about to pick it up, the other party had already hung up. Yang Ming smiled and said to Chen Mingyan, Jiajia called me. I'll go over first. Go ahead, groom. Don't let our bride wait for too long. Chen Mingyan said with a smile. At this moment, Chen Mingyan's heart was very strange. She really didn't feel jealous. Instead, it was a sincere blessing for Zhou Jiajia. Yang Ming returned to the bedroom. Zhou Jiajia was ready to lie on the bed. Her eyebrows were full of shyness. She lowered her eyes and didn't speak, as if she was quietly waiting for the solemn moment to come. Jiajia, are you done with the phone call? Yang Ming asked with a smile in order to make the atmosphere less awkward. I'm done. Zhou Jiajia nodded. Hee, then let's start now, asked Yang Ming with a smile. Zhou Jiajia nodded and closed her eyes. When Yang Ming was about to go to bed, he inadvertently saw a camera working not far from the bed. There was a red light flashing on it. Apparently, it was shooting. Yang Ming was a person who was very sensitive to changes in the outside world. This was also the basic ability of an assassin, so Yang Ming found something wrong at once. Could it be that Zhou Jiajia wants to film the two of us when we are having sex? Does Zhou Jiajia have this hobby? Does she like to take selfies? However, Yang Ming immediately thought of a possibility. Wasn't he leaving in 2 days? He also told them that he might not come back for 10 or 20 years, so Zhou Jiajia might want to record this beautiful moment. After he left, she could often take it out to recall. Yang Ming shook his head slightly. He thought it was a little fun, but he didn't stop it. Since Zhou Jiajia liked it, let her be. In fact, Zhou Jiajia did have this idea, but the one who encouraged her to record wasn't herself, but Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan had this idea. After Yang Ming left, the three of them had no meaning. They could look at each other and think about Yang Ming. It was also a very beautiful thing. Zhou Jiajia set up this camera in preparation for Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun to come in later. As for these videos being copied into the computer, it was impossible to be like a certain celebrity who caused the files to be leaked because of fixing the computer. To crack the files encrypted by Zhou Jiajia, it was estimated that the world's top hackers might not be able to do it because Zhou Jiajia herself was the king of hackers on the internet. Zhou Jiajia's computer was broken, so she didn't need to go out to fix it. If she couldn't fix it herself, others couldn't fix it. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was also relieved to let Zhou Jiajia record it. She wasn't afraid of any other problems. Although Yang Ming didn't think so comprehensively, he guessed it almost correctly. Soon, these trivial matters were drowned by the flames of desire of the two people. Zhou Jiajia also changed from a young girl to a mature woman. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun usually didn't appear in the bedroom together. Even if Yang Ming asked, they wouldn't agree unless Yang Ming forced them. But today, they gave up their previous shyness and entered the bedroom together. Originally, Chen Mingyan thought that it was Zhou Jiajia's first time, so she didn't want her to participate, but Zhou Jiajia stubbornly stayed. The reason was very simple. When they watched the video together in the future, she couldn't be left out, right? Even if she had a separate video, watching it alone was better than watching it with everyone watching it together. Therefore, Chen Mengyan had to agree to it. He didn't sleep well last night, and he was busy all day. Until it was almost evening, Yang Ming fell asleep in a daze. But after sleeping for a while, Yang Ming was woken up by the alarm set by the phone. Yang Ming invited Zhang Ben to go out for dinner today. Chen Mengyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Zhejia were also tired. At the moment, they were all asleep. Yang Ming left them a note and went out to find Zhang Ben. When he went out, Yang Ming called Zhang Ben. "Ben Zi, where are you?" asked Yang Ming. "Bro, I am at school. I have pushed away all the activities and social engagements tonight. Even Cici and Wang Mei didn't let them come to me." "I was waiting for your call," said Zhang Ben. "And I will wait for you downstairs of the school dormitory." As Yang Ming said, he drove the car to the school dormitory. However, he was surprised to see that someone was handing out flyers in front of the dormitory. After Yang Ming's car stopped, a person handed a flyer to Yang Ming. "Take a look. Master Yang Ming versus graduate student Fan Xianxia." Yang Ming didn't expect that someone would give out this kind of flyer. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He took a look at the flyer. It was some introduction to himself and some introduction to Fan Xianxia. However, it was some very general information. He didn't really believe it. Most of the pictures were taken when he was fighting with the Taekwondo club, and there were also pictures of his performance at the school art festival. As for Fan Xianxia, there were even fewer. There were only some daily photos. In the advertisement, there were some predictions of the result of the match. Of course, whether it was from a subjective or objective evaluation, they were all biased towards Yang Ming's victory. However, Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Do these people have nothing better to do? Why are they printing these posters for free and distributing them? Is there any benefit to them? However, when Yang Ming turned the back of the flyer, he understood why these people would give out posters. It was because the back of the flyer was printed with a special price advertisement for a newly opened restaurant in the school. At the bottom of the advertisement, it was also indicated that this poster was printed by the student union. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it a little funny. The student union of this school really knows how to make money. Not only will they not lose money by printing these posters, but they will also make a lot of advertising fees. Moreover, the advertising fees should not be low. After all, this was different from ordinary advertisements. There was publicity about tomorrow's challenge, so most students would not throw it away after getting it. Instead, they would take it to the dormitory and look at it with others. The advertisement at the back would naturally achieve the purpose of being looked at by others. Even if many people inadvertently saw it, they would also remember the restaurant information on the advertisement. However, if it was a simple advertisement, many students would throw it away directly. They would not even look at it, or even want it. Yang Ming looked at it. Indeed, those who got the flyer would rarely throw it away directly. They would pick it up and look at it. It seemed that the effect was good. Yang Ming waited for a while. Zhang Ben came out of the school's dormitory building. When he walked out, he was also given an advertisement. Zhang Ben got into Yang Ming's car, waved the advertisement in his hand in the air, and said, "Bro, someone also posted the advertisement of the battle between you and Fan Xianxia. I have another one here." "I have one too. I just finished reading it." Yang Ming smiled and pointed to an advertisement on the dashboard of the car and said, "It's here." "It can't be? He just sent it to you? The person who posted the advertisement didn't recognize you?" Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming strangely and asked. "Yeah, he didn't recognize me. Maybe, he didn't even think that the person in the car was me." Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. "You see, those people who posted the advertisement didn't even look this way." Zhang Ben nodded. These people were hired by the student union. Everyone had a task assigned to them. If there was nothing special, it was naturally impossible to check if the person in the car was Yang Ming one by one. "Bro, why did you ask me to come here? Why are you so mysterious?" Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming and asked strangely. "Hehe, I want to talk to you." Yang Ming said, "Since we graduated from high school, it seems that we rarely have the opportunity to sit together to eat and chat, right? There are a lot of opportunities, but they are all with my girlfriend." Zhang Ben said with some Emotion after listening, time flies so fast. In a flash, it is already the second semester of freshman year. Sometimes, I still think about the time when we were in high school. At that time, I didn't have much money. I relied on you to treat me to meals, Yang Ming said with some nostalgia. Thinking about it, you really took care of me at that time. Bro, look at what you are saying. Who are we? I have money, so I spend more. It's not a big deal. Zhang Bin waved his hand and said indifferently, at that time, it was very interesting to deal with Wang Jitao together. Yeah, Yang Ming, have not had many real friends in my life until now. You are the most important one. Yang Ming nodded and said, let's go. Let's go to the place where we went to high school. Okay. Zhang Bin didn't know why Yang Ming was so nostalgic and emotional today, but when Zhang Bin thought of the past, he also had some nostalgia, so he didn't refuse Yang Ming's proposal. Do you still remember this road? Did we encounter some hooligans robbing us here? Yang Ming drove the car to the vicinity of number 4 high school and pointed to a small road as he spoke to Zhang Bing. How can I not remember? Back then, you beat the crap out of those 3 hooligans by yourself. Zhang Bin thought of the past, and he was a little excited. It's here. You knocked down one with one punch, and scared the other 2 gangsters. And your nickname of Fighting King, Lunatic Yang, also began to spread from this time. No one in our school dared to bully you. I'll follow suit. Hee, yeah. Yang Ming thought of the incident where he met Huang Mao and Zhang Yuliang near this street. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuliang, he wouldn't have met the mysterious old man and wouldn't have obtained this magical X-ray vision ability. If it wasn't for all of this, what would he be like now? Maybe he wouldn't have to worry about going to Yunnan to carry out a mission in 2 days, and he wouldn't have so many enemies. But what would his life and the people around him be like? First of all, Chen Mengyan and I shouldn't have any more interactions. Without any interactions with Chen Mengyan, it was impossible to have conflicts with Wang Jitao because of this. And Wang Jitao wouldn't use Lin Jiyun to frame me. I shouldn't have any interactions with Lin Jiyun. If I didn't have special abilities, it was absolutely impossible for me to be admitted to university. After failing the college entrance examination, I would be busy with my future work. I wouldn't have time to travel with Zhang Bin, and it would be impossible to meet Lan Ling again. If I didn't go to Yunnan to gamble on stones, I wouldn't have gone to the bookstore to study jade, and I wouldn't have met Lu Weishan again. If I didn't meet Lu Weishan, I wouldn't have met Xiaoqing on the way to the bookstore, and I wouldn't have known that Xiaoqing was Lu Weishan's goddaughter. Moreover, if I didn't get admitted to university, my cousin, Yang Li, wouldn't have taken me to see the so-called world. I wouldn't have met Sun Jia again, and I wouldn't have pretended to be her girlfriend. As for Zhaoying, it was even more impossible to have any interactions with her. She was just a former teacher of mine. Maybe she would be together with Jin Gang due to threats, or maybe she would be together with the boyfriend arranged by Zhao Ying's mother according to fate. As for the remaining Huang Lele and Jing Xiaolu, it was impossible to know them again. As for Wang Xiaoyan, she was simply a person from a different world from me. Without Lin Jiyun's matter, I wouldn't have gone to the detention center, and I wouldn't have met Fang Tian. If I didn't become an assassin, how would I still have contact with Wang Xiaoyan? As for meeting Suya again, I don't even think about it. When he thought of the trouble Suya encountered when he first met Suya, Yang Ming broke out in a cold sweat. All of this was based on the premise of karma. In other words, if there was a small deviation in my life, it would be completely different. Looking at my life for more than half a year, although it was full of thorns and dangers, it was very fulfilling. Life's encounters are really wonderful. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't regret choosing the current path. Even if he had to face unknown dangers in 2 days, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. It was because he didn't want to become a person who only knew how to go to work and go home to sleep every day. He got a lot of things that he couldn't imagine before. When he suddenly looked back, all of this seemed like a dream. Bro, what's wrong with you? Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming parked the car on the side of the road in a daze, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming recovered and shrugged apologetically. I was a little lost in thought when I thought of the past. Haha, I just thought of a lot of things in the past. Zhang Bin nodded. Let's go and see in front. Yang Ming started the car and was about to go to the school, but he suddenly saw two familiar figures not far from the intersection. Hey, bro, isn't that your brother, Yang Xiaobo? Why is he here? He seems to be in trouble. Zhang Ben also saw it and pointed not far away. It's him. I know the other one too. Yang Ming nodded. Let's go and see. The person next to Yang Xiaobo was Shen Yuxi's younger brother, Shen Kuangyou. Yang Ming also knew him. The two of them were surrounded by a few teenagers who were obviously delinquents at the moment. Yang Xiaobo, this has nothing to do with you. Are you going to stand up for Shen Kuangyou? Huang Mao seemed to be a little afraid of Yang Xiaobo. He stared at Yang Xiaobo and asked. That's right. I will take care of this matter. Yang Xiaobo didn't show any weakness. He stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Kuangyou. Yang Xiaobo, I didn't let you take care of these things because I was giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Although your brother is Yang Ming, he is now just a college student with a little money. Does he really think that he is the boss of the past? Huang Mao snorted and said, now, even if he comes, I will give him face and call him Brother Yang. If I don't give him face, he has to call me brother. However, when he said this, it was obvious that he was a coward at heart. Yang Ming and Bao Sanli had a good relationship. This was known to many people. Although these low-level punks didn't know that Bao Sanli was Yang Ming's underling, they didn't dare to offend Yang Ming. In their opinion, it was okay to shout a few words. Yang Ming wouldn't have time to care about them. As long as they didn't touch Yang Ming's younger brother, Yang Ming wouldn't be nosy. If Yang Xiaobo wanted to use Yang Ming's name to show off, then they wouldn't give him face. Yang Ming is also my brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Kuangyou was also a little angry. Originally, Yang Xiaobo still had a lot of face in the school. However, a few repeaters had transferred to the school these days. The leader, Huang Mao, was called Li Zihua. After transferring for 2 days, he jumped up and down in the school and quickly gathered a few loyal followers. The purple hair beside him was called Su Jianong. He was also a bad strategist. These 2 days, under Su Jianong's instigation, Li Zihua started to pursue a girl. This girl had a good relationship with Shen Kuangyou. Although they weren't in a relationship, they had some feelings for each other. So, how could Shen Kuangyou agree? He went to reason with Li Zihua. However, Li Zihua was also a big figure. Not only did he have a few capable followers in the school, but he also had some connections in the society. He could call for some fighters at any time. Songjiang City had not formed a relatively powerful underworld force since Bao Sanli switched to the legal profession. After all, there was Bao Sanli, the retired emperor, suppressing them. No one dared to make it too big. Don't look at Bao Sanli now ignoring those underworld matters. Not only did his strength not decrease, but it was even more powerful. The Mingyang security company under him was full of masters. Any one of them had the strength to fight against 3 people at the same time. Li Zihua saw this power vacuum, so he started to gather a few people to form a small gang. However, he met a tough nut in just a few days. Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangyou. To be honest, Li Zihua didn't dare to do anything to Yang Xiaobo. After all, Yang Ming's legend was too evil. He didn't dare to challenge Yang Ming's bottom line. However, as for Shen Kuangyou, Yang Xiaobo's good friend, he was ready to use him to establish his power. As long as he beat up Shen Kuangyou, the school would be his world in the future. This was why Li Zihua didn't hesitate to offend Yang Ming verbally. He didn't want Yang Xiaobo to interfere in this matter. As long as he established his power with Shen Kuangyou, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the school. Yang Ming is your brother-in-law? Huh. Zihua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Do you take me for an idiot? Shen Kuangyou, I'm telling you, the girl I chased before was just an excuse. My main purpose was to find trouble with you and use you to establish my authority in school. I've already investigated your background. You have a crippled elder sister. What brother-in-law? How could Yang Ming be interested in your elder sister? Don't make me laugh. Even if your sister were to throw herself at him, no one would want her. Zihua finally revealed the reason he was harassing the girl Shen Kuangyou liked. He was trying to anger Xianxia so that he could get back at him. Your sister is a cripple. Xianxia was furious. How could he allow others to insult his sister? He couldn't care less anymore, charging forward like a madman, determined to fight to the death with Sihua. But why would Sihua need to do it himself? With a wave of his hand, Su Jianong and another boy named Zhang Yuzhou rushed forward and held Xianxia from both sides, preventing him from moving. Xianxia didn't practice any martial arts. He only had brute strength. Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou were strong as well. How could he break free? Sihua slapped Xianxia's face. Fuck. You dare to be cocky with me? Do you believe that I can kill you today? Yang Xiaobo was a little anxious and rushed forward to stop him. Although Sihua didn't dare to touch Yang Xiaobo, he could still signal his subordinates to pull Yang Xiaobo aside. Yang Ming frowned. Why are these underground forces in such a mess when I haven't left yet? If he left, how could he be at ease? Although Yang Ming knew that Bao Sanli had changed to doing legitimate business and gave up the underground business, it didn't mean that he wouldn't monitor these industries and forces. He had to stop them from developing. Yang Ming didn't know where this Sihua came from, but he didn't want to care so much. He started the car and rushed towards Sihua. He hadn't left yet and someone was bullying his brother. How could Yang Ming just sit back and watch? Even if he killed Sihua, Xiao Bingbao wouldn't say anything. Sihua was proud of himself and was ready to teach Xianxia a lesson. All the students in the school were called by him, ready to see him show his power. Just as he was about to continue messing with Xianxia in front of those students, he suddenly saw a BMW rushing towards him. Sihua didn't know what to do with that, as he subconsciously dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the car was too fast, and the rearview mirror slammed into him, causing him to fall flat on his face. This sudden change scared Sihua and his subordinates, but Yang Xiaobo and Xianxia's eyes flashed with excitement because this was Yang Ming's car. They knew it. Fuck you, do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes? Sihua crawled up from the ground, his face bruised and swollen. He recognized the car as a BMW, but he wasn't afraid of it. He had the advantage in numbers, and it didn't matter if the enemy had some sort of background. He'd give him a good beating, and he wouldn't let him leave without extorting a few 100,000. Zhang Bin didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce and drive a car to hit people. Although he was a little excited, he was more worried. However, before Zhang Bin could say anything, Yang Ming had already gotten out of the car. Although Sihua didn't know Yang Ming, the students he called over to watch knew Yang Ming. When Yang Ming was in the 3rd year of high school, they were still in the 1st and 2nd year of high school. Now that they were in the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, Yang Ming had already graduated. Yang Ming. These people were instinctively afraid of Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming's legend was getting worse and worse, and they had more or less seen Yang Ming fight with their own eyes. At this moment, when they saw Yang Ming coming, they couldn't help but retreat. Especially Yang Ming's conspicuous Song B88B88 license plate. These people were more or less well informed. They all knew that the previous owner of this BMW was Bao Sanli, and now that Yang Ming was driving this car, the relationship between Yang Ming and Bao Sanli was self-evident. Brother-in-law. Yang Xiaobo and Xianxia saw Yang Ming coming and shouted excitedly. It would be a lie to say that Yang Xiaobo wasn't worried and scared before, but Xianxia was his good friend. He naturally couldn't just watch Xianxia get bullied. Now that Yang Ming was here, Yang Ming would stand up for them, and this Sihua would finally get the lesson he deserved. You're Yang Ming? Sihua didn't know Yang Ming at all. He transferred here later, but after seeing the expressions of these people and the way Yang Xiaobo and Guangyou addressed him, how could he not know that this person in front of him was Yang Ming? That's me, Yang Ming nodded faintly. I'm here, you want me to call you big bro? Sihua instinctively felt fear when he saw Yang Ming, but then he remembered that there were only 2 people with Yang Ming, and one was still in the car. He had so many people with him, what was there to be afraid of? So he decided to toughen up. I, Li Sihua, am now the boss of Songjiang 4th High. You almost hit me just now, what do you have to say about that? What do you want to say? Yang Ming looked at Sihua with a smile that didn't look like a smile. You have to pay me at least 200,000 for the medical fees, or you don't have to leave today. Sihua stomped his foot and said. Yang Ming smiled faintly, feeling a little annoyed. This guy didn't know when to back down, and he was insatiably greedy, asking for 200,000 right off the bat. Naturally, Yang Ming didn't like this kind of person. Besides, he wasn't even leaving yet, and this scourge was already bullying Yang Xiaobo and Kuangyo. If he left, wouldn't these people turn the sky upside down? And so, Yang Ming decided to teach this Sihua a lesson for eternity. He raised his hand casually and touched a certain part of Sihua's body. Sihua paused at first, not knowing what Yang Ming was going to do. He couldn't help but mock, "Are you hitting me? Or are you tickling me? Haha. I thought you were so awesome, but it seems that the rumors are not reliable, huh?" All of a sudden, Sihua felt a heart-wrenching itch spread throughout his body, as if he was being bitten by 10,000 ants. He couldn't help but scratch at his body, but that didn't seem to have any effect at all. The itch seemed to be coming from under his skin, and scratching at the surface wouldn't do him any good. He couldn't tear off his skin, could he? It hurts, it's so itchy, I'm dying. Sihua couldn't take it anymore. He started rolling around on the floor. This was also the first time that Yang Ming had used such a ruthless method to deal with a hooligan. Because Yang Ming was about to leave, he didn't have time to argue with these small fries. If he didn't teach them a lesson that they would remember for the rest of their lives, he would never remember. What happened to you? Bewitched? Yang Ming said somewhat mockingly, when did I call you brother? Although Yang Ming said that, how could Sihua not know that Yang Ming was the one who did this to him? At this moment, he finally understood that the rumors about Yang Ming's ruthlessness weren't lies. It was the truth, and Yang Ming was really scary. Brother, you're my brother, brother Yang, save me, I'm dying. Sihua's miserable cries sent chills down everyone's spines. Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou had already let go of Shen Kuangyo and quietly moved to the side, not daring to face Yang Ming. The people who were holding on to Yang Xiaobo also let go. With Sihua in such a state, how could they dare to go against Yang Ming? What was more frightening was that they didn't even know what was going on with Sihua, and why this strange situation was happening. This kind of unknown horror was the scariest. They didn't see what Yang Ming did, but Sihua was rolling on the ground in pain, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Brother. Dad. Grandpa, I beg you, I can't take it anymore, it's so uncomfortable. Sihua roared, still rolling on the ground, just kill me, it's fine if I die, but don't torture me. Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou were completely shocked. Sihua was actually begging for death? How painful must it be to make Sihua want to die? What the hell was going on? Yang Ming's identity was about to be exposed anyway, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid of more people knowing about his identity and ability. This was also the reason why Yang Ming taught Sihua a lesson in front of everyone. This way, even if he left, these people wouldn't dare to do anything to Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangyo. Sihua's lesson was too unforgettable, and these people didn't dare to try again. Sihua saw that Yang Ming was still standing there, unmoving. He knew that Yang Ming wouldn't let him go so easily, but he was really in extreme pain. If he could die, he wouldn't want to live, but this kind of pain and itchiness was draining him of all strength. He couldn't even kill himself. Su Jianong, kill me, stab me with a knife, I beg you, I can't take it anymore. Sihua begged Su Jianong for help. Su Jianong was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a scene before. Sihua was begging for death? Sihua bro, don't say such depressing things. With that, Su Jianong pulled Zhang Yuzhou and the others to kneel in front of Yang Ming. Brother Yang, I beg you, please spare Sihua bro. Fuck. You idiots, Sihua cursed in his heart. You called me bro, and now you're calling Yang Ming bro. Didn't that mean that Yang Ming and I were brothers? How could Yang Ming be happy? I'd be lucky if he didn't continue to punish me. Why would he save me? Grandpa Yang, please save me. Sihua cried out. Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou froze at Sihua's words, but they quickly understood what he meant. They quickly said, Grandpa Yang, please let Sihua bro go. We were wrong, really wrong. In the future, we'll listen to Bo bro and Kuangyo bro in school. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Yuzhou and Su Jianong faintly. He lifted his leg and kicked Sihua, who was rolling on the ground. It looked like a casual kick, but Sihua's face relaxed instantly. The terrifying pain and itch on his body disappeared in an instant. It was really strange. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with undisguised fear. He didn't dare look at Yang Ming directly, and he quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Grandpa Yang, thank you, Grandpa Yang." He was 100% sure that Yang Ming was the one who punished him, and that Yang Ming could punish him as he pleased and relieve his pain. What kind of method was this? Could it be the legendary pressure point sealing? Sihua was even more terrified at the thought of this possibility. Could Yang Ming be a legendary Wuling master? He knew pressure point sealing? Wasn't this too much of a legend? How was this possible? Although Sihua didn't quite believe it, he saw it with his own eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The pain on his body just now wasn't something a normal person could endure. Those few short minutes had turned into a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Take your lackeys and leave Songjiang City. We'll leave in a moment." Yang Ming looked at Sihua and said condescendingly, "If I find out that you guys are still here tomorrow, it won't be so easy to die." Yes, yes. How could Sihua not listen to Yang Ming? Whatever Yang Ming told them to do, they would naturally do it. Wasn't it just leaving Songjiang City? Then he might as well take these people and leave. This place was too scary. With a ruthless person like Yang Ming here, how could he stand out? Scram. Yang Ming waved his hand faintly and said, "Remember my words." I'll scram. Sihua looked at Yang Ming and imprinted his face in his mind. He didn't want to take revenge on Yang Ming when he became rich in the future, but he wanted to remember Yang Ming so that he and his men wouldn't find trouble with people related to Yang Ming. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Sihua took Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou and ran away in a sorry state. Those who were watching the show also took a few steps back in fear, not daring to come forward. Only Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniu were full of surprise and admiration. "Alright, you guys can leave too." Yang Ming looked at the surrounding people. Although there were many familiar faces in these people, there were also people who followed behind him and called him Brother Yang and Boss Yang. However, Yang Ming didn't take his anger out on them because they didn't stand up for Yang Xiaobo. After all, Sihua was stronger than them, and they didn't dare to offend Sihua and help Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniu. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't need to bother with people like this, as long as they didn't help Sihua bully Yang Xiaobo. Naturally, Yang Ming wouldn't let go of Sihua, the culprit. What he said to him wasn't just a threat, but a warning. If Sihua and the others didn't leave tomorrow, then Yang Ming would inform Bao Sanli to deal with them. However, Sihua didn't want to lie to Yang Ming. He was really scared, and he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He had already made up his mind to go with Su Jianong and Zhang Yuzhou to Songshan City, which was close to Songjiang City, and start a new business there. He definitely couldn't stay in Songjiang City anymore. Yang Ming would forever be a pain in his heart, making him fear this name for the rest of his life. Moreover, as this name became more and more famous, he was even more afraid that Yang Ming would come to him for revenge. Sihua, on the other hand, was quite a character as well. He'd actually made a name for himself in Songshan, starting a glorious life. But it didn't last very long before someone else popped up and screwed him over. Of course, that was a story for another time, recorded in the school beauty's personal bodyguard. Yang Ming waited for those people to leave before walking over and patting Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniu's shoulders. "Study hard, don't always come out to fight. This isn't the time to be a hero. Next time something like this happens, just make a call and you can solve it. Why do you have to face these people head-on?" Yang Xiaobo was a little embarrassed. "Kuangniu and I thought that we didn't want to trouble you." "What's the trouble?" Yang Ming waved his hand. "How about this, I'll give you a phone number. It's Bao Sanli. If there's anything, you can find him to solve it." With that said, Yang Ming pulled out Bao Sanli's number from his phone and sent it to Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniu. Bao Sanli. Such a big figure. Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniu were shocked. Big figures are also my subordinates," Yang Ming smiled. "Xiaobo, if you have trouble, just tell him that you're my younger brother. Kuangniu, just say that you're Yuxi's younger brother, or say that you're my brother-in-law." Haha, okay, now I'm awesome. Bao Sanli and Brother Bao are both my brother-in-law subordinates. Shen Kuangniao nodded excitedly. Don't lie and bully others. If I find out, I won't let you go. Yang Ming glared at Shen Kuangniao. I wouldn't dare. Shen Kuangniao quickly shook his head. Okay, let's go back to school. School hasn't ended yet, right? There should be a self-study period in the evening, right? Yang Ming also graduated from Songjiang No. 4 High School, so he naturally knew the curriculum of Songjiang No. 4 High School. Then we'll go to class, brother. Yang Xiaobo nodded and said. Go ahead. Yang Ming looked at the time and said, isn't class starting soon? Yang Xiaobo and Shen Kuangniao scratched their heads embarrassedly and ran away. Yang Ming looked at the backs of the two people and sighed. Yang Ming could only do something for his family, lover, and friends as much as possible so that they wouldn't have any worries after he left. However, Yang Ming also knew that he couldn't consider everything. There would always be omissions. These depended on their own efforts. With Bao Sanli's help, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Ben had seen Yang Ming's ruthlessness when he was in Las Vegas. He also knew that Yang Ming's identity was special, so he wasn't too surprised at the moment. When he saw Yang Ming get in the car, he sighed, Bro, you're too awesome. You can make people beg for death. It's just a small trick. Yang Ming waved his hand. Small trick. I can't learn it. I can't bear this pain. Zhang Ben shook his head. Bro, what are we going to do now? Asked Zhang Ben. Let's go and eat something? Yang Ming drove the car to the door of a restaurant called Juyuan Snacks at the school gate. When they were in school, Yang Ming and Zhang Ben sometimes came here to improve their meals, but it was basically Zhang Ben who treated. So Yang Ming said, Today, I will treat you. Sure. Zhang Bing didn't decline. He nodded his head and agreed. The two people entered the snack bar. Unexpectedly, the owner of the snack bar actually recognized them, Yang Ming, Zhang Ben. You haven't been here for a long time. You should have graduated, right? Yang Ming was a ruthless person near the school. These people who did business near the school certainly knew Yang Ming, but Yang Ming never bullied them. If other punks came to harass them, Yang Ming would stop them. This also made Yang Ming more popular in this area. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming often came to eat together, so the lady boss also knew Zhang Ben. Every time they came, she would give them a small discount. I graduated. I passed by here today, so I came back to have a look. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. The lady boss looked at the BMW car parked outside with some envy. Although she didn't know how much it cost, it was definitely not cheap. There was no doubt that these two people were now rich. They were no longer the poor students in the past. However, this was also considered as good karma. The lady boss felt that Yang Ming and Zhang Ben were good people. It was normal for them to have their current achievements. What do you want to eat? The chef is still the same as before. All the dishes are the same. The lady boss said with a smile. Is there a single room? We have something to talk about. Yang Ming asked the lady boss. Naturally. At this time, the school has already started the evening self-study. There are no guests. The lady boss led Yang Ming and Zhang Ben to a private room and then handed them the menu. Yang Ming took the menu and ordered a few dishes that they used to eat. Yang Ming came here just to reminisce. It was more to chat with Zhang Ben. He didn't mainly come to eat. The lady boss saw that Yang Ming ordered so many dishes. She was very happy and went to the kitchen to cook. Yang Ming chatted with Zhang Ben. Ben Zi, how is the jewelry company's business? Yang Ming asked casually. Not bad. Now the quarterly sales have exceeded 10 million yuan. The profit is also a few million yuan. Zhang Ben introduced, Bro, your bonus is now 10 million yuan. When are you going to bring it up? No need. Just put it in the company. Yang Ming waved his hand and took out a document. He put it in front of Zhang Ben. Take a look at this document. If there is no problem, sign it. Zhang Ben took the document that Yang Ming handed over with some inexplicable feeling. He saw the words equity transfer agreement on it. He was shocked. Does Yang Ming want to take back all the shares in my hands? But in Zhang Bin's view, Yang Ming wasn't such a person. With doubts, Zhang Bin read it carefully. But at first glance, he was even more scared because the content of the agreement was that Yang Ming unconditionally transferred all the shares under his name to him. Bro, you want to give all the shares of the jewelry company to me? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with some disbelief. It's all yours. Yang Ming nodded. It is useless for me to keep it in my hands. Before I leave, I will leave a business for you, a good brother. As long as you don't think it's too little, it will be fine. Too little? So much. How can it be too little? It's just bro, I don't understand. Why do you want to give these shares to me all of a sudden? And, what did you just say about leaving? Before you leave? What does this mean? Zhang Bin was confused. He didn't know what Yang Ming meant. You probably know a little about my identity. Yang Ming waved his hand and motioned to Zhang Bin not to be anxious. Then he said, when you were in Las Vegas, you knew that I have a special identity. I belong to a mysterious department of the country called the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It specializes in performing some special, urgent, and dangerous tasks. The nature of the work is the same as that of an agent. Our professional name is also an agent. D*MN. Bro, you are so bad *SS? Zhang Bin widened his eyes. Although he knew a little about Yang Ming before, he didn't expect Yang Ming to be so powerful. He was actually an agent. Zhang Bin couldn't be more surprised. Hee, I didn't go back with you last time because I had an urgent task to perform, so I stayed. Yang Ming said, in 2 days, I have to perform a relatively special task, but this task is more dangerous. It's hard to say if I can come back. Ah. No way, bro? Zhang Bin's face suddenly became a little unnatural. His eyes were full of worry. Really? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Bro, you aren't lying to me, right? I didn't lie to you. I really have to perform a task. Before I leave, I have to deal with some things after my death. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. The jewelry company will be left to you. Manage it well in the future. Maybe. When I come back, I will ask you for it. Yang Ming made a joke, but Zhang Bin couldn't laugh. He had a bitter face and didn't know what to say because he really didn't know what to say. He finally knew why Yang Ming called him out for a meal alone. In addition to nostalgia, Yang Ming wanted to tell him this big event. But he couldn't give any suggestions except for listening because he didn't understand these things. He couldn't stop Yang Ming because if he stopped, Yang Ming wouldn't listen to him. Since Yang Ming chose to tell him these things, he also made up his mind. He also purely treated him as a confidant and confided in him. After Yang Ming prepared the equity transfer agreement, this matter had already been settled. I really hope that you will come back and ask me for it. Zhang Bin smiled bitterly. If you can't go, I can give you my shares. I'm telling the truth. Yang Ming didn't doubt Zhang Bin's sincerity because Zhang Bin wasn't a person who valued money very much. When he was in school, he never cared about these things. So after Yang Ming became rich, he didn't forget Zhang Bin. Although the jewelry company was thriving and making more and more money, Yang Ming wasn't reluctant to part with it. Hee, okay, then you wait for me to come back safely. Yang Ming smiled and took a sip of tea. At this moment, he was already very indifferent. Except for the people around him who were worried, Yang Ming didn't have the slightest sense of resistance for the trip to Yunnan in 2 days. Zhang Bin nodded and didn't say anything. He silently drank tea with Yang Ming. Both of them drove here, so Yang Ming didn't ask for wine. Because there was no one else in the restaurant at this moment, the food was quickly served. The two of them seemed to have returned to their high school days. They wolfed down the food. When they went home in the evening, Yang Ming just patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. What I said to you, don't tell Chen Mengyan and the others first. They don't know that you are leaving? Zhang Bin asked with some surprise. They know, but I didn't tell them the danger of the mission. I just said that it may take a long time. The shortest is 1.5 years, and the longest is 10 or 20 years. I gave them a psychological buffer period. After a long time, they will naturally forget. End of chapter 1927. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.